One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 641 to 660. 641 The Female Knight Who Protects Me. Is this really Mr. Maujihua? That graceful and luxurious, with a gentle smile on his face, is actually 1,000 miles away. With a terrifying killing heart and a compassionate heart, the noble and elegant Maujihua Lord Lai actually shows such a side. Not far away, there is a hot body that does not belong to Safenjin Yaiki at all, and only under Karatsu Uno and Ranju Matsumoto, the blonde royal sister Hibun Kiryu, who exudes a mature and capable aura, is staring wide-eyed. Lu Chengkong and Mao Zhawali, who were hugging each other, were unable to calm down for a long time, as if they were overturning the sea. If it wasn't the first time she saw this kind of picture recently, but if she saw it frequently, she would wonder if she was dazzled or hallucinated. Even now, it's still a bit difficult for her to accept it, no wonder. In her heart, Mao Zihua's strong salty strictness, nobility and inviolability have penetrated deep into her soul. It's like the first time Broken Bee sees what Yi Yi and Lu Chengkong do in Siifeng. It's a bit hard to accept. Of course it's true. It's not a big thing for mother and brother to hug each other. Do you need to be so surprised, Xiaojojo? Bachianryu doesn't know when to sit on the shoulders of Kiryu Hazun. For this little cutie, and her being the goddaughter of Hana Lu, whether she likes it herself or loves the house and Wu, she likes Bachianryu very much. So she was not at all unhappy about her sitting on her shoulders. Bachanliu, I said many times don't call me Xiaojojo, this name is not very good. Hikun Kiryu blushed, when Bachanliu called Hishu Kiryu as Xiaojojo in front of Lu Chengkong, but he let including Lu Chengkong and Ujawali. Almost everyone present burst into laughter, not to mention Hazun Kiryu himself. After all, Xiaojojo sounds like it is easy to think of the alias of a certain *******. It is a bit unacceptable to call a yellow-flowered girl who is also a mature royal sister by such a name, but it seems that she said this 8,000 streams like a child. It's still very uncomfortable for her to continue to give her this nickname just like her childish words. It's a pity that every time her corrections, including this one, still have no significant effect. Why, this name suits you very well, how cute. Baekhyun showed 2 pink blushes, plus Vivi's little cherry mouth. It looked as cute as a porcelain doll. It was really unbelievable. The tough scolding made Hikifuna Kiryu very powerless. Finally, he could only sigh again, and he could only pin his hopes on Yakiryu when he was tired of calling him that, so let's change his name. By the way, Bachanliu, who is that woman? I think she seems very strange. Sometimes she is as innocent and cute as you, very lively, and often makes a lot of jokes. Of course, this liveliness is only in front of you. Will show up. But sometimes it is calm and tranquil, giving people a sense of innocence with a hint of innocence, and also giving people a kind of heroic and never-shrinking female knight on the battlefield, and occasionally showing a big sister. This kind of caring and gentle feeling, she is very complicated to say, but very simple, and she is one of the most peculiar people I have met. Hicho Kiryu suddenly noticed that not far from Lu Chengkong stood a chrysanthemum with lake green hair, tall, plump, mature and even slightly better than himself, who seemed to never leave him. It brings a sense of oppression to myself. Obviously, this kind of oppression can only be felt by a powerhouse of the same level, or some hidden abilities of Nelia Lu can bring her a threat. Lu Chengkong, who has only survived for hundreds of years, actually gathered around him. So many are incomparably powerful. Compared with the Zero team that the Spirit King spent countless years gathering together, many people are stronger than each other. The 8,000 streams on his shoulders alone cannot be underestimated. How could this not be? Hekafuna Kiryu was surprised. Did you say Xiaolu? She's my brother's guardian female knight. Baekhyun Lucen said casually with the lollipop she took out. Do you protect the female knight? Lu Chengkong's. Of course the well-informed Kiryu Hikun understood what it meant to protect the female knight, which surprised her. To put it simply, it was a female knight who protected someone. As long as the female knight still has a breath left, then she will always protect the person she wants to protect and give Nelly a sword. She is absolutely willing to stand up for Lu Chengkong without any complaints, even if the sky has changed. When she finds darkness, she will also cut through the darkness with the sharp sword in her hand and bring light to those she protects. It can be said that he is one of the most loyal beings in the world. To get such a woman who is obviously a female knight to promise to protect him, the secrets of Lu Chengkong once again made Kiryu Hazun dumbfounded. How many secrets does he have? Ha ha. Suddenly, Nellie L turned her head and looked at Isho Hekafuna Kiryu, smiling very beautifully and kindly. Those golden green eyes were as clear as water, and this innocent look like a blank sheet of paper was enough to make people with crooked minds not have the courage to look at them. It seems that these eyes will wash away all the darkness, sins, and crooked thoughts in the heart. Even if Kiryu Hikun was looked at by Nellie Lu, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is not strength, oppression, but a natural aura. The temperament mixed in her eyes gave people an invisible feeling. What a unique temperament. Just one look is enough to make people feel good about her invisibly. It's hard to have the heart to fight with her. In a battle, her enemy sees her eyes, no matter how vigorous the battle flame is. I can't help but weaken. What a perfect female knight. Hazun Kiryu secretly praised Nellie L in his heart, and it was also the first time that he became curious about Lu Chengkong. Surrounded by such a man, there are so many national colors, beautiful and beautiful, but without exception, they are all unique and powerful women with unique personality and temperament, and each of them has a heartfelt love and tenderness for him, and these arrogant women can actually get along without incident without fighting each other, as if their pride has been put down, and everything has been put down for a common man. There is no jealousy at all, they are like a big family, they are like sisters, there is no family child she saw in the Zero team. The powerful people are all arrogant and seem to be amazing, being superior to others. It is obviously a family, but at the same time they are tit for tat, intriguing, and the Lu mansion created by Lu Chengkong is really a fairyland and a hell. 641, 642 boost again. In the virtual circle, the hall of the Zai Palace was full of broken faces at this time, while the three of Aizen stood on the high stairs and looked down at the broken faces below, whether it was the dead Ulki or a cipher. It was all Yami who was resurrected, and Aizen had absolute control over these broken faces that were recreated by the resurrection of Bengyu. I think everyone here can't wait. Everyone has been waiting for this day for a long time. Today will be the day when we launch an attack on the Soul Society. Of course, in order to make everyone stronger, I will definitely use it to fully awaken. The collapse of Jade has made your power even stronger. That's right, the current strength of Soul World is not comparable to the original work. There is no shortage of captains alone, and the strength is far superior to that of the original work. These were just used as pawns, and Aizen, who did not intend to let them accept the complete unblocking of the power of Bengyu, had to change his decision at the beginning. It can be said that the 10 blades of the original work and the 10 blades that have undergone great changes in the characters in front of them are all catalyzed by the Bengyu that has not been completely liberated, and they have not accepted the power after the complete liberation of the Bengyu, but now Aizen has decided to let them accept this power and make them stronger, otherwise these chess pieces will not be able to play their due role. Yes, Aizen-sama, including the Balagang Ruzan gang had to kneel down halfway. After all, they knew how big the gap was between Aizen and Aizen. He didn't want to die, let alone become stronger. Who doesn't want to? Except for Ulki or Asifa, the broken faces present have been completely confused by the power of the surface. It can be said that they no longer control their own power, but are controlled by their own power and become slaves of power. Aizen nodded with satisfaction, and took out the collapsing jade, which was as crystal clear as jade, a little bit like a crystal, and a bit like a diamond, shining like stars in various colors. At this time, he has already been recognized by Bengyu as the master. Of course, he can use the power of Bengyu. It can be said that as long as Aizen has not met someone stronger than him, and Bengyu has not betrayed him, then he will be collapsed every day. The owner of Jade, Bengyu will also let him continue to evolve until his body, mind and soul can't bear the power of Bengyu and are busy. As a purple light was released from the collapsing jade, it turned into a light screen and surrounded all the broken faces in front of it. At the same time, a series of low beast-like panting and wild laughter began to sound in the hall of Zai Palace. Silver, yes, do you need it? Aizen turned to ask Ichimaru, Yin and Toxian. I'm not interested in becoming that kind of weird guy for the time being, and I'm quite satisfied with my current strength. Ichimaru Jin squinted, raised his hands and waved to him that he didn't want to. For the sake of Aizen-sama and our plan, I will become stronger and clear all obstacles. Toxian walked out very faithfully and knelt down in front of Aizen, which made Ichimaru Yin feel very depressed. It made him feel that Dongxian was born to like to be a subordinate. He doesn't want a power that can no longer improve his strength other than relying on the power of Benyu. Why are these guys so idiots? Does Aizen have the kindness to give you power boosts? Not bad. He was quite satisfied with his subordinate, Aizen. The collapsing stomach, the second shot, and the purple light in his hand made the spiritual pressure that Dongxian wanted to expand, and at the same time, the overall strength began to slowly improve, and it was empty for a while. However, the Night Palace erupted in succession with a lot of spiritual pressure that was continuously increasing, which scared many virtuals near the Zai Palace to lie on the ground and tremble. After a long while, the multiple spiritual pressures of the Zai Palace began to slowly converge, and Aizen on the side also said in a timely manner, "Masters, let's go, and annihilate all the gods of death that oppose us in the Soul Realm." With the existence of Liu Changkong, Aizen couldn't kidnap Orihime Inoue, and there would be no Death Captain to come to Zushin to be imprisoned, and it took a lot longer for the same Benyu to be completely liberated. There is no such thing as the original book, because of Inoue Orihime's reason. He was released so much earlier, so Aizen is very precise in waiting for him in this world, but the captain and vice captain of the entire Gotei 13th Division, so he will use it. Benyu once again improved the strength of his subordinates. Black Cavity, Ulquioricifer, who has been resurrected and has been bathed in the power of Benyu, opened the black cavity for Aizen, and the other 10 blades also opened the black cavity one after another, and Aizen walked into the biggest one. In Haichang, he is also at the forefront, as if it is a sign that the king's Shanyan will not be offended, and no one can walk in front of him. This guy is really stunned by Benyu, and he is a bit arrogant. Ichimaru Yin secretly said in his heart, and at the same time tightened the Zanpakudo like a short sword around his waist, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, including Aizen in the no one inside knew how powerful he was. Originally, when Ichimaru Jin and Aizen fought against each other in the original book, their strength had already reached the peak before breaking the limits of death and the void, that is, the peak of Captain Death. It can be said that no one except Liu Changkong knows how far he has reached, because he rarely shows up after he went to Zai Palace, so no one knows except Liu Changkong. On the other hand, in this world, the entire Kakuza town has been put into a deep sleep, and the Kakuza town has been transformed, so that it can withstand the battle of all the gods of death at the level of the captain of Gotei 13th Division. The captain and vice captain of the 13th Division of Gotei, headed by Old Man Yamamoto, and some who were relatively powerful but not vice captains, such as Kakiro Madarame and others, are basically all there, and they use shunpo to stand on the roof or lamppost very casually. On the top, only Shanghai, the Old Man Yamamoto, and Hirako Mako stood above the void. "Hey, it's really troublesome, when can I go back to do the experiment? I've already done half of it before." Urahara Kazuki broke the quiet atmosphere with a displeased look and made everyone's eyes focus on him for a while. No matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't bear it, so he could only pretend that I didn't say anything. It's here. All the gods of death present suddenly felt a strong, surging and at the same time very complex spiritual pressure, as if the gods of death and the virtual spiritual pressure were intertwined and did not form a whole, and they could not exert the greatest influence on each other. At the same time, the combat power is not pure enough, and there are too many impurities, but no matter what, it is also a very powerful spiritual pressure for many vice captains and even some of the captains, Shinigami present. 643 Broken Face vs. Death. Laugh. At the same time, the sky cracked 3 huge gaps, and 3 huge black chambers suddenly opened. Aizen led the addition of Kanemaru Yin and Dongxian, and a group of Shirin, of course, some officials of Shirin. All came out. It can be said that all the broken faces of the Zai Palace have been brought. After all, there is no death god captain in the virtual circle. What is the use of leaving broken faces there? Except for leaving the funeral troupe there to maintain order, there is no broken face left. Aizen Sosuke, old man Yamamoto's low but full and majestic voice sounded in the sky above Kakuza town. Like a thunderbolt, people couldn't help but look at the owner of this voice, old man Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto, let's meet again. Has the present world been transformed by you as I thought? But it doesn't matter, the core strength of Seoraiti should have been gathered here, as long as you are all annihilated. Aizen said lightly, not putting the god of death in front of him at all, completely unaware that Mako Hirako, Hyuki Kuchiki, and Jin Ichimaru behind Aizen were looking at him with a completely mocking and ironic look. Obviously he was also intoxicated by the powerful power that Bengyu brought him. It seems that you are a sinner who doesn't know how to repent. In that case, it's useless to talk about it. Let's fight. The old man Yamamoto's eyes gleamed, and he secretly said in his heart, Aizen, do you think that you will be invincible if you get the power of Bengyu? It's so naive, not to mention Hirako Mako and Kuchiki Shanghai. Ichimaru Yin who is standing behind you is not what it used to be. Hee, Lu Chengkong, this old man really can't compare to you. You actually let yourself his apprentices keeping a low profile along with Aizen. Aizen nodded in agreement. He also felt that it was useless to talk too much. He was waiting for the creation of the King Seal to open the door to the Spirit King realm, but he didn't know that as he opened the door to the Spirit King realm, he might be caught inside before he walked in. The Zero Squad was destroyed. There are all kinds of things, ashes are made, and the blade is like fire. The old man Yamamoto changed his previous style, and even Aizen didn't think that the old man Yamamoto would suddenly shoot instead of letting the deputy captain of the God of Death take the lead, but it was very difficult. Soon he laughed. Burning the city with fire. A circle of tall walls of fire encircled Aizen, Ichimaru Jin and Toxian for a long time. The power was so great that even Aizen wouldn't dare to touch it lightly. But Aizen didn't care. It turned out that the 3 of them were trapped so that they could eliminate those broken faces and 10 blades first, so as to reduce the loss of Soul World. However, those broken faces and 10 blades were originally used by Aizen to consume the stamina of the captain of the Corpse Soul World or to kill the vice captains and captains of some team members of the Corpse Soul World, even if the old man Yamamoto did not trap him in advance. He won't be so quick. The old man is so sturdy, Jingle said with a sigh, smacking his lips. When will I be able to reach this point? This is the power of fully exerting the strongest Zanpakuto of the flame type, and when will my ice and snow type Zanpakuto reach this point? Said Toshiro Fugaya tightened his waist, the strongest Zanpakuto Harinmaru of the ice and snow type, and Shikai, the old man of Yamamoto, attacked casually, even if it was a simple slash, and the casual burning flame was already stronger than his Benkai's strongest attack on ice. Tianbaihuafu is going to be stronger. Thinking of this, he feels that he still has a long way to go. Yes, it is the dream of countless Shinigami to have the strongest Zanpakuto of one type, but it is very difficult for Shinigami who also mastered this one of the strongest Zanpakuto to fully utilize the power of the strongest Zanpakuto of one type in their hands. It is many times more difficult than other death gods. Let's take Toshiro Fugaya's current strength as an example. If he wasn't holding the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type, but a random Zanpakuto, with his current strength, the power of that Zanpakuto would have been shattered long ago. At the maximum, how could he not be able to fully display the 100% power of Hiranwan Maru with his current strength as he is now? Since that's the case, then this place is under the control of the old man, and you are not allowed to resist. Balagang Ruzan helped the 10-blade who was stunned by the power to shout to all the broken faces present. Although many broken faces, his tone was very dissatisfied, but no matter what, the 3 of Aizen were now besieged, and he was the 10th blade of the 10 blades. Even Ulquioricifer didn't seem to care, and the others were not the 10 blades. Of course, the broken face did not dare to speak. Damn, where did that guy Nellie L go? Isn't she in the soul realm? Why didn't you see her? I said that I would definitely return the shame you brought me. With his own perseverance and hatred for Nellie L, he has restored his strength. Not only that, his current strength is better than the original, and after being bathed in the power of Bengyu, he can now make 5 to 6 of the original. One he beat. Therefore, he is very confident now, but it is a pity that his confidence is stupid and arrogant in the face of Nellie, not to mention Nellie, either Grimjaw or Stark alone is enough. Killed him in a few moments. So if you destroy the 4 pillars, Kakuzako will come back. Charlotte Kurufeng, Abiram Lita, Fendor Kilias, Shinan Po, Jia Wei Greg, Nilg Pardok went and destroyed your 4 pillars. Seeing that no one resisted him, he thought that His Majesty was still there with the Ruzan gang, who did not dare to resist. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to destroy the 4 pillars. Yes, my lord. The subordinate officer of the Ruzan gang in Belegan nodded respectfully and immediately rushed to the 4 pillars. The extremely belligerent and impatient corner of the eyes immediately rushed over to stop the strongest one. Ace Chuan Yujin also has some good friends of death, such as Hisagi Shuhei, Shoten Teziman, Hira Ikuri, and Asane Renji, but I don't want to see Madaramu corner besieged, plus they also had to defend the 4 pillars of Kakuza town, and it was not a violation of the order, but they also rushed out to block the other broken faces. Let your subordinates go with you. The Belegan Ruzan gang was not angry when they saw that their subordinate officers were stopped, and ordered the other Shirin who had subordinate officials, and the other Shirin didn't care too much. Signal their subordinates to take action. So some immobile gods of death, Ichigo Kurosaki and others had to take action. After all, their home was in Kuza town, and they dared not let these broken faces destroy these 4 pillars. Let's fight quickly, the real battle is still 10 blades and Aizen. These pieces of noodles are just appetizers. Hirako Mako said, but he didn't notice that Hiyori looked at him with contempt, and in his heart he was still scolding Hirako Mako for not working hard and still playing tricks here. If Hirako Mako knew about it, he might shout innocent, no I don't want to contribute, and if these bad faces really become bullying, such ungracious things are not suitable for a handsome guy like him. 644 The real battle begins. Mako, there seems to be a little more people with broken faces, can we just rely on them? Tsuruuki Hiyori said a little worriedly when he saw that most of the Shinigami were at a disadvantage. If they can't beat the broken face of this level, what are they doing as vice captains? They are just looking at the level of the breaking face and the attack method of the breaking face. When they see through it completely, there is no use value. Then it will be time for Asanjing Renji and the others to counterattack. If it was someone else asking, Mako Hirako didn't need to answer, but seeing the slippers that Hiyori was ready to hold at any time, Mako Hirako immediately replied obediently like a kitten. Mako was right, the battle in the original book was the vice captain was almost completely wiped out. But now facing these broken-faced officials is not only a group of vice captains, but also Ichigo Kurosaki and the others, and Madaragi's strength is not comparable to the original work. What's more important is that they don't need to face the terrifying hybrid beast god that Harabel's 3 subordinate officials jointly summoned to the vice captain level death god, so the death god's side has a great chance of winning. The development of the situation seems to be to echo the words of Mako Hirako. It didn't take long for Mako Hirako to say it, except for Kurosaki Ichigo, whose current captain level strength is at a disadvantage in the face of these subordinate officials. You don't need to be a death god, just take it directly. In addition to wiping a knife on the neck, the inferior god of death, Asanjing Ryan, who fell behind, began to use his housekeeping skills one by one. I didn't want to use Bankai in front of so many people, but since the captain himself has used Bankai, there is no need for me to hide it, Bankai. The original Zanpakuto would not release the Zanpakuto, but instead advocated the straightforward slashing Reiatsu attack. Therefore, the Shinigami of the 11th Division basically fought according to the path of Zanpakuto, let alone more. The admirers of Mu Kenpachi are already in the corner, but now that Zaraki Kenpachi has used Benkai in front of so many people, there is no need for him to restrain himself. Benkai. Baboon King Shui Wan. With Madarama taking the lead, Renji Asanjing is also not to be outdone. Those who know Benkai are basically Benkai, and those who don't know Benkai also use the strongest move of Shikai at present, while T-Dutaihu also use the left arm of the devil and the right arm of the giant. Soon came a big comeback, suppressing their opponents and even the broken-faced subordinates who outnumbered the death gods. How long they cast, with a shrill and painful scream resounded in the sky above Kakuza town, these subordinates. Guan basically said goodbye to this world. Look, what this handsome guy said has never been missed. Hiroko Mako raised his head proudly, but unfortunately his head was just raised, and in the days when Hiroko Mako was proud, he ignored the sluggish eyes of all the gods of death and attacked with slippers. Hit his raised head again. It seems that I still need to seriously think about and observe the position of the captain. Old man Yamamoto twitched the corners of his eyes, and the scales, which were a little biased towards Mako Hiroko, began to return to their original point again, not left or right. It's really troublesome. I thought it would take a long time, but I didn't expect it to come to us like this. Jingle Chunchui sighed. To be honest, he was really afraid of trouble. This is very similar to Stark. No wonder they can be such good friends. 10 blades. Shuru Yukitaki looked at the 10 broken faces in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little dignified. The latter ones were better, but the previous ones who had completely liberated the power of Benyu were more troublesome. Very strong, at least for many Captain Reaper. HMPH, it's really boring. I wouldn't have come if I knew it earlier. Zanaki Kenpachi glanced at the 10 blades. His tone was full of disappointment that could not be concealed, and his words obviously angered the two most grumpy among the 10 blades. Nutra and Yami immediately looked at Kenpachi Zakagi angrily, and scrambled to rush to Kenpachi Zaragi, thinking that they planned to kill this god of death who looked down on him so much. Boring. Today Zakagi Kenpachi is really in a bad mood. If it was in the past, he would have controlled his strength to the same extent as the two 10 blades in front of him and played with them, but today he obviously didn't have the leisure to do so. I saw a cold light flashing in Zanmu Janba's eyes, and a yellow spiritual pressure burst out from his body. The terrifying spiritual pressure contained an incomparably heavy pressure, and suddenly Nutra and Yami were in the air. The 10 blades in the middle sank all over, and they couldn't resist being overwhelmed directly from the air and fell to the ground with a bang, blasting out 2 big pits. It's so strong. Just relying on the spiritual pressure makes Nutra and Yami unable to resist. No, he is not serious at all. If he wants to, he can use the spiritual pressure to directly make the souls of Nutra and Yami collapse. Sarapallo Glance, who is considered a scientist. He and Nutra were the most familiar. After all, they had calculated Nelialu together, so the rebuilt Nutra with a few pounds and a few taels of strength, he is still very precise. But this Captain Reaper could unleash a little Reiatsu to make them both unable to resist. It was terrible. He found that he really underestimated the Reaper of the 13th Division of the Guardian Court. He had a feeling that Aizen was not the same. In front of this hedgehog bellhead death opponent. Let's leave this level of shattered face to you, it's too boring. Zaraki Jien walked to the roof of a house, lay down, closed his eyes and fell asleep as if there was no one else around. But there was no one there. Dare to disturb him, whether it is the Death God side or the Zai Palace side. Hey, it looks like Kenpachi is not in a good mood today. Fengchao Lujiro glanced at the 2 10 blades below, secretly thinking that you are unlucky, but you are also lucky, because your strength is against Zengi Kenpachi. It's too weak for you to survive. Damn, you bastard, I'm the strongest, how dare you look down on me like that? Nutra struggled to stand up, staring at Kenpachi Zengeki who seemed to have fallen asleep and shouted angrily. It's very angry, but the difference in strength will not change with the size of your voice. Zaragi Kenpachi threw out a sentence that made Nutra almost vomit blood without opening his eyes. Let's get rid of the remaining 10 blades, and then go to Aizen. The old man Yamamoto gave orders directly to the captains of the death gods. As for the other deputy captains and a few officers, he told them to stay aside. Interfere with the captain's battle. Old man, what about mine? Kurosaki Ichigo obviously didn't want to just stand aside and watch, but seeing the posture of the old man Yamamoto didn't seem to have his share. Among the 13 captains of the Gotei 13th Division, Uno Hanaritsu quit. Now, if Zakagi Kenpachi didn't make a move, Kuchiki Shanghai and Heiko Meiko seemed to have the same plan, but together with Tianbei Kusuke, there seemed to be 10 captains there. 645 Captain Death fights 10 blades. If you want to fight so much, I'll give it to you. If it was the previous Broby, he would never say such a thing, but he was pushed down by Liu Chengkong the day before yesterday. Liu Chengkong didn't want Broby to be the same as the original. Without half an arm, although Orihime Inoue and Hana Uno were able to recover, it wasn't good, and the attack of Smash B was a bit monotonous. When her attack speed and movement speed are faster than her skills are basically limited to 7 or 8, even if Bankai becomes a one-hit kill, but the speed is slowed down, and such a big slash the knife is too cumbersome to move, too obtrusive, and the slower speed is even more difficult to function. After the Broken Bee finished speaking, he also walked aside under the surprised eyes of the captains and vice-captains of the Death Gods. Is this still the calm and cold word of the previous Broken Bee, who never blinked an eye when killing people? Why is it so abnormal today, now that Broken Bee has withdrawn, and the old man Yamamoto will not make a move? The balance of 10 to 10 is suddenly broken, and the Death God side has become only 8. Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned. Originally, he thought he had no hope. He was just complaining. He didn't expect that he would have a position after saying a few words, and the old man Yamamoto's appearance was not good. There were 2 of them at once. Quickly fight, the old man Yamamoto repeated again, but this time his tone was much heavier and he was obviously a little impatient. Big fat man, I let you escape before, so this time I won't let you escape again. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Yami, who was almost killed by him last time, and he was alive again after a few days. Obviously he chose Yami as his opponent. After all, old man Yamamoto said that he needed a quick solution. He knew him best. Of course, he should be solved quickly. Are you number 1? Then I'm here. Jingle Chunshui also knew that he wanted to be lazy under the stern gaze of the old man Yamamoto, and he was very envious of Zengi Kenpachi and Broby. One of them was his own strength. Fork, lawless, one has a good husband and good sisters, but he is still lonely and has nothing. He wants to fight. Hey, it seems to be impossible. Challenging the old man. Okay, but those who challenge the majesty of the old man have only one end, and that is death. The Balagang Ruzen gang also obviously wanted to try their improved strength again, so they directly swung their big axe and slashed at them. Jingle spring water. Then I'll choose you. Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to choose the resurrected Ulquiorra, but unfortunately he was not a blind arrogant person. After many defeats, he also knew that he could not defeat Ulquiorra at present, not to mention that today's Ulquiorra was at least 5 to 6 times stronger than the one who had died once a few days ago. It's good that Ulquiorra isn't killed in seconds now. Therefore, he chose Nutra, one of the 2 10-edged swords shot down by Zaraki Kenpachi just now, but unfortunately he also miscalculated this time. Nutra's current strength is also 5 to 6 stronger than the original times, and Kurosaki Ichigo's current strength is at most equivalent to the original Nutra, but now facing a Nutra who is at least 5 times stronger than him, he is really dangerous. Challenging this uncle, Nutra immediately aroused the killing intent in his heart when he saw someone challenge him, and the anger provoked by Kenpachi Zaraki immediately sent someone to the door to relieve him. He was also very happy, and didn't care about the opponent's strength, directly picked up the giant sickle and smashed it at Kurosaki Ichigo. A lot of strength. When the sickle and Tiansuo Zanyu touched each other, he immediately understood that he might not read the almanac again today, and his luck was very bad. The Nutra in front of him was at least 5 times stronger than himself, and he dared to neglect immediately. Enter the ether state and fight Nutra. With the Balagang Ruzen gang, Nutra, Jingle Chunshui, Kurosaki Ichigo and others started the battle, and the other death captains also chose one of the 10 blades to fight. And Ulki, of course, what Ola is fighting is the more violent and more inclined to fight with the strong and the 6 chariot boxing. As for the rest, it's fine, but it is worth mentioning that Apollo, the scientist in the 10 blades, did not face the Nimayuri that he was supposed to face in the Gotei 13th Division, but he faced the more powerful Urahara Kazuki. And Urahara Kazuki was obviously very interested in Apollo's ability, but he didn't kill him directly but played with him. Obviously, he planned to clean up Apollo immediately after the other captains finished the battle when he got tired of playing. Corrupt, Skull the Great. The Beiwagang Ruzengang suddenly returned to the sword, so Jingle Chunsui had to fight Shikai directly, but Jingle Chunsui, who had the breath of death for the first time, had to fall into a disadvantage. But fortunately, his Zanpakuto ability is the first time to face an unknown enemy, and he is the arrogant, angry, irritable face of the Balagang Ruzengang, who is not good at calm analysis. The Mori gang almost took the words of Jingle Chunsui many times. For a while, the two were at a deadlock. Although Jingle Chunsui Vivi was at a disadvantage, in fact, for a while, no one could do anything about the other. Ichigo Kurosaki. When Ulquioricifer came to the world, he was looking for you. I saw you in his eyes, but you seem to be stronger than that time. Haha, that's good at least. Be patient. Although Nutra's scythe is large, he is not slow to swing it, and he is good at strength. Don't be deceived by his relatively slender body. In fact, his pure strength is only under the teeth. Remember that pure strength is not the strength of the body. Damn, don't underestimate people, the crescent moon is rushing. The black ribbon-shaped slash slashed out, and it was suddenly released from the huge sickle that Tiansuo Zanyu touched on Nutra, a sudden and violent blow. Let Nutra be accidentally blasted out. It's just that Zigang Gangpi is the strongest among the 10 blades, but he still has some skills, plus his strength is 5 times that of Kurosaki Ichigo, even if he doesn't return to the blade now. And Kurosaki Ichigo has entered the strongest. The state did not suffer too much damage, except for a knife wound that was not too small, not too deep, not too shallow. Okay, it actually hurt me. The boy is not bad. Let's see the trick. False flash. Not only was Nutra not angry, but even more happy. If he entered the strongest state, he would not be able to cut himself before returning to the blade. If you hurt yourself, it sounds like a fart. 646 laying in bed late. Nutra opened his mouth wide and spit out a sharper tongue. A yellow ball of light appeared 2 centimeters above the tongue, and shot out at Kurosaki Ichigo, forming a ray-like yellow light. Flash. Crescent moon sky rushes. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank. It wasn't the first time he fought with Bromian, of course he was very knowledgeable. Generally speaking, one of Bromian's strongest attacking moves was false dodge. The power of the Crescent Moon Sky Chong has been increased to the maximum, and the Crescent Moon Sky Chong cutout this time is no longer a black band. It may be the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo used all his strength. After the black band-shaped slash was formed, it continued to enlarge, and it turned into a crescent-shaped black slash, and Nutra's yellow virtual flash collided violently. Together, the smoke and dust in the sky exploded, forming a mushroom cloud. Pray, holy crying mantis. Nutra understood that if he did not return to the blade, he could only draw a tie with Ichigo Kurosaki in Benkai's blurred state. His rank was only a Chuka's, so he immediately returned to the sword. With Nutra's return to the blade, the originally evenly matched battle was immediately broken. In an instant, the strength was almost the same, but now after Nutra's return to the blade, the strength is now black in Benkai plus virtual state. 5 times that of Sake Ichigo. This is the improvement of Benyu after the complete unblocking. It's a good show now. Hiriko Meiko laughed wickedly, but the old man Yamamoto frowned. Obviously, he also noticed that Ichigo Kurosaki was in trouble. If there was no accident or no one would save him, if so, Kurosaki Ichigo will surely die. After returning to the blade, Nutra's head has an asymmetrical crescent-shaped long horn, and each of the 4 arms holds a large sickle in the shape of a mantis arm, but not many people know that Nutra has more than 4 arms. It can also be increased to 6 according to the needs of the battle. Die, God of Death. Nutra, who had improved in all directions after returning to the blade, roared and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo at a speed several times faster than before. Slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. In an instant, Ichigo Kurosaki was beaten continuously, and he couldn't make any counterattack except for the passive defense of conditional firing. Not only that, Nutra seemed to have abandoned all defenses. Sometimes Ichigo Kurosaki could occasionally he completely ignored the attacks that hit him. Obviously, after returning to the blade, his strongest steel skin defense has also been improved. It can be said that he ignored the ordinary attacks of Kurosaki Ichigo except for Crescent Moon. God of Death, do you only have so much strength? If so, then you should die. Wang Shu's flash. Nutra attacked Kurosaki in a frenzy for a while, and he was completely wounded and full of blood. It was all over the place, as if he had lost interest. He wanted to find another stronger opponent. Suddenly, he kicked Kurosaki Ichigo in the stomach and knocked him out, knocking over several buildings. Not only that, Nutra didn't intend to let Ichigo Kurosaki go. Obviously, if he fought against him, he would be ready to kill him or be killed by him. A dark yellow phantom flashed that was darker than before. Going empty, he directly hit the position where Kurosaki Ichigo fell, and there was a huge explosion, and a huge deep hole had been blown out there. Looks like we're not late. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly sounded, although it was loud and loud, but Lu Chengkong's voice, not too small, was clearly transmitted to all the gods of death. See how? You're already late, okay. You're not going to stay in bed again, right? Hiriko Meiko said with a smile, and at the same time seeing Lu Chengkong coming, Zengmu Kenpachi on the side also opened his eyes, and the Broken Bee also relied on it. The dexterous and quick skills came to Lu Chengkong's side. After 2 days of training, although Broken Bee was still tit for tat with him. However, he also accepted his identity as his husband. In the case of someone, Broby is a docile little bee. After all, she did not want to be ravaged by Lu Chengkong in front of Siphon Yuan Yei after she went back. How could that be? Lu Chengkong hugged his head and denied it directly, but Nelly Lu, who was with him, kept his mouth shut and snickered, because it was really said by Hiriko Meiko, Lu Chengkong was in the war. On the eve of the Tokiba War, he actually held a bunch of his wives and overslept in the end. It was Nelly L who woke him up. Otherwise, he might not wake up until the battle was over. It's not like you. Why did you only show it with Nelly this time? Kuchiki Shanghai smiled a little more than his usual serious appearance, and said jokingly, and his words were immediately recognized by Hiriko Meiko. This is not like Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong will never be less than 3 beauties to accompany him every time he fights, but this time he only brings 1, which is really big news. Of course it's my baby Nailu who has cultivated feelings. For this one who is most loyal to himself, his soul is immortal, and although he has not been pushed down, except for the last layer of film, he is covered with willow. Lu Chengkong really likes the Nelly L that Chengkong has touched, and Nelly L is one of the few characters he likes the most in the world of death. Nelly L didn't struggle either. She was obviously brave enough to pursue her feelings, but Vivi's face was a little blushing, but she had a happy expression on her face. She buried her head on Lu Chengkong's chest and was very cute. He breathed a sigh of relief. The charm that radiates out of the invisible is fascinating. Nelly L, you finally came out. Do you still remember me? Nutra, whose mask was taken off by you, you must have never imagined that I will practice again, in order to seek revenge for you. Go die. It's a pity that such a warm scene was quickly broken by a rough voice. After cleaning up Kurosaki Ichigo, although Nutra could not perceive Nelly L who was hiding the Reiatsu, her eyes saw Nelly L, and the hatred in her heart was immediately raised, and she couldn't wait. He rushed towards Nelly Lu, completely hugged her and Lu Chengkong, and the people standing beside him, who were simply incomparable to him, took it as air. Noisy. Nelly L threw out 2 words in an ethereal and pleasant voice, and stuck out a jade hand from Lu Chengkong's arms, stretched out a jade finger without looking at Nutra, tap lightly into the space in front of you. Immediately, there were waves of visible fluctuations in the space, forming a circle of ripples. Neutra, who had just stepped up and rushed over, was suddenly attacked by a huge force, even with a knife. Boom out. 646, 647 Niatu Ichigo is still on stage. This is the ability of space. Hiriko Meiko, Kuchiki Kyoka, Zakagi Kenpachi, Yamamoto Old Man, Urahara Kazuki are all people who know the goods. Seeing Nellie L as casual, it seems that they ignore the space distance and directly send Noi. The ability of the Terra Bomb to fly out has his pupils shrunk, and he can't help exclaiming loudly. It seems that my Nilu's mastery of space is getting better and better. Of course Lu Chengkong knew that Nilu was the secret of the space-type Zanpakuto. It's just that he didn't expect that Nellialu didn't take action during this period of time. Not only the strength has improved, but also the control of space ability has become more and more powerful, and he can use his own Zanpakuto ability without releasing Zanpakuto. Damn it, it's impossible. How could I, as a male, have a lower status than a female? It's impossible, you can't have such strength. Neutra stood up and roared in disbelief, but there was a tinge of fear in his voice that could not be concealed. Obviously, he couldn't have the same fear of life and death as Grimjow did. This guy is really an idiot. Are strong men divided into men and women? Nellialu obviously doesn't want anyone to disturb her and Lu Chengkong, and she obviously doesn't pay attention to this kind of guy, if he is rushing over. Nellie L wouldn't have bounced him off. Hiriko Meiko obviously noticed that the clear eyes that Vivi had originally closed Vivi opened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Obviously, Hiriko Meiko guessed correctly. If L thought about it, just releasing Reiatsu could crush his soul to such an extent that it couldn't bear it and collapsed. This time Nellie Lu just warned Neutra not to interfere with the warmth between her and Lu Chengkong. I think Nellie Lu didn't want to release her spiritual pressure in Lu Chengkong's arms in such a warm scene. The bottom of the break this a warm scene. Otherwise, if Neutra just rushed over with bad intentions in normal times, he would have died, and he could still be alive and shouting like he is now. It can be said that Neutra is still alive now. Lu Chengkong's blessing. If Lu Chengkong hadn't embraced Nellie L and enjoyed this happiness, if it was warm, Neutra's fate could be imagined. You must know that the current Nellie L is not the original Nellie L. Her kindness will only be reserved for one's own people. Anyone who has bad intentions will cast a thunder, strike on himself or Lu Chengkong and her Nellie. Hee, Nilu seems to be really entertaining. Neutra is dead now. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and he looked in the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo fell. Said if it meant something. Well, do you mean him? Nellie L glanced in the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo was, and showed a pure smile, like a lotus flower that was unstained from the mud. Boom. As if to echo the words of Nellie Lu and Lu Chengkong, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had already completely collapsed, suddenly exuded a black Reiatsu, but there is no sentence in the original book, I will protect you. Obviously this time he is life. Under the threat of salt, Ichigo Bai had to hand over his power to him at least to save his life. It's just that Shiro Ichigo didn't expect that after releasing Wang Shu's flash, Neutra turned around and attacked Nellie L, and his power had been handed over to Kurosaki Ichigo, and he wanted to take it back all of a sudden. That's too late. Kurosaki Ichigo is now in a semi-conscious state. Even in his heyday, he can only fall into a frenzy, let alone now, and at this time, he did not become like this to protect anyone, it was purely because Ichigo didn't want to. Kurosaki Ichigo's death affected himself, so Kurosaki Ichigo would definitely go crazy without a trace of reason. Is this the power of the emptiness in his body? After the combination of the two, it actually has the strength of the high-level peak of Vastord, and it is only one step away from reaching the peak of Vastord. Kurosaki Ichigo can be said to be cultivated by Urahara Kazuki. He also knew that there was an empty power in Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, he first became an empty before returning to the god of death, although he eventually became a death, but the power of the void still took root in the depths of his heart. It's a bit embarrassing. As the main body, His strength is only about the broken face Ichigo's in the back of the 10 blades, but the strength of Shu in his body has surpassed him by so much. I am very curious about who was competing with Shu at the beginning. How did he succeed when he was the master? The difference in strength is too big. Hirako Meiko looked at it, and her appearance had changed greatly at this time, becoming a bull's head Ichigo with 2 similar horns and an empty hole in her chest. It seems that Niatou Ichigo is still going to appear, but the difference is that they appear in different ways. The original work was threatened by Ulquiorlucifer and appeared to protect Inoue, so I kept the last obsession in my heart. But now it is because of Nutra's threat that his life is in danger. In order to save his life, Baiyihu gave him his power without any obsession. Killing, fighting. Ichigo, you are still such a rubbish, you are so devoted. In Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual world, at this time, Shiro Ichigo was facing Kurosaki, who was lying in front of him with his eyes closed and seemed to be in a coma. Ichigo growled angrily. Zanyu, is this the master you chose? If it wasn't for your help when he was fighting for the body, he would never have assimilated me. It's a pity that Hirako Meiko couldn't hear it, otherwise he would definitely show an expression of sudden realization. It turned out that it was Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto who helped him. Ichigo, this phantom power. Zanyu did not speak, but looked at Ichigo Kurosaki quietly. His eyes were so deep that people couldn't see what he was thinking at all. His existence was to protect Ichigo Kurosaki, and it never changed. No matter how much better Shiro Ichigo was than Ichigo Kurosaki, or how powerful he was unmoved. Che, this kid's luck is really good. Someone was born to give him the spiritual pressure of Captain Death's Peak and let him slowly absorb it. The speed of strength improvement is rapid, and there is such a powerful Zanpakuto who has been silently guarding him. It's just that this kid is too unsatisfactory and rubbish. He can only rely on people to help each time. Without people's help, he will just lie down like a dead dog. Hey, what about the peak spiritual pressure of the captain of the death god? With your strength, it is impossible to mobilize this spiritual pressure and exert a combat power that is symmetrical with this spiritual pressure. Shirai Ichigo was very depressed. Sometimes he really wanted to be an independent individual, but he was helpless. He was born because of Kurosaki Ichigo. If he wanted to become independent, he would only devour Kurosaki Ichigo himself. There is no other way. And he has never done this all the time, just to get Zanyu, like Kurosaki Ichigo, to have Zanyu to protect him and fight with himself. No one knows Zanyu's ability better than him, and Zanyu is indeed the Zanpakuto that suits him best. Therefore, until now, when he has not made a full effort to compete with Kurosaki Ichigo for his body, if he does, he will basically help Kurosaki Ichigo to stop himself to a certain extent. 647-648 The Death of Nutra. Shiro Ichigo knows very well that even if he is strong enough to devour Kurosaki Ichigo with the support of Zanyu in the dark, it is useless to devour Kurosaki Ichigo, because at that time Kurosaki Ichigo will be swallowed by him. You will not give him strength, nor will he fight side by side with him. To know that a Shinigami and Zanpakuto are separated from each other, not only will they not help each other, but will maximize their combat effectiveness, but instead will make each other stumbling and confuse the Zanpakuto owner. It is difficult to say whether the owner of the Zanpakuto can display 5 or 60% of its combat effectiveness. And Zanyu is not the Zanpakuto of Zanaki Kenpachi. Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto needs to devour the spirit of the sword in order to maximize the power of Zanpakuto, but Zanyu is obviously different, so I know the power of Zanpakuto very well and know that Zanyu is the most suitable for me. Shiro Ichigo didn't do it for a while, and now he can use Zanyu's power to fight because Zanyu wants to use his hand to teach Kurosaki Ichigo. However, he who has tried the power of Zanyu wants to get the Zanpakuto, but unfortunately his ideas are different. One is to protect Ichigo Kurosaki, and the other is to devour Ichigo Kurosaki, and he is destined to be the capital of Ichigo in this life. It was impossible for Zanyuki to treat Shiro Ichigo the same way he treated Kurosaki Ichigo. The appearance has changed. Are you transforming again? What is this form? Nutra looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had already been beaten by him, and who had more air and less breath even if he didn't die, actually stood by him in front of him. It may be because of his bad luck that he was flung out by Nellie L and just landed not far from Kurosaki Ichigo. Moo! Nihitu Ichigo suddenly let out a loud cry like a mad cow, but it was even crazier and louder than the cow's cry. The sound was so loud that there were invisible ripples in the nearby air. Sound waves. HMPH, you should lie down obediently just now that you saved your life, how dare you be so arrogant. Nutra is on fire now, although she doesn't know what Nihitu Ichigo's cry means, but it was Shishion to himself, and suddenly turned to Kurosaki Ichigo. I intend to use the same attack method as before to defeat Nihitu Ichigo again. Not only that, but this time the strength is obviously greater, which also indicates that Nutra completely regards Nihitu Ichigo as a punching bag. Who became whose punching bag? Taurus Ichigo's pupilless eyes suddenly stared at Nutra, which made his heart shudder, but more of it was anger. The scythe was swung even faster and a sharp sonic boom sounded. Niutao Aikihu flicked his right hand, ignoring the 4 sharp scythes in front of his face and directly killed the sickle with his palm. The powerful force made Nutra involuntarily lean back, but it was right the foot stepped back, and the body was kept from falling backward by the force of the rebound. Impossible, how did this little devil who was vulnerable just now suddenly become so powerful? Nutra yelled in anger and slashed at Niu's head Ichigo again, obviously defeated by Nellie L again. Moreover, facing Nellie Lu, he was like an ant sitting on a well and watching the sky, which made his heart soar to the sky. Now, seeing this little devil who was beaten to death by him just now is so rampant, he is even more angry. Nihitu Ichigo's right hand moved backwards without looking at it, and Tiansu Ozanyu returned to his hand again and slashed straight forward. There was no sharp and harsh sound of swords colliding, but some were like sharp swords cutting wood. General crisp sound. Broken. Nutra's pupils shrank for a while, and he said with a cold breath. The sickle is very sharp, and it seems to be cut off by someone and cut off with one knife. How can this be new? The one who broke his scythe was Ichigo Kurosaki, who had just been abused by himself. Nihitu Ichigo let out a low roar, and after cutting off Nutra's sickle, he raised his right foot and kicked Nutra out, and then he caught up with Nutra in a flash. A single skill hit Nutra's head and directly dropped him from midair to the ground, pinching Nutra's head and lifting him up. Immediately, a heavy punch hit Nutra in the stomach, causing him to vomit blood, and the whole person turned into a cannonball that was fired and disappeared, but there were several loud rumblings from the rear. Nutra, who was apparently knocked out, hit many houses. Damn, you little brat, how dare you treat this uncle like this? I want you to die without a corpse. Wang Shu's flash. The dark yellow Wang Shu's flash came from the front, and Nihitu Ichigo was not to be outdone. A flame-like light ball condensed in front of the bull's horns. With a single blow, the flames flashed out, and the 2 flashes had collided. The sub-concentration is far better than that of Nutra's Wang Shu's flashing flames. Not only that, the remaining flaming phantom flashes directly hit Nutra, directly burning half of his body. His Wang Shu's phantom flash was not as good as Ulquioricifer's black phantom flash. The strength is so different. In the case of a huge difference in strength, the black virtual flash of the same level as the flame virtual flash is easily dispersed, let alone the flash of Wang Shu, who is 1 level lower than the flame virtual flash and the black virtual flash. Of course, it cannot offset the residual. The power of the flaming flames. How can this happen? I, Nutra, are the strongest, how can I be defeated by a brat like you? At this time, Nutra had temporarily forgotten the hatred for Nellier and the shame of being defeated by Nellier. Some of it was just anger at Nihitu Ichigo in front of him, but it was a pity that he ignored him. No amount of anger can change the gap in strength. 100 meters apart, Nihitu Ichigo suddenly appeared in front of Nutra, stepping on his body, making him unable to move. Under his frightened, unwilling, unbelieving, angry, and desperate eyes a pair of pointed and long bullheads once again condensed a flaming phantom flash and hit him directly. The soaring flame's spiritual pressure rushed into the sky, and the strong wind destroyed all the nearby buildings. Nutra couldn't even scream, and was directly beaten by the flames. When did Kurosaki's strength become so strong? And that speed is too exaggerated. Such strength can already be compared with yesterday's giant called Grimjow. Ishida Yulong looked at Nihitu Ichigo in surprise. Chadu Taihu beside him, and Asanjing Renji on the other side also widened their eyes, and even the other 10 blades on one side looked over. It turns out that this is the power of the emptiness in his body. It is because his Reiatsu suddenly surpassed mine when I met him for the first time. It turns out that this is the reason. Looking more clearly, I roughly guess the mystery of Kurosaki Ichigo. 648, 649 Grimjow's request. Death. Lu Chengkong felt that he didn't come for nothing this time. This place is much more shocking than the anime scene on the computer. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. He tore open the space under the strange and puzzled eyes of Hiriko Mako and others, opened the black cavity next to Lu Mansion, and directly used the spiritual pressure to create an ice blue light rope and shot it in. It didn't take long for him to light up. Pulling it lightly, what came back was another figure. It was Grimjow. Anyway, Grimjow also agreed to help Ulquiorrax to free him, so it was easy to see that there was no trace of impurities, no trace of external force, the real goods were genuine, and the strengths were similar. Who will win the battle to protect this half-blood, human strength, undead strength, void strength? Hey, Grimjow, look, Ulquiorrax was attacked, and if you don't come again, it's not that you help Ulquiorrax to free him, but that Ulquiorrax is killed. Lu Chengkong pointed in the direction of Ulquiorlacifa. Nihitu Ichigo has no obsession at the moment, and has no thoughts other than the madness to vent this uncontrollable force, killing neuter. After pulling, he will next target Ulquiorlacifa, who is closest to him and one of the most powerful. No wonder Urahara Kazuki cared so much about him at the beginning. It turns out that in addition to the alien spiritual pressure, there is such a void in his body. Haha, good, very good. Compared to that useless Kurosaki Ichigo, I am more satisfied with the imaginary strength in his body. It makes my blood boil even more, and makes me want to fight him even more. I haven't met an opponent that makes my blood boil for a long time. The belligerent Grimjow certainly didn't want to fight against opponents whose strengths were too far apart. Now, seeing how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo's body is, combined with Kurosaki Ichigo's power and Zanyu's power, there will be being so powerful, he didn't give in too much compared to himself, which made his blood boil. Without even thinking about it, he returned directly to the blade, entered the strongest state and rushed to Ulquior Ichigo before Ulquior Ichigo, kicked Ulquior Ichigo out with a quick kick, and then looked at Ulquio in a complicated way. Compared to Grimjow's complicated gaze, Lacifa seemed very calm, and he did not have the fear of someone who had died once and then faced death. Instead, he was relieved and happy. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the fight between you and that kid. I thought a fight must be fierce. Ulquiorlacifa said to Grimjow calmly, and while he was speaking, a green light began to bloom on his body. Aizen was now surrounded by a wall of fire and could not see Ulquiorlacifa's current situation, of course. There is no way to directly control Ulquiorlacifa through Benyu, so now Ulquiorlacifa can still control himself. Farewell. Ulquiorlacifa waved at Grimjow. He never thought of living, if he understood the meaning of the heart before being catalyzed by the power of Benyu, and Grimjow if Myo controlled nothingness and made his heart no longer nothingness, he would never die like this. He Ulquiorlacifa, of course, has his own pursuit after he has a heart. But now he is completely controlled by Aizen, he is no longer qualified to pursue, and his future has long been ruined by Benyu. Everything has been. It was like a mirror. It was too late, so he wanted to use everything he had left to help this great void that made him understand the meaning of his heart and make himself no longer empty. Grimjow. Wong, is there any way to make him recover? Grimjow turned his head and said to Lu Chengkong, looking at Lu Chengkong with begging eyes. Times asking for help. Even in the face of Lu Chengkong, this was the first time he showed such an appearance, not for himself, but for Ulquiorlacifa, so that a touch of emotion flashed in the eyes of Ulquiorlacifa, who knew Grimjow very well. At this moment, I only feel that my heart is warm, not cold. No, Lu Chengkong shook his head. After all, he is not a god. Although he is now as powerful as Mao Zhawali, Spirit King, and Wang Shu, he is only an existence with powerful power. A saint who cannot do anything, even a saint is not omnipotent, let alone Lu Changkong. Grimjiao was suddenly disappointed, and the latter Ulquioricifer did not have much mood swings, and was still as calm as ever, but soon both of them looked at Lu Changkong with surprise. I couldn't do it before I was bathed in the power of Bengyu, but if I let him go back to his original form and become a phantom of the lowest level even worse than Kyrian, I can do it again after training. Lu Changkong twitched the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, obviously he was deliberately trying to displease Grimjiao just now. You give all of your power to Grimjiao first, and I will keep your soul, which is split from your own soul, not a complete soul. You are not Stark. Stark's soul splitting is that his ability will not damage his soul, but you are not. Then I will let you repair your soul, but don't force the soul to split in the future, otherwise. Although the latter words were not spoken, Ulquioricifer, who suffered from the split of his soul and survived because of it, had a general understanding of what Lu Changkong meant, and he did not hesitate to turn into a green light and merge into Grimjiao. In his body, the current Ulquioricifer's strength is 5 to 6 times stronger than the strength of 2 days ago. Even if the current Grimjiao swallows it, it will have a great effect. Because Grimjiao has now mastered the symbol of his spiritual power, there is no shortage of realms, and it will not be like other Vastord. Even if it devours the same level of emptiness, it is useless. What Grimjiao lacks is only to break the power of Vastord's bottleneck. Now all he has to do is to accumulate continuously. Therefore, Grimjiao, who has now reached Ulquioricifer, has grown in strength again, but Grimjiao, who is influenced by Lu Changkong, knows that pure quantity is useless, and Reiatsu is not only useful if it is simply huge. To be able to fully utilize and control 100% of the play, and at the same time pure and no impurities is the most important amount, the more pure the better. Therefore, Grimjiao did not directly absorb the spiritual pressure from Ulquioricifer in his body. Instead, he continued to compress it to remove all impurities. Finally, after countless compressions, cleanings, and washings, what remained only the purest spiritual power without impurities begins to absorb this spiritual power and turn it into a part of one's own spiritual pressure. 649-650 Leopard King vs. Niatu Ichigo. At the same time, just before Ulquiorix's green light entered Grimjiao's body, Lu Changkong shot out an ice blue light that hit the green light that Ulquiorix had transformed into. At the same time as it merged into Grimjiao's body, a gray object that could only be seen as a humanoid flew out from the green light, which was wrapped in ice blue light. If it wasn't for the ice blue light protecting this object, it might be dissipated by the wind. Obviously, this is the soul of Ulquioricifer, and it is not complete, but split by Aizen. Only after he is completely repaired to form a complete soul can he be turned into the lowest level of emptiness. I'll solve your problem later, I'll send you to Stark first. Lu Changkong looked at the incomplete soul of Ulquioricifer floating in front of him and said. The latter heard the words, insignificant. He nodded, as if he was thanking Lu Changkong. However, Lu Changkong smiled indifferently, opened his black voice and sent it to Stark, and asked Stark to take care of him. He was an old friend anyway, and Stark was of course very happy about it. It's too late to say it, although there are so many things that happened just now, but in fact, it's just not enough for 2 seconds to pass, and the Taurus Ichigo who was suddenly kicked out has only instinct left at this time. Zhe Limyo attacked himself suddenly, and he could feel the threat from him, plus Ulquioricifer had disappeared. He immediately shifted his target and attacked Grimjiao. One of them was completely Avatar and combined the power of Reaper and Zanpakuto. The other was an authentic Vastord who broke through between life and death step by step. Comparable to 9,999 pure gold, the collision between the two immediately unfolded in the air of Kakuza town. At this time, Ichigo Taurus only had instinct left, but it was precisely because of this that he complimented Kurosaki Ichigo's serious lack of combat experience and his poor combat skills. But driven by the fighting instinct, these 3 simple attack methods were maximized. Moreover, Zanyu is the most suitable way to attack. Otherwise, he will not only have one move, but also the only one, the Crescent Moon, so relying on instinct to fight will bring the power of Zanyu into full play. Maximum. Wang Shu's Flash. Grimmjow was a big move as soon as he came up, and the blue Wang Shu's flash shot directly through the air and shot at Niatu Yihu. Niatu Ichigo roared, and shot a pair of super long horns at Grimmjow, not to be outdone, and fired a flaming phantom. Since both sides were evenly matched, their power was one lower than that of the Black Phantom and the Flaming Phantom. The high-level Wang Shu's flash was broken up after a short stalemate, but the flame flash was not much better. At least after Wang Shu's flash was broken, there was not much energy left to directly be with Wang Shu's flash. Explode. Is it the same level as Ulquiorra's Black Phantom Flash? The flame-like Flame Phantom Flash has good power. It should be a unique ability that you realized after you arrived at Vastord. In this case, I can't hide my clumsiness. Now, let me show you the skills I learned after Vastord. Grimmjow clenched his hands suddenly, and let out a roar from the sky, as if the Leopard King was roaring in the sky, and then there was a sound from behind Grimmjow that sounded like a burst of clothes. A pair of slender and huge wings grew out of Grimmjow's back. Ah, the wings are quite unique, but they are very suitable for Grimmjow, the Leopard King. It should be regarded as the Leopard King's wings. Leopard wings. Others are white tigers with wings that add more wings to a tiger. This Grimmjow is now like a leopard with wings. Lu Chengkong looked at Grimmjow's appearance at this time, and said a little speechlessly. Not to mention, the growth of a pair of leopard wings is not for decoration, because at the moment when the pair of leopard wings appeared, his opponent, Niatu Ichigo, obviously tightened his body, as if he was guarding against Jay. Grimmjow seems to be even more terrifying after telling everyone that he has grown a pair of leopard wings. It's been a long time. I'm not used to using this state for the first time. My Leopard King form is different from Ulquiorra's second stage blade, but you can experience the difference yourself. After Grimmjow finished speaking, he didn't see any movement in his body, not even the leopard wings behind him moved. His figure had disappeared, and after the leopard wings grew, he was really like a leopard. It's faster. If Ishida Yuryu's evaluation of Taurus Ichigo's speed is astonishing, then the speed evaluation of Grimmjow, who is now in the second form of the Leopard King, is terrifying. Niatu Ichigo instinctively sensed the danger coming from behind, conditioned reflex to pick up Tiansuo Zanyu and slash back. The strong force seemed to split the air, and a harsh sonic boom sounded immediately, but unfortunately there was no one behind him. Where are you looking? Grimmjow's voice came from the left of Ichigo Minotaur. It was too late when he was about to attack again. Grimmjow had already struck the leopard at close range. The king's claw tore apart Niatu Ichigo's body, and 10 huge scars appeared. The blood seemed to be pouring out continuously without money. Even if Niatu Ichigo's super speed was comparable to Ulquiorra Sifa, is too late to regenerate. Moo. Niatu Ichigo is not bullied either. In terms of speed, he is behind Grimmjow, who entered the second state of the Leopard King. But after all, his strength is still at the same level, and he can still react at such a close distance. Coming here, he was not to be outdone when he was attacked. The bullhorn released a flicker of flames, and at the same time, he waved the skylock with his right hand to cut the moon, and a huge black crescent moon flew out. HMPH, are you still using this trick? Don't think that only you can have a virtual flash that surpasses Wang Shu's flash power. I have it too, the Leopard King virtual flash. Grimmjow's face remained unchanged. He sneered, his right hand was wide open, and a dark blue ball of light with a jagged shape, which was spinning at a high speed like a whirlwind, shot out of nowhere. The virtual flash was launched. Boom. 2 consecutive huge explosions sounded like thunder, and the tumbling waves like the ocean waves during a tsunami surged away in all directions, and the sputtered spiritual pressure seemed to form a hurricane, which would smash nearby people. Nothing to build, all the boulders destroyed, blown away, blown away. 651 Leopard King wins. Grimmjow's Leopard King Zushin is really Niu Shisen. He actually managed to withstand the flames and the crescent Skychong with one enemy and 2. But don't forget, Grimjow's Leopard King Void Flash itself is the same as Black Void Flash, and Flame Void Flash is a first level, and if the strength of the two sides is similar, the power is almost the same. But the current Leopard King Zushin is still able to withstand the two with a powerful crescent moon while facing the flames by his own strength. He is already very good. He really deserves it. It is to give up the super speed regeneration, and only the slow regeneration is left in exchange for a stronger attack power. On the other hand, Shiro Ichigo, a creature that is very close to the void but still a little bit close to the void, retains the super speed regeneration, but in terms of pure attack power and destructive power, it is not as good as Grimjow, who gave up the super speed regeneration. Obviously, every virtual with super speed regeneration, you must have a high degree of autonomy to comprehend the possession. Not all virtuals have different views on super speed regeneration, some reserve, some do not. There is one more, eat it for me. 6 or 7 to dazzling jagged lights like blue lightning suddenly burst out from the thick smoke. A Leopard King Phantom flashed directly when there was no time or opportunity to unleash his trick. The resisting Niatou Ichigo slammed the Niatou Ichigo into the ground with a bang, blowing up a column composed entirely of sand, soil, buildings, and smoke. You should be finished now. Grimjow gasped slightly. Obviously, even he was physically exhausted in such a high-intensity battle just now. It can be said that this time he almost ran out of cards. Not only the Return Blade, but also the 3 abilities that Ichukas and Vastord realized when they were the Leopard King's Claws, the Leopard King Illusory Flash, and the second Leopard King form. The power of death and virtual are out. It's over. Others may not be clear, but with Liu Chengkong's strength, how could they still not be able to see clearly? Niatou Ichigo first ate a powerful claws of the Leopard King, and then was completely hit by the Leopard King Zushin. And it is the super attack power that Grimjow gave up for the super speed regeneration. Under the same level, it is too late for Taurus Ichigo to regenerate. It is already very good that there is no direct death. This battle is the Leopard King. Grimjow defeated Ichigo Kurosaki. Scoff. Suddenly, just as many gods of death breathed a sigh of relief, a long black cavity suddenly cracked open in the sky, and an object similar to a giant void poked its head out of the black cavity, along with those who had come to this world before. Extinguishing Prince Wandawise. Suddenly, a breath of air was blown out, and the wall of fire created by the old man Yamamoto's powerful and most terrifying Ryuren Ruahuo was actually extinguished. The name of the Prince of Extinguishing after returning to the blade has not been changed. Called the Fire Nemesis. Of course, after seeing Ujawali's various Zanpakuto abilities, Liu Chengkong knew that so-called restraint actually had both positive and negative sides. As long as it reached a certain level, even restraint would become anti-restraint. For example, if the flame of Old Man Yamamoto is more intense and high temperature, it will reach the limit that the prince can't bear, and if it exceeds the limit of the flame that can be extinguished by the prince, then the prince will be burst. It's amazing, the old man's Ruo Ren Ruahuo was actually put out. Jingle Chunchui suddenly used the ability of the Shadow Ghost to avoid the Balagang Ruzan gang, turned his head and looked at the extinguished wall of fire and couldn't help exclaiming loudly. Reconstructing the broken face, giving up all the abilities that can be improved, and creating the broken face specially to resist or restrain a certain ability. Nellie L looked at Wang Dawei. At this time, it was Nellie L who had reached the Scredo level. All the mysteries of the virtual were no secret to her, so she just glanced at it and felt Wang Weida. The breath on his body has already been judged. Aizen glanced at Nellie L in surprise. He didn't expect that what he had prepared for Old Man Yamamoto would be seen through by this beautiful woman at a glance, and what made him a little uneasy was that Nellie L should feel empty to him. However, there is no false feature on Nellie Alu. It is exactly the same as the god of death, which makes him feel uncomfortable and uncontrollable, but at this time, it is already difficult to ride a tiger, even if there are any variables Lan Ran could only go on, and when he thought of the collapsed jade on his chest, the unease in his heart was abandoned by him again. Tosin, have you forgotten the justice and agreement between us? Komamura Zojun saw that Toxian was about to question immediately. Dong Xian wanted his face to remain unchanged, and slowly opened his mouth to tell the secrets that belonged to him, the sins committed by the 46th room, and now Kimura Zojun was speechless. After all, the 46th room's bad behavior it has long been made public, and no matter how righteous he is, he cannot find any reason or point of view to refute. Since that's the case, let me have this old man as your opponent. Komamura Zojun didn't like the original book and couldn't play as hard as his former friend. Obviously, not only Aizen made many arrangements that the original book didn't have, but even the old man Yamamoto. In this way, the ideological work on the Kimura left front has been done a long time ago, so the Kimura left front is no longer indecisive. You are not my opponent. Dongxian wanted to look at the left formation of Komamura, and he felt uncomfortable, but everyone had the persistence in his heart, the persistence that would not change because of anything, so he also waved out of his Zanpakudo. Komamura Zojun directly Shikai. The huge Zanpakudo contains powerful power and directly slashes at Tosen Kao, but it is a pity that in the face of the amazing Zanpakudo Tosen Kao, he directly used the power that Aizen gave him. After blurring, he caught it with one hand, and even lifted it slightly to bounce Komamura Zojun's knife back. Bankai Black Rope God's Condemnation King Ming. Knowing that he was not Dongxian's opponent, he didn't hesitate or back down. Instead of retreating, he advanced and released Bankai. The huge black-armored warrior immediately took shape, and Komamura left the formation after that. Bankai mustered the greatest strength and swung the black rope to punish Ming Wang's big sword directly to Toxian Yao. It's a pity that the destructive power has been increased, but the speed is really not enough. Toxian has to dodge it with ease, and even keeps attacking the black rope to punish the Ming King, causing the Kimura Zojun to be completely injured. In the end, Tosen wanted to return to the sword in anger because of the hatred in his heart and the words of Kimura Zojun. He completely pressed and beat the Kimura Zojun with overwhelming strength and speed, and found an opportunity to kill each other in 9 rounds. Severely wounded Kimura left formation. Just when Komamura Zojun was about to give up, Usagi Shubbing succeeded in a sneak attack and hit Toxian Yao seriously. It was still the same as the original book. Toxian was going to regret it, and he became enlightened. At the same time, he was talking with Lan. Ran activated the blood splattering of the hands and feet that moved in his body and died, causing Komamura Sajin to roar in disbelief. 651, 652 Jumping Clown. Only the two of you are left. Lu Chengkong looked at Aizen with great interest. He really wanted to see what Aizen could do now. Anyway, Aizen was bound to die today, after playing for so long. Lu Chengkong was also tired of playing, so if Aizen didn't die, it really didn't matter. Oh, I'm the only one left. Do you mean that I'm at an absolute disadvantage? Hee, I'm already a god, no matter how many opponents I have, it's useless. Aizen lost the introvertedness that he had hidden in the past. Instead, Haki said it fully, and he didn't take Lu Chengkong and others in front of him at all. He didn't know whether to call him an idiot or arrogant. Among you, Lu Chengkong and that woman named Nelly Lu didn't fall in love with Kyoka Shuiyu, but do you think you can still escape the hypnosis of Kyoka Shuiyu in the waiting battle? Aizen sneered as she watched Lu Chengkong, who has always been regarded as a great enemy by himself. It seems that you are very confident in your own mirror. Well, I'll stand here to hypnotize you, so that you don't be so arrogant. Lu Chengkong sneered, as if traveling through space. He came directly to Lan Ran's in front of him. The speed was so fast that Lan Ran's pupils contracted. What? You're surprised by my speed? Don't worry, I've already controlled the speed to the slowest level. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you this opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have to. Lu Chengkong looked at Lan mockingly. Ran, as if looking at a frog sitting in the sky, but Lan Ran's face sank, and without saying a word, he directly liberated his Zanpakudo, Jinghua Suiyu. You lost. If you attacked me at that speed just now, you still have a chance to win, but now. Ah. Aizen smiled triumphantly like a winner, but unfortunately his laughter was quickly stuck in his throat. What he couldn't believe was that Lu Chengkong stretched out his right hand and pinched his neck with ease. From the god of death who was hypnotized by Jinghua Shuiyu, it seemed that Lu Chengkong was pinching air, but as a user of Jinghua Shuiyu, was he still hypnotized? However, Nelia Lu clearly saw that Lu Chengkong was holding Aizen's neck so that he could not speak. Is this the ability you are proud of? It doesn't seem to be very good. Lu Chengkong's eyes have quietly turned into scarlet with a continuous flow of golden light, obviously for a long time. The unused magic eye was displayed by Lu Chengkong once again. Your eyes. Lu Chengkong threw Lan Ran out. Lan Ran gasped for a while, and pointed at Lu Chengkong's eyes with trembling fingers. Do you think that the magic eye is more unique, and it's the only way to kill you? Well, prepare yourself. I won't use the magic eye this time. Well, in order to make you give up, I will also close my eyes. Lu Chengkong restored his eyes to pitch black as ink, and then closed his eyes under Aizen's wide-eyed gaze. Are you ready? Aizen, I am here. Lu Chengkong's figure flashed, and Aizen, who had already activated Jinghua Shuiyu, thought that nothing would happen this time, but was horrified to find that he was once like a chicken by Lu Zhongkong pinched his neck and lifted the whole person up. Do you know, I have no less than 10 ways to get rid of your Kyoka Suigetsu. Your Zanpakuto ability that you think is very powerful and your so-called godlike strength are nothing more than that in my opinion. Lu Chengkong shook his head in disappointment, and with a slight wave of his right hand, Aizen only felt as if he had been hit by a planet and turned into a cannonball and flew out, knocking over hundreds of buildings and flying for thousands of meters. Far away, a deep gap was drawn on the ground before it stopped. I'm sorry, I've tried my best to control my power to the point where I won't crush you to death all at once. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he ignored Aizen and returned to the place where he was standing just now, completely ignoring a kind of death god's collapse, his dull gaze. Impossible, you can't destroy Jinghuashui. Lan Ran flew back with scars all over his body and spitting blood. Not only that, he was bleeding from 7 holes now. Obviously, Lu Chengkong used his powerful mental power to directly destroy it. Aizen felt the backlash from the energy of Jinghua Shuiyu covering his facial features. The more perfect it looks, the more unbreakable the Zanpakuto is, the easier it is to crack, and once it is cracked, the Zanpakuto is a piece of rotten iron, so I am very satisfied with my snow-drink crazy sword. It's very simple, as long as an idiot can see the way to fight. That is to have enough strength. Hee. Let's be honest, Aizen, I've been letting you live until now, but I just don't want you to bring it to me the entertainment is over so soon. You are really just a clown jumping on the beam in my eyes. Lu Chengkong took out a stool from a storage bag similar to a storage ring that Aizen had made for himself, and said to Aizen disdainfully. Don't underestimate people. At this time, Aizen didn't seem to have the winning ticket in the original book at all. Instead, he seemed to be a bit like a lunatic who couldn't bear the blow. He came to Lu Chengkong in a blink of an eye and slashed at Lu Chengkong with a knife. However, Lu Chengkong looked at him with disdain from beginning to end, not even bothering to move. Flutter tilde. Just as Aizen's Zanpakuto was about to slash Lu Chengkong's head, there was still about 1 centimeter away from Lu Chengkong's head. Many gods of death were worried. When Aizen was proud, the jade hand seemed to break through the shackles of space and appeared directly in Lu Chengkong's head. In front of his head, a jade finger was stretched out directly against the blade of Aizen's Zanpakuto, so that this Zanpakuto, which was only 1 centimeter away from Lu Chengkong's head, could not even make an inch. Hiss. Reaper and the people who didn't understand Nellie L's strength just gasped, and Ishida Ryujin and Kurosaki Ishin, who were hiding while watching the play, were also stunned. They didn't think of this seemingly human animal. Harmless, one can't help but feel good about Nellie Lu, who is so powerful that she can withstand Aizen's Zanpakuto attack with just 1 finger. Are you surprised? Don't you know that the virtual steel skin is very powerful? Lu Chengkong's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't look at Jinghua Shuiyu in front of him. He looked at the sluggish Aizen with a bit of amusement. Boom. It's just that Lu Chengkong doesn't care. It doesn't mean that Nellie Lu, his guardian female knight, doesn't care. He dares to take action against Lu Chengkong. A cold light flashed in Nellie L's eyes, and with a flick of her jade finger, the message came from Jinghua Shuiyu. A huge force made him unable to hold the sword. Zanpakuto flew straight out, and at the same time, Nelialu flicked Aizen again from the air. The air suddenly exploded, and a harsh sonic boom entered the ears of everyone. At the same time, a groan of bullets hitting the body followed. Aizen screamed, and the whole person was knocked out. A that can clearly see into the distance has appeared on his chest, and it is obvious that a finger from Nelialu has pierced the heart through the air. 652, 653 Ju Nanbai appears. Nowadays, women really can't be offended. They are too sturdy. They can beat Aizen with one finger. Break through the heart and die. Urahara Kazuki saw that Aizen's heart was pierced and a hole was punched. He should be dead now, but thinking about the collapsed jade he made, he was a little unsure. Now, that Benyu seems to have gone far beyond what he can currently understand. Haha, I'm really grateful to you, for letting my last flaws disappear. Benyu was finally completely tamed by me, and my host's protective instinct has finally begun to evolve me. After being pierced through the heart, Aizen not only did not die, but after a while, he reappeared with a wild, satisfied, happy smile, but at this time his appearance had changed. Obviously, Nelialu and Lu Chengkong did not directly burst out the spiritual pressure above Aizen. They used the most simple and unpretentious physical power that Benyu couldn't feel. Like an ordinary person, Benyu couldn't feel Lu at all. The power of Sky and Nelialu. Similar to the original Kurosaki Ichigo using Wuyu, without Reiatsu, Aizen can't feel it, and Benyu can't feel it either. Even if Aizen is suppressed and injured, it doesn't recover its power, but instead uses itself as the crescent moon to release it. At the time of the strongest blow, Aizen was directly hit hard, and at the same time, Coleman felt that Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed Aizen at that moment, and at the same time, because of the weakening of Aizen's power, he began to withdraw his power. The only difference is that Lu Chengkong and Nelialu are actively hiding the spiritual pressure. Of course, with Aizen's strength, they can't feel the spiritual pressure of Lu Chengkong and Nelialu after actively hiding, and of course Benyu can't feel it either. So it can be said that Benyu's perception was concealed, so after Benyu felt the injury of his current host, he felt the thoughts in his heart, and began to release his own power to make him stronger. Follow the direction in Aizen's heart. Help him evolve. At this time, Aizen's head was covered with a mask that could only see his eyes, and he was wearing a white tights. The hem of the clothes became more forked. This is the first stage after the collapse of Jade. It can be said that everything he has established on top of Benyu, the dominance is also in the hands of Benyu. If Benyu takes back his power, in addition to getting a so-called immortal body that makes the waste in room 46 undead, his strength will return to the peak before breaking the limit of void and death. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong was so disgusted with Benyu at the beginning. This kind of power that is not under his own control can be said to be not his own. It is doomed to have nothing in life. Shu flash. Lu Chengkong didn't make a move, and Nelialu didn't make another move. Just when you thought that no one had made a move, Hirako Mako planned to solve Aizen by himself. You have a very powerful power, but you are destined to have nothing in your life. Virtual flash. Lu Chengkong didn't make a move, and Nelialu didn't make another move. Just when he thought that no one would shoot Hirako Mako and planned to solve Aizen by himself, a light green flash suddenly shot from another direction, directly cover the blue dye in the virtual flash and explode. White. When Fengzi Mako turned his head, he found that Ju Nanbai in an alien costume had arrived at some point. What surprised him was that when he saw Ju Nanbai a few days ago, he clearly saw that Ju Nanbai was still on his body. There are many virtual features. For example, although the mask is broken, there are still some points on the head, and the virtual holes are still there. But now it seems that the mask is still there, but it has shrunk to only a little bit, and Shudong has disappeared. It can be said that it is infinitely close to the God of Death. The God of Death has almost reached the limit that can be achieved at the Vastord level. Compared with Grimjow, Ju Nanbai's death transformation is obviously more thorough. Are you, Ju Nanbai? Your spiritual pressure. How could it be? You actually changed from a god of death to a ghost. Of course Aizen will be fine. After all, when his first state appeared, he had already begun to break step by step. Limit. At this time, it seemed that the peak strength of Wastrad was one level higher than that of Grimjow. Of course, it was impossible for Ju Nanbai to kill Aizen with a single flick. Is it finally here? Bye, if you are a little later, Aizen will be killed, and you won't have the chance to take revenge yourself. Lu Chengkong said happily, with a sigh of relief. Lu Chengkong, who understood Ju Nanbai's thoughts, converted his Wangshu, spiritual king, level spiritual pressure into Ju Nanbai's body through double cultivation, that night. Of course, Ju Nanbai couldn't absorb it all at once. It was so pure and so much higher than her spiritual power at that time, but Ju Nanbai didn't have much time at that time. Therefore, Lu Chengkong asked Ju Nanbai to break the world again. There are still 3 days, that is, at least 6,000 days, so that it will be difficult to absorb all the spiritual power that Lu Chengkong gave her. It can also be used in actual combat. It fully utilizes the power of Yishin Reiki to the extreme, and it will not be like Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the peak of the leader's Reiki, but he can't mobilize it. He also uses the power of Bai Ichigo to fuse together and fall into madness. Only at the time can only display the high-level strength of Vastord. At the same time, Lu Chengkong knew that there was no better way to make Ju Nanbai absorb the spiritual power he gave her more quickly and apply it to the display to exert its due power except fighting, so she let Siphon Yuan Yi and Inoue Orihime accompany Jinnenbai to break the world. In addition to having a care, it is to let Siphon Yuan Yi and Ju Nanbai fight, and it is a ruthless battle. At the same time, it is also good to teach Ju Nanbai. After all, Siphon Yuan Yi's education level is still a master level. Every time you don't beat Ju Nanbai to the point of death, Sifenjin Yaiki never stops, and there is Orihime Inoue on the other side. It's just trivial to heal the injury, so in 6,000 days, the chance for Ju Nanbai is he fought frantically with Siphon Yuan Yi, in order to take revenge with his own hands. Even Siphon Yuan Yi, who was a teacher who accompanied Ju Nanbai, sighed that Ju Nanbai's will was so tenacious, and at the same time, she completely accepted in her heart that it was a purposeful approach to Lu at the beginning. Ju Nanbai in the sky, and the relationship between the two women also soared. Ju Nanbai also confessed to Siphon Yuan Yi many times about his true thoughts about Lu Chengkong in his heart and told Siphon Yuan Yi, and it was precisely because of this that Siphon Yuan Yi realized that Ju Nanbai was not for anything. The purpose is not bad intentions, and he has a great affection for Lu Chengkong and is grateful. Especially when she heard what was in his heart when he took Ai's Naneo to dedicate himself, Sifenjin Yaiki laughed until his stomach almost hurt, and at the same time accepted Jinnenbai. After all, she also knew that sooner or later they couldn't escape Lu Chengkong's palm. Since it's not bad intentions, and the performance of the other party is really admired by Siphon Yuan Yi, and she is Lu Chengkong's wife no matter what, and will be forever sisters in the future, since the character is no problem, it's not dedicated to a specific purpose. In addition, Siphon Yuan Yi, a person who has come here, of course knows that with the feeling of Ju Nanbai towards Lu Chengkong, the relationship will be cultivated sooner or later, and it is precisely because of this that the relationship between Siphon Yuan Yi and Ju Nanbai has improved so much. Fast? Of course not fast. After all, I have stayed in it for 6,000 days, although it has only been 3 days outside. 653, 654 Kick Fly Blue Die. Although Ju Nanbai, who finally arrived at the last moment, has not broken the limits of death and void, and has not completely absorbed all the spiritual power that Lu Chengkong gave her. After all, the spiritual power of Lu Chengkong's level is not much, but the quality is high. It is too exaggerated for Ju Nanbai. Of course, it is not so easy to completely absorb it. But even so, Ju Nanbai's strength has reached the peak of Vastod. This is not a real strength that can be improved in battle during life and death. It is not simply absorbing the spiritual pressure, but genuinely using his spiritual pressure. To 100% is not comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo. If it is normal, you can also use the spirit control gloves to break the limit, but time does not allow, and Saifeng Yuanyei may want Zhu Nanbai to use pressure when facing Aizen to make Zhu Nanbai like this in the battle of life and death. The potential exploded, and at the same time, Lu Chengkong's spiritual power was used as a stamina to directly break the limit of death and emptiness. Therefore, it is not necessary to cultivate on your own after breaking it like using the spirit control gloves, but after breaking through directly, you can get the strength of the first level Scredo after breaking through. After all, in the 6,000 days, how ruthless he is, Zhu Nanbai is also facing himself, not the real enemy of life and death at the front and rear of the car. This opportunity can only be given to Aizen, who wants to take revenge on the enemy. Lu Chengkong obviously also saw the idea of Saifeng Yuanyei. Not only was he not dissatisfied with this, but he was very happy, and he thought so too. After all, he is very committed to improving the strength of his wives so that they can be guaranteed. How can the chicks grow without the wind and rain? And this also shows that Saifeng Yuanyei is sincerely teaching Zhu Nanbai, not pulling the seedlings to help them grow. Of course Lu Chengkong would only be happy and angry. It's not too soon or too late. In your words, the heroine is usually the last to appear, and who would dare to snatch it from me? Zhu Nanbai didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Those innocent watery eyes lingered on Hiroko Mako's body, and a cold sweat broke out from behind Hiroko Mako, but on the surface he still pretended that nothing had happened and had nothing to do with me. Fortunately, Zhu Nanbai's eyes left in a while, otherwise, Hiroko Mako could not guarantee that he would not reveal his flaws. You must know that he planned to kill Aizen himself just now, but Zhu Nanbai didn't expect to notice it. Now he has an idea that Zhu Nanbai should be here for a while, and he deliberately didn't show up to see who wants to fight her and Aizen. Fortunately, he shot a little late, otherwise, he thought of offending Zhu Nanbai. In the end, a pair of innocent eyes stared at you as if thinking about what sin you had committed, and the simple and black words on the mouth at the same time made people feel ashamed. It should be your masterpiece that she has become like this. Lan Ran suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Chengkong. In his opinion, the person with such ability should be Lu Chengkong, who has always been regarded by him as his enemy in life. Let's put it that way. Lu Chengkong didn't deny it either. He nodded his head to admit it, and then said, but instead of thinking about these things, you might as well think about how to fight Bai. You idiot probably doesn't know yet. Well, Bai's talent in the God of Death may not be so outstanding. She was also a low-ranking existence in the genius class back then, but she is really unmatched in terms of virtual talent. Of course, Bai is very powerful, Xiao Riri, and the big idiot Kenshi, Fengchao Luzhiro who plays the art of idiots. I'm here to avenge you. Zhu Nanbai suddenly pursed his lips and smiled. This smile was completely different from the previous one, which made the three of Hiyori twitch in their hearts. After all, they are all very good friends. They have been orphans since childhood, and they are all neighbors. They also know a thing or two about Zhu Nanbai's life in Duanji these years. Especially in Hiyori, she is the best. Why did Nanbai fight so hard to become stronger? Vengeance. Although I don't know why you turned from a god of death to a phantom, do you think you can defeat me who has collapsed with your strength? You are so innocent. There was an unnamed anger in Aizen's heart. The scene that he thought he had completely mastered once lost control. It seemed that he had always been self-righteous, which made Aizen's self-esteem suffer a huge blow. And now hearing a little girl who used to be just an ant in his eyes said that she wanted to seek revenge for herself, as if she could defeat herself, which made the anger in his heart burn vigorously. What happened just now? It hurts. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had woken up after being treated by Urahara Kazuki, obviously didn't know what he did just now, but it didn't matter anymore, and the nearby death gods looked at him for a long time. Nanbai and Aizen, for the time being, no one paid attention to Kurosaki Ichigo and no one would answer him. So he could only follow the eyes of others to look at the sky, and found that Aizen was confronting a girl in an alien costume, which made him widen his eyes. It is clear how strong Aizen is, why it seems that there are many people who have the strength of Aizen now, but not many people have more strength than Aizen. I didn't think so. Why are you so anxious? Zhu Nanbai looked at Aizen with innocent eyes, making Aizen feel like he was hitting the air hard, very depressed. Flying white kick. Ju Nanbai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a huge spiritual pressure was released from his body, causing a strong wind to blow away in all directions in the surrounding space, directly blowing the nearby sand, buildings, and buildings into pieces. And at the same time made a loud turn faster than Shinobu, the god of death, and appeared directly in front of Aizen. There was no sign at all, and without even saying a word to turn on the light, Aizen, who was still depressed, was directly hit by Ju Nanbai's handsome face and was kicked to the ground like a sharp arrow. Smoke like waves. Ahem, such a fast speed, such a powerful strength. Lan Ran stood up and glanced in surprise. He had already entered the first stage of Beng Yuha, and his strength was obviously better than Ju Nanbai, but I think I still don't have the speed and strength of Ju Nanbai. In fact, the Shinigami of the same level has a certain gap in speed and strength compared to the virtual. They are all made up by the abilities of the Ghost Swordsman, the Zanpakuto, etc., and only after breaking the limit, the Shinigami mastered it. After the virtual ability, the gap between speed and strength will start to slowly make up. However, after breaking the limit, the same virtual will also begin to grasp the power of the God of Death, so both parties are equal. 654, 655 Jin and White vs Blue Dye. But so what? Aizen quickly resumed the calm smile that had been at the beginning, but no one saw the smile on the rapt face, but soon everyone saw it. Because of the dazzling purple light emanating from Lan Ran's body, the mask cracked to reveal his face, his eyes turned into white pupils on a black background, his hair grew past his waist, and the hem of his clothes turned into a bifurcated appearance. The wound also healed quickly and automatically. In this way, my overall strength is higher than yours in terms of speed, strength, swordsmanship, ghosts, and white fights. Obviously affected by external pressure, Aizen's desire for strength and desire to become stronger was destroyed. I felt that he began to evolve again, and directly entered the second stage of collapsing jade. Feibai kick. Ju Nanbai, who had known Bengyu's ability a long time ago, was not surprised by this. He tried to use it again to break through the air and kicked Aizen again. Do you think such a boring attack is still useful? Aizen stepped on Shunpo. A sideways easily dodged, while still having time to say disdainfully. Super flying white kick. Just don't forget that Ju Nanbai has two legs, so he doesn't need to use force in midair, as if he is walking on the ground, his left foot keeps kicking out, and his right foot kicks to the left side at the same time. Aizen's face changed slightly. Obviously, he felt that the speed and strength of this kick were at least several times stronger than before, so he had to deal with it seriously. He raised his Zanpakuto and kicked Ju Nanbai's super flying white to resist. Live. Boom. The teachings collided, and a deep hole appeared in the ground beneath Aizen's feet with a strong force and a loud bang. Super Phantom Flash. Ju Nanbai was not discouraged when he saw that his attack was blocked. He retracted his left foot and kicked again, but this time it was no longer a flying white kick and a super flying white kick, but a dazzling yellow-green phantom flash. Bounding the way. 81. Breaking the sky. Seeing that he was about to be submerged by the yellow-green flicker, Aizen didn't dare to try his own body. After all, he still didn't know who his body was. The so-called undead body, and he also faintly felt the threat from Ju Nanbai's super phantom body. Therefore, it is also out of the void. With his current strength, it is easy to use the void, and abandoning the singing of the void is the same as the defensive power of the complete singing. Boom. At the moment when Duan Kong appeared, the super virtual flash had already hit Duan Kong's body, and a huge explosion appeared. The terrifying spiritual pressure seemed to blow up the surrounding space with the explosion. Form rippling away. Broken down number 90, Black Coffin. Lan Ran was broken by Lu Qingkong before, but Jinghua Shuiyu was backlashed. If it wasn't for Bengyu's power to bear him, where would he be able to exert his full strength now? At most only he can only play 50 to 60%, so now he is not as confident in Jinghua Shuiyu as before. Who knows if this Ju Nanbai created by Lu Qingkong will also master the method of cracking Jinghua Shuiyu. He doesn't want to be attacked again. not to mention that he who thinks he has mastered the power of Bengyu, is already addicted to the power of Bengyu among them. The power of Bengyu is considered to be the most advanced, and the power of the god of death in his past is far worse. So she didn't use Kyoka Shueyu even more. After all, her Kyoka Shueyu, whether Shikai or Benkai's abilities, act on people who have been hypnotized and can't crack Kyoka Shueyu. He didn't want to hypnotize Ju Nanbai, then use Benkai to deal with Ju Nanbai, and then be attacked by Kyoka Shueyu after being cracked. You must know that when Benkai's words were cracked using Kyoka Shueyu, the degree of backlash was not comparable to Shikai's time. Seeing that Jinnenbai was surrounded by black coffins and was about to endure the attack of thousands of swords, Mako Hirako and the others were planning to make a move, and Hiyori rushed out immediately, completely forgetting the difference in strength, but all they were pulled back by Lu Chengkong, and they were relieved to see Lu Chengkong's calm appearance. After all, they also know that Ju Nanbai is already Lu Chengkong's wife. Lu Chengkong's biggest advantage is that he is good to his wife. How can Ju Nanbai be in trouble? So no matter how anxious he is in his heart, he doesn't rush out anymore. However, he still looked nervously at Ju Nanbai surrounded by black coffins. Haha, I've already entered the second stage of collapsing jade. The power of the black coffin has been greatly improved. Even if you don't die, the ghost path of number 90 will be seriously injured. Lan Ran said proudly. Transform, Kamen Rider. At this moment, Ju Nanbai's delicate and pleasant voice sounded in the black coffin, but her words of returning to the blade made Lu Chengkong speechless for a while. Ju Nanbai didn't have a mask before. Not only does it look like Masked Rider when it is broken, but the spirit of words is related to Masked Rider. Boom. After returning to the blade, Ju Nanbai, whose comprehensive strength has soared by more than 10 or 20 times, forcibly smashed the black coffin of the black cube with a super virtual flash, and also showed her appearance after returning to the blade. Because Ju Nanbai's death deification has reached the limit of Vastad, her appearance has not changed much after the nobleman, except for a mysterious red rune mark that is very commensurate with Ju Nanbai's forehead, that is a bracelet-sized red cuff appeared on each of her wrists and ankles. I have a bad feeling. Lu Chengkong suddenly said to Nelly Lu, making Nelly Lu immediately enter a state of battle, obviously thinking that what Lu Chengkong said was something dangerous. That's not what I meant. The bad premonition I said was not related to danger, but to Ju Nanbai. Lu Chengkong continued to lie on the beach chair, but it was Zhang Nili's jade body in her arms. Eased her tense nerves and said, it's hard for me to explain it for a while, but I don't dare to say it must be the case. Let's see what Bai Guiran's ability is after. HMPH although I don't know what Lu Chengkong was talking about, Nelly L, who made her nervous for a while, couldn't help but give Lu Chengkong a wink. She has always been very beautiful and refined, and the incomparably clear Nelly L suddenly revealed. Lu Chengkong's fascination with such a coquettish side instantly made him giggled. Go on, Aizen, I said that I would avenge their revenge for them. After returning to the blade, Ju Nanbai's eyes became extremely cold. Not only that, but her eyes became red all over at some point. Like 2 rubies. It depends on your ability. Aizen, who has already been involved in the battle, and who has also recognized Ju Nanbai's strength, is not as angry as before. Instead, he really wants to speed up his evolution through the battle with Ju Nanbai. At the same time, I also want to see how Ju Nanbai dares to let go of such arrogance. 655, 656 Ju Nanbai's special ability to return to the blade. You'll know right away. Ju Nanbai stepped on the ground with one foot, and the ground that had already formed a deep pit under his feet was hit again by Ju Nanbai's foot strength, which immediately made the deep pit deeper and even more it was huge, as if a basin was about to form. At the same time, using the rebounded power, Ju Nanbai flew on this basis and made a loud turn. The speed was even more amazing. It almost appeared in front of Aizen like a ghost, and a flying scud kicked it for a long time. On Nanbai's chest. The sudden force made Aizen's complexion, who thought he had evolved twice, completely change his face, and his chest was sunken. The gulf just stopped. Why are there only these few tricks that come and go for nothing? Doesn't he have powerful tricks like Grimjow's claws of the Panther King and the King of the Panthers? After returning to the blade, Ju Nanbai's comprehensive strength has obviously improved qualitatively, especially Ju Nanbai's right foot. The strength contained in the kicked foot is extremely frightening, but the number of such simple kicks exceeds twice. It's very easy for a god of death with rich combat experience like Aizen to avoid and deal with it, and it can't play a lethal effect at all. What's more, Hiriko Mako also knows that Aizen can still use Bengyu to not evolve, unless Ju Nanbai shows the power that can make Aizen's heart terrified and shocked, otherwise Bengyu will never withdraw these powers. After all, the collapse jade is to detect from the host's psychology and to detect whether the host's power has weakened, etc. It is obvious that such a kick alone can't do anything, and it may even help Aizen and let Aizen. With the power of Bengyu's continuous evolution, Hiriko Mako couldn't help but ask. No, Siphon Yuan Yei, who had been with Jininbai day and night in 6,000 days, could be regarded as teaching Jininbai and fighting with Jinin in the daytime. She stood up and said, obviously she came with Jininbai, and she was the most present at the scene. A person who knows Jininbai's ability, he said this, which made Hiyori's face even more worried. How could that be? Lu Chengkong, didn't you say that Bai Zishu's talent is very high? Why did she not understand the corresponding 3 abilities at the 2 levels of Achukas and Vastord? Although Hiriko Mako was also worried, as the leader of the masked army, and he was the first to know that Ju Nanbai had become a virtual reality, he calmly analyzed the key points. You don't have to worry, Bai can be said to be a relatively special Daxu. She has never comprehended any powerful attacking tricks from Yachukas to the completely deadly Vastador peak. It can be said that she is the most elusive. The strong ones are just Wang Shu's Flash and Super Virtual Flash. Siphon Yuan Yi said with a chuckle, but aside from Lu Chengkong and Nelly Lu, the others became more and more worried, but she has 5 forms. At this moment, Siphon Yuan Yi suddenly threw a sentence from behind, making everyone's worries dissipated invisibly. Watching Siphon Yuan Yi make everyone's worries dissipated invisibly, looking at the smile at Siphon Yuan Yi's feet, she obviously knew that she deliberately left this sentence until the end. What kind of species change? Hiyori, who was the most anxious, didn't care about Siphon Yuan's knight playing with himself, and hurriedly asked. Almighty, Azure Dragon, Pegasus, Titan, Ultimate. Siphon Yuan Yi stared at Rishiri for a while, knowing that when Rishili was anxiously preparing to ask again, Siphon Yuan Yi came slowly. After he threw out 10 words late, he was silent. Looking at Ju Nanbai, she obviously told Hiyori that if she wanted to know what the 10 words she said meant, just look at it with her own eyes. Although Hiyori was also curious, she forcibly endured the thought in her heart. Curiosity followed to look at Ju Nanbai. Hiriko Mako and the others seemed to be aroused by curiosity and looked at Ju Nanbai seriously, and even Zanaki Kenpachi was not sleeping and looked at this little girl with interest and interest. What skills and what was special? I'm sorry if you only have this level of attack. Such an attack can only be effective once at most. Aizen stood up, her sunken chest bulging out. Obviously this level of attack can't really be true. Of hurting him fundamentally. A flip, an all-around flying kick. Ju Nanbai was indeed not discouraged at all. He jumped into the air and performed a somersault, kicking Aizen with faster and stronger speed and strength than before. The 63 of the Destruction, Thunder Roar Cannon. He Aizen is a Zanpakudo, Kendo, Ghost Dao Major, Baida and Shunpo Minor. How can his attainment on the track be poor? Plus the collapse with the blessing of Jade's power. The yellow thunder and lightning blasts were launched from Aizen's right palm, entangling Ju Nanbai all at once. You don't seem to give up overspeed regeneration in exchange for stronger attack power, but even if you overspeed regeneration again, with your current strength at the level of Vastord, overspeed regeneration is at best without damaging your brain and internal organs. Carry out super speed regeneration. The thunder roar of mine just now has caused indistinct damage to your body, and you are defeated. Aizen wore a victory smile on his face, as if the goddess of victory would always stand by his side. Why are you more idiot than Junzi? You like to preach so much, why didn't you become a teacher? You must have been very good when you did it in Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy. Why did you defect? With a small mouth, Ju Nanbai said angrily, making Lu Chengkong burst out laughing. Feel. But he really wasn't wrong. Aizen did have the habit of lecturing, and I wonder if it was too suffocating when he was an undercover agent. Therefore, he has developed the habit of preaching himself. He often likes to show off and preach about the original book, especially for Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, when Aizen didn't defect, Aizen really went to the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy to be a tutor. He always vented his grievances, and Aizen's face, who was told by Ju Nanbai, suddenly turned blue and purple. In the thick smoke, Ju Nanbai walked out, but what Aizen couldn't believe was that Ju Nanbai, who had eaten his thunder roar in front of him, was not injured at all. You must know that although he has not yet reached the level of the primary level of Skrito, he is also entering the second stage of the collapse of Jade. How could it not surprise Lan Ran that the ghost of number 63, who was faked out, was unharmed to her? 656, 657 5 Forms of Fierce Battle and Collapse 1. However, Aizen's power of observation is obviously very strong, and he soon noticed the unusualness of Jininbai. The appearance of Jininbai who came out of the thick smoke did not seem to have changed much, and he was still the reader's cute little mouth. Watery innocent eyes. It's just that the red mysterious rune mark on her forehead turned purple, and the bracelet-sized red wristbands on her wrists and ankles of her feet also became her own. The Aizen immediately guessed that this should be a kind of ability that Kunin Biwastad or Achukas realized. It was not only Aizen who discovered this, but also Lu Chengkong, Nellie L., Hiyori, Hirako Mako, Urahara Kazuki Yu, Zaragi Kenpachi and Yamamoto Old Man. Obviously they are all against Saifeng Yuan Yaiki. The 5 special morphological changes of Ju Nanbai are very curious. Especially after seeing that Ju Nanbai was unscathed in the face of Aizen, who was stronger than her, he was even more itchy after eating Aizen's thunder roar cannon. What is the mystery? He, you found out. Ju Nanbai saw Aizen staring at his wristband and the rune mark on his forehead, and immediately knew that he had guessed nothing and admitted it generously. At the same time, he turned to face a victory gesture was raised in the direction where Lu Chengkong was, and Lu Chengkong was amused by that cute, innocent performance and action. This is the Titan. Lu Chengkong recalled those 10 words, and the only one who could withstand the thunder roar cannon that was stronger than himself without hurting him was the only one who changed his form. Clever, he really deserves to be my Yi's husband. Sifeng Yuan Yi, like a kitten who has been pregnant all the time, suddenly got into Lu Chengkong's arms, occupying the general position of Nellie Lu, a little arrogant. Said. Is this your special skill? Aizen had already lost interest, and planned to lose Ju Nanbai, but now she suddenly saw this ability and asked curiously. After all, the highly talented Daxu generally realize that all of them are the ability to enhance strength or destructive power, and this ability to improve defense power rarely occurs. You can say that, but I think you should prepare yourself mentally. With the right hand of Ju Nanbai, the air was turbulent, and a long sword with a length of 111 centimeters appeared in Ju Nanbai's hand. With Jininbai in his hand, the front section of the long sword suddenly stretched, becoming 120 centimeters long. When it was read just now, it was in the omnipotent form, but now it is Bai's weapon in the form of a Titan, the Titan Divine Sword. In this state, Bai's attack power and defense power will be strengthened and improved. Chengkong said in a whimpering voice. Wait, if that's the case, isn't Ju Nanbai very powerful? She has 5 kinds of changes, and the others only have 3 abilities. Grimjiao immediately raised his own question as a phantom. 5 changes, doesn't it mean that Ju Nanbai has different abilities from himself, all Kioricifer and other phantoms? It's not a special phantom and attack tricks or a 2-stage return blade or the like. It's so stupid. Use your own eyes to see what is different about Bai who has entered this state change. Saifeng Yuan Yi said angrily. Sure enough, Grimjiao and the others took a closer look and found that although Jininbai and Aizen had been slashing each other, although the attack power and defense power were much higher than before, their movements were a bit slow, so to speak. It seems that the speed of a certain action has been weakened and the attack power and defense power have been strengthened. Understood. If the 5 morphological changes are perfect to improve one's quality, and at the same time will not affect other aspects, then of course it will be unbalanced, but Ju Nanbai's morphological changes are obviously selected according to different timings. Changes can have a lethal effect. For example, using a Titan whose attack power and defense power increase to resist powerful unique moves will be much better. The 5 forms of change are used alternately in combination. Means of combat. Quote. Saifeng Yuan Yaiki said softly, but Hiriko Mako and others clearly noticed that Saifeng Yuan Yaiki was a little bit insincere, as if there was something else hidden. Some smart people such as Urahara Kazuki, Hiriko Mako and his like recalled the names of the 5 physical changes. When thinking of the word, ultimate, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he understood something. I thought it was some kind of powerful ability, but it turned out that it made the movement sluggish in exchange for stronger attack power and defense power. This kind of ability is nothing to be commended. Aizen who fought with Ju Nanbai was the fastest to understand when I came to the inadequacy of the Titan form, I suddenly said disappointedly. Really? Calamity Giant. Ju Nanbai suddenly isho, which made Lan Ran's heart sink. Sure enough, with a low voice, Ju Nanbai suddenly stabbed out the Titan divine sword in his hand, and the speed was many times faster than before. It was as fast as thunder, and many gods of death only saw a purple light flashing in their eyes. Ju Nanbai's Titan divine sword had already pierced into Aizen's chest. Not only that, but the force of the Titan divine sword's thrusting was obviously great. After penetrating through Aizen's chest, it directly knocked him out. Hilda Grimjow and others, who were a little disappointed to hear that the 5 form changes would be insufficient, saw the sudden and amazing sword completely different from the previous speed, which was much faster and slower, let alone power. That is, the speed is much faster than the speed of the previous red all-around form, and I couldn't help taking a breath. Could it be that the 5 forms of Ju Nanbai all have unique skills that complement that form? Nellie Alu said with a glint in her eyes. That's right, just now was Bai Zai's Nirvana in the form of a Titan, the Calamity Giant, which burst out with astonishing power and speed. Saifeng Yuan nodded slightly, apparently Ju Nanbai had already used it when he was fighting with her. Many times, so she is very familiar with this trick. Hee, don't underestimate Bai's abilities because of her inadequacies in her 5 forms. In my opinion, these 5 forms of Bai will definitely not be better than any other talented Daxu in Vashi. The 3 abilities that Todd and Achukas comprehended at the time were poor, and even in some cases, the 5 forms of White were more applicable and could cope with many situations. Quote. Saifeng Yuan Yei obviously regarded Ju Nanbai as his own disciple. After all, he also thought that she would teach Ju Nanbai for more than 6,000 days, how could he have no feelings at all? Lan Ran glanced down at the big hole in the chest, and cried out in disbelief, kneeling on the ground, as if she would die at any time, but only Lu Chengkong knew that Lan Ran would soon undergo collapse and jade transformation. The 3rd stage. 657, 658 5 forms of fierce battle and collapse of jade 2. You can't do anything right now, dare to look down on me, huh, you know how powerful Bai is. Ju Nanbai made a face at Lan Ran. Titan sword. She would really be fooled by her innocent behavior. Ah! Suddenly, Lan Ran roared in the sky, and the jade in the chest flowed from time to time with a crystal clear luster, covering Lan Ran's body. A purple spiritual pressure beam burst into the sky, and the chest that was penetrated was actually with a blood. A deep purple light appeared instead, and the big hole in the chest that was penetrated began to shrink. Obviously, Aizen has evolved again. Ju Nanbai also blocked it. Obviously, Saifeng Yuan Yei had explained to her before she came. It is not difficult for her to fight Aizen with her current strength, but it is impossible to defeat Aizen or kill Aizen. Unless you can break through and break the limit between yourself and the god of death in the battle with Aizen, it is impossible to defeat and kill Aizen, so how could Ju Nanbai stop Aizen? Has it been the 3rd time? How many times has he evolved? Why is he uglier each time? Forget it. Such evolution is simply a deformed body formed by forced changes by external forces. It's better not to be better. Bai pursed his mouth and said in his heart as he watched Aizen's appearance begin to change again. When the purple reiki was scattered, Aizen's forehead had a slit. The eyebrows were lost, and the hem of the clothes became a one-piece shape. At the same time, 3 pairs of huge butterflies were born on the back. It seems that my choice is right. Fighting with you will not only relieve my curiosity about your abilities, but also make my evolution faster, make me and Ryu fit better, and make Bengyu understand me better. Heart. After entering the 3rd stage of Collapse Jade, Aizen became more and more confident. Even beyond the limit of self-confidence, there is a kind of arrogance. Obviously, although this kind of power that does not belong to him has Bengyu assisting him so that he can control it, his heart has indeed fallen, and his mind is somewhat blinded by power. HMPH, just using your mouth to say it's for servile use, you see, the more you look ugly. Ju Nanbai Jiao snorted, glanced at Lan Ran sarcastically, and said. The process of evolution is inherently ugly. Aizen didn't care at all and even seemed to be stating the truth. The two were not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of words. When a black-bellied girl meets a scheming guy, it's really powerful. Pingzi Junzi muttered to himself, but Lu Chengkong, including Lu Chengkong, nodded in agreement when he heard Pingzi's words. Evolution. Then let me see what's different after you cage H7. Don't just talk and practice, you can't do it well. Ju Nanbai said sarcastically. You'll know right away. As Aizen spoke, a strong light flashed from the Bengyu in his chest. Immediately, Aizen disappeared directly in place, as if moving in space, directly in front of Ju Nanbai, and stabbed with a knife. Ju Nanbai's pupils shrank. He looked down at his stomach in disbelief. It was actually pierced by Aizen's Zanpakudo. She is very clear about her defense. Almost in Titan's form changes, it is almost the strongest defense among his 5 form changes, but such a defense was suddenly pierced by Aizen's Zanpakudo. Isn't it incredible? What's the big deal about Ning? Every time I evolve, my strength will be greatly improved. Just now you can still fight with me for a while because of my unfamiliarity with your ability. But now your strength, the gap between the two can't be made up by these small means. You have lost your due value. Goodbye, Ju Nanbai. Aizen seemed to be satisfied with Jinnanbai's surprised look, and said as if he was winning. At the same time, he pulled out his Zanpakudo and faced Jinnanbai with one hand. Fall. An incomparably huge burst of flames was immediately released from Lan Rong's right hand. After the 3rd stage of the Collapse Jade transformation, the power of the Blue Dye Ghost Road is obviously more powerful. The high-temperature explosive fireball caused the nearby air to distort directly and slammed into Ju Nanbai's body, burning and exploding. Are you really a servant? In the old world, after seeing Aizen getting stronger again, the color of worry that had been suppressed just now resurfaced. Have you forgotten? There are 3 other forms of Bai, and if the young eagle wants to soar above the 9 heavens in the cruel world, it has to experience the tempering of wind and rain, and the battle of life and death. Lu Chengkong waved his hand to indicate the service. In fact, he had been secretly locked in the battle between Ju Nanbai and Aizen. Once it reached a certain level, he would definitely take action. Maybe it's his mentality that allowed him to become a god of death in the first place, and he has developed a super solid foundation at an amazing speed and has continuously improved his strength without any fluctuation. Jinglekin pressed his hat and heard Lu Chengkong's words. I thought about that sentence. Did he die? Lan Ran smiled, and just as he was about to turn around to find Lu Chengkong and others, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, causing him to swing a knife backwards without thinking. The sound of swords colliding suddenly sounded, and Aizen turned around in surprise. He obviously couldn't feel the spiritual pressure of Ju Nanbai. Why did Ju Nanbai die when he was still in service? Not only that, the weapon in Ju Nanbai's hand turned into a long blue stick. The strength seemed to have weakened, but the speed was many times faster. Want to kill me? It's still early. The rune mark on Ju Nanbai's forehead has changed from purple to blue, and the color of the wrist guards of his hands and feet has also changed to blue. The Titan's caliber in his hand also turned into a blue dragon stick, and apparently he entered model, Seryu from the Titan form. I understand, is its speed. In this form, your speed and flexibility have been greatly improved, but the power of your fists and feet has weakened a lot. You escaped my Shuanglian Kanghuahui with this speed. As Aizen said, Bengyu flashed a strong light again. After passing through the space, he came directly to Junanbai and used the same attack again, but this time Junanbai disappeared in place like a ghost and avoided Aizen's attack. Not only that, but after escaping Aizen's attack, Junanbai moved around Aizen at an amazing speed while maintaining a super high speed while using his blue dragon stick to greet Aizen for a while. It seemed that the god of death just saw a ghostly shadow flashing around Aizen's body. Your strength has dropped so much, although it has been exchanged for my current speed, but it is useful. Even if you hit me with this level of strength, it won't hurt me in the slightest. Aizen said slightly sarcastically, and at the same time, her eyes flashed. Her left hand stretched out the blue dragon stick that directly held Junanbai and forcibly stopped her ultra-high-speed movement. It indicates Aizen's determination to kill this time. 658, 659 5 Forms of Fierce Battle and Collapse 3. Die! Aizen shouted loudly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand stabbed directly at Junanbai's head, but the latter was not worried at all. Instead, he showed a sly smile. In my heart, I also shouted a green dragon strike. Just when Aizen's Zanpakuto was about to stab into Junanbai's head, the blue dragon stick that was pinched by Aizen escaped directly like a slippery snake that didn't hold back, and then followed Junanbai's rotation. In the eyes of others, the azure dragon stick seemed to have turned into a blue-colored Jiaolong and directly met Aizen's Zanpakuto. Wei K** Qinglong strike as model, Seryu's stunt. The instant burst of super fast speed and explosive power make up for the lack of strength, but her strength is far from Aizen after all, and it exploded on the ground when she hit the ground. After a big pit, after a circle of ripples exploded in the air, Junanbai was pushed and flew hundreds of meters away, but the strange thing is that Junanbai was not only frustrated, but revealed that he succeeded in a trick. The pattern made Aizen's heart sank for Vivi. Sure enough, the blue rune mark on Junanbai's forehead and the wrist guards on his hands and feet had turned green at the next moment, and at the same time the green dragon stick in his hand turned into a green crossbow. Obviously, Junanbai fits her previous mask very well. Without breaking the appearance of Masked Rider, he transformed again. Where to go? Although he didn't know what was going on, Lan Ran had a feeling that he could never let Junanbai attack, especially when Junanbai entered the Pegasus form, and when he was holding the Pegasus crossbow, he had a special feeling. He doesn't like the feeling that his soul is locked with nothing to hide, and the best way to get rid of this feeling is to kill Junanbai. Therefore, Aizen is no longer holding the heart of testing his evolved strength and detecting Junanbai's ability, but he is going all out. Speed and power are not directly comparable. He can completely kill Junanbai with an absolute overwhelming advantage. It's too late, Aizen, Swift Wind and Heavenly Horse. Junanbai said in a coquettish voice. Unreserved murderous aura emanated from her bluntness. Jade moves in space and at the same time strengthens the special form of vision, hearing, smell and other senses with its Pegasus form. When he entered the state of mental hyperconcentration, he immediately caught Aizen's figure and locked him completely. A green, sharp arrow-like energy body burst out of the air. Obviously, this is the strongest form of Shi and Nanbai's horses. One blow, Heavenly Horse. Flutter P4. The disappearing blue die appeared directly 30 meters in front of Junanbai, but there was a small hole in his head, and he stared at Junanbai with wide eyes. Huh. Junanbai breathed softly, from the Pegasus form back to the Red Almighty form. Obviously, the Pegasus form just now was too exhausting, and it could be maintained for a very short time. No, impossible, you can actually keep up with my speed. Aizen said intermittently, but he understood after seeing Junanbai returning to the red all-around form. The form of Junanbai just now should only be maintained for a very short period of time, even for a few seconds. It greatly strengthened the senses of the 5 senses, etc., in exchange for the strongest blow that completely locked the target, and then soon to be back to normal. It can be said that in this state, if there is no need to use the tip, the consumption is too high. Therefore, he fully understands what is going on. The purpose of the Qinglong strike just now is to slow down his movement Vivi. At the same time, he will knock him flying by himself. The force that goes out pulls the distance. Unleash a one-hit kill. Looks like you've figured it out. I made a mistake. My Pegasus form can only be maintained for 5 seconds. If it exceeds 5 seconds, no matter if I attack or not, I will directly recover from the state of exiting and returning to the time when I did not return. You cannot return to the blade within an hour. Zhu Nanbai was panting heavily. Obviously, even if she could keep returning to the blade, that one blow just now took all her energy. The strongest blow that her energy earned was precisely because of this, that it could hurt Aizen. Ha ha. Lan Ran twitched the corners of his mouth miserably, revealing an ugly smile, and then suddenly there was a sound of clothes being forcibly torn from his body. A third eye-like crack appeared on his forehead. The human-shaped face and clothes disappeared. The head was covered with white and middle black tones on both sides. The eyes were slender, and the entire row of teeth was exposed. Black cone-shaped. There are 3 virtual holes in a row in the chest. The center of the top hole is Bengu, and there are 3 pairs of very thick giant butterfly wings. The tip of each wing has something like a virtual face. There is a black eye on the face. The ends of the wings form the shape of a tail, and the tips of the wings have hollow faces. If the appearance of Aizen just now is acceptable, Aizen in this state is simply affecting the vision of the general public, but let's not say that the Aizen that has evolved again has far surpassed Zhu Nanbai's strength. It's even scarier now. I am immortal. I have evolved to a level beyond what you can understand, as if the second dimension cannot interfere with the third dimension. At this time, it looked like a virtual blue-dyed voice. It became heavy and appeared a little hoarse. In order to express my gratitude to you, I will use the fully singing version of the Black Coffin to turn you into ashes from now on, and now you have no fear and let me evolve again. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and Rong Yu's indomitable and arrogant talent. Tide, negation, paralysis, moment. Hinder long sleep. A crawling iron princess. A clay doll that keeps self-mutilating. Combining, rebounding, and extending to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The purple Reiatsu was burning like a flame on him. Quick. It's too fast. Even if she sings completely, Zhu Nanbai has no time to escape. It should be said that no matter where she goes, Aizen's black coffin can instantly trap him, creating many black cubes with black crosses on the top. The space of Zhu Nanbai was surrounded and sealed inside in an instant. A gravitational torrent that can distort even time and space is raging in the space, apparently to devour and destroy Zhu Nanbai. Oops, something may happen to Bai now. Saifa Yuan Yei's expression changed slightly, and the development of the situation exceeded her expectations. She thought that Fengyu would evolve Aizen to this point. At this time, Jianyu, the strength of Aizen's 4th stage of transformation, has completely broken the limit of death and emptiness. Although it's not as good as the real Scredo Elementary, it's only one step behind. How could Jinnenbai, who is only at the peak of Vastord, be the follower of Aizen, and he is still a black coffin that sings completely? 659, 660 Ichimaru Jin's happiness. Snapped. Lu Chengkong grabbed Sifeng Yuan Yei and looked at her puzzled eyes. Lu Chengkong grinned. Isho, have you forgotten the spiritual power I gave to Zhu Nanbai? Actually, I made preparations there. As long as Zhu Nanbai has not yet turned into his own spiritual pressure and has completely mastered it down to the point where I can control the spiritual power in his body to save her life with a single thought. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 5 morphological changes in the blue dye battle, especially after the 3rd stage of the collapse of Jade, there is not much head-on battle. This is the real highlight. Although it is dangerous, it is not an opportunity. How is the crisis composed? Danger and opportunity. If Zhu Nanbai really did not disappoint me and fully showed her illusory talents, even if she retreated in the face of disappointment, this time with the spiritual power I gave her as a stamina, she might be able to. Breaking the limits of void and death between life and death. Quote. So it is. Sifeng Yuan Yi was completely relieved, and at the same time, she couldn't help but glanced at Lu Chenghong coquettishly. It turned out that she had so many preparations, why didn't she say it earlier, and she was worrying in vain. Incomparably, at the same time looking at Lu Chenghong with eyes full of love and spring affection. Although Lu Chenghong doesn't treat her like this, it doesn't mean that Lu Chenghong treats his wives very well. He has done a lot of protective measures in secret, and even a Junan Bailu Chenghong who is far less emotional than her treats her so well. Well, if it's called her, she'll definitely be better for herself. How could Sifeng Yuan Yi not be sweet with such an idea? In fact, it is more than Sifeng Yuan Yi who has this idea. Even Nellie Lu, who has always been quiet and calm like a goddess in Lu Chenghong's arms, is now looking at Lu Chenghong with watery and tender eyes. The depths are full of love and admiration that cannot be concealed. Hey, Aizen couldn't help showing a sneer while looking at the cute black coffin that was ignoring the cross. With his current strength, the black coffin of number 90 fully chanted to exert all the power of the black coffin of number 90. With Jininbai's current strength as not to mention surviving, it is already very good to be able to leave a few remains. Almighty, Titan, Azure Dragon, and the last Pegasus, there are 4 forms. It's a pity that I can't see your last one, but it doesn't matter. As a witness to me on the road to becoming a god, you can die in possession of a god. It is your honor to have the power in my hands. Quote. Blue-dyed clothes said in a tone that you can easily die, it looks really arrogant, too self-righteous, make up for his strength at this time to face Ju Nanbai who is now trapped in the black coffin by her, indeed has arrogant capital. Did you lose? Ichi-sensei, your strength should be able to save her, so it's my turn to take action. Ichimaru Jin's narrowed eyes flashed a dangerous light, and a pair of fists hidden in the wide cuffs quietly between has been clenched. Boom! Just as Ichimaru Jin was about to make a move, a black beam of light suddenly rose from the top of the black coffin behind Aizen. This beam of light gave people a feeling that the boundless darkness would swallow everything up. What's the matter? The changes behind him, the changes coming from the black coffin, made him have to stop walking towards Lu Chenghong's side, turned around and looked at the man who gave him a sense of crisis all the time, as if there is a spiritual pressure like a sharp knife placed in front of your heart. This spiritual pressure is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that the black coffin is swallowed up in the end, and the black coffin is completely shattered under this danger. At this time, did you make a breakthrough? Could it be that this is what you did when you let Jininbai and Aizen fight? Ichimaru Yin found that he was skeptical at the beginning, fearful, took advantage of, and used it to the end. People who sincerely regard Lu Chenghong as their teacher admire very much, every step has his meaning. For example, when she knew that she was going to take revenge and stay by Aizen's side, she would let herself keep a low profile and become stronger under Aizen's eyelids. Now that Jininbai and Aizen fight, it is so that Jininbai can do to make a breakthrough, he will first go to what he saw around him. He found that he was really lucky, and he was very lucky to have such a teacher. Bai, you really didn't disappoint me. You are even better than Halibal in terms of illusory talent. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Lu Chenghong's face. Feeling the rising spiritual pressure, Zengi Kenpachi showed his fighting intent, Hirako Meiko was completely relieved, and Kuchiki Shanghai was happy for Lu Chenghong. There is also curiosity about the last morphological change of Ju Nanbai. With his wisdom, he of course guessed that Ju Nanbai had never used the last form called Ultimate, which was definitely different from the previous 4, especially this dangerous Reiatsu, which determined his idea. Then what about baby Nailu? Sifeng Yuan Yi asked curiously. If Lu Chenghong's talent training speed in the aspect of death is the highest and fastest among all Lu Chenghong's wives, then the practice in the virtual aspect is the highest and fastest. The talent is well deserved as Nellie L. This position has never been shaken by anyone. Bachinliu and Maojawali are not counted. Maojawali is the first human being in the death god world, and the first person to change from a human to a death god, and then to break the limit of existence, and Bachinliu itself has a talent that is against the sky. The existence of the rank, coupled with the full-strength teaching of Ujawali, it is unreasonable that the improvement is not fast. Nilu has never devoured a single great void from the peak of a Chukastawasta Doskrito to the beginning. Does Lu Chengkong have a direct answer? But his words have already shown that his opinion also includes his answer. Obviously he said that Ju Nanbai is very powerful in the talent of cultivation, but it is still a little bit worse than Nelly Lu. Nelly L just pursed her lips and Isho didn't show the slightest complacent look. Maybe it didn't matter to her. Come out. Saifeng Yuan Yi nodded happily after getting his own answer, and at the same time, his eyes flashed at Ju Nanbai's location. Click. At the same time, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the huge black coffin, and after a click, the whole black coffin was shattered, and all the secrets inside were revealed. She actually survived. Impossible, she is only the strength of the peak of Vastord. How could she survive the attack of me, a higher life form that broke the limit of death and imaginary? Aizen shook her head, directly denied the idea, but what his eyes saw in front of him made him unable to refute it. Ju Nanbai came out from the inside, except that her clothes were a little creased when she saw the alien, and the positions of her hands and feet were a little damaged and looked a little worn out. At least it was certain that Ju Nanbai had eaten the black coffin. After that, it didn't turn into ashes as he expected. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 661 to 680. 661 Ultimate Form. It's not you who should say thank you, it's me. If it wasn't for your help, I might not know how long it would take me to break the limit of death and emptiness. Chuckle. Break the limit of coup and death. You said you have broken it now. Ha ha, stop laughing. Aizen laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in history. It's funny. You are really an idiot when you say you are an idiot, and only a big idiot like you can rely on a tool like Benyu that doesn't belong to you. Anyway, you will leave this world completely today, and I'm not afraid to tell you. Miss Ben's husband, Lu Chengkong, and his other wives, have broken the limits of the God of Death and the God of Death, and they have broken it for many years. What an idiot can see, otherwise, why can Sister Nilu pierce your heart with just one finger? Not only did Ju Nanbai not get angry at Aizen's ridicule, but instead said softly. What did you say? Lan Ran's face suddenly became very ugly. She glanced at Lu Chengkong, who was lying on the beach chair with her eyes closed, hugging Nelly Lu and Saifeng Yuan Yi, and recalled what happened just now. He found out that Lu Chengkong and the others had always looked at him with a straight face. Not only that, but even Hirako Meiko, Kumu Shanghai, and Zengmu Janpachi. I only like to say it once. If you don't understand clearly, use your own body to understand it. See clearly, this is the real strength of breaking through the limits of the void and the God of Death and reaching the initial level of Skrido. Not you. The deformed product catalyzed by this collapsing jade is comparable to the ultimate form and transformation. Quote. After fighting for so long, Ju Nanbai may be tired of it, or it may be because he has achieved his goal and doesn't want to fight anymore. He wants to get rid of this hatred as soon as possible, and Ju Nanbai also found that Ichimaru Yin and Hirako Meiko were impatient. If Aizen was killed, they might not be able to resist. The fifth form change. Is it weakening the ability of a certain place to improve another place? Aizen said slightly sarcastically, but she didn't know why she looked at Kunin surrounded by a dangerous black Reiatsu. Bai has a bad feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that Ju Nanbai's last form change, called Ultimate, was definitely very different from the previous four. After advancing to the first level of Skrido, the insignificant features of Ju Nanbai's wrists and feet and the rune marks on his forehead have completely disappeared. It can be said that in the future, apart from the weapons in the hands of Ju Nanbai, the weapons in her hands will change according to Ju Nanbai's needs, and maybe only the color of the eyeballs in her eyes will change into various colors with the change of the 5 forms. Almighty Form's eyes will turn red, Pegasus Form's eyes will turn green, Titan Form's eyes will turn purple, Model Seryu's eyes will turn blue, and finally the strongest and most mysterious ultimate form is not only the eyes, but also the whole. Both eyes will become pitch black as ink without a trace of whiteness, and they look like black gems. At first glance, it seems that the whole person's mind is sucked into it and has infinite suction. Regardless of the state of returning to the blade or not to the blade, Ju Nanbai will no longer have any desired characteristics, even if it is not at all. It is exactly the same as the god of death. It can be said that the current appearance of Ju Nanbai has completely recovered. There is no difference in the appearance of the former death god, and some are only differences in strength. Is it for you to verify it yourself? I hope you can fight a little longer. The whole body was covered with black reiatsu burning like black flames, and his eyes had turned into black gems, full of endless attractiveness. Knowing if it was a hallucination, the voice of Ju Nanbai in his ultimate form made people feel like a boundless sense of danger shrouded him away. Arrogant. Iran snorted coldly, and suddenly a flower appeared in front of her eyes. Ju Nanbai came directly to Iran as if she wanted to flicker. He flew out, and at the same time, Ju Nanbai directly caught up with Aizen and hit him with a series of punches and kicks. There were countless wounds left on Aizen's body, and the speed of making a catch was too fast to repair even the super speed regeneration ability of Collapse Jade. Impossible, my probing nerves can't keep up with her speed. It's amazingly auspicious. Aizen's face changed greatly. Every time he wanted to raise his hand to resist, Ju Nanbai's fist came from the other side, let him be unable to defend even if he wants to. He now understands a little bit about Ju Nanbai's saying that he hopes you can play a little bit more. Damn, I don't believe it. I don't believe that there is still someone above me who has evolved 4 times with Bengyu. Aizen roared unwillingly, and the 5 empty faces at the tip of the wings immediately stretched out to surround Ju Nanbai, and at the same time tried her best to grab Ju Nanbai's hands all at once so that he could not move. The mouths of the 5 virtual faces and the black eyes of the 6 wings suddenly grew, and many energy balls condensed to form multiple huge rings of energy surrounding Ju Nanbai's body, which immediately exploded in a concentrated manner. You're dead now. Lan Ran's sneer quickly froze. When the smoke cleared, the masked appearance of Ju Nanbai was revealed, unscathed. This situation made Lan Ran unscathed. Dai's complexion changed greatly. It seems that you still don't understand that the ultimate form is different from the previous 4 forms. The ultimate form combines the advantages of the previous 4 forms, and at the same time far surpasses the improved abilities of the other 4 forms. It can be said that this form is my strongest and most perfect form. It can be said that the ultimate form can completely cover the enemy in the danger of death forever until the enemy is completely dead. With a scream, Ran directly tore off his hands, and at the same time, 5 slender jade fingers opened to face Aizen's head and said coldly, "Dark palm waves." Ah! As soon as Ju Nanbai's voice fell, Aizen let out a more shrill scream than before, only to see Aizen's whole body being wrapped in a black flame and burning, no matter what Aizen did. Unleashing Reiatsu or even releasing energy bullets on the body cannot extinguish it. What a strange flame. It's actually a flame burning from Aizen's body. As the master of playing with fire, Old Man Yamamoto, who controls the strongest Zanpakuto in the flame type, is still very authoritative in this regard, even if he is a master of playing with fire. When Ju Nanbai's peculiar black flame attack method changed his complexion, it can be seen that this kind of black flame is not unusual. 662 Blast Abuse Blue Dye. Mr. Genryujai, what do you mean by burning from within the body? Shuru Yukataki was the first to see Old Man Yamamoto's ability to fire with joy and anger. You must know that I have seen countless Zanpakuto or abilities about flames for thousands of years, but the Old Man Yamamoto has not seen it. Now the black flame displayed by Kunanbai can actually change the color of the Old Man Yamamoto. Does this mean that this kind of flame exceeds outside the cognitive scope of Old Man Yamamoto? This kind of black flame is very strange. Normally, even the old man's flaming flames are destroyed from the outside to the inside. After all, with external protection, it cannot burn directly from the inside of the enemy's body. But Ju Nanbai's this kind of black flame obviously started to burn from Aizen's body at the beginning, and then penetrated out of the body. It can be said that this is the flame of the external defense force directly attacking the internal organs of the enemy at noon. The Old Man Yamamoto's face was unprecedentedly solemn, and he said in a very heavy voice. What? Isn't that invincible? How strong the defense is without directly burning the enemy's body. Jingle Chunchui said in surprise, and now he couldn't sit still. Of course it's impossible to be invincible. As long as you exceed the limit that this kind of flame can damage, you can survive, or in other words, if you have the ability to regenerate your face and internal organs at a super speed, as long as the speed of super speed regeneration can't keep up with the speed of flame destruction, you can survive, but for those who did not break the limits of death and void, they can kill them in seconds. Even so, the fear and shock in old man Yamamoto's eyes did not subside at all. Yes, Bai's ability is indeed very strange. It is a relatively misunderstood but easy to decipher ability. Hei Yan, who was originally facing Bai with Aizen's strength, was killed in seconds, but Pump and his host. Protecting that super speed regeneration ability allows Aizen's body to regenerate continuously, but it can only maintain this state. That is to say, Aizen does not die, it will always be in a state of being burned by black flames. It can be said that black flames are caused by blue. The internal organs of the dyed body are used as fuel to burn. In simple terms, the blue dye will not die, and the black flame will not be extinguished. Quote. Saifeng Yuan nodded slightly, but his words made the countless gods of death in the room gasp and numb their scalps. In particular, the representatives of the masked army, such as Hirako Mako and Liuch Kenshi, secretly swore in their hearts that they would never offend this ancestor. Although Hirako Mako's strength would not be burned to death, he would not die like Hoyan. He didn't want to endure the pain. Hey, Chongkong, they are so stupid. Since this kind of fire is burning from the opponent's body, then as long as you mobilize the spiritual pressure to resist the black flame from within the body, it will be able to extinguish it if it exceeds the limit that the black flame can bear. Ah! With his rich combat experience, he has a very deep understanding of phantoms and all kinds of strange abilities. Nellie L can analyze the pros and cons at a glance, and only Nellie L can never be given a supernatural mind by appearances. Confused. If they are not stupid, how can they set off my baby Nilu's intelligence? Lu Chengkong kissed Nilia's small mouth and said in approval. Only the cute behavior shown by Nellie L at this time is similar to the cute and naughty behavior she did when she changed from a child to a hot super royal sister in the original anime. Usually Nellie L is solemn and beautiful. Brave, beautiful and refined existence. Of course, Nilu is very smart. Nellie L smiled happily, that cute look. The demeanor between the anger and the frown showed Nellie L's multiple charms vividly. Maybe it was only when she faced Lu Chengkong and his wives, Harabelle, that Nellie Elu showed her so cute and eccentric side. Ah! At this time, Aizen was just like a drug addict who couldn't get drugs and kept rolling on the ground, making a wailing sound that made people unable to help but feel pity, whereas the previous majesty unbelievable look. Bengyu's protection of the host, Aizen's so-called undead body, could only barely allow him to save his life under the burning of black flames. Where there is excess energy to fight, it is good not to be burned to death. Although I can't completely kill you with my current strength, I can make you pay back 100-fold for the pain they suffered. Zhu Nanbai popped out his left and right hands at the same time. His right hand was holding the Qinglong stick, and his left hand was holding the Titan Excalibur while beating Aizen. I was sweating coldly in my heart. Such a female murderer can't be offended. Tired of chopping and knocking, Zhu Nanbai put away two weapons, and replaced it with a Tianma crossbow, which was a burst of crackling shooting at Aizen, completely treating him as a meat target. Beating his body to pieces it fell, and then it was repaired by the power of Bengyu, and at the same time it was burned by the black flame. Hey, just suffer here slowly. I wanted to give you a good time when there was a thunderstorm, but it's a pity that it's not difficult to beat you with the strength. I just reached the first level of Skrito, but it really doesn't seem like it's going to kill you. So hard work for you. Quote. After playing tired and pouring out all the grievances in his heart, Zhu Nanbai let out a long breath and released the ultimate form. After all, the one who stayed in the shortest time after returning to the blade was the Tianma form, but the most tiring was the ultimate form. Because the ultimate form is powerful, but it is a double-edged sword. Especially the spiritual pressure of Zhu Nanbai gives people a feeling of a powerful crisis all the time. The ultimate form will definitely bring boundless crisis. Therefore, Ju Nanbai is in this state of change because of a sense of crisis. Because the power of the ultimate form is too powerful, it is easy to resist the temptation of the power, and it is counter-controlled by this force. If it cannot be resisted, it will simply withdraw from the ultimate form, or even become a fighting machine if it is serious. Therefore, Ju Nanbai's current state of mind can only last for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, it will be a bit dangerous to maintain this state. Of course, it is only now that Ju Nanbai's strength will be stronger in the future, and his mind will be more stable and powerful, then the duration will continue to grow. If she has 1/10 of Maujawali's state of mind, then Ju Nanbai can be in the ultimate form for a long time. Therefore, what Ju Nanbai lacks now is not strength, but the cultivation of state of mind, which makes the mind more strong and stable is more difficult than the improvement of strength. Who are you here? Ju Nanbai looked at Hirako Meiko and Ichimaru Yin. Others might not know the purpose of Ichimaru Yin following Aizen, but as one of Lu Chengkong's wives, how could Ju Nanbai not know? This generation can be said to be an apprentice. Why would Ichimaru Jin, who should call himself a teacher, follow Aizen's side? 662, 663 The tortured Aizen. Since you can't kill him, let me try it. Ichimaru Jin came to Aizen in a blink of an eye, squinting with a creepy smile. But I want to ask you to take back all the flames on his body. It's no fun to fight him like this. Are you sure? Ju Nanbai stared at Ichimaru Yin and confirmed that the latter did not mean to joke at all, and then he did not refuse to wave his hand. The black flame that burned on Aizen was immediately taken back, and Aizen was no longer rolling. But it was like the rest of his life, gasping for breath. Then I'll leave it to you. After Ju Nanbai finished speaking, she turned back to Lu Chengkong using the sound. She had done her best, and how much did it cost to upgrade from a vice captain level Reaper to the first level of Scredo hardships not many people know at all. Although she didn't kill Aizen in the end, she didn't regret it at all, because she knew that Aizen would definitely die today, and she just let Aizen try what it's like to be unhappy. Life is better than death, no matter how big the hatred is. 7, 7, 8, 8. Silver. Lan Ran's arrogance brought about by Bengyu has been greatly touched, and he no longer dares to underestimate anyone, even if it is the one in front of him. He knew early on that he was spying on him at any time. He didn't dare to underestimate the god of death who would take his own life. Because he remembered another identity of the Ichimaru Yin in front of him. Lu Chengkong was his teacher. Even if he didn't learn 10 things, he learned 3 or 4 times enough to drink a pot by himself. Captain Aizen, this may be the last time I've called you that. Shoot him, the spear. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, but a white light shot out of the abrupt cuff and suddenly penetrated Aizen's chest. Aizen didn't expect Ichimaru Jin to attack suddenly, but even so, he did nothing, because he secretly prepared for battle early in the morning, but what he couldn't believe was that he was no more than Ichimaru Jin's god. Gun. You may not know it. In fact, my Benkai's ability has always been described in many parts. Yes, it can be stretched for a long time and the speed is the fastest. In fact, it is so simple to answer. Today, I will let you see it. My real Benkai, shoot him, God kills him. Ichimaru Jin pointed at Aizen with a short Zanpakudo, and Aizen couldn't see the speed of expansion and contraction for a moment. He only felt a pain in his chest, and a small hole gradually appeared. How can your strength be so strong? Aizen glared angrily, roaring almost in a hysterical manner. He really couldn't understand how the strength of the god of death under his own eyes could be so strong, although he couldn't kill it. Even if Aizen didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Ichimaru Jin was the same as Kunanbai. In terms of strength, he has already surpassed himself. Although Bengyu has not yet begun to withdraw his power, he has not output more energy to him to help him continue to evolve. That is to say, if he cannot win Bengyu's approval, he has been at this level in his entire life. To be honest, with my current strength, the ability of the god-killing spear has been completely tapped out. If it was before, I would definitely tell you that the knife can't be stretched that long, and it's not that fast, it's just stretching. In the process, it will instantly turn into dust, which contains deadly toxins that can dissolve cells. But now I can tell you very clearly, my god-killing gun can be said to be the fastest Zanpakuto in retracting speed. It turned out that I had underestimated the magic gun before, thinking that the magic gun was not that fast, nor did it stretch. It was so long, it turned out not to be so. He was indeed very long and stretched very quickly. It's just that in the past, my strength was only at the peak of Captain Reaper's peak, that is, the peak of Vastord, and I had the ability to completely unearth all the power of the god-killing spear, but now I can exert the power of the god-killing spear to max. Aizen, S13 km has already passed. Now I don't know how fast the speed of expansion and contraction of the killing gun is based on my strength, and how long it can stretch. I haven't tested it. What is the point of the god-killing gun? Ichimaru Jin danced his short killing spear, spinning it in his hand, and said softly. The fastest Zanpakuto. Toxin, it's a pity that you still can't kill me. Haha, even if you can hit me naked, you still can't kill me. As long as I don't die, I can escape, leave, and become more Chang. At that time you will all die in my hands. Aizen laughed madly, and unabashedly expressed her thoughts of retreating, because even if she said it, it was nothing, but just told the enemy who defeated him that he wanted to escape, but he couldn't keep himself. He wanted to make Lu Changkong and others depressed. Hee, it seems that you are still so arrogant. Why don't I tell you the division of strength between Reaper and Void, and above Captain Reaper and Vastord is Screto, which is divided into beginner and intermediate. High level and peak, and above the peak of Screto is the Virtual King, and above the Virtual King are the Spirit King and Wangshu. You said that you were going to find the Spirit King. Hee, just relying on your strength to go to the Spirit King. You were bombarded and killed by his Zero Squad without even seeing his face. The weakest members of Team Zero are the juniors of Screto, and the strongest ones are the high level or even the peak of Screto. As for the vice captain, it should be at the level of the Virtual King. The strength does not have this qualification to know. Ichimaru Jin sneered at Aizen who had recovered. His Ichimaru Jin's battles were always very direct and fast. Although the attack just now was simple, it was over in just a moment, but he was currently the strongest. Fastest single attack. Since he can't kill him, let him leave the knife to others, so as not to waste time. Anyway, the toxin he left in Aizen's body is already painful enough for Aizen. It can be said that the pain caused by his toxin is no less than that of Aizen. The pain that Ju Nanbai's black flame brought to Aizen could be regarded as a bad breath, and the revenge could be regarded as half of the revenge. You must know that today is different from the past. In the original book Ichimaru Jin, only the toxin released by the strength of Captain Death can open a big hole in Aizen. Although the toxin was finally removed by the power of Bengyu, but now Ichimaru Jin's strength is much stronger than Aizen's current fourth stage of collapsing jade. How can his toxin be removed? So even if Aizen recovers the wound, the toxin released by his god-killing gun is still lurking in Aizen's body and constantly torturing him, which seems to be better than killing him. 663, 664 hit hard. How could it be like this? Lan Ran's eyes flashed all kinds of complicated light, and he found that he used to think that countless people in the world were watching the sky. What Ju Nanbai said was wrong. You are just a deformed existence catalyzed by Bengyu. How can you understand what happened after you really broke the limit of the virtual and the god of death? Ichimaru Yin said that he was full and turned his head and turned away. In fact, such Aizen has lost his qualifications to spy after he broke the limit. He still stayed by Aizen's side, but he just felt that the distance between Aizen and the world was empty. It's not long since he's been around, so just stay for a while. He's also idle and bored anyway. He is not at all worried that the Soul realm will deal with him, not to mention his strong background, Lu Changkong. Just because of his current strength, Soul realm has no ability to deal with him, and now he has broken the limit, it will become stronger in the future. Old man Yamamoto is not such an idiot. Ichimaru Yin thinks right, and will try his best to win over any old man Yamamoto who breaks the limit. Because in the past, all the gods of death who broke the limit in the soul world would be sent to the Zero team. It is rare now that there are so many gods of death in the soul world who have broken the limit and do not go to the Zero Team or even hate the Zero Team. Old man Yamamoto is too happy to deal with it. City Maru Silver. How far have you reached? Aizen now feels that he is really in trouble. First, he was burned by Heian for so long, and now Heian finally left, and it was too painful to replace it with a heart-piercing toxin. This, if it's mine, it's Skrito Elementary. Kunenbai Skrito Elementary, Hirako Meiko and Kuchiki Kyoka are Skrito Elementary, and Zakagi Kenpachi is Skrito Elementary. As for the peak, my old wife, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki, who is standing there, is also the peak of the first level Skrito, and Nelly L is the peak of the intermediate level Skrito. Ichimaru Jin glanced at Lu Chengkong. The latter clicked after nodding his head. He dared to say it. I'm sorry, Nailu accidentally broke through yesterday, and now it's a high-level Skrito. Nilia's voice suddenly interrupted Ichimaru Yin's words, and immediately made Saifeng Yuanyi's eyes again and again, asking, knowing that Lu Chengkong told him only a few days ago that Nelly L's strength is only the peak of the middle rank of Skrito, and it takes an opportunity to break through to the high rank. Have you reached a high level? This is hard to say. Normally, in addition to the breakthrough in the battle of life and death, it is to swallow a higher level. For example, if Nailu wants to break through, it is possible to devour the Daxu of the peak of Skrito, but it is not that you don't know Nailu. A few days ago, she suddenly told me that she was my eternal guardian female knight, and she broke through not long after. Quote. Lu Chengkong had no choice but to explain to Saifeng Yuan Yi's gaze. Speaking of which, he was also very depressed. He worked so hard to achieve today's achievements. How come so many of his wives are so defiant? Breaking through the shackles is like eating and drinking water. With a single word, you can have an epiphany. This makes Lu Chengkong doubt whether he is a transmigrator or Nelly Lu is the transmigrator many times. Guarding. Nelly L's heart is guarding, her husband's guarding female knight, Ru's strength is guarding, please come here. Saifeng Yuan Yi remembered the symbol of the spiritual power controlled by Nelly Lu, and then thought of Lu Chengkong's words, and after thinking about it carefully, it was generally understood. This is Nailu's road to becoming a strong man. I just implemented my own road to becoming a strong man, so that I can better understand the path I want to take in my heart. It can be regarded as a breakthrough in my state of mind. Nelly L said with a smile. She was not proud at all, and it was precisely because of this that she had a very good relationship with all Lu Chengkong's wives, and no one had ever been jealous of her. Elementary level, peak of primary level, high level. What about Lu Chengkong and Bachenliu? It can be said that these two people have never been seen through, and from what Ju Nanbai said just now, she said that Lu Chengkong himself he has reached a level that he can only look up to his whole life. Why don't you ask Lu Anju? You almost took away her spiritual power back then, but you had a good vision at that time. Lu Anju is just like Nelia Lu, and is called by the teacher as an existence with defiant aptitude, even if you don't have it. People teach that it is unattainable for them to explore and achieve alone. One has reached the high level of Skrito, and the other is the middle level of Skrito. Quote. Ichimaru Jin found that he seemed to like hitting Aizen very much, especially when he knew that he couldn't kill him and could only make his life worse than death. As for the Bachenliu you've always wanted to know, she is truly blessed. Not only is her innate aptitude already very high, even if it is less stubborn than Nelia Lu and Ranju, and she is more than a person who cultivates alone Nelly Lu and Ranju, and Bachenliu acquired a good mother and brother to teach and help her. If her strength has not changed in the past few days, she should be at the peak of Skrito. Ichimaru Jin said that there was a sudden pause, then looked back and forth like a thief, left and right, and then stretched his head over to the place next to Aizen's ear that was only 1 centimeter apart before stopping, using only Aizen to listen. The voice that arrived left 4 sons, Wang Shu and Lingju. Such simple words made Aizen's eyes widen, his pupils shrunk to the extreme, and he looked at Lu Chengkong who was lying there with his eyes closed and enjoying it with a ghostly look. Now I have thoroughly understood that Aizen, who has broken the limit of death and void, is no longer ignorant. Of course, I know that Wangshu and Spirit King are just different names, but the names of the same level are the pyramids of death and void. The existence at the top of the peak, he already fully understood why Ju Nanbai just said that Lu Chengkong has reached the existence that he can only look up to forever. Just when there was a hint of despair in Lan Ran's heart, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he was so happy that he had a good mother and brother to teach him the day after tomorrow. The brother is Lu Chengkong, so who is the mother? Is it? Looks like you've guessed something. Congratulations to you, Aizen, this time you're not being smart. Bachan Liu's brother is Lu Chengkong, so of course his mother is Mao Zhawali. Maybe you don't know, she is better than King Ling and Wang Shu, the former captain of Team Zero. Ichimaru Jin already knew what he had guessed when he saw the change in Aizen's expression, so he also hid a word in his ear and left without staying for a moment. It can't be like this, although I know that woman is not simple, but how can she be so strong? Aizen was really lost. He didn't think that there were so many hidden under his eyes in the soul world. The strong man, thanks to him, he also madly said that he was a god. I'm sorry, she is so strong. According to my teacher, when Captain Ujawali told you to hypnotize you, you just wanted to study your Jinghuashuiyu's ability when you went according to your plan. Your so-called Jinghuashuiyu is in her. In his eyes, a single thought can be cracked. Quote. 664, 665 Sendai ran on the road. Junzi, are you going? Lu Chengkong was tortured by Blue Dye for this original work, and even destroyed his life achievements, but now he has his own interference and has not been blurred, and his future has not been destroyed. Asked by Mako Hirako, who became the existence of the god of death and the imaginary limit. My abilities are mainly auxiliary, and I don't have much aggression. The powerful offensive abilities of Shiro and Ichimaru Jin and their biased attacks can't kill this Aizen who was transformed by Bengyu into a dead body. I can only defeat him easily. It seems to be difficult to kill him, and now Aizen has already resigned, and he was beaten by Ichimaru Jin. I can't kill him. Don't start. Hirako Mako hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. After all, he was telling the truth. It seems that it is no longer necessary to torture Aizen. With the torment of Ichimaru silver poison, there is no need for him to take action, not to mention Mako Hirako, he is not the kind of existence who likes to torture people. What about you? Lu Chengkong looked at Zengi Kenpachi, Kuchiki Shanghai and the others, while Kuchiki Shanghai shook his head and said he wasn't interested, and Zengi Kenpachi said he didn't have any intention to fight and just wanted to run away. Fighting is boring. Since neither of you, husband, let me do it. Suddenly, a coquettish voice that made people feel soft and soft, abruptly sounded, and a blonde stunner with stalwart super big breasts came out of the darkness. It was Matsumoto Ranju. He wanted to take away my spiritual power back then. Since you can't kill him, or don't want to take action, then let me do it. Matsumoto Ranju first gave Lu Chengkong a wink and said, go if you want. Lu Chengkong shrugged indifferently, signaling Matsumoto Ranju to be free. Yin, you're too old, don't let your husband worry about you anymore. For this personal intrusion, he once saved himself. His lover Lu Chengkong, so Matsumoto Ranju is still very concerned about Ichimaru Jin's personal access. I won't let the teacher worry about it anymore. Ichimaru Yin faced this Matsumoto Ranju, who he had always treated himself as a personal visit. His voice was much gentler, and at the same time, he said that he would not let Lu Chengkong worry about himself in the future. After all, he is a teacher. That's good. Matsumoto Ranju said that the whole person seemed to have turned into a storm and appeared directly in front of Aizen. He looked down at Aizen, who had no fighting intent in his eyes. Obviously, he was hit hard enough by the cruel reality. Let's go. Suddenly, the blue dye that had been half kneeling on the ground gave the impression that his eyes were empty and gray, and the collapsed jade flashed a glimmer of light. I thought that although he was hit just now, he definitely did not lose his soul. The dejected and disheartened appearance is just pretending to paralyze Lu Chengkong and others. Now that this more powerful Ranju has come out, he can't guarantee that Matsumoto Ranju, who is so much stronger than Ichimaru Jin and others, cannot be killed. Own. If you stand here obediently and die, I will give you a happy death, but why do you want to die now? It's too stupid to choose to run away in front of me, the endless storms are all in my hands, lo sing it, cat demon. Seeing that Bengyu flashed a glare of blue dye, the body became illusory and was about to disappear in place when Matsumoto Ranju was a slow shikai. Whoosh! The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and 9 violent tornadoes that shot straight into the sky seemed to cover the sky like 9 wind dragons. With Matsumoto Rankamori spit out 4 words, storm enchantment. In an instant, Aizen's body, which was about to disappear, suddenly became real again. Obviously, the space movement of Bengyu failed. You can actually interfere with the space, Aizen said in horror while enduring the bone-eroding pain inside her body. I, who control the strongest Zanpakuto of the Qingfeng type, can do it even if I turn the storm into a sharp wind blade and sing the void, so it doesn't seem to be too difficult to use the storm to block the nearby space, unless you can break the 9 tornadoes that are raging in the nearby space, otherwise you won't want to use the space to move. Ranju Matsumoto clicked his fingers, and no matter how Aizen struggled, he found that he controlled his body and slowly lifted off into the air. The immortal body that Bengyu brings to you is just to constantly let your body repair your body at a super fast regeneration speed, which means that you will not die by simply blowing up any part of your body, including your brain. But what if you turn your whole person into dust in the sky in an instant? Matsumoto Ranju looked at Aizen, who was still struggling in delusion, with a slightly mocking gaze. His right hand slowly protruded, 5 slender jade fingers were spread, and the palm of his hand was facing upwards. Chi-chi. The whistling sound of a sharp and piercing storm splitting the space constantly sounded, making goosebumps all over the body when listening to it. I saw that the 9 giant tornadoes surrounding Matsumoto Ranju began to continuously release a miniature tornado that could be seen by the naked eye towards the palm of Matsumoto Ranju, spinning at an unseen limit speed. It was decided that a small gray hurricane was formed. This hurricane rotated at an extreme speed as if it formed an indestructible blade of wind. The space near the small hurricane began to appear space incisions that seemed to be cut by sharp tools. This is a collection of 9 tornadoes created by me, Shikai, that are constantly rotating at the limit speed, and at the same time, they are continuously compressed in the process of rotation, which makes this hurricane continue to shrink, and the density is more and more terrifying. It can be said that I was in Shikai. The essence of the 9 tornadoes is gathered below, and I named it the Death Storm. Quote. Matsumoto Ranju glanced at the death storm in his hand. The power released by such a terrifying small hurricane in an instant is definitely worthy of this name. It's the executioner who sent you Aizen Soyusuke on the road. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Aizen indifferently, especially when she saw the fear in Aizen's eyes. She smiled so brightly. The smile was full of irony towards Aizen. The arrogance just now did not depend on the immortal body. Now that he felt that his death storm could destroy his immortal body, he was afraid. Aizen was right. Jia, you are nothing more than that. Women are getting more and more terrifying now, Hirako Mako said with chills all over her body, and she said in cold sweat. The gods of death who heard Hirako Mako's words nodded in agreement, even Jingle Chunchui, who was fighting in Balagang, can't help nodding. 666 Aizen is slaughtered, and Nailu is arrogant. No, don't. Iran was unwilling and cried out in fear. He was not reconciled. He had been lurking for so many years and had put in so much effort. He is a pitiful creature, and now even his life is threatened. He is not reconciled. Don't worry, you won't be in pain. It will only take a moment for your body, your soul, your intelligence, and your consciousness to disappear at the same time, so no matter how painful you are, you will only be in pain. Matsumoto Ranju found that her tone was really strange, like a goldfish girl guy who was abducting a child, but she didn't care, and gently pushed the death storm in her hand towards Aizen, and the death storm was leaving after the jade hand of Matsumoto Ranju finally stopped asking meekly and showed its terrible teeth. The storm of death seemed to contain infinite suction, and Aizen was sucked in at once. Immediately, Matsumoto Ranju turned into a whirlwind and returned to Lu Chengkong's side. She didn't even look at Aizen, and the final result would be like this. Obviously, She was very confident in her own strength, and that her move could kill Aizen. Very confident. Aizen only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then an extremely heart-wrenching pain came from every part of his body, but in another moment he completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of outsiders, Aizen was sucked by Aizen by a death storm that suddenly changed to a size that could completely wrap Aizen and wrapped it up. After the death storm became bigger, Aizen screamed. However, the scream came to an abrupt end almost as soon as it came out, completely losing its life. Boom! Suddenly, the death storm suddenly centered on itself, like a nuclear bomb explosion, and exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying spiritual pressure storm spread out in all directions as if it would destroy the entire space, scaring many gods of death to keep retreating. The gust of wind in the sky directly destroyed all the matter in the area covered by the explosion of the death storm. Not only that, but the sun in the sky seemed to be blocked, and it became extremely dim, as if it was the end of the world. 2 minutes later, the death storm slowly dissipated and the place shrouded by the death storm was revealed. The space in front is like a hornet's nest. There are countless space cracks that are very smooth and incomparably dense. Even through the countless space cracks, you can see the cosmic void outside the space. There are countless terrifying space turbulence, time and space storms. When I saw it, my scalp was numb and horrified. Such a terrifying death storm, and Aizen Soyusuke at the core of the death storm species is dead and can no longer die. At least not a single god of death or a virtual society thinks that Aizen can survive. The invincible Aizen just died like this, dying in the hands of such a charming and beautiful woman. Sure enough, the more beautiful, the more attractive a woman is, the more dangerous it is. Urahara Kazuki suddenly released Zanpakuto Kungi and released an attack similar to a phantom flash, killing the researcher Apollo in the 10 blades at once, and then let out a sigh. The 6166 Rod Light Prison. Seeing that Kazuki Urahara was taking the lead, the other Death God captains who fought with the 10 blades quickly resolved their opponents, and only himself had not yet resolved the Balagang Ruzengang. The Jingle Chunshui also began to use his housekeeping skills, and the 4 skills of the God of Death began to show. Such a low-level ghost also wants to block the footsteps of the Great Emperor going. In fact, the Skull Emperor Balagang Ruzengang had already begun to retreat, especially when he saw Aizen being killed in an instant, even if he no matter how you want to seek revenge on Lu Chengkong, you know that he is just an ant in front of Lu Chengkong. To seek revenge for him is no less stupid than a mighty owl shaking a tree. It's a pity that just when he was going to use the breath of death to force Jingle Chunshui back and escape, Jingle Chunshui actually preemptively used the 6-stick light prison, although he was soon caught by him. The breath of death was corroded, but it also successfully blocked his escape. Enough is enough, I'm not alone. Jingle Chunshui raised his Zanpakuto to face the Ruzengang in Balagang, and the swift and violent hurricane would suddenly hit the Ruzengang in Balagang, causing him to be corroding the 6. The aura of death in the stick light prison had to be mobilized to block the incoming hurricane. It's over, the ghost. Jingle Chunshui also seized this opportunity and came to the top of the Balagang Ruzengang in a blink of an eye, and used his most powerful force. It can be called a fatal blow as long as he stands higher than the enemy. Attacking at a low position can bring huge damage. The original game has the unique trick of hitting Stark. But this time, he hit the Balagang Ruzengang and left a deep scar on his body. Because the Balagang Ruzengang was originally the one who touched the skull, and there was no blood to shed in the state of returning to the blade, so even if it was cut, blood would flow out, but there was still a scream to tell everyone that he had indeed suffered trauma. Is this the great emperor going to die? The old man is unwilling to die in the hands of such a god of death. The old man has not yet avenged. Balagang Ruzen ganged up with styles and let out an unwilling roar, and immediately, regardless of the damage that he had caused his body to collapse to the limit, or even Jingle Chunshui, he rushed towards Lu Chengkong and swung the giant axe. When it is about to fly towards Lu Chengkong, Nellie L., who has been tired of being in Lu Chengkong's arms with a sweet and gentle smile, didn't see any movement at all. The whole person had left Lu Chengkong's arms and seemed to have passed through space and appeared directly in Ruzan, Balagang. 10 meters ahead. Ice condensed, the nearby air suddenly stagnates. Except for Lu Chengkong, all the gods of death present only felt that they were suddenly pressed by tens of thousands of kilograms of gravity, and they couldn't move at all, and they even had difficulty breathing. And the Balagang Ruzan gang, which was targeted by this spiritual pressure, was directly pressed to the point where it made a crackling sound like fried chestnuts, and the body could not bear the oppressive force of this spiritual pressure. It was directly crushed into powder, and it was too late to even scream. Quiet, extremely quiet, the entire Kongza town became terrifyingly quiet in an instant. The sudden scene deeply stimulated the nerve receptivity of countless death gods. The 20th blade said that it was strong or not, and that it was definitely not weak. At least worship it. The Lagang Ruzan gang is no better than the Jingle Chunchui without Bankai. He will lose to the incomprehensible Jingle Chunchui in an instant. In addition to the fact that Balagang had already thought of quitting at that time, he is not good at deliberation, and it can even be said that he is not good at analysis, and Jingle Chunchui cannot hide this trick. The ability, coupled with the desire to retreat, there is no fighting spirit at all, and the strength can only be used at most 70%. He was led by Jingle Chunchui and then succeeded in defeating the Balagang Ruzan gang all at once. However, because the first powerhouse of the 10 blades could not withstand the spiritual pressure of Nelly, the powder that was pressed by Nelly with the spiritual pressure was such a sudden scene, and Nelly radiated it. How could the terrifying Reiatsu pressing on them not make them all sluggish? 667 punching Kurosaki Aikiryu. Just died like this. Urahara Kazuki's eyes widened, even though he had just heard that Nelly L's strength was at the high level of Skrito, and the Balagan Ruzan gang was only catalyzed by Bengyu. The real strength of the high-rank Vastord is only around the peak of the middle rank of Vasto. The gap is very large, but I did not expect the gap to be so large that the spiritual pressure alone can make a high-rank Vasto to be pressed into powder. It is normal to use Reiatsu to push the opponent down or unconscious Urahara Kazuki, and even if the opponent is injured, he can accept it, but he never thought that he could use Reiatsu alone to crush a Vastod high-level dagger. To be pressed into powder, this is terrible, right? Is the difference between the Vastordian and Skrito highs really that big? It's so big that you don't need to use a single thought to release the Reiatsu to instantly kill the opponent, so how terrible will the existence above Skrito be? Thinking of this, Kazuki Urahara couldn't help but turn his attention to Lu Chengkong, a man who, in his opinion, has always been very complicated, and his wife has the strength of a high-level Skrito, so what about him? To be honest, Urahara Kazuki really hadn't seen Lu Chengkong take a shot for a while, which made him very curious about the extent of Lu Chengkong's strength. His strength, Kurosaki Yixin, who was hiding on the side, used to be at the peak of Skrito's strength. Although his strength is gone now, his vision is still there. Lu Chengkong gave him the same feeling as the former Spirit King. Wang Shu still the feeling that the leader of Team Zero gave him was unfathomable. Like the sea, it was impossible to detect how far he had reached. This idea made Kurosaki Yixin think it was too absurd. Lu Chengkong is only a few hundred years old. How could he have reached such a point? If this is the case, continuing to develop does not mean that he will surpass the Spirit King sooner or later. Wang Shu. It's over like this. Shuru Yukitaki felt that things had changed so quickly and so simply that the solution of Shuyagong Aizen and his gang of broken faces made him feel as if he had just woken up from a dream, a bit insufferable. Confidence. Although I am also surprised, I have to tell you that it is indeed over. Jingle Chunchui pressed his hat and said with a sigh. Just when all the gods of death showed their happy and cheerful smiles, a sudden change suddenly appeared, and a shrill scream appeared very abrupt in the quiet sky of Kakuzucho, and all of a sudden attracted everyone's attention, the powerful and easy to follow seeing what's going on in the distance. I saw that about 2 kilometers away from here, there are 2 people who look 70% similar, only one looks relatively loyal, and the other gives people a cold and viper-like feeling, one of these 2 people. It was Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin, but Kurosaki Ishin's heart was pierced by someone with a zanpakuto. Seeing that there was too much air in and out, he obviously couldn't survive. Is this Dad's voice? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't see that far, but when he heard the scream, he felt very familiar and immediately remembered who the owner of the voice was, and immediately screamed in anger. The voice just got stuck at the same time as it sounded. The eyes of the gods of death had to turn to Ichigo Kurosaki again. Like his father, Ichigo Kurosaki was pierced through the heart by this middle-aged man who was 70% similar to Ichigo Kurosaki. Before he could even let out a scream, he just hiccuped and lay down. It's so fast. I was clearly 2 kilometers away just now. Why did I suddenly come here and kill Ichigo Kurosaki, and kill Ichigo Kurosaki and Ichigo Kurosaki in an instant? Who is he? Urahara Kazuki couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart and said that things were developing so fast that even if someone wanted to save Ichigo Kurosaki, it was too late, because they didn't have time to give birth to the idea of saving Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki protected himself after being killed. The development of events is too sudden, and it is too fast to be overwhelmed. Oh my god, why are so many monsters appearing recently, and each one's strength is more perverted? Liuch Quanshi said in his heart, but he was ready to fight. Although he was not this person's enemy of unity, it did not mean him. We'll catch up. Is it finally here? He should be Ikiryu Kurosaki, right? Lu Chengkong showed a weird smile, as if he knew Ikiryu Kurosaki would come, or that he had been waiting for Ikiryu Kurosaki. In other words, the Spirit King and others behind Kurosaki Ikiryu and Wangshu and others appeared. I just didn't expect Wangshu and Ling Wang to appear before this clown jumping beams came out and collapsed first. It should be Ling Wang and Wangshu who were healing. They thought that Wangshu and Ling Wang were both seriously injured. For a long time, the fashion department will not recover. Thinking that no one is suppressing his head, Ikiryu Kurosaki can't wait to come to the world to cut the grass and take away the roots of Kurosaki Masaki, but unfortunately Kurosaki Masaki is his own woman, and dare to attack his own woman's idea even if it is only one thought was about to die, and in an instant, Lu Chengkong already had in mind Vice Admiral Ikiryu Kurosaki and sentenced him to death. Kurosaki Masaki is not here. Damn, where is it? Is it in the soul world? Or is she dead? I can't feel her reiatsu, There are so many gods of death here who break the limit. There is one. Did you actually reach the Scredo high level? Kurosaki Ikiryu couldn't sense Kurosaki Masaki's reiatsu, and immediately cursed in disgust. In his anger, he fired 2 phantom bullets at the bodies of Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Ichigo, killing them completely. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Except for Hikashu Kiryu, I didn't expect to encounter such a beauty and strength. When Kurosaki Ikiryu saw Nellie L, he suddenly thought in his heart, but he didn't know that it was precisely because of his crooked thoughts that he was closer to death. I'm the vice captain of Team Zero, Ikiryu Kurosaki. All personnel in the Soul Society must obey my command. The 2 who violated the laws of the Spirit King have already been executed by me. This woman is also suspected, so I'm going to take you. Ikiryu Kurosaki is worthy of being an old river and lake. Of course, he admires his thick-skinned face, and he can say it if it has nothing to do with it. It's a good show. Pingzi Junzi, Kuchiki Shanghai, and Zanmu Janba were not afraid at all. Obviously, they all knew how far Lu Chengkong was, and now they suddenly heard someone dare to say such words to Lu Chengkong's wife. Immediately, interest came, and at the same time, he looked at Kurosaki Ikiryu with a pitiful, idiot and dead man's eyes. I really haven't heard of a woman who dared to say that for a long time, dare to beat my wife's idea. Even if you just have this idea, say it, you don't have to live in this world, Kurosaki Ikiryu. Lu Chengkong's cold and touching voice sounded from behind Kurosaki Ikiryu, which startled Kurosaki Iryu. Before he could react, he only felt a pain in his back, and his whole body turned into a cannonball and was shot by Lu Chengkong from midair. It broke into the ground and directly blasted a deep pit with a radius of 1 kilometer in the ground. 667, 668 Kurosaki Ikiryu's fear. How could someone come behind me silently? It's impossible to hide from my probing nerves. Apart from the King of Spirit, Wang Shu and the captain of the Zero Squad can't have such an existence at all. Kurosaki Ikiryu endured the pain from his back, and felt as if his entire body had been beaten to pieces. Fortunately, with his strength, he had the super speed regeneration of the virtual, so he suffered fatal injuries very quickly. Just recover. Who are you? Although Kurosaki Ikiryu didn't concentrate just now, he was very apprehensive about Lu Changkong, the person who came silently behind him, and the crooked thoughts just now were thrown aside. Beauty is good, but for a beauty, and he has not acted, he just has a thought to offend an enemy who is at least on the same level as himself or even better than himself. He is not so stupid, and now he regrets it very much. If I had known, I should have felt it carefully just now, but it's no wonder he has been in a high position for a long time. As the deputy captain of Team Zero, he has all the respect for the existence of the three other than King Ling, Wang Shu and the captain of Team Zero. With a condescending attitude, Mingli thought that such a terrifying existence would suddenly appear in this world. Does it matter who I am? You will die today anyway. He originally sentenced Kurosaki Ikiryu to death after he got Kurosaki Masaki, but now this guy dares to think wrongly in front of himself and treat himself. His wife's words made Lu Chengkong decide not to let him die any longer. Guanyu. Kurosaki Ikiryu's face sank. He knew that he couldn't be good today, and at the same time he was very angry. Who was he, the high-ranking vice captain of Team Zero, who dared to speak so loudly? So arrogant. Now that he knew that he couldn't do good, Kurosaki Ikiryu immediately attacked and liberated the Zanpakuto. A Zanpakuto that was larger and larger than Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto appeared immediately and released a huge Zanpakuto. A slash similar to Crescent Moon Chong slashed towards Lu Changkong, and at the same time he actually started to release the Ghost Path. The 91 Breaking Path. 1,000-handed smashing the cannon. The first shot is the number 91 Breaking Road. Look at the power of Kurosaki Ikiryu's number 91 Breaking Road, how powerful it is without singing. It's actually no different from full singing, and it's really powerful. Boring attack. A cold light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and he didn't mean to dodge at all. Arrogant. Kurosaki Ikiryu was annoyed, but more of it was Gao Sheng, no matter if he was stronger than himself from time to time, but he was so arrogant to touch his own attack with his hands, and he was definitely injured. It's just that fantasy is often beautiful, but reality is often cruel. Lu Chengkong's right hand is as easy as tearing tofu, tearing up the huge crescent moon, and then attacking several rays of light as if catching a baton. Catch them, and then crush them one by one. You, who are you? Even if you are stronger than me, you can't take over my crescent moon Tianxiao and number 91's break with your bare hands. Are you the captain of Team Zero? Kurosaki Ikiryu seemed to have thought of something, remembered the leader of the Zero Division, who had never been able to show her true face and no one knew what she looked like, and immediately let Kurosaki Ikiryu associate Lu Chengkong with the Zero Division leader in front of him. At the same time, I regretted that I went to the intestines. Why my mouth stinks so much? If I bear it for a while, everything will be fine. Now it seems that I am in trouble. What? Captain of Team Zero, can't you? Urahara Kazuki's eyes widened immediately. Although he was also surprised by Lu Chengkong's strength, he was even more surprised by Kurosaki Ikiryu's words. It seems that there is a real possibility. When I first met this guy Zhang Kong, although he was so weak that he had almost no spiritual pressure, he gave me a feeling of extreme danger. Later, after getting along for a long time, I became suspicious of him. What used to be an absolutely terrifying Grim Reaper just lost his strength for some reason and was rebuilt. Zengi Kenpachi expressed his opinion in a timely manner, and his words immediately surprised the countless Death God captains and vice captains present. If it was really like what Zengi Kenpachi said, Lu Chengkong is not a very noble person. Team captain, especially the old man Yamamoto, was in a cold sweat. He actually fought with the captain of the Zero team. Isn't this courting death? Hey, Kenpachi, your imagination is too rich. Although you guessed correctly, I was indeed a strong man in the past, and I did lose my power, but I am not the captain of the Zero Squad as you said. However, you have also met the captain of the Zero Team. You all know it. I think no one in the whole Soul world does not know who she is. Liu Chengkong was a little speechless and pressed his temples. When did Kenpachi Zeraki's fantasy power be so rich? We've all seen it. No one knows it. Zengmu Kenpachi was stunned, and recalled that there seemed to be no such a number one person among the people he knew. Suddenly, a figure with an incomparably compassionate and inclusive temperament was there. In his mind flashed an exclamation that made him conditioned reflex. Could it be Maojawali? Did you call me Captain Zakagi? At this moment, Ujawali's voice full of maternal brilliance suddenly rang in everyone's ears, and a strange scene appeared. There was no one present except Liu Chengkong. He noticed when Uno Hanaratsu came to Nellie L's side, as if she was standing here early in the morning, but no one noticed until she took the initiative to speak. Captain Ujawali. Unbelievable exclamations spit out from the mouths of the captains and vice-captains. They were all poetic, surprised, and looked at the former captain of the 4th Division, Ujawali, in disbelief. It turns out that it is no wonder that the tone of the captain's resignation that day actually made the old man have no thoughts of resistance and disgust. It turns out that she is the captain of the Zero Squad who has never shown her true face in the legend. The old man Yamamoto sighed, and all the pictures from the past flashed before his eyes. At this moment, he also agreed with the words of Kenpachi Zakagi that Unahakali was the captain of Team Zero. What? This woman is actually the captain. Is it really her? Kurosaki Aikiryu shivered as he looked at Unahakali. Obviously, the prestige of the leader of Team Zero was too great. Lai's prestige is greater than that of the Spirit King. Why don't you believe it? Ujawali chuckled. A green mopping cloak with a hood suddenly appeared on Ujawali's body, covering her whole body. Such a familiar appearance immediately made a ghost in her heart. The fear of Kurosaki Aikiryu, who had done something wrong to the Soul Society and the God of Death, was dumbfounded and almost instinctively called out, "It's the captain." It was this scream that completely confirmed the identity of Ujawali, and the whole empty town sounded a clear breath of cold air, obviously surprised by the true identity of Ujawali, trembling. 668, 669 The tragic Kurosaki Aikiryu. I actually provoked the captain. She would appear like this. Doesn't it mean that she will not appear in the non-spiritual king realm? Why did she suddenly appear? Does she know about my deal with Wang Shu? Yes, it must be like this. Aikiryu Kurosaki was extremely depressed. He knew that he would not come, and it was better to stay in the Spirit King realm. Why was he so unlucky today? It was just because of his bad breath that he provoked Liu Chengkong, who was at the same level as Wang Shu, King Ling, and Maojawali, and then caused him to be frightened by Maojawali. If you ask him what he regrets the most in his life, if the matter is anything, he will definitely say that he has come to this world today. Where can Aikiryu Kurosaki, who has a ghost in his heart, dare to stay and tear the black cavity immediately, and wants to rush into Wang Zuji? He has a deal with Wang Shu. If Ujawali really knows to tell this matter, then Spirit King he will never let him go, only Wang Shu can keep him. It's just that he doesn't know the real relationship between Maojawali, Ling Wang, and Wang Shu. The injuries of Wang Shu and Ling Wang were caused by Maojawali, but if he knew it, he might directly scare him. Not sure of death. Did I say you can go? Azuki Karatsu's red lips parted lightly, and just as Kurosaki Aikiryu's body was about to enter the black cavity, the voice of Uzuru Kali rang out. Ujawali's voice seemed to contain an incomparable majesty that space was not allowed to be violated. The cracked black cavity was instantly joined together. Kurosaki Aikiryu didn't rush into the black cavity, and immediately made him almost fall out of the air. Go down. You're really amazing. You brought up Wang Shu. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't want to be the captain of the Zero Team, and now I'm not the captain of the Zero Team. Even if you kill the king, I will not care, but I never want to leave any regrets. Although I am no longer the captain of the Zero Squad, logically speaking, I don't need to waste any effort and time to deal with you, but the time you committed the crime was after all the time when I was still the leader of the Zero Squad. Although I don't like it, but this sentence is quite reasonable. What's more important is that you actually hit my sister Nilu's head. Do you think you should die? At this moment, Maujawali is no longer the former captain of the 4th Division, the gentle, and Hexy's Maujawali, who is dedicated to saving the dead and the wounded, but a godlike Maujawali who is aloof and majestic and cannot be offended. Such an unfamiliar side makes the captain and vice-captain who are familiar with the god of death all feel very strange. Is this really Uno Hanari? Sister, God, didn't I just say a word? How did she provoke so many monsters, and her background is really so awesome. Kurosaki Ikiryu regretted his bowels, and looked in horror at Nellie L who had never looked at her from beginning to end. Now he can be said to be completely despairing. Escape. Where can he escape? Blow up. Maybe he was beheaded by Usually as soon as he had this idea. My wife, let me do it. Lu Chengkong's words made Kurosaki Ikiryu's head seem to have been drilled into his head by a sharp cone. With a bang, his head could no longer function, and he could think about anything. God, what is this man talking about? He actually called Usually as his wife, and what made Kurosaki Iryu unable to change is that Usually did not have a trace of disgust, but there was undisguised tenderness and love in his eyes, which made him even more so. Kurosaki Ikiryu felt a whirlwind and almost fell to the ground. Mauji Huali and Lu Chengkong exchanged glances, and found the firmness in it and the love for his wife, and immediately made Mauji Huali show a glamorous and soul-stirring smile. As hot as Matsumoto Ranju. But Maujawali is introverted, while Matsumoto Ranju is the first glance. Even if Matsumoto Ranju is conservative, not dressing up at all will give people a natural charm, a stunning sense of stunning beauty. Feel free to choose one. A glance, an action, a sniff and a frown are enough to turn all living beings upside down. But Usually is completely different from Matsumoto Ranju. No matter where she goes, she is obviously very low-key, but her eyes are unable to focus on her. That kind of indescribable attraction is invisible. But it radiated from her body, like an international superstar of the earth, and wherever she went, it was the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, the charm of Maujawali is definitely not comparable to that of a superstar. No matter how low-key she is, how restrained she is, and wherever she goes, she can make people chasing stars and bowing to the moon. People don't dare to look at her with any colorful eyes or even any crooked thoughts, and Maujawali's temperament is too unique. At first glance, you may only think that she is a stunning beauty with a rare appearance and excellent temperament, but there will never be the amazing feeling of Matsumoto Ranju that makes people feel hot all over. However, Mauzihua's strong appearance gives people a kind of beauty that is more and more beautiful, which belongs to a kind of introverted appearance plus her unique graceful and luxurious temperament and a beautiful and refined appearance. The longer I look at her, the more I am attracted, the more I feel that she is beautiful, the more I feel that she is indescribably beautiful. The possible time that she can't be seen is that she will fall into a stagnation and can't extricate herself after a little longer. Yeah, Maujawali nodded slowly, which made Lu Chengkong very happy. The conversation between the two just now was actually exposing the true relationship between the two parties that had been hidden for a long time, and Maujawali was obviously there is no resistance to this, but a bit of excitement and joy. Okay, then you can die, Kurosaki Ikiryu. The smile on Lu Chengkong's face faded, and his eyes were full of murderous intent that could not be concealed. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Kurosaki Ikiryu, would die because of this. Since that's the case, if you don't make me feel better, I won't make you feel better. The last crescent moon is howling. If Kurosaki Ikiryu were to face Uno Hanaritsu, the invisible deterrent force accumulated over the years would really make Kurosaki Ikiryu have no will or thought to confront him, but if the object is Lu Chengkong he just let it go. Even if this Lu Chengkong's strength might be on the same level as the Spirit King. A very simple sentence. The dog jumps over the wall in a hurry. If you don't let him have a good time, I won't let you have a better life. Even if you die, you will suffer a certain degree of damage, but unfortunately his wish has failed again. Kurosaki Isshin, Kurosaki Ikiryu's are crescent moon sky chong, and Kurosaki Ikiryu as Crescent Moon Sky Crow. Although the names are different, the moves and appearance are the same. Is the last Crescent Moon Sky Chong? It should be the same as like the last Crescent Moon God. Do you abandon the power of death and use yourself as the Crescent Moon? The combat power that can make a Kurosaki Ichigo from the original work leap from the captain level to the first level of Skrito, although the time is extremely short, and Wuyu only has one attack, but it is not bad. However, the gap between the virtual king and Wang Shu, where is the gap between the captain level and the first level of Skrito? Even if you use Wuyu, it is impossible to release the Wang Shu level attack, not to mention even if you release as the attack of Wang Shu level useful for finding it. Liu Chengkong didn't stop Kurosaki Ikiryu, but looked at the difference between Kurosaki Ikiryu's last Crescent Moon Roar and Kurosaki Ichigo's last Crescent Moon rushing with interest. But it's true, it looks like going up is still the same. There is really no difference, except that the black crescent has turned into a white crescent. 670 Achievement of 8,000 streams. Is this your strongest move? The attack gained by giving up the power of the god of death. Liu Chengkong said, looking at Kurosaki Ikiryu, who was surrounded by white crescent slashes. That's right, you forced me, Wuyu. Kurosaki Ikiryu's face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were full of resentment. Obviously, he could not wait to eat Liu Chengkong's meat. Although he regretted that he had come to this world today, but he hated Liu Chengkong even more. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Liu Chengkong's existence, he, the high-ranking vice-captain of the Zero Division, would definitely have a lot of enjoyment in life, but now he obviously has no way out, and he will take 10,000 steps and say that he is incompetent. After killing Liu Chengkong, Mao Zhawali, who was standing on the side, would not let him go, let alone Liu Chengkong who could kill him. Do you resent me? Haha, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you'll be a dead person soon. What's the use of a dead person's resentment? If you want to blame it, it's your thoughts that shouldn't be moved. Liu Chengkong didn't care at all. Kurosaki Ikiryu's face, like a hungry wolf, didn't even care about Kurosaki Ikiryu's powerful attack. Really, let me die with you. Kurosaki Ikiryu roared viciously, using himself as the crescent moon, waving his right hand towards Liu Chengkong. A super large white slashing wave belt enough to tear the world apart with a sharp air-breaking sound and terrifying pressure, he flew directly to Liu Chengkong. Oh my god, it won't be the end of the world, right? Fortunately, the world has shifted, otherwise the airwaves generated by this move would be enough to destroy the entire Kongza town. Shuru Yukitaki watched in horror as Ikiryu Kurosaki unleashed Wuyu with the strength of the Void King. This blow was too terrifying. Much more terrifying than the death storm of Matsumoto Renki just now. Compared to this, I think you should worry about Liu Chengkong, but seeing how calm he is, he hasn't even released Shikai's abilities. It should be because he is very confident in his own strength, and you think you can get the Spirit King. Will the favor of the first-level team leader of the Zero team be so simple? Jingo Chunshui waved his hand and said indifferently, anyway, this is not the present world. It will be destroyed if it is destroyed. In comparison, if he can see this level of existential combat, he feels that it does not matter if the real world is destroyed. There is this. It's not just Jingle Chunshui who thinks, all the captains and vice-captains have the same idea as Jingle Chunshui. Even the most rigorous old man Yamamoto couldn't help but have this idea. King Spirit, Wang Shu's first-level powerhouse, the kind of powerhouse that really only exists in legends. I was fortunate enough to meet them today. Fighting, thinking about it is very exciting. Is there already a blow from the peak of the virtual king? It seems that this guy is not useless. The Kurosaki family has been the deputy captain of the Zero team for so many years. It is also a bit of a skill. This move alone makes many people dare to fight. Their ideas are extremely dreadful. No wonder Wang Shu will take a fancy to Kurosaki Ikiryu. Mao Zhawali is the most casual and the most reassuring. Others may not know the extent of Liu Chengkong's strength, but how could she, the person beside her, not know? Although this blow was powerful, it was far from enough to face Liu Chengkong. It's far from the 10-direction killing that I released when I was the Void King. At that time, I might even be able to injure Wang Shu and the Spirit King who had the quasi-spiritual strength level after the fusion. Lu Chengkong was looking forward to the last crescent moon Qianxiao who did this trick, but now it doesn't seem to be very good. People are more popular than dead people, and can release the peak attack of the Virtual King with the strength of the first-level Virtual King. In the world of death, it is a heaven-defying existence. What else does he want? Is this your strength? It doesn't seem to be enough, but I can't let Wu Yu, which you exchanged for the power of death, disappear. I want you to help me. A sly light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, giving Kurosaki Ikiryu a feeling of being put on the stage, as if he had jumped into the trap that Lu Chengkong had prepared for him for a long time. Sure enough, Lu Chengkong directly stretched out his right hand and was sluggish at Kurosaki Ikiryu. Under the collapsed eyes of countless death god captains and vice-captains, he suddenly grasped the super-large Wu Yu that could tear the world apart, so that Wu Yu could no longer be able to. Going. You are the most powerful state in your life right now, but I have waited for a long time. Why is Bachenliu hiding aside, and you haven't come out yet? Lu Chengkong clenched Wu Yu tightly. Then he said to the empty air. Suddenly, the air that Lu Chengkong was looking at rippled in circles, and a small pink head with a ghostly head came out of it, and the lovely smile of Myangwa really made it impossible to get angry even if I wanted to. I got lost by accident. After Bachenliu came out, he lowered his head and put his feet on his feet like a child who did something wrong. The index fingers of the two pink otters played against each other. It's just that her excuse is a bit of the best. Although her ability to get lost is stronger than even Zanaki Kenpachi, if there is the Reiatsu of Lu Chengkong and Ujiwali as a guide, this one. On the surface, only relying on her eyes to see and never think about not remembering the road will never be wrong. Obviously, she followed behind Lu Chengkong early in the morning, but she was afraid of being discovered by Lu Chengkong, so she hid to the side. Okay, don't pretend to be pitiful. I didn't let you come before because I was worried that Wang Shu and the King of Spirits would come. There may be some other variables that will make you sit in the soul realm. It seems that you don't need it now. Now, here, this is the present I prepared for you. Lu Chengkong pointed to Wu Yu and Kurosaki Ikiryu in front of him and said, and Kurosaki Ikiryu now completely understood what was going on. No, don't. Kurosaki Ikiryu immediately turned pale and exclaimed, but Lu Chengkong directly blocked his speaking ability with a ghost to prevent him from screaming to death. Xiaokong, your gift doesn't seem to be anything special. Yachenliu widened a pair of lovely eyes, and looked at Wu Yu and Kurosaki Iryu in front of him with a look of dislike. Wife, please explain. Lu Chengkong's head was full of black lines. He tried his best to force Kurosaki Ikiryu to use Wu Yu. Kurosaki Ikiryu, who was in a state of no moon, was the most beautiful in his life. In a strong moment, Bachenliu, who was at the peak of Skrito, did not encounter such a good thing as an epiphany like Nelia Lu, and might not be able to break through it for hundreds of years. So now swallowing a Kurosaki Ikiryu with the peak strength of the Virtual King is definitely a big supplement. It is absolutely no problem to break through the peak of Skrito to reach the Virtual King level, although Kurosaki Ikiryu, the god of death with the peak strength of the Virtual King, can only release an attack. But after all, it can barely be said to be the peak of the Virtual King. It can be said that Kurosaki Ikiryu was his worst day today. After using Wu Yu, he lost the power of the god of death and even died immediately. After he died and ran, it would become a stepping stone to help Yachenliu break through. How could Ikiryu Kurosaki, who likes to lose and lose, wants to use everything he has to achieve the tonic of the 8 mainstream breakthrough Void King? He is really uneasy when he is dead, so he reacted so much just now. 671 The stepping stone of 8,000 stream promotion. Hey, you're really not careful enough. Although Ikiryu Kurosaki will benefit the most from being swallowed by Yachenliu, but you don't think about how to swallow Wu Yu directly. Describe Wu Yu's spiritual power, but it is full of aggression. You want to endure the 8,000 streams. If you kill Kurosaki Ikiryu, it will be even more troublesome. He has now given up all his power in exchange for Wu Yu's blow. It is no longer normal to be killed in a short period of time. His spiritual power is still in his possession. Inside the corpse, and now Kurosaki Ikiryu has released Wuyu. If you kill him, the released spiritual power of Wuyu will dissipate in an instant. What do you ask Bachinliu to eat? Ujawali came over and said, very dissatisfied, but looking at her expression, she didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction, but more like a flirtation between husband and wife. As the saying goes, if a wise person thinks, there will be mistakes, not to mention that Lu Chengkong is not a wise man. Of course, there are times when mistakes are made. Fortunately, Mao Zihua is there. With Lu Chengkong's understanding of his godmother wife, she will definitely have an answer. Trick Wei. If nothing else, Lu Chengkong didn't survive as much as Mao Zhawali. His knowledge, and experience were incomparable, and Mao Zhawali had mastered so many secret techniques, skills, and Zanpakuto abilities. If there is no solution, it would be too fake. However, after the battle brought about by Aizen and the fact that he fought it, it seems that the final profit is 8,000 ryu, but it's nothing. Lu Chengkong has already made up his mind when he first saw Ikiryu Kurosaki. Make Kurosaki Ikiryu a stepping stone for the promotion of 8,000 ryu to the Void King. Shui Wuyu. Ujawali really did not disappoint Lu Chengkong, liberating the Zanpakuto and turning it into a huge, flat one-eyed flying object that sucked the huge white Wuyu in front of him into his stomach. Of course, Ikiryu Kurosaki was also sucked in. Quiet, looking at the hand revealed by Ujawali, thinking that under her gentle and compassionate appearance in the past, if she offended her and made her unhappy, the devil's head that appeared behind her, and thinking of the present display of Ujawali. In one hand, many gods of death were dripping with cold sweat. I want to think that many of their death captains or vice captains were injured and swallowed by Shui Wuyu. Thinking that they could get out of it with all their limbs and keys, they were very fortunate, especially many of the death captains were glad that they didn't. Provoking Maojawali. Otherwise, the other party was unhappy, and after being swallowed, a thought made Shui Wuyu digest herself, and she thought of this possibility, especially when she often finds someone to fight and gets injured and runs to Ujawali to receive healing and also bring it with her. The opponent who was injured by him went to Kenpachi Zakagi, and even the cold sweat broke out from his back. The other members of the 11th rank of Madoka and others were not much better. Obviously, their belligerent team had gone into Shui Wuyu's stomach for medical treatment a lot. Among them, Maramu and Zengaki Kenpachi were the most. Okay, Bachinliu, let's go in. After a while, Ujawali looked at Bachinliu with loving eyes and said to her. Yeah, Bachinliu was very clever at the critical moment. Hearing Ujawali's call, he jumped directly into Shui Wuyu's mouth, and he didn't know what to do until Shui Wuyu digested the scene of Kurosaki Ikiryu and Wuyu just now. The only person who dared to jump in so calmly or even to say that he was happy and jumped in was probably Bachinliu alone. Seeing that Bachinliu jumped in, Lu Chengkong was not worried at all. In his opinion, if the best thing for Bachinliu in this world besides himself would be the one in front of him who was both his godmother and his wife, Bachinliu. Chinliu's godmother, Mao Zihua, is very hot, and if she is around, there will be a fart to worry about. Godmother, what's the matter? After I came to this world, I had a feeling of depression, as if a little poisonous snake was staring at me somewhere I didn't know about, but then this feeling disappeared again. Lu Chengkong couldn't figure it out, so he had to throw the question to Mao Zhawali. After all, Mao Zhawali's understanding of Wangshu and Ling Wang should be more clear about their style and way of doing things. You really think they have lived in vain for so many years, but they never do anything they are not sure about, especially after being injured by you last time. They are even more afraid of you. Your growth rate has been seriously threatened. They did, plus I think it was a breakthrough for them to recover so quickly this time around. The injury last time may have helped them and made them stand up like me, but after the two of them suffered a loss, they obviously treated you as a person of the same level, and saw Ikiryu Kurosaki stupidly walking away. Of course they are so happy after coming out to provoke you. Take this opportunity to see how strong you are. If it was just about the same as Ikiryu Kurosaki, one of them would definitely come out to fight me, the other would quickly deal with you, and then work together to clean up me, but what they didn't expect is that your strength is so strong, completely surpassing their imagination. To actually force Kurosaki Aikiryu to release Wuyu, and Wuyu actually acts like a toy in your hands, without the slightest effect. This kind of development is completely out of their control. Think about it, they originally planned to heli-kill me first, and now I find that your strength is no less than theirs or even worse than theirs. In addition to the various trump cards you showed last time, they are very jealous. If they haven't negotiated a plan or found a suitable opportunity to kill us all at once, they will never do anything, especially since both of them are the gods of death who cherish their own lives very much, and cooperation is just force the pressure of the two of them combined is building. Of course, I don't want to be injured without any complaints and give the other party an opportunity. I think they will definitely scramble to devour us both after they solve us. At that time, whoever retains more strength and who suffers less injuries will be able to be the last Oriole and get the final harvest. Therefore, they will not shoot at will if they do not prepare separately, but if they do the words would be a thunderclap. Mao Zhawali's simple words immediately dissected the somewhat confused road ahead of Lu Chengkong. Yuqin Mao Zhawali had no intention of concealing her voice. Anyway, after she found her love, she did not do anything to save the dying and the wounded. From the moment she became the captain of the team, she did not intend to hide her identity, to be an ordinary captain and look at the situation with a smile. So of course she doesn't need to be deliberately secretive now, and of course she speaks with a kind of swiftness and fierceness. What's the matter with Mao Zhawali, who can fight Wang Shu and King Spirit alone for so many years without falling behind? Generation 671, 672 playing 8,000 little butts. It's no wonder that Wang Shu and King Ling were so surprised when they saw that Mao Zhawali was so good to Lu Chengkong, and it was no wonder that Kurosaki Yilong saw that Lu Chengkong was favored by Sizhawali and married her as his wife, while Mao Jihuli used to escape again, and when he looked at Lu Chengkong with tender and loving eyes, he would feel that his head was spinning without fear. Mao Zhawali is indeed the proud daughter of the first day in the world of the god of death. She has gathered all the advantages of women in Jipping, and no man does not want to get such a woman as his wife. Even Wang Shu and Ling Wang, the two guys who wanted to kill Ujawali and devoured her to make him stronger, had such thoughts, but it's a pity that they looked down on the two of them at all. Even it was said that they ignored them, and in the end, Lu Chengkong got Mao Zhawali. The resentment and jealousy in their hearts can be imagined. The death god below, headed by the old man Yamamoto, heard the words of Mao Jiwalai and Lu Chengkong, and he was so angry. God, these two guys actually fought with Wang Shu and Ling Wang. Listen to Mao Jihuli's tone was as if Lu Chengkong had injured King Ling and Wang Shu. It seems that the Wujawali, who is the captain of the Wufan team, has a great hatred with the Spirit King, and I heard from them that now the Spirit King and Wang Shu seem to have colluded and cooperated with each other in order to deal with the two of them, which made the old man Yamamoto feel it's embarrassing. This is the Spirit King, the symbol of the soul world, actually colluding with Wang Shu, the strongest person in the virtual circle. If someone else said such a thing, the old man Yamamoto would have passed by a long time ago, but there is no need to say such a thing with the strength and identity of the two. And the old man Yamamoto is not an idiot, combined with the appearance of Kurosaki Aikiryu just now. He completely believed the words of Ujawa Lily Lu Chengkong. I've known this guy for a long time that he is a monster, but I didn't expect the monster to get to such a level that even Wang Shu and King Ling can be injured. How long has he been cultivating? It's strange. Pingzi Junzi murmured in his heart, and Saifeng Yuanyei was extremely proud. This is her man. Her husband of Saifeng Yuanyei, the man she saw at Saifeng Yuanyei, who has a better vision than her. Okay. As early as when Lu Chengkong was still at the end of his life, when he was the weakest, he most needed help from others, he took a fancy to him, and he did not even give up the identity of the eldest lady, the heir of the four great nobles, and the restraint of women to pursue his own true love pursuit. A commoner with nothing, Lu Chengkong, that the nobles looked down on. For this reason, at that time, many noble children secretly laughed at Saifeng Yuanyei, and even the senior members of the Saifengyuan family scolded and stopped Saifengyuan Yi many times. Unfortunately, Saifengyuan Yi's firmness was completely beyond the four. The elders of the Fengyuan family were unexpectedly surprised. In addition to the identity and potential of Saifengyuan Yi, and the elders of the Saifengyuan family who knew her character, they did not dare to push too hard, but at that time, Saifengyuan Yi made such a move and it was 100 years of no regrets and no regrets. It hasn't changed in the slightest and is still under a lot of pressure. Therefore, after Lu Chengkong found out, he felt pity for a while, especially for his wife in the world of death, especially Saifengyuan Yi and Luanju, the two women who first had a relationship with him, after he did not suppress his feelings. With pity. In addition, they all came together when Lu Chengkong was the weakest. One was the latest to develop feelings and even chased after him, and the other was the first to have a relationship with himself, which also created the relationship between Saifengyuan Yi and Luanju. Status is very high. And although Mao Zhiwali joined later, she was the first woman who made Lu Chengkong move his true feelings in this world, and even took the initiative to break her original insistence. Therefore, her status is also with Luanju, Yi the thousands of the same. I didn't expect him to be really that strong, but wouldn't the fight be over because of such a big gap? It's okay to fight. Back then, when this kid in the sky was weak, I deliberately suppressed our strength to the same level as him. Now it's time for him and me to suppress and find a level of strength. I have to say that Zengi Kenpachi was also brought down by Lu Chengkong. If it was the original book, he would definitely have this idea. He would never say anything about seeing such a powerful powerhouse even if he was killed. In the past, he played first, and under the influence of Lu Chengkong, Zengmu Kenpachi had a longer-term goal. It is absolutely not good to lose your life because of a small battle. If you are alive, you can enjoy more battles. You must not lose the countless battles that you could have encountered in the future because of a single battle. Who said that Zengi Kenpachi only knows how to run amok and has a good relationship with him? Even Aizen, who knows him better, has no longer dared to underestimate Zengmu Kenpachi, and no longer thinks that he is a Wufu, who only knew Rampage, completely regarded him as a great enemy. Gu addicted. At this moment, Shui Wuyu's stomach rang out for a while, and Mao Zhiwali also opened Shui Wuyu's mouth in a timely manner, and a small figure immediately fell out of it. The strange thing is that after it came out, the 8,000 streams have not changed in the slightest. It should be said that the spiritual pressure was vented when there was no strength breakthrough. It should be controlled by Ujiwali in the belly of Shui Wuyu, and no one was aware of it. She smiled and was very happy. You should know that 8 Qinliu breakthrough succeeded. Has the breakthrough succeeded? The existence beyond Skrito only exists under Wang Shu, Shu Wang, and Mao Jiwalai and Lu Chengkong. Many gods of death also heard what Ichimaru Jin said to Aizen just now. They also felt that this battle was not in vain. They had gained a lot. I know, of course it's worth it. Tisk, Xiaokong, why don't you two ask me if I have made a breakthrough? The concern that was expected did not appear, and no one even bothered himself, which made Bachinliu frown and pouted his mouth very much. Said in a displeased way, that cute look makes people can't help but hold it in his arms and take good care of it. Look at your little ass and little head, your little butt is about to go up to the sky. Would you still be so happy if the breakthrough failed? Lu Chengkong looked like Bachinliu, who was really like a child, hugged her, and slammed her on her little buttocks, causing Bachinliu to be reluctant for a while. Not only did he not get the compliment, but he suffered a few blows on his little butt. Although it didn't hurt at all, it was like a massage, but Bachinliu was still very upset, and when he pouted his small mouth, he could hang up a few small oil bottles, and immediately twisted in Lu Chengkong's arms as if to tell him Lu Chengkong refused to obey himself and was very dissatisfied. Bachinliu was angry and the consequences would be serious. Okay, I'm still like a child when I'm young, but my Bachinliu is really powerful, and I reached the level of a virtual king at a young age. Lu Chengkong saw Bachinliu's stance and his coquettish offensive, and knew that if he didn't praise Bachinliu, he wouldn't give him, it's better. However, When Lu Chengkong was talking about Bachanliu's young age, Lu Chengkong held back his sweat. Liren Bachanliu looked like a little lowly, and her personality was also a little lowly, but her real age seemed to be 2 years old. It's more than 100 years old, and it's still not the days that passed when I entered the boundary. 672, 673 Take away Shaoli and the Wanderer. Of course I'm the best. Although Lu Chengkong was forced to admire him, Bachanliu didn't care at all, instead he was proud of his little head raised like a proud little peacock. That cute look is really the same as a very delicate Barbie doll. Old man Yamamoto, I think you have to find another death god's agent. Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin, they couldn't revive them, not to mention that even if the two of them had this ability, they couldn't revive them specifically for the existence of two people who were almost equivalent to strangers to them. Aizen is already dead, and there will be no more powerful breaches in this world for some time to come. Some of the death gods from the 13th division of the Guardian are already enough to deal with the ordinary emptiness below Kyrian. There's no need to look for an agent of death. And such a good seedling is not so easy to find. Even if I find the old man, I don't want him to take the fast road of Kurosaki Ichigo. It may be very powerful in a short time, but it is not a road with much future. I don't want to find such a good seedling to go down this road in the future. Although the death of Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Ichigo made old man Yamamoto feel very sorry, although Kurosaki Ichigo has an unstable foundation and advanced too fast, it may be difficult to make progress in the future, but he now has captain-level combat power after all. It's a pity to die like this, but it's just a pity. The current Corpse Soul world is not comparable to the Corpse Soul world after the Aizen World War in the original book. Not counting Lu Chengkong and his wives, as well as the other women around him, the 13th division of the Guardian has more than 13 captain-level combat powers, surpassing the captain level and breaking the limits of death and imaginary. There are Zengi Kenpachi, Kuchiki Shanghai, and Hirako Meiko. In addition, the old man Yamamoto, who has lived for thousands of years, has not broken the limit, but because of the blessing of the Spirit King, it can be considered that he has a strength that is inferior to the first stage of Skrito, and is similar to or even stronger than the fourth stage of Benyuhua. The old man Yamamoto. The current combat power of Soul World is the highest in the years after the Spirit King left Soul World. Therefore, the potential for Kurosaki Ichigo was good, but it may not have much after becoming unstable due to various reasons. Kunjin's death agent didn't feel much regret when he died. He just felt a little pity for such a combat power, and he quickly sorted out his emotions. By the way, there are also Shaoli and the Wandering Child. Anyway, the Kurosaki family is finished. Mizuki should be very happy. I think she also misses her two daughters very much. Lu Chengkong nodded and didn't care about the follow-up work in this world. After returning to the Soul Realm, he suddenly remembered that Masaki seemed to have two lowly daughters. One of them was called Yuzi, who had the ability to cook and do housework, but was very cute. Not only did Mizaki bring one over to relieve the pain of losing a child, but Yakian Ryu also had two good playmates. With this idea, Lu Chengkong immediately took action and came to the place where the town of Kakuza was stored in the Soul Realm. He felt the spiritual power of the entire town of Kakuza. The spiritual power of the Kurosaki family is very high. Even Shaoli and the Wanderer, the spiritual power of the two little girls is still very high. If you become a god of death, you will be a good god of death. It is absolutely fine to train a proper vice captain. If you have the guidance of a god of death like Uno Hanalai, it is not a bad idea to be an ordinary captain of the god of death. As for the latter, Lu Chengkong will not dare to say it. Soon Lu Chengkong found two beings with relatively high spiritual power, and without saying a word, a flash. The speed of the ring is faster than ordinary shunpo, even a little faster than the advanced shunpo of the four great nobles, only slower than the top-level shunpo mastered by Siphon Yuan Yei. Therefore, Lu Chengkong will fully combine the top-level shunpo that he learned from Siphon Yuan Yaiki and his own understanding, and will fully combine the advantages of shunbu, which he realized after breaking the limit, and which complements the lack of complementation and that of Siphon, who majored in shunpo. Yuan Yei discussed and researched together, and finally developed the skill of teleportation with the advice given by Unahakali, and came directly to the two places of spiritual power. Sure enough, it's here. It seems that my probing nerves are quite strong. Lu Chengkong walked into the house in front of him after a little narcissism. Sure enough, the two sleeping Lolitas were lying on the chairs. It may be that the god of death, who was in charge of transferring the world, felt that Xiaoli and Yuzi possessed different spiritual powers than ordinary people, so the effort to put them into a deep sleep was a little heavier than ordinary people. Therefore, they didn't wake up either. After all, they were now sitting on a locked treasure house, but they couldn't use the contents of the treasure house. Wake up. Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand and gently wiped the heads of the two loli. The two loli's eyelids who were lying on the chair with their eyes closed suddenly jumped, and slowly opened their eyes. It is a man whose appearance can only be regarded as handsome, but his temperament is very unique and attractive. This is the first time I see a man with such an attractive temperament. Even Xiaoli, an expressionless loli, can't help but look. Vivi went red, but recovered quickly. Who are you? How are you in my house? Xiaoli said to Lu Chengkong vigilantly. Compared to the wandering boy staring at the side with clear watery eyes and a confused expression, her mental age is far beyond that of her peers. My name is Lu Chengkong. As for who I am, the two of you will know right away. Lu Chengkong grinned Isho and put his hand between the eyebrows of the two. The two women didn't respond at all, and immediately they felt a pain in their head. A memory that did not belong to their previous experience immediately turned into a real picture and played in their brains. Lu Chengkong put some memories of the god of death, as well as the appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo in the present world to kill Kurosaki Ichigo, and the memories of Kurosaki Isshin after he was killed by himself. However, it is of course impossible for an ordinary little girl with relatively high spiritual power to stop Lu Chengkong's means. After a while, the wanderer immediately whimpered and sobbed, thinking that the deaths of Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki Ichigo had made her very painful. Although she couldn't tell whether it was true or not, their reason told her that it was all true. The man's means alone can tell one or two. Especially when Lu Chengkong hugged the two girls and walked outside, he rose into the air and saw all the scenery in the Soul Realm. His friend Kuzumaki actually floated in an open space in the Soul Realm, which made them believe everything they knew. Now even the strong Xiaoli's eyes turned red. 674 Mother and Daughter 3. After all, she is just a little flower in a greenhouse. She has never experienced any wind and rain. Now she suddenly knows that her father and brother are dead. No matter how strong she is, she can't help crying. Plus they see Lu Chengkong taking Kurosaki. Yilong cleans up and is very grateful to this strange man and has a certain goodwill. Now the two of them are held in the arms of the man who avenged their father and brother. The stalwart chest and the breath of safety made them bury their heads in Lu Chengkong's arms and sob like injured kittens seeking protection. Finally cried out loud. Don't cry, although there is bad news for you, there is also good news. Although there is no guarantee that you will be happy immediately, it will not be so sad. Maybe it was because they had a great crush on Lu Chengkong's revenge for his father and brother. Plus they were heartbroken now, and they were not too old to think so much, so they immediately raised their tears and looked at Lu Chengkong. Your mother Kurosaki Masaki isn't dead, do you want to go see her? Lu Chengkong pretended to be mysterious, and sure enough, the two girls heard it, and their sad eyes suddenly seemed to see the light of hope. Just like someone who was in the sea and could be drowned at any time suddenly saw a boat to save him. The four little hands immediately grabbed Lu Chengkong's clothes tightly and looked at Lu Chengkong with longing eyes, hoping that he didn't lie. Own. Don't worry, I have no grievances or enmity with you, why are you lying to you? Lu Chengkong smiled, and suddenly disappeared in place with the sound of his feet turning and turning the spiritual pressure. The hall of the mansion was filled with all kinds of stunning beauties. Are all the women in Lu Chengkong living in the Lu mansion? Even Kurosaki Masaki, a secluded mature and beautiful woman, was there, but looking at her red eyes, she obviously knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was dead. She nearly died trying to save Kurosaki Ichigo. The three children have put a lot of effort into it. As for Kurosaki Issei, let it go. Kurosaki Masaki cut off everything from the past a long time ago. Now she is just Liu Chengkong's wife, an eternal existence, so Liu Chengkong is of course not jealous that Kurosaki Masaki is sad because Kurosaki Ichigo died. After all, although he is an orphan, he also knows that his son and daughter are both a mother's heart. If Kurosaki Masaki knew that her son was dead, Liu Chengkong, who could still laugh and laugh, would not dare to sit too close to her. Xiao Kong is back. Bachan Liu noticed Liu Chengkong's return for the first time, but when he saw Liu Chengkong holding two loli who were about the same height as him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously she was already in the small head it planned how to play with the two little girls in front of him who looked about the same age as him. After Liu Chengkong, although Bachan Liu has exactly the same character as the original book, he keeps aloof from any male. Basically he is playing tricks and teasing them for fun. How can he be as careless as the original book, such as sitting with Liu Chengkong appearing on the bald head in the corner of the eyes? Bachan Liu has never done it. It can be said that except Liu Chengkong, Bachan Liu never sits or touches any male. Now that Xiaoli and Yuzi have two playmates who can let go of their body and mind, she has no scruples. When she sees Liu Chengkong looking at her, she obviously knows the meaning in Liu Chengkong's eyes. But it's a playmate just for you. Seeing Liu Chengkong's gaze and understanding Liu Chengkong's gaze, Bachan Liu's eyes flashed brightly, and he almost clapped his palms without excitement. She laughed. Xiaoli, wandering child. Kurosaki Masaki suddenly saw that Liu Chengkong had brought her two daughters, and suddenly remembered that he still had two daughters waiting to be taken care of by him, and put away the sadness in his heart. After all, compared to her, I believe that the two young girls were even more unhappy, so they trotted over, first glanced at Liu Chengkong with grateful eyes with strange emotions, and then took his two from Liu Chengkong's arms. Daughter. The wandering child and Xiaoli, who were still suspicious at first, were suddenly embraced by a very familiar and warm embrace. Seeing the appearance that was so familiar after being separated for so many years, and the motherly voice, Xiaoli and Xiaoli suddenly exclaimed in unison. A mother. But he soon let go of everything. The mother and daughter hugged each other. Liu Chengkong shook his head when he saw the appearance of the three daughters, and sent them to his room with a big wave of his hand. Don't get me wrong. Just give them a quiet talk to each other in a place where no one is there, while he is holding Bachan Liu to tease his own wife and tease his wife. Compared with the mother and daughter of Masaki Kurosaki who were not in a good mood, Liu Chengkong and her other wives were nothing, and everyone had a faint smile on their faces. After all, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kurosaki were single for them, they are just two strangers. If it wasn't for Kurosaki Masaki being Liu Chengkong's wife and a slave girl, they wouldn't know about the existence of these two people, but even if they knew it, it was nothing, just like hearing the names of two buildings, they immediately forgot when they heard it. Of course they have the slightest feeling. However, after all, they have a very good relationship with Kurosaki Masaki. They have been together for so many years, and they are sisters with good feelings. Therefore, they kept their voices low and tried their best to take care of Kurosaki Masaki's emotions and prevent Kurosaki Masaki from hearing themselves. People's words. At the same time, I was thinking of how to comfort or help Kurosaki Masaki to forget these unhappy things tonight. After all, everyone is very happy now. Sitting together, we can't show a face that is crying and mourning for Kurosaki Masaki, and the sisters. The mutual help between them is not a show, but an actual action. Seeing that my harem is under the care of each other under my own efforts and the strong flowers of the Mao Mao Wa, the two women under the care of each other, compared to the simple harmony before, they all have a good relationship with each other and the other few. Now they are as close as sisters to the wives in One Piece, King of Pirates, and they are like a big family. They are no different from real sisters. The cohesion is very strong, and I am both happy and happy. Happy, but also very narcissistic. His vision is really good, and with Ujiwali, he doesn't need to worry about anything, and the development and changes of Matsumoto Ranju are also beyond his expectations. He is even more narcissistic. See how good our vision is, the mother-in-law found as the top. Rukia. Liu Chengkong was chatting with the girls, and the girls were in a good mood, especially Ju Nanbai and Yazumaru Lisa, who were all smiles. Obviously, they were very happy after revenge. Happy and sad. However, Lu Chengkong discovered that one of the heroines of the original novel, Rukia, was hiding behind Feijun, especially when he saw his eyes looking at her. His pretty face blushed. 675 destroyed target, Rukia. Although she was saddened by the friend Kurosaki Ichigo is a good friend to her like a Sanjing Renji. But seeing Lu Chengkong's slightly aggressive gaze, thinking of what Lu Chengkong often does to his elder sister who has the same appearance and stature as his own. Thinking of whether he would do the same to himself as a sister, he suddenly felt sad and forgot for the time being, only shyness remained. At this time, she was really different from the daring, somewhat masculine and more forthright and capable she in the original book. It can be regarded as an unknown side of her hidden in her heart. Her personality, temperament, and behavior are completely at the two extremes of her sister Feijun. One is demure and virtuous, gentle as water, the other is active, lively and straightforward, and has the style of a big sister, especially the current Rukia. Under Lu Chengkong's suggestion, Feijun took care of her hairstyle and turned it into the one who was 2 years later in the original book. Kia's hairstyle looks more refreshing, pretty, and even more mature and calm. I'm dying, he's my brother-in-law, how can he look at me like this, and he's still looking at me like this in front of my sister. At this moment, Rukia was like a girl who was pregnant. Her face was slightly red, like anger or joy, and it seemed that people couldn't know what she was thinking, especially when she found out that her sister didn't have any. A little care. It can even be said that this brother-in-law who saves himself is absolutely obedient and very obedient. She absolutely believes that as long as the brother-in-law likes her, although her sister will not force her, she will never be unhappy, and it is even possible to help her brother-in-law to get her from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Rukia found that her heartbeat speed had suddenly increased a lot, the blood flow speed was also accelerating, and her pretty face became more and more rosy and attractive at a speed visible to the naked eye. Didn't I just take a look? Could it be that my eyes are really that aggressive? Lu Chengkong thought depressedly, but completely forgot how his romantic history was formed. Husband, do you want to draw Rukia's attention, so that she and Feijun look exactly the same and have the same height, except for their different temperaments and hairstyles, and put them side by side? Landau suddenly came. Going to Lu Chengkong's side, he covered Lu Chengkong's ears with his soft and moist sexy lips, seducing Lu Chengkong like a devil. Your husband, am I such a person? Lu Chengkong's righteousness and awe-inspiring look definitely not taking advantage of others' danger, and immediately amused Hu Qiangyan on the side. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, but found that everyone's eyes were watching to himself immediately put away the smile. But looking at her blushing face, she obviously endured very hard. It seems that she has been helping Lu Chengkong for a while and has completely understood Lu Chengkong's romantic history. One sentence can sum up Lu Chengkong. Being his woman is very happy. She will never be abandoned. She will never be abandoned. She will never like the new and hate the old. Before this man dies, he will not let anyone hurt his wife, even if he dies. There are also arrangements not to let anyone hurt their wife. It is also very lucky to be his friend. He is not the kind of person who says that he will stab you in the back. On the contrary, he is very pragmatic and can even be said to be very direct. If he can do it, he will definitely do his best. Do it, and don't say some superfluous scenes or touching words. But Hu Qiangyan still knew that Ping Zishenzi and the others said that getting to know Lu Chengkong is their greatest luck, and it is also the most fortunate thing, because they are friends, not Lu Chengkong's enemies. To be Lu Chengkong's enemies, look, the end of Aizen is known, and it has never been a good end. Is it that funny? Yangyan, do you doubt my character? Lu Chengkong pretended to be very angry, and Hu Qiangyan jumped. But after all, she has lived with Lu Chengkong for a few days, and she still knows Lu Chengkong very well. Sure enough, Hu Qiangyan secretly observed Lu Chengkong's eyes and found that there was no anger at all other than joking. Just going to play with her. I'm so mad at me, I'm not a gentleman, and you actually play with me. Hu Qiangyan suddenly became angry after thinking about it, but he didn't show it. Just kidding, this man not only has the power of life and death in the soul world, and also the husband of the most respected Maojawali. Do you want to talk back to him? Not to mention these, just the achievements Lu Chengkong has made since he appeared to the present, and his approachability without the slightest pretense, his character, etc., are all admired by Hu Qiangyan, who knew Lu Chengkong at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. She admired Lu Chengkong very much, and even took Lu Chengkong as her goal to become a god of death and became stronger. In addition, it was not her character to argue with Lu Chengkong directly. Toru Yuyan's usual character is just like Ai's Naneo when he was a child, a little timid and introverted. Of course, this is only in normal times, once she enters the battle. In addition to the firmness of the eyes, there are no other unnecessary mood swings. Husband, stop talking about it. Do you want me to help you? Landau saw that the topic was pulled away, and he didn't care at all, while Rukia became more and more red and was not afraid that she would become angry again. Lu Chengkong carried out a series of bewitching joke. Your husband is the #1 on the handsome guy list no matter what. Even if his appearance is not an extremely handsome guy, at least it won't affect the public's attention, and he is worthy of the audience. Where do we need your help? At this moment, Lu Chengkong seemed to be masculine, and he brushed it on the night of the Saifeng courtyard. Halibal, Zibo Kong and other girls jumped for joy, watching Lu Chengkong transform into a big bad wolf step by step with a playful look. He walked towards Rukia, and Rukia seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next, and immediately backed away like a frightened little white rabbit. At the same time, he set his eyes on Haijin for help, but Haijin, who has never refused to go to Rukia since he met Rukia, seems to have seen nothing this time. I don't know anything, I don't see anything, I bow my head and concentrate on making tea, and even the last dependent sister, betrayed, her Rukia. Lukia, elder sister is also for your good, maybe you can deceive other people, but you can't deceive me. Although you don't admit it on the surface, I know that you have always admired Lord Chengkong very much. When you are in constant contact with life together in the back, you have long since unconsciously changed from pure admiration to admiration and admiration, but your inferiority complex thinks that your body, appearance and temperament are not comparable to any of Lord Chengkong. A wife who feels that she is not worthy of Master Chengkong, that's fine, let's grow up under pressure. Fei really thought to herself, her eyes filled with love when she looked at Rukia. 676 Eat Rukia. Obviously, she didn't really care about Rukia, but she knew exactly what Rukia was thinking and what she needed. She actually told Lu Chengkong about Rukia as early as last night. I hope Lu Chengkong can take the initiative to let Rukia not look down on herself, let her know that her own charm is not small, and she can also attract adults Chengkong. Of course, Lu Chengkong is happy to do it, so there is the current scene. If Rukia knew that the scene in front of her was created by her sister, she really didn't know whether to cry or laugh, to be happy or to be sad, but no matter what, Rukia can't leave now, because Rukia kept retreating and now she has retreated to the corner of the wall, and there is no way to retreat. At the same time, when she was about to use Shunpo to escape, Lu Chengkong had already picked her up with one hand and held her in his arms, and the strong masculine breath came out, making Rukia, who was hugged by Lu Chengkong for the first time, only feel Fang's heart skipped a beat, blushing and panting. Rukia, you can't escape. Lu Chengkong bit Rukia's earlobe lightly, causing Rukia to shake, and an electric current flowed from the earlobe all over her body, causing her to moan uncontrollably. Pretty face turned red. Especially when I noticed that Yi Yi of Saifengyuan, Halibal, Nelialu, Bachinliu and other women all used jokes, and looking at her with mocking eyes made her, who was already weak, fall to the ground. In Lu Chengkong's arms, I don't know if I really have no strength to get up again, or if I don't want to get up anymore. Look, I said that Rukia is absolutely impossible to escape, you still don't believe it. Ais Naneo said as if I had known Lu Chengkong for a long time, but she forgot that she was the most important person. It's shameful, if others are dedicated or you are willing, the worst thing is to be forced by Lu Chengkong. But she, Eyes Naneo, was an accessory that Jininbai brought with him when he dedicated himself, but as soon as these words came out, Eyes Naneo remembered what happened to him before, and immediately blushed, as if he was a thief with a guilty conscience. Take a look. After finding that except Ju Nanbai looking at him with strange eyes, everyone else was paying attention to Rukia and no one was paying attention to him. It was this little girl who was deceived by her pitiful appearance. She persuaded her kindly, but she was brought along by the big pervert Lu Chengkong. Hi, but of course she wouldn't say that. However, it was Ju Nanbai who made Ju Nanbai vomit blood from anger, but she gave her an innocent look, as if she had really done nothing and blamed her wrongly, especially her appearance, eyes, and temperament were pure and simple. Incomparably pure, comparable to that of Nellie L. However, Nellie Lu is true, and so is Ju Nanbai, but she really likes to make fun of and tease people, and then she sells her Eyes Naneo just like this. She even helped her count the money. At this moment, Jininbai has completely understood why Jininbai and Eyes Naneo came to Lu Chengkong to settle down in the current world after they left the world. Tears were left behind. It turns out that Ju Nanbai's power is so great that killing people is not worth their lives. No wonder when she was the deputy captain of Liuch Quanxi, the squad of Liuch Quanxi often reported that the captain of Liuch Quanxi would often go to the fourth quarter. The squad lived in, it turned out to be so angry that he fell ill many times. But at this time, the eyes of Eyes Naneo and Ju Nanbai exchanged, and the heart changed. At this time, Lu Chengkong had already kissed Rukia's small mouth, looking at Rukia's inexperience, but he wanted to stop himself. But in the end, due to Lu Chengkong's superb technology, it became as if Rukia was not blocking, but rather welcoming. And with the two people kissing, Rukia seemed to have forgotten her original intention at the beginning, and began to take the initiative to fight back, mastering it. With a little bit of technique, she even took the initiative to entangle her little sweet tongue with Lu Chengkong, as if she was completely intoxicated by the kiss. It's so comfortable. No wonder elder sister likes Lord Chengkong to kiss her so much. Oh, it's going to die. What are you thinking about, Rukia? It's so embarrassing. Rukia thought so at first, but then she couldn't help but spat at herself secretly, scolding herself for being shameless, and kissing her brother-in-law in front of her sister didn't feel any sadness and anger of being forced to kiss, but she actually felt ashamed in her heart. There is joy in shyness. Although my sister doesn't care, it can't be like this. It's just that what Rukia didn't know was that her sister didn't mind. This was all made by her sister. Not only was she not unhappy, she was even very happy because she saw the development of things. Just as she thought, Rukia's appearance had already told everyone that she really admired Lu Chengkong. Soon, Rukia secretly made a gesture to Feijun, who nodded imperceptibly. Lu Chengkong was overjoyed, hugging Rukia and disappeared in a flash, leaving only the chattering crowd. Female, but what Lu Chengkong didn't know was that Halibal suddenly showed a sly smile when she left. You must know that Halibal rarely smiles, and the smile that suddenly leaks out now is really suffocating, especially when it has completely become like a god of death, a human being without any false features, which makes Halibal even more suffocating. Beauty at its peak. What are you laughing at, Halibal? As good sisters, Nellie L., who has lived together for so long, immediately found that she rarely showed such a beautiful smile and usually only spent time alone with Lu Chengkong, or there were not many nearby with only Nellie L. Halibal, who only laughed lightly under Lu Chengkong's provocation, actually laughed today, which made Nellie Lu interested and moved her head to ask. Haribel didn't hide it either. She whispered in Nellie L's ear, and the latter blushed, especially after Haribel finished speaking and joked to herself that it seemed like you were the only ones left. Husband is in a relationship, do you want to be the last one, Nellie L? Or even the brave female knight Nellie L was afraid, which made Nellie L's eyes flash with a hint of shyness and desire at the same time. Don't be so hard. It's the first time for me. When she came to Lu Chengkong's room, looked at the huge bed, and watched Lu Chengkong press down on her, Rukia only had time to say a word. He felt a sharp tearing pain coming from his lower body, and he couldn't help screaming in pain. I don't know if I was happy that I had finally become a woman or that I was happy that I had finally achieved the desire in my heart. Tears overflowed from Rukia's eyes, but I saw the joy in her eyes and the pain she carried in her eyes. She was so happy that she knew that although her body was in pain, she was very happy in her heart. 677 The plans of Halabal's officials. Just that Lu Chengkong and Rukia, who were in the midst of turbulence, may not have noticed that the unclosed door quietly opened a slit, and 3 pairs of curious, shy but longing eyes suddenly appeared from the crevice, staring straight at the 2 people who were constantly rolling on the waves and entangled. Apache, do you think it's okay for us to be like this? Muraros, who has always been arguing with Apache, didn't ask the grandson next to him, but asked Apache this time. Deed, it can be seen that although they do not bite the strings, they have a really good relationship with each other. After all, they are sisters in distress who have lived together through adversity and wealth. They usually don't deal with each other, and bickering can also be said to cultivate it's just a way of feeling. Malaros, how dare you doubt the judgment of Lord Harabel? Lord Harabel has said that it might not work in normal times, but after he and Rukia are done, we can definitely go if we go again. It's not that I don't know how amazing his combat power is on the bed, it's strange that Rukia can satisfy him. If I go there at that time, it will definitely be successful. Sun glared at Mira Ross, and cursed with a small chest and a small mouth. The above said so. How can she doubt Lord Halabal? Che, she said that she is so brave. Why didn't you go in first? You are only in bed, in front of us. You dare to be a nympho. I don't know who was having a sex dream last night. Shouting that Lord Chengkong is coming soon, it's almost. Woohoo. This time, Apache was also beyond Sun's expectations. He didn't follow the sarcasm and worry about Mira Rhodes. Instead, he aimed the gun at himself for a while, and Sun, who was seeing through his mind, was immediately annoyed and angry. Che, what's so great? What's there to be afraid of? Just go. It's just a pain at the beginning and you'll feel better after a while. Speaking of which, their 3 daughters are also good enough. When they needed help the most, Halabal rescued them all day long, so they made a vow to follow Halabal for the rest of their lives, including of course that if Halabal would follow her in the future. Whoever they pledge allegiance to, whoever they will pledge allegiance to, or whoever they will also marry whomever they will. Ever since Halabal and Lu Chengkong had a relationship, Halabal, who had never shown a smile or even never really smiled, actually showed a happy and warm smile like a little daughter, a phenomenon that was immediately applauded by the 3 of them. It was captured that they were very curious about Lu Chengkong, the god of death who was so powerful that he could completely capture his own adults and make Halabal smile so happily. As the saying goes, most of men and women start with curiosity, especially women. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, it doesn't matter if she doesn't have a good impression. As long as she becomes curious, it's basically half the battle. In other words, the possibility of this pair of men and women walking together is at least half possible. And now the 3 daughters of Sun, Apache, and Mira Rhodes are like this. They really want to see what Lu Chengkong did to make Halabal smile so softly, so warmly, and so happily. They also want to see it. Let Halabal smile a little more. Therefore, they began to pay attention to Lu Chengkong secretly, and even began to take the initiative to contact Lu Chengkong. Even later, the sturdy Road and Liza Yahomaru peeped at the love of the clouds and rain between Halabal and Lu Chengkong. The solution, their curiosity not only not relieved, satisfied, but increased day by day. It may have been with them when they were young. If Halabal hadn't rescued them, they might have been swallowed up, so even if they secretly swore that in the future, if Halabal got married, they would follow, even if that person hated them. This is so, but Halabal said what you liked to do it. With Halabal to stop them, the 3 girls did not devote themselves with Halabal, otherwise they would have waited until now. Deliberately pursuing their own happiness and looking for someone they like is of course very happy, but because of their childhood experiences, the first requirement of their object is to be strong. Obviously, they have lived in an imaginary circle from childhood to adulthood. Death made them tough on the surface, but in fact they were very insecure in their hearts. Of course, I hope that my other half can protect me. Is Lu Chengkong strong? Very powerful. At least the three of them have never seen anyone stronger than Lu Chengkong, and the speed at which Lu Chengkong's strength has soared really stunned them. The second is to pay attention to feelings and never abandon your other half because of interests. Never abandon the new and dislike the old. Although Lu Chengkong is distracted, after so many years of observation, they found that they had never seen that man compare to Lu Chengkong loves and takes care of his wife more. Although there are more and more wives, the harem is getting bigger and bigger, but he has never been in chaos, and has always guarded his wives and even tried his best to make his wives stronger, as long as they don't offend Lu Chengkong's heart. The bottom line, it can be said that for their wives, they are responsive to their needs, which is also in line. In addition, because of Hannibal, they were aroused curiosity. With the constant contact, they peeped at Hannibal and Lu Chengkong's living erotic palace every night. Even the sturdy Mira Rose had to admit that Lu Chengkong the bed fights are too good. Mira Rhodes even stubbornly left a sentence that if I faced him alone, I would definitely be killed. As soon as this sentence came out, Sun Sun and Apache immediately nodded in response, and yesterday Hannibal knowing Feijun and Lu Chengkong's plans today, so he asked his three officials who had feelings for Lu Chengkong to follow Rukia, and when Rukia couldn't take it, they would go up, then 99% of the time. Own purpose. Just when Sun Sun was going to walk in, Mira Rhodes suddenly grabbed Sun Sun. Under the strange eyes of Sun Sun and Apache, Mira Rhodes rarely showed a hint of shyness, which was very different from her usual shyness. The demeanor of an Amazonian female warrior is different. Now, if she pays attention, she can still see a blush on Mira Rose's pretty face. I'll do it first, you guys are not as strong as me. After Miraros finished speaking, ignoring the strange eyes of the two, he walked in directly at gate of opening, and the two women behind him were sluggish for a while and hurried in. I thought you didn't dare to come in. Lu Chengkong was lying on the bed and looked at the three girls who came in with great interest. The eyes that seemed to penetrate people's hearts made the three girls feel a little embarrassed, even if it was Emile Raz is no longer as bold as before. 678 Overthrowing Haribel's official. The three daughters of Sun Sun, Apache, and Mira Rose exchanged glances, and they all saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect that their little thoughts would be noticed by Lu Chengkong early in the morning. Only when Zibo Kong said such a shy thing for the first time would he be without a trace of shyness. After all, there is only one tyrant of Zibo Kong, and even the three of them are the most outspoken, and candid Mira Rhodes can't reach Zibo. The realm of empty cranes. What is there to dare? We are different from the gods of death. We have been living at the bottom of the virtual circle since we were young. We only need to decide what we want, and we will do everything we can to do it. We don't have the so-called restraint. Quote. Mira Rhodes quickly regained her composure. She really deserves to be an Amazonian female warrior. She has a sturdy personality, but Lu Chengkong obviously likes Mira Rhodes very much. It can be said that Lu Chengkong likes it the most among the three girls. The only thing is the tallest, plumpest and most decisive, refreshing Mira Rhodes. In Lu Chengkong's words, such a girl is strong enough. I don't need your restraint either, as long as I need your heart, I can only live on my own. Chengkong chuckled, not caring about his body at all, walked over and hugged Mira Rhodes in his arms, not to mention how tall this girl is, but only in the case of Hikun Kiryu and Toru Yuyan. Next, with her height of 1.77 meters and her pair of plump breasts reaching the sky, some men with almost self-confidence and capital feel inferior even just standing in front of her. Of course, we are different from those women in reality. Don't confuse us with them. Once we women fall in love with someone, they are more thorough than many lovers of death, even if they are dead and then resurrected. No matter how much you die, it will never change, it will always be you. With Mira Ross taking the lead, Apache, who didn't want to be compared, immediately followed. Now that they have reached this point, the words in their hearts are directly clear. Of course, there is no room for turning back, and neither of them wants to turn back. Breathing in the air, the ambiguous atmosphere and Lu Chengkong are standing in front of them, then the majestic dragon pointed at them. It made the eyes of the three girls show a trace of confusion and spring. Soon Lu Chengkong took the lead in choosing his favorite Mira Rhodes among the three girls. This girl was the most energetic among the three girls, and she was also the most likely to provoke a man's desire to conquer. Of course, Lu Chengkong was no exception. A moment later, Mira Ross had hugged Lu Chengkong all over his body, and rolled over on the bed. His most beautiful plumpness was already on Lu Chengkong's chest. Let Lu Chengkong feel how rich and attractive his capital is, and at the same time, he has never seen his whole body, and only leaves all the beautiful things that can only be seen by the person he loves the most, Lu Chengkong. Unreservedly let go to Lu Chengkong to explore and rub. As Mira Rhodes tightened his body, his hands and feet were wrapped around Lu Chengkong's body like octopuses, his neck was raised like a swan, and the corners of his mouth made a satisfying, painful but full of pain, and just calmed down. The cloud and rain started again. With Mira Rhodes taking the lead, after Mira Rhodes fell asleep with a satisfied, pain-like expression, Lu Chengkong's room soon heard two more women's painful cries, but it was very difficult. It didn't take long for the exclamation of pain to pass, and there was a moan that made people want to blood boil and want to die. This afternoon, Lu Chengkong rolled and worked hard on the four daughters of Rukia, Apache, Sun Sun, and Mira Rhodes, until the four daughters were even equals unable to bear it and finally ended up in Apache's little mouth after the launch. He slept on the big bed with the four daughters in his arms. It wasn't until the next morning that Lu Chengkong woke up like a dream and walked out of the pile of powdered legs, fat and creamy powder, but no matter how romantic Lu Chengkong was, he woke up full of energy. Lu Chengkong has always been like this. Not only did he not show excessive indulgence, but instead became more energetic and sharper every day. Sophie, you said before that when I reach the level of godmother, I should be able to break the seal of the ring. Why do I find that it doesn't seem to work? Lu Chengkong thought about it, and it didn't take long for Sophie to appear in front of Lu Chengkong. Asked immediately. What I said is that this power may be opened, but I didn't say that it will be possible. It's not that you don't know that the power system in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, is many levels lower than the power system in the world of Death, and I'm just making a rough estimate. But not too far in my estimation. Your current Wangshu's primary strength should be able to shake the seal. If you do your best, you should be able to, but the chance of breaking the seal is lower. However, I advise you to be mentally prepared, because this space ring is a different time and space item for the world of death. It is different from us, the living beings, who have survived the test this world has given us and become one of the world. That's why this ring was sealed. If you break the seal on the ring once, it's fine, otherwise, if you fail once, even if you almost break it, the ring will be restored to its original state. The sealing power will be greater than before. Sophie frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Her clear eyes stared at the ring on Lu Chengkong's finger for a while before speaking. Forget it. If that's the case, then I'll give you back your freedom first. Lu Chengkong didn't get discouraged, instead he burned with a vigorous fighting spirit. When he came to the world of the God of Death, he was not as good as the most trashy God of Death, but now he has not become the God of Death again. The existence of disdain for the heroes has come to this step. Are you afraid that it will not be able to open? Since there is no way to solve the matter of the ring, now is the time to solve the problem of himself and Sophie. He is still very much in his heart for this beautiful woman who has been trapped in him since he came to this world, even if he can come out now. Feeling guilty, Lu Chengkong knew that he could survive so many crises so quickly to get to where he is now, and Sophie's help played a big role. He never thought to control Sophie or restrain Sophie by keeping it like this forever. After all, he thinks he is not a good person, but he is not a white-eyed wolf either. The kind of soul integration between them, of course, immediately gave Sophie complete freedom. Sophie did not speak, but suddenly looked at Lu Chengkong with a strange look that she had never seen before, as if what Lu Chengkong had just said exceeded her expectations, making her unable to believe it. 679 Free Sophie. You are beyond my expectations. I thought you would not pretend to be stupid after you have this strength, so that we can continue to maintain this connection. I become stronger, you will also become stronger, you become stronger. I will also become stronger at the same time, so that you can become stronger and break the ring faster. Quote. Sophie stared at Lu Chengkong with piercing eyes. Although the relationship between her and Lu Chengkong was equal, after all, they were both prosperous and detrimental, but Lu Chengkong had the upper hand. After all, her status is now. It was Zanpakudo. If Lu Chengkong, the god of death, did not take the initiative to cut off the relationship between the two and separate the souls of the two, Sophie would have no way to do this. Che, don't think of me so great, I'm just a real villain, or a really villain who just wants to live a happy and comfortable life, but to be honest, you and I don't have much friendship at all, it's just that we only got to know each other because of Angelina. Speaking of it, I was implicated by me to come here and finally became like this. No matter what, I still understand the truth, and over the years you can completely ignore me without asking, but you have helped me many times, I still can't do it if I want to repay my kindness and revenge, maybe I really don't fit to be a heinous villain. Lu Chengkong smiled bitterly, although doing so would not have any effect on Lu Chengkong's strength, even because of Sophie's departure, he devoured the power of Zanpakudo that belonged to him like Zanpakudo, and Zanpakudo became himself. Part of it, truly returning to its own soul. If his right and left hands are average, he will only become stronger, but in the long run, if this connection is not resolved, as long as Sophie's strength becomes stronger, he will be promoted for free without any side effects, and the foundation is unstable. The harvest of cultivating together is not divided equally, but from 1 to 2. This is considered to be coming to this world, and the law of the world has forced Lu Chengkong to become such an alternative compensation. Now that Lu Chengkong has cut off the relationship, there will be no more. In this way, it can be regarded as killing the chicken and taking the egg, but Lu Chengkong really did not have it. A little sad and regretful, or reluctant to give up, but I feel that the whole person feels very relaxed after making this decision after saying these words. You don't have to do this, I'll help you instead of helping myself, so don't misunderstand. Sophie said lightly, taking her eyes back. You don't have to lie to me, this kind of unscrupulous help may be the same for me once or twice at the beginning. You helped me like this to get out of trouble as soon as possible, but after a long time, if I still can't distinguish you if it's to help me, then I'm really an idiot, forget it, it's unnecessary to discuss this, Sophie, get ready. Lu Chengkong Isho, I didn't expect Sophie Marceau to be so strong in this regard, she was still stubborn when she said it herself, but this may be her nature and charm, she never thought that she was a daughter than a man poor. On the contrary, since she was wise, she never thought that men and women were different, and she even thought that she could do things that all men couldn't. Look down on yourself. I believe that it is with the idea and character that she can do what others can do, or even do it better, and what others can't do, she can easily do by herself, so that she can make her no matter what world or what kind of world she is in. Everywhere, at any time, it is the arrogant man Sophie Marceau who has made countless achievements and shamed her. Sophie Marceau said nothing, closed her eyes and concentrated, as did Lu Chengkong. The figures of the two slowly lifted into the air, and an invisible aura was released between the two of them, attracting the nearby death god all at once. The eyes of Walai and the other women immediately protected Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau. Obviously Lu Chengkong had already told them about his and Sophie's background, the secrets that do not belong to this world, and the connection between the two of them, otherwise they would not have known what the two of them were doing in the first place. Acts of protection. What is this guy doing? With him in the soul world, I really can't calm down. When can he stop for a while? This old man will retire early sooner or later. The old man Yamamoto also quickly discovered Lu Chengkong and Sophie who had risen in the air. The old man Yamamoto, who thought something was going on, immediately turned his crutches into flames. Obviously, he saw Kurosaki Ichigo being killed silently. After that, vigilance reached a peak. He didn't want to report the footsteps of Kurosaki Ichigo and his two fathers and sons because of an accident. Who knows if the perverts of Lingwang's Zero Division will hit him with this old bone idea, especially when he saw Aizen after the Battle of Aizen. With a broken face that specializes in restraining himself, who knows if other people have such abilities. Therefore, he concentrated his mind and did not give any opportunity to any enemy who wanted to attack his own ideas, but he secretly prepared 3 songs. If someone comes to assassinate him, or to assassinate himself, his first move is to be like fire, and at the same time, he will make up for a kendo and add a ghost of number 90 or more, so it is foolproof. If you can't resist it. If you live with enemies who may be able to deal with you, then you will prove that the gap between yourself and them is too great, and you can't blame others if you die. The old man Yamamoto is not the only one who thinks this way. Since there is even a shattered face that can be created against the ability of Ryu and Ruahuo to resist him, who knows if anyone can make a shattered face or tool that is similar to his own Zanpakuto. Or life forms to deal with themselves, so Hiroko Mako and others also made several preparations like old man Yamamoto. Indifferent to these so-called transforming broken faces, or transforming and transforming existences such as the god of death, such as the prince of extinguishing Wanda Wise, he concealed the old man Yamamoto. But if the strength of the old man Yamamoto is stronger, the power of the blade is a little stronger, and it exceeds the limit that Wandawise conceal, then it will burst Wandawise all of a sudden. Everything has positive and negative sides, just it depends on how to use it. If you use it properly, even a weak point can become a strong point. Who is that woman? This kid is so romantic, and he has more and more wives around him. Why is his family so harmonious? I think when the old man was young, it was not because the two women were arguing. It's a pity that I am old now. If he had been born 1,000 years earlier, I would definitely ask Lu Chengkong to learn from him. When the old man Yamamoto saw Sophie Marceau, he immediately thought that this was Lu Chengkong's new love. If the thoughts in his heart were known, he would definitely be speechless. Is this still the old man Yamamoto? There is such an idea. 679, 680 Undead Disaster. Not to mention the thoughts of old man Yamamoto and others, at this time, Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau, who were standing above the emptiness of Saraiti, became stronger and stronger, and their auras became stronger and stronger. The confrontation, the incompatibility between water and fire gradually turned into a yin and yang compatibility as if they had found a trick. An invisible momentum accompanied by the overwhelming terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly burst out from the body of the two of them, and then the two spiritual pressures slowly merged together. With the appearance of this terrifying spiritual pressure, the spiritual pressure was covered. There were circles of air waves visible to the naked eye, and the space near the two of them was a little bit distorted. Just by releasing the spiritual pressure, it was too scary to distort the space near the two of them. What are they doing? Fortunately, Hiroko Mako and others knew that Lu Chengkong's outburst of spiritual pressure would be absolutely terrible, so they stood far away, so they were not oppressed or affected by the spiritual pressure. Otherwise, if it was just being affected, they would be crushed to the ground. Strange, I actually felt Lu Chengkong's aura on that woman. No, it should be said that the two of them have exactly the same aura. The well-informed old man Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and said after a while. What do you mean? Urahara Kazuki was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. He looked at Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau with horrified eyes. The old man Yamamoto's words couldn't be simpler, and the same breath was not so simple. Of course it's Zanpakuto and Shinigami, so doesn't that mean that woman is Lu Chengkong's Zanpakuto? Strangely, if the Zanpakuto is materialized, no one except the owner can see it. Unless the Zanpakuto is used, or Hikari uses the power of Muramasa, the Zanpakuto's owner will see the Zanpakuto after the materialization. Pakuto. What makes this old man strange is that you can feel their strength. The old man Yamamoto's face was extremely heavy. This was the first time he had seen this kind of imagination. Since Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau did not hide their strengths at this time, the pressure continued to climb, as if the bottomless cave had a limit, so the old man Yamamoto and others could detect the strength of Liu Chenggong and Sophie Marceau. It's a lie. Liu Quanxi shouted in a conditioned reflex. It was too unbelievable. The strength of that Zanpakuto Sophie Marceau was exactly the same as Liu Chenggong. Yes, exactly the same. Shou is a bit stronger, but not a bit weaker. My god, does Zanpakuto have such a powerful strength? It shouldn't be. He really hides a lot of secrets, including his life experience. The old man Yamamoto shook his head. Obviously he didn't believe it, but it was the truth. His Zanpakuto can fight on their own. Doesn't it mean that Liu Chenggong's strength is equal to the existence of 2 Wangshu levels? What are they doing? Kuchiki Shanghai looked at the two of them puzzled. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't understand. It was the first time they had seen this phenomenon. The spiritual pressure on the two of them blended together, and there was obviously no idea of fighting each other. I see, haha, so that's the case. Zakagi Kenpachi suddenly had a flash in his brain, as if thinking of something. He laughed out loud, and suddenly attracted the attention of the nearby death god. They have to separate and become independent individuals. Zanpakuto is worthy of his Zanpakuto. He devoured his own Zanpakuto and let Zanpakuto completely return to his soul. All the abilities of Zanpakuto being obtained by him is like an innate ability. It can be said that as long as the stronger Zakagi Kenpachi is, the stronger the ability he has nothing to do with Zanpakuto. How is that possible? Urahara Kazuki immediately shook his head, indicating that it was impossible, but soon his eyes widened, because Liu Chenggong and Sophie Marceau above the void opened their eyes at the same time. Disintegration. Divine wind moves, heaven and earth change, 10 directions kill, mysterious wind appears. The two said in unison. They actually use the same disintegration. Raising the strength of the two to the limit, the fusion of the two spiritual pressures suddenly caused the earth to vibrate, the sky trembled, and thunderous rumblings continued to sound. Hirako Mako and the others who were standing far enough away were not affected, but after the two suddenly collapsed, their strength was terrifying, and the range of spiritual pressure radiation increased dozens of times. Before the old man Yamamoto and the others could react, they felt that their whole body, including their soul, had suddenly become countless times heavier. They couldn't move, and the blood was constantly overflowing from their bodies. They stood so far away, only to be affected, and not all of them were seriously injured. If this goes on, they will die at any time. It's really scary. They are all like this, let alone the gods of death in Seirenge. Fortunately, with a gentle wave of Unohana Liu's hand, a layer of invisible barrier blocks this spirit. Otherwise all the gods of death in Seirenge below without exception, it will be pressed into powder. Let's end it quickly, otherwise it won't take long for us to die in battle, but to be crushed to death by your spiritual pressure. Hirako Mako burst into tears, knowing that he would go directly to the world and watch what the fun was, and suffered an unwarranted disaster. Yes, but it's too late to say anything now. No matter how painful it is, I can only withstand it. Come on, Emperor Qilin. Both Liu Chenggong were already intoxicated in their world at this time, completely forgetting that Xiao Lingting had become a mess because of the spiritual pressure released by the two of them. I'm done. Is there anyone here to help me? The handsome Hirako Mako is going to suffer a disaster. Hirako Mako didn't want to die. Although people are not as humiliating as Hirako Mako directly shouting, but from their appearance, it is obvious that they have the same thoughts as Hirako Mako, and they don't want to suffer unwarranted disasters. However, the expected pain and pressure did not come, so I couldn't help but stand up and looked up and found that it was Mao Zhawali who released his spiritual pressure and resisted it, which affected all the death gods, but seeing Mao Zhawali's appearance was obviously that she did this for Liu Chenggong's wife and her sisters. As for the other gods of death, Xiao Lingting and the like are just incidental. You can think that if Liu Chenggong's wives are not there, she will no longer be the captain of the 4th Division, and she will no longer be the captain of the 4th Division who saves and heals the wounded. They don't care about these gossips at all. Mao Zhawali is just like this, and he seeks his government in his position. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 681-700. 681 Freshman Sophie. Once she has positioned herself well, she will do her best. In the past, she was aimless, passing the time, realizing that the ordinary is true, and at the same time studying various Zanpakuto abilities, special abilities and living an ordinary life at the same time, so she became the captain of the 4th Division. Therefore, when she was the captain of the 4th Division, she was the doctor who saved the dead and healed the wounded, and now she is Lu Chengkong's wife and the elder sister of Lu Chengkong's sisters. Man's duties and responsibilities. Invincible in all directions. Enter the move. The two of them said at the same time as if they had a heart-to-heart connection, or in other words, they had the same heart. The spiritual pressure in the sky turned into a tornado-like spiritual pressure storm that swept through the void, and the space above the void began to shatter layer by layer. A loud bang that shook the heaven and earth exploded in midair with the two invincible collisions. It was like a nuclear explosion. It was deafening. It was directly confounded by the shock. Many ordinary gods of death had already fallen to the ground and twitched. Just the sound waves emitted by the sound made the countless radiated gods of death in the vicinity become like this. Faced with this move, it is imaginable. And no. Click. After a stalemate for a while, a cracking sound came into everyone's ears. This cracking sound was not the outside space. The earth was breaking, but the soul connection between Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau. The two just closed it. The eyes raised the spirit to the limit. At the same time, they searched for the weakest connection between their souls, and then at the same time, they almost fused their whole body strength together in two different directions to attack the place that no one but the two of them could perceive, and it was cut off. Roar. At the same time that Sophie was cut off and turned into a completely free man, Lu Chengkong was also swallowing his Zanpakuto at the same time. He had to do this because his Zanpakuto had no with the sword spirit. It can be said that only power is left. If it is not swallowed, these forces that are not controlled by the sword spirit are likely to affect Lu Chengkong, so Zengi Janpachi actively devours it, but Lu Chengkong has to devour it, but the same as the Zanpakuto Zanpo everything about the knife returned to his soul and formed a whole again, just like the lost left hand returning to the body. The biggest advantage of doing this is that as long as you improve your own strength, the stronger your strength, the stronger the power of swallowing all the abilities of the Zanpakuto you have obtained. The ability to control is controlled, even if Shanghai's strength exceeds that of Lu Chengkong by a lot, he cannot control it. Because Lu Chengkong and Zengi Kenpachi do not have the so-called Zanpakuto, they just got the ability of Zanpakuto. It's just made by pressing. However, the sharpness is stronger than before, because Lu Chengkong's strength has become stronger after cutting off the relationship between Sophie and swallowing everything of Zanpakuto. It can be said that the outside looks the same as before, but the inside is completely different. As for whether this is to gain more or lose more, it depends on Lu Chengkong's own views and needs. After all, there are many advantages and many disadvantages. Hey, he's actually like me. I'll just say I didn't see the wrong person. Zanaki Kenpachi didn't care about the blood on his body, but stood up excitedly, as if Lu Chengkong devoured Zanpakuto and he was very excited. He seemed happy, but it was true that he and Lu Chengkong only believed in the power they possessed. Therefore, even if Zanpakuto, who had changed here, awakened the Zanpakuto, he still devoured the Zanpakuto directly, although the power of his Zanpakuto ability had to be brought into full play, so he was completely destroyed by it. Zaraki Kenpachi is in control. But even if it wasn't like this, Kenpachi Zengeki would do the same. He would rather not have the power that he didn't control. This was the case with Kenpachi Zengeki, and so was Lu Chengkong. In fact, what the two of them don't know is that it's not just the two of them. Mao Zhawali and Sophie's two daughters are like this. So let's not talk about Sophie. Now she has just become an independent individual, a new student the soul. As for Mao Zhawali, her Zanpakuto has been devoured by her for a long time. For her, she has faced the prying eyes of Wang Shu and the Spirit King since she was born. If she wants to devour her, of course she wants to control every bit of power. Absolutely uncontrolled power is not allowed because she knows there are some Zanpakuto abilities that can control Zanpakuto. Even if the masters of these Zanpakuto could not control her Zanpakuto with her strength, and even let the gods of death who wanted to control her Zanpakuto be attacked and die, but she likes to plan ahead. As long as it is possible, he will deal with the situation that might be at his own level. What if the opponent's strength is the same as his own? Although this is impossible, she deliberately imagined it like this, and then she thought of the method of swallowing, so Uno Hanalai's Zanpakuto was also swallowed by herself and completely controlled all the abilities of Zanpakuto. The study of blue-dyed mirror flowers is the same way. Whether it is her strength, the various abilities she controls, or the ability of Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suzuki can't work for her, but she still studies Kyoka Suzuki. In addition to curiosity, to pass the time and interest, it is to communicate with the above the same. In her mind, what would happen if Kyoka Shueyu was controlled by an enemy with the same strength as her own? So she would do this, but it is precisely because of this that Ujawali is very independent and strong. No matter what kind of situation she faces difficulties, any kind of enemy can be dealt with calmly. It is precisely because of her proactive approach and thinking that she was able to turn into a god of death from being just a human at the beginning, and then independently deal with Wang Shu and the Spirit King, even if she was alone against Wang Zuhei. Neither of the Spirit Kings fell into a disadvantage. In the original book, the Zanpakuto that she was so-called controlled by Muramasa was just an individual created by her using one of the Zanpakuto abilities, which made Muramasa think that he had controlled the Zanpakuto of Uno Hanalai. After all, Ujawali was the captain of the 4th Division at that time, and she lived the life of the 4th Division. As long as she did not violate her bottom line, she would not show her edge, and would only be the captain of the 4th Division. Since Muramasa wants to control her Zanpakuto, he will create one for him to control. 681-682 Sophie sends a kiss. Okay. Lu Chengkong didn't care about the aftermath of the collision between the two of him and Shifang Invincible when he was in a radius of more than 10 miles, and the aftermath spread to the ruined Xiao Lingting, quietly facing his face with a radiant face. Sophie Marceau said. Sophie Marceau did not speak, and looked at Lu Chengkong with a pair of melancholy eyes. Those eyes that made the world fall for her seemed to begin to glow with the brilliance that belonged to it with Sophie Marceau's complete freedom. Zhang Kong couldn't help but lose his mind when he saw it. If Sophie saw Lu Chengkong's absent-minded appearance, she would definitely ignore it or ridicule Lu Chengkong, but now she didn't do it. Instead she proudly raised her head, like a proud girl. The noble, dignified, and mature atmosphere makes people feel a breath of fresh air. It's just at this moment that Sophie Marceau stepped out and came to Lu Chengkong. Such a close distance shocked Lu Chengkong. You must know that Sophie Marceau is a very reserved woman. Inside and out, Renku Matsumoto looks sexy and passionate on the surface. But those who are familiar with her know that she is actually a very conservative and reserved woman who can only show her wildness when she is facing Lu Chengkong. That is just her appearance. Faye is a very conservative and reserved woman who will never let any man take any advantage of her. Sophie Marceau is different from Matsumoto Ranju. That is, not only is she actually a reserved and conservative person, but even her usual behavior, any performances like this, even if it is with the same woman. She was always like this when she was with her. It was the first time she had been so close to anyone other than Angelina, so Lu Chengkong, who knew Sophie very well, was taken aback. Don't think about it, this is just a reward for you, but only you can have it. Sophie Marceau suddenly clicked on Lu Chengkong's lips like a dragonfly, and left instantly, and then saw Lu Chengkong. Guang's eyes immediately knew what Lu Chengkong, who had lived in his heart for hundreds of years, was thinking, and immediately scolded. Who made you say so ambiguous? Lu Chengkong said angrily, but the fleeting and wonderful touch just now was deeply engraved in his heart, but when Lu Chengkong raised his head, he found that Sophie Marceau's Li Ying had disappeared in front of her. And after feeling the spiritual pressure, Lu Chengkong suddenly smiled. It seems that Sophie really regards herself as a close friend, no longer because of Angelina's reasons as before. Of course, Lu Chengkong and Sophie Marceau have come to this point with Angelina's existence as a help. Is essential. If there was no Angelina's presence, Sophie would treat Lu Chengkong no matter how good or powerful he was. She would still treat Lu Chengkong the same way she would treat other people, and would not look at Lu Chengkong. At most, he was a little surprised because Lu Chengkong was so powerful, just like an ordinary person who saw the strength displayed by Marine Admiral. At most he was only surprised. Chengkong, are you finished? Can you send me to the 4th Division for emergency treatment? At this moment, a faint voice entered Lu Chengkong's ears. Of course, Lu Chengkong was not the only one who heard it. The god of death and Shu both turned their heads to find that the owner of this voice was Mako Hirako, but this guy was already taking in more air and venting less, but he was still giggling as usual, which is really admirable. Ah, this is the end of too much curiosity. You don't know that sometimes curiosity can not only kill a cat, but also kill a Pingzi Junzi. Lu Chengkong said angrily to Pingzi Junzi, this is worth it, deep friends. You must know that if Hirako Mako stood a meter closer, he would be radiated by his own spiritual pressure, and he would be enough to kill him, but even so, he did not have any resentment. On the contrary, speaking to himself in such a weird and exaggerated tone as to hope that he will not care about not being affected by this and feel absolutely guilty or something, and at the same time, he is also telling himself that he is not at all angry or angry with himself because of this innocent disaster. Kind of emotions. The technique of regeneration. Lu Chengkong did not send Hirako Mako and the others to the 4th Division. It must be known that the 4th Division of the Soul Society has such a great reputation. Dare to be rude to the members of the 4th Division, laughing at them who only know to stay behind, but even the captain of Yamamoto and even all the nobles dare not be rude to the former captain of the 4th Division. Yujiya, because as long as you are not an idiot, you can see the importance of Ujawali to the soul world. No, it is to the god of death. With Ujawali there, as long as she is sent to her and still served in front of her, she will be completely dead. To be able to save lives, of course, for those nobles who are rotten and afraid of death, they certainly do not want no one to treat their lives when their lives are threatened. Therefore, no matter what identity Ujawali is, he used to be the captain of the 0 Division, and the 4th Division. Whether it's the team captain, her status is very high and no one dares to disrespect her. And now the highest healing power of Ujawali and Vice Captain Toru Yuyan have left. The 4th team can be described as leaderless now. Although many members of the team have strong healing powers, it is necessary to cure the current Hirako Mako, Yamamoto Old Man, etc. A group of death gods do not know how long it will take to heal immediately. Although Lu Chengkong's healing ability is not as strong as Maojawali or Inoue, but as Wujawali's husband, he has learned a lot about the ghost way of healing. It is not comparable to the other Shinigami of the 4th Division. It doesn't take a few hours for them to fully recover from this level of injury. Now is a sensitive period. He doesn't want Hirako Mako and others to be in trouble because the injury has not healed, and they are all injured because of their own injuries, although it is mainly them. Curiosity was a haunt, but Lu Chengkong felt that it would be better to cure them personally. After all, many of these are his deep friends and comrades in arms. Half an hour later, the dying old man Yamamoto and all the gods of death will soon be alive. If the god of death from the 4th Division's attack and healing ability sees that he will die with absolute jealousy, this guy is not only so powerful that he will die, but he is even trying to heal. In terms of cultivation, they are not very good. 13. At least for now, in the soul world, apart from Karatsu Uji and Orihime Inoue, no one in the soul healing world has the ability to heal the ghosts and is stronger than Lu Chengkong. Healing the dying god of death in half an hour is just a matter of grasping. If Wallai took a serious shot, he would be completely cured in 5 minutes. You must know that even the healing powers that Ujawali showed when he was the captain of the 4th Division were reserved. 682, 683 First strike is stronger. I got my life back. It's great, I can't die like this. I really have that little strong lifestyle you said. 8. This guy wished that Lu Chengkong would come back on him a few times and nodded in agreement. He really didn't want to try the terrifying spiritual pressure that was like the sky and the earth breaking apart. If he faced it once, he would die if he was only affected by it. If he faced it head-on or Lu Chengkong specifically released it against them, he would be crushed and his soul would collapse in an instant. Instantly turned into powder. Now I know that being too curious is not a good thing. Lu Chengkong didn't notice that if he wasn't so impatient at first, he would have gone farther or went to the virtual circle to cut off the soul connection between Sophie and Sophie. Yes, but obviously even if he noticed, he would ignore it involuntarily. Everything will end soon. Maybe it's time for me to leave this world at that time. Lu Chengkong suddenly said in a low voice. Apart from Lu Chengkong's wives, only Zheng Mujanba had a bright and enlightened expression on his face. Color, as if he understood something. When Hirako Mako and others left, there was only one person left. To be precise, a god of death stayed behind. He did not turn around and left, but followed Lu Chengkong to Lufu. This person was Lu Chengkong, the first god of death to know after this world. It can be said that it was because of him that Lu Chengkong passed through the most dangerous period of time. This god of death was Zhengmu Janpachi. If I guessed correctly, some kind of connection between you and that woman should have been cut off by the two of you. If I guessed correctly, you haven't asked the Spirit King and the King to settle accounts, you just want to gather the greatest strength to prevent everything from going well. The variable that appears. Even if there are variables, you still have enough strength to overcome these variables, and after the woman is completely freed today, with the strength of you and her plus Maojawali, King Ling and Wang Shu will not have a chance to turn over. Just waiting for today. Zaraki Kenpachi sat on a chair and drank a glass of ice wine and said, as expected, he was the first god of death who knew Lu Chengkong. Except for Lu Chengkong's wives, there was no other god of death who could guess it, but it was this person who had been caught before. Zaraki Kenpachi, who thought he was a fighter, guessed it. I can't hide it from you. I need the power of King Spirit King and Wang Shu to help me open it. I don't like to attack people later. I used to have insufficient strength and had to attack people later, but now it's better to attack first. Lu Chengkong shook the ring in his hand, and Zengi Kenpachi suddenly realized that although he didn't know what was in the ring, he instinctively told him what was in it was extremely important to Lu Chengkong. Devouring them. Although Kenpachi Zaraki was asking, his tone was definitely incomparable. Not only that, but also to push them to a desperate situation, enter fusion and use secret techniques to increase to the limit. For example, like Kurosaki Ikiryu's last crescent moon, the surging spiritual power is enough to make Hachiko all at once. Qinliu reached the first stage of the Virtual King. However, Ba Qinliu has always been taught by Maojawali. She is very aware of the importance of a solid foundation, so she kept compressing her spiritual pressure to prevent herself from being crushed to the middle level of the Virtual King, and forcibly stabilized at the first level of the Virtual King. A solid foundation, thoroughly digesting and mastering the combat power after the breakthrough, it will be easier to hit the Wang Shu level in the future. When Lu Chengkong spoke of Ba Qinliu, there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. It was obvious that his love for Ba Qinliu had not diminished in the slightest from the past to the present, but only increased day by day. Then you will leave this world. Although Zaragi Kenpachi concealed it well, there was still a trace of melancholy in his eyes. After all, he and Lu Chengkong are the best friends, and maybe they will be separated by two worlds soon. If there were a lot of strong people in my world, I would definitely take you with me, but I think you might shout back every day after you go there. Generally speaking, the strongest people there are only captain level, even at that time. Even if I entered the strongest form, I just reached the peak of the Captain Demon Emperor transformation plus mirror fusion. But even so, there is the strength to destroy the whole world and even the space. The space fortress there is very weak and can be easily broken, so it is not suitable for people with too high strength to fight there, otherwise it is easy to destroy the whole world. Ruined, so you might get stuffy and cramp if you go. In fact, Lu Chengkong didn't have to go back to the One Piece, King of Pirates world, but had to go back. Who knows what the laws of this world will do to them after Khalifa and others break out. Although I already had the strength to fight against the laws of the world at that time, I couldn't guard against it every second, so it's better to go back for safety, but all of this is based on strong enough strength, so whether it is for some reason, both Wang Shu and Ling Wang must die. I still want to go there and play, so it seems that it's better not to go. Sure enough, Kenpachi Zanaki immediately retreated. What he was afraid of was not a strange world, not a powerful enemy, but that the enemy in that world was too weak. But compared to this world, it's much more comfortable to enjoy life there than here, and it's never boring. And there are a lot of novelties over there. Compared with the world of death, Lu Chengkong prefers the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, which is the best place to enjoy life, and many of his wives are very interested in One Piece King. The world of pirates is obviously more of a sense of belonging. After all, they are all born and raised there. Even if they are themselves, they will grow up again in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates after crossing into the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. There is more sense of belonging in the world of death. Play with me before you leave. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly grinned Isho, and sure enough, the dog can't stop eating shit, but Lu Chengkong did not refuse. He doesn't know how long it will take him to come back after he goes back this time. The current strength, the lifespan is too long. If he hadn't died in battle, he would have lived for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Therefore, Lu Chengkong was also afraid that he would not have the chance to see Kenpachi Zengi, not to mention that this is only his current lifespan. If Kenpachi Zengaki's strength improved, then the lifespan will be longer, and if you reach the same level as yourself, you will basically no longer worry about lifespan. After all, it is different from the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. The laws of this world are more stable than those in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. It is not so easy to achieve an immortal lifespan, except to reach this Wang Shu, Spirit King level. Other options, not like in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, find the fruit of life and the fruit of light to almost live forever, except for those killed in battle. 683, 684 Farewell and the Battle of Kenpachi. It's just to satisfy his last battle, otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to come back. If I had him at the beginning, I wouldn't have spent the most dangerous time so easily. Lu Chengkong nodded. After this time, I don't know how long it will take to have a chance to fight. Maybe after returning to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, after many years of enjoying life in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, I feel bored for a while. When you go for a walk, you will do plane travel. After all, if nothing else is just about his own strength, even if he has all the devil fruits in his body, the void demon with full power is just an ant in front of him, but now Lu Chengkong is bound by the world laws of the death god world. Without breaking through the laws of this world, it is impossible to leave this world for plane travel. Lu Chengkong even believed that the world where the void demon was at the beginning was superior to the One Piece, King of Pirates world power system, but it was even lower than the world of death, and the void demon broke through the laws of the world he was in. Carry out plane shuttle of One Piece, King of Pirates because of a little accident. It can be said that the premise of plane travel is to break through the shackles of the laws of the world you are in. Otherwise, you will not be able to travel through the facade, and the void demon can do it. Here, how could Lu Chengkong not be able to do it? It's just that the strength he needs to break through the laws of the world of the god of death is much stronger and more difficult than that of the void demon to break through the laws of the world he originally lived in. It can be said that the stronger the plane, that the more difficult it is for the creatures on which the plane is located to break through the shackles of the world laws of their plane, the stronger the strength is required. This is also to prevent the creatures from the too powerful planes from destroying and aggressing some planes with weak power systems. Okay, but let me explain in advance. Don't use your current strength to oppress me, otherwise I'll be kicked ass. Hee. When I first met you, I used to suppress the same strength as you to fight. It's your turn this time. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly laughed treacherously like a successful kitten, making Lu Chengkong realize that whoever dares to underestimate this ardent fighter who only knows how to fight, if he says that he is not wise, he will definitely kill him. Cut, do I look like the kind of death god who bullies people? Lu Chengkong said very righteously, but the idea of mischief arose in his heart, and he dared to smack me. Okay, then I will be depressed to death with the same strength as you. You, Lu Chengkong and Guang, who have decided, immediately brought Kenpachi to the basement. This basement was specially built by himself, and the scope may be as large as 1/5 of a serangé. The barrier set up with his own level of strength will definitely allow Kenpachi to shoot without the slightest scruples. That's right, it's much more stable here. Zengi Kenpachi glanced at the extremely empty basement, and with the barrier covering all sides, he was able to shoot with all his strength without hesitation. To start is to do everything. Although Lu Chengkong has suppressed his strength to the same level as himself, Lu Chengkong's original god is the god of death at the level of Wang Shu. Even if he suppresses his strength, the use of his control and use of spiritual pressure, the ability of the god of death, etc., is not his own. This Skrito's primary peak can be compared, so how can he dare to be big? Blood energy erupts, the sea of blood collapses and the mountain hits. After Zhengmu Janpachi entered the solution, he immediately summoned the sea of blood in the sky. With the blessing of the sea of blood, Zhengmu Janpachi didn't need to run out of his own blood in a short period of time. End worry. After all, the more powerful the stunt after Zanmuji Enbazu is released, the more blood will be consumed. With this skill, it will be scary for a short time, and it is very dangerous if you are accidentally hit by the sea of blood. A cold glance. Lu Chengkong didn't even look at it. He cut it cleanly and neatly, and the extremely cold frost energy immediately turned into an ice blade that was thousands of meters in the air, and suddenly the sea of blood in the enchantment was smashed. Divided into two, the blood of the approaching ice blade was directly frozen. There is no way, after suppressing the strength to the same level as Zhengmu Janba, I will also use the snow drink crazy saber, otherwise it will not be the same level of strength, and I don't need to fight directly to use Wang Shu's level of combat power. You only need to release a spiritual pressure to directly overwhelm Zengeki Kenpachi. It can be said that Lu Chengkong's strength is almost the same as that of Zengeki Kenpachi, and of course he has to use Zanpakudo. At the same time, the incomparably ferocious ice blade directly faced Zakagi Kenpachi, who was smashing towards him, and suddenly stopped his unstoppable figure like a tiger descending the mountain. 61-6 sticks to the light prison. Yes, this is Lu Chengkong's idea. The most annoying thing about Zhengmu Kenpachi is to fight with ghosts, and Lu Chengkong is deliberately using ghosts to disgust Zhengmu Kenpachi. And Kenpachi Zengeki on the other side obviously understood Lu Chengkong's plan, so he almost yelled at him in anger. But fortunately, although he has never practiced ghost ways, it doesn't mean that he will be helpless in the face of ghost ways. On the contrary, apart from Lu Chengkong, there is really no one who knows about Zanaki Kenpachi's abilities and uses ghost ways against him. Because he is not afraid of ghosts at all, he just hates fighting with people who use ghosts, it's too uncomfortable. You bastard, do you think you'll be fine if you seal me up? Come here, soul-thirsty hand. Zanaki Kenpachi shouted in dismay, ignoring the 6-stick light prison on his body, and his left hand suddenly slammed against Lu Chengkong. Suck! The powerful suction suddenly pulled Lu Chengkong over, and once he was touched by the hand of Zengi Kenpachi, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Bounding the way. 81. Duankong. Lu Chengkong suddenly smiled treacherously. He didn't try to block it at all. Instead, he used Duankong to create a strong defense that just blocked the soul-thirsty hand of Zhengmu Janpachi. Across a wall, no matter how powerful the soul-thirsty hand is, it is useless if it can't touch his body. Damn, this kid knows my abilities so well, and then uses the proper ghost way as a resistance. Damn, he really wants to disgust me. God, this kid is so nasty. Zaraki Kenpachi was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If Lu Chengkong had directly cracked his soul-thirsty hand, he would only be happier. In order to be able to flex the ghost way, rather than rigidly use it, it can just block its own attacks without being hurt. Zengi Kenpachi's attack is very perverted, but it has to be hit. The proportion of the soul-thirsty hand and the powerful suction force make Zengi Kenpachi able to pull over even if he is facing the dead wood Jinling who is stronger than himself, but if Zaragi Kenpachi's hand with soul-thirsty hand didn't touch the enemy's body, he wouldn't be able to display the subsequent terrifying destructive power. 684, 685 Who is making who depressed? Now Lu Chengkong is just relying on his understanding of his own abilities to know that some weaknesses of the soul-thirsty hand are not weaknesses. There is a defensive wall between his own hand and his body. You are called Zengmu Janpachi, why are you not depressed? To know that he can control the ghost path so delicately, and control the Reiatsu so flexibly and handy, as if he is controlling the Zanpakuto to control the ghost path, but there are not many people who can achieve his level. I don't believe that you can use the ghost way to block every time. Zengmu Janpachi and Lu Chengkong gave the egg this time. He immediately gathered up his strength and swung out a knife, and the bloody slash immediately broke the sky. It shredded and slashed on Lu Chengkong's body, but this Lu Chengkong's body was like a phantom mirage, and it penetrated as soon as it touched. Is it afterimage? Zanaki Jianbai was overjoyed, thinking that Lu Chengkong was no longer using the ghost path to fight him, but who knew that the voice from behind him immediately extinguished the joy that he had just raised, and replaced it with more than before. Greater Depression. Broken Down number 73, Shuanglian King Wopeng. The huge fireball burning with explosive flames hit Zengmu Kenpachi directly with a terrifying temperature that burned everything. The body exploded, and the exploding flames touched the sea of blood and made the sound of boiling water. The anger exploded. At the critical moment, Zengmu Janpachi manipulated the surrounding blood sea to form a very explosive blood energy around the body and suddenly rose into the sky, blocking the Shuanglian King Wopeng, and at the same time, his left hand was facing Lu Chengkong. I see how you can block this time, soul-thirsty demon ceiling slash. A terrifyingly attractive blood-colored vortex that was completely condensed by blood energy, which was visible to the naked eye, released endless suction towards Lu Chengkong, sucked Lu Chengkong in at once, and in an instant came to the front of Zengmu Kenpachi. At the same time, Zengi Janpachi slashed the blood energy condensed on the Zanpakuto towards Lu Chengkong, forming a blood energy sword that swept across Lu Chengkong's body. Lu Chengkong, who was entangled by the blood-colored vortex, could not move, so unless Lu Chengkong showed his strength stronger than himself, otherwise, if Lu Chengkong deliberately suppressed his strength to the same level, he could not break free from the entanglement of the blood-colored vortex. Looking at himself being slashed by the sword of blood. My body can't move, but that doesn't mean I can't release the ultimate move, it's frozen for 3 feet. Lu Chengkong used the strongest defensive move in his Shikai state. The ice that formed 3 feet thick collided with the sword of blood energy at once. The sharp edge of the sword of blood stabbed on the ice and immediately made a sound that made the scalp numb, and the sharp friction sound was extremely harsh, but the sword of blood was only half cut into the ice and then stuck and powerless. Sprint forward. Broken Down number 90, Black Coffin. Lu Chengkong found that he liked to use this ability very much. Maybe this is not the strongest among all ghost ways, at least it's only the number 90 ghost way. Compared with some special applications for attacking, the power of the forbidden art of ghosts is at least far worse. He had seen the destructive power of the attack-type forbidden technique, Kiryu, from the super master of the ghost world, Kiryu Hazun, and Kiryu's ghost cultivation was only stronger than that of Lu Chengkong. This is cultivation, not power. Lu Chengkong's strength is so much stronger than Yuzhou Kiryu. Even if ghost cultivation is not as good as Yuzhou Kiryu, the power released by strength alone is not comparable to Yuzhou Kiryu. Here is just to say pure ghost cultivation and realm, not power. But if Hazun Kiryu and Lu Chengkong are the same level of powerhouse, Lu Chengkong's ghost power is simply not worth mentioning compared to Hazun Kiryu. Is there a specialization in art? After all, she majored in Zanpakuto, Ghost Dao and Shunpo, and she was also famous in the soul world for her Ghost Dao. Even the Ghost Dao of abandoning singing was taught by her in the soul world, although she was not the first one to learn to comprehend the ghost way of abandoning singing, but at that time, she developed it by herself, and no one's teaching was entirely based on her own groping. And at that time, there was really no one in the soul world, all of them were in the spirit king realm, so in the eyes of the god of death in the soul world, the ghost way of abandoning singing was taught by Kiryu Hazun, so Kiryu Hazun was very interested in the great ghost Taoists. The god of death and the great ghosts inside are no less than the existence of gods. Because when Hazun Kiryu was still the captain of the corpse and soul world, she used the power of ghosts to overwhelm the pack, and the status of the god of death who majored in ghosts to fight became very high. Later, when Hazun Kiryu joined Zero after the squad, even if the great ghost Taoists were led by Goroshi Tetsuhai, their status and power were far from comparable to when Kiryu Hikun was there. It's this trick again. But the best thing about the black coffin is that people can't hide, except to break it with force or block the attack of the black coffin with the extremely strong defense trick, and wait for the black coffin to dissipate after the attack. There is no escape from the past. Especially when it was released by Liu Chengkong. Although Liu Chengkong was only released with the strength of the first level Skrito, the gravitational torrent that erupted from the black coffin can even distort or even shatter time and space, even if he is proficient in space. Even the god of death, who is a forbidden technique, does not dare to use the forbidden technique of space to escape. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Apart from resisting and forcibly breaking it, there are other ways. With the ability of the space-type Zanpakuto, Nelly Lu can easily escape from the black coffin even if it is trapped in the black coffin. The ghosts of the forbidden arts and the Zanpakuto of the space system have two different meanings, and they must not be lumped together. Therefore, in addition to leaving a sentence very unhappy, Zanaki Kenpachi can only watch himself being locked in the black coffin. Fortunately, he also has his own powerful trick. Blood gas is violent, blood gas is rampant. Zakagi Kenpachi suddenly used two extremely powerful techniques to enhance his strength, and his strength soared from the peak of Skrito's primary level to the peak of Skrito's intermediate level. What Zhang Kong is depressed about is that Zaraki Kenpachi's own strength is at the peak of Skrito's primary level. He is so completely relying on unique skills to improve, rather than strength breakthroughs. Therefore, unless Liu Chengkong also uses such unique skills to make his own strength soar in a short time, otherwise he cannot improve his strength, otherwise he is a foul. After all, this is more one of Mu Janpachi's treasure chests. Zengeki Kenpachi's strength itself is the first level of Skrito. If Liu Chengkong sees Zengi Kenpachi's stunt to increase his strength in a short period of time, he will immediately increase the suppressed strength a little bit, and Zengi Kenpachi is also a fart. So now it was Liu Chengkong's turn to be depressed, so Liu Chengkong couldn't help but scolded inwardly who made whom depressed, disgusting. 686 Control the rhythm of battle. Prison blood demon break. It's just that Zaraki Kenpachi is obviously eating Liu Chengkong's intention to suppress his strength to the point where Skrito's primary peak cannot be improved. Immediately made the blood gas violent and blood gas violent, so that his own strength soared, and Liu Chengkong could not follow, but he obviously wanted to force Liu Chengkong to use Benkai. After all, Zengmu Janpa's strength is now the peak of Skrito's middle level. Although it didn't last long, it was indeed the existence of Skrito's intermediate peak. After Liu Chengkong deliberately suppressed it, he could only use the strength of Skrito's primary peak. Facing the Zengi Kenpachi who has the ability to infringe the Zanpakuto in the divine realm, and still uses the strongest trick, the prison blood demon, plus the blood rage and the semester rampage to improve his strength, Liu Chengkong does not use Benkai. If so, you're looking for death. You bastard, you want to be abused so much, right? I'll fulfill you, won't I just disgust you? It's necessary to be so good at pressing the bottom of the box, the prison blood magic break and the two abilities that can be used as a turnaround card. The blood rage is gone. Has the blood rage been used? Liu Chengkong completely forgot that he deliberately used the ghost way to fight against the disgusting Zanaki Kenpachi, and only then stimulated Zanaki Kenpachi to use these three stunts at once, and now he has put all the responsibility on him. On the body of Mu Kenpachi, if Zaragi Kenpachi knew about it, I don't know if he would want to cry without tears. Benkai. Abandoning God and Buddha, Function howled, Fengmo came out. Liu Chengkong used Benkai under the satisfied, happy and proud eyes of Zengmu Kenpachi. The magic sword that makes Zanaki Kenpachi extremely excited. Catch the wind and catch the shadow. Now that he has put aside his playfulness, Liu Chengkong, who has begun to fight seriously, no longer has the mentality of depressing whoever is, and begins to devote his energy to 12 points. Zengmu Kenpachi is also very happy about this. Flashing with crazy and excited fighting intent, the blood-colored sword hilt around him was about to form a blood-colored giant sword with the infusion of a lot of blood energy. It's useless to go anywhere. Smash the mountains and the ground. Zanaki Kenpachi roared excitedly, the surging fighting intent mixed with the flame-like blood on his body, and the zanpakuto in his hand was immediately smashed by the blood-colored flames. The siege burned, and then suddenly enlarged, after Zergi Kenpachi smashed to the ground with the momentum of Taishan's top. The earth suddenly cracked open, and countless cracks suddenly extended out, like a volcanic eruption. Countless hot, corrosive blood-colored flames sprayed out from the cracks, and the speed was as fast as a meteor, and there was no trace at all. Lu Chengkong had to show up. Although this basement is very large, and with the protection of the enchantment, it can completely let go of the hands and feet to fight, but after all, it is not a real life and death struggle. The terrifying speed of the whirlwind directly fled far away, and returned after the end of the slashing. Otherwise, it can only be dealt with directly, and with such a large scale and large area instant slash, I don't know if I can escape the attack range of the slash in an instant. After all, this is the attack range and destructive power of Zakagi Kenpachi. One of the two most powerful tricks, the first one is, needless to say, the blood demon break under full blood energy, and the second is the smashing mountain and the ground. Moreover, in the state of using the prison blood demon, the destructive power and attack range of collapsing mountains and earths were greatly enhanced, so Lu Chengkong was also unambiguous, and directly appeared to resist the countless blood-colored flames erupting from below. The wind rolls the building. Lu Chengkong's body quickly rotated, and all the blood-colored flames sprayed from him in all directions were rolled up to form a huge blood-colored fire tornado. With one kick, the blood-colored fire tornado attacked Zaraki Kenpachi with the power of twisting the space, returning the body with the way of the other. The blood-colored crosscut. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the blood-colored fire tornado with the power to destroy the world. Not only did he not flinch, he was not afraid, but instead put the two zanpakuto together, stepped on Shunbu, and charged directly with the sound of breaking through the air. With a wave of the zanpakuto, a blood-colored cross-slash that was 10 meters wide and 10 meters long was directly slashed on the blood-colored fire tornado. It's not over yet. Kenpachi, strong grass in the wind. Lu Chengkong suddenly appeared behind Zengmu Janpachi as if he was teleporting at the speed of catching the wind. The right foot of the spinning power suddenly kicked the back of Kenpachi's Akagi. Puchi. Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly spit up a mouthful of blood and water, only to feel that there is an invisible rotating force entering into the internal organs and completely twisting all his internal organs. I've caught you, soul-thirsty hand. Zanakijian showed a smug smile on his face, as if he was right from the beginning. His left hand suddenly sucked at Lu Chengkong. Such a close distance. The sudden suction force made Lu Chengkong was pressed on his chest by Zengmu Janpachi's left hand in an instant, and the whole boat's blood energy suddenly condensed in the place of Zengmu Janpachi's left hand. Boom! The condensed blood energy suddenly exploded, forming a strong blood energy shock wave that knocked Lu Chengkong out. How could this be? Zengmu Janpachi looked at Lu Chengkong in surprise. He found that the soul-thirsty hand he used clearly controlled Lu Chengkong's whole body. Blood energy condensed and exploded, but he clearly felt that it was exploding the moment when the blood-colored shock wave was released. The blood chi detonated in Lu Chengkong's body was actually blocked by an addictive spirit, the existence of mental pressure similar to spiritual pressure, and then resolved one by one. The blood chi shock wave turned into blood again in Lu Chengkong's body, and restarted in his body in a normal state. Flow up. That is to say, the hand of the soul-thirsty just now did 0 damage to Lu Chengkong. Once this trick hits, the stunt that would be unsatisfactory suddenly loses its effect. Even Zanaki Kenpachi has to be surprised. After all, this trick in his view, it is a must-have. It's not like this. Have you forgotten my demonic energy? My demonic energy can be manipulated not only from the outside world, but also inside the body. Attack, so he has already made multiple preparations in his body. Unless you can directly break through the demonic energy in my body, otherwise any attack that directly damages my body, such as your soul-thirsty hand, white and black flames, cannot hurt me until it breaks through the demonic energy in my body." Lu Chengkong said with a chuckle. The aura of the Jeju in his grasp was undoubtedly revealed, and he was the one who controlled the rhythm of the entire battle. 687 points to win. Really? If that's the case, then I'll see how you block this move, Soul Destruction Hand. Zanaki Janba's eyes were red, flashing with crazy fighting intent. After that, I got even more excited to fight. While releasing the cross slash, he also released the Soul Destruction Hand, which is stronger than the Soul Destroyer Hand. That is to say, Lu Chengkong will be hit by the cross slash in the process of being sucked in, and then he will be hit by the Soul Destruction Hand. Now it's dangerous. Even if it is stronger than the Soul Thirsty Hand, it's useless, the kamikaze howls. Lu Chengkong didn't move his body at all, because he couldn't move. This suction force was stronger than the previous suction force released by the soul-thirsty hand more than 5 times, but being unable to move does not mean that he cannot release the ultimate move. The crazy operation of the spiritual pressure in the body turned into the power of the storm, wrapped around Lu Chengkong's body and rotated at a high speed like a circular storm sphere, smashing the bloody cross in front of him at once, the violent storm power. Released from Lu Chengkong's body, the rotating power contained in the power of the high-speed rotating storm smashed the bloody cross into pieces. Trouble, even if the soul-killing hand works, I will be seriously injured. He has the protection of the sphere formed by the rotation of the storm force on the surface, and he did not suffer much damage at all, so let's make a difference with one blow, just temporarily change the move. I caught you by surprise, Prison Blood Demon Break. Zhengmu Janba's thoughts turned around, and countless thoughts flashed through. He secretly glanced at the blood-colored giant sword beside him that was full, and immediately made a decisive decision. He continued to use the hand of killing the soul to suck Lu Chengkong over, and at the same time, he cut the sword in his right hand. Pakuto merged into the blood-colored giant sword, and then swung the incomparably huge blood-colored giant sword and slashed towards Lu Chengkong. This guy is really ruthless, the blood blade magic. When Lu Chengkong was wrapped by the power of the storm, his body had recovered his freedom. Although he could only sway freely in the package of the power of the storm, he couldn't leave, but it was enough. Since Zengi Kenpachi wants to decide the winner, Lu Chengkong will of course fulfill him. As Lu Chengkong's magic eye flashed an arrogant gleam, the demonic energy in the sky was released and then all merged into the magic knife. Immediately, he slashed towards him in the forward direction. Once he hit the target, the bloody fire pillar burst into the sky. The giant sword slashed suddenly. The 2,000-meter-long sword gang slashed the force of the storm covering the body at once, and at the same time the body could no longer move, but it maintained a slashing posture, which was enough. The strongest strike magic sword, it has been released. Of course it is going forward. The surging wave after wave of magic energy is released from the sword gang, and it suddenly hits the blood-colored giant sword. Boom! The blood-colored giant sword was different from before when he fought with the Deadwood Golden Bell, and pressed the enemy to the ground, and then burst into a blood-colored fire column, and the blood-colored giant sword actually cut out a circle in the air when it collided with the sword. Shaped space gap. According to the knife gang, a blood-colored fire column that pierced through the void suddenly spewed out from the crack, covering the 2-kilometer-long knife gang at once, and at the same time, it rushed towards Lu Chengkong unabated, as if to bring Lu Chengkong with him. The knife was burnt to nothing. HMPH, how could my blood blade magic art be so easily wiped out by your blood-colored fire column? The magic energy will not disappear. The magic power will not stop. The blood blade magic will move, attacking the enemy to the death. Lu Chengkong roared abruptly, and the spiritual pressure in his body turned into a demonic energy and madly merged into the magic knife. The knife gang covered by the blood-colored light beam suddenly made a terrifying and strange sound of ghost crying and wolf howling. At the same time, an audible clicking sound could be clearly transmitted to Kenpachi's ears even in such a noisy environment, and the blade, which seemed to have been destroyed, was surrounded by the blood-colored beam of light and suddenly burst into 1,000 meters of light. It burst out through the blood-colored beam of light, and at the same time, the terrifying knife gang directly penetrated the void, completely piercing the space. The blood-colored fire pillar covering his body was destroyed at once, and then he slashed at Zanaki Kenpachi's body unabated. The magic energy still caused countless wounds to appear on Zanaki Kenpachi's body, and blood sputtered from the wounds all over his body as if he didn't want money. Kamikaze howls. Lu Chengkong knew about the control of blood after Zanaki Kenpachi Bankai. It seemed that he was seriously injured just now, but if he didn't care about it, he would be able to recover from the injuries all over his body in a few seconds. So Lu Chengkong immediately released the kamikaze howl again, but this time it was different from the previous one where he focused on defense. Instead, he covered the power of the storm on his right foot and rotated at a high speed to form a powerful divine wind, as if it contained the anger of all the wind elements between heaven and earth. Lu Chengkong swept his right foot towards Zhengmu Janba, like a sharp point. The cone-like kamikaze suddenly slammed into Zaragi Kenpachi's body, smashing his entire body into the low ground and blasting a deep pit with a radius of several kilometers. Kenpachi, it looks like you lost. That's right, with the same level of strength, Lu Chengkong used Bankai, and Zaraki Kenpachi also used Bankai, and after using Blood Rage and Blood Rage, his strength soared to Skrito was at the mid-level peak, but Lu Chengkong defeated Zengi Kenpachi without raising his strength to continue to maintain Skrito's primary peak. This time, even if they refuse to admit defeat, even the cheeky person will have to write a word of service when they encounter such a situation. Not to mention Kenpachi Zengeki always thinks that losing is losing, even if Lu Chengkong is a general who uses Wang Shu's level of combat power. He won't have any resentment for defeating him, there is no reason to say, and this time it can really be said that he will fight with dignity. What's more, Lu Chengkong has never used his Wang Shu level combat power to bully Zaraki Kenpachi from beginning to end, and has maintained the combat power of Skrito's primary peak from beginning to end. So no matter what, Zaraki Kenpachi felt that apart from being disgusted by Lu Chengkong's use of ghosts at the beginning of this battle, the subsequent battles were the most enjoyable of all the battles he had encountered so far. It doesn't matter, he enjoys that process. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, I have never won a battle with you, but every time it is so refreshing, so enjoyable. Zakagi Kenpachi coughed, not caring about winning or losing at all, but laughed contentedly. Stand up. Lu Chengkong also laughed along, and it was precisely because of Zhengmu Kenpachi's idea and pursuit of fighting that Lu Chengkong and Guang believed that Zengi Kenpachi's achievements would be limitless in the near future. Maybe the next time I meet Zengi Kenpachi, I will definitely be surprised. Lu Chengkong can even confirm that after he, Ujawali and other wives left the world of death, with the passage of time, Zanaki Kenpachi's strength is definitely still improving, and he will soon become the number one person in the world of death. 687, 688 Strange Hikun Kiryu. However, although you won't disintegrate, you can still return to the blade. Why don't you use the virtual skills? Lu Chengkong then remembered that he seemed to have never used the virtual skills from the beginning to the end of the battle just now. Including Void Flash, Returning Blade, Ringing Zhuan, etc. Otherwise, if he uses Void Flash to resist cracking, it will definitely be difficult for him to disgust him. What's the difference between using it? Don't think I don't know that your research and comprehension of virtual skills are far beyond mine. Even if I use the Return Blade, you will also use the Return Blade, and if I use the Virtual Flash, you will also use the Virtual Flash. Is there a difference? Zaragi Kenpachi grinned, not long after his injuries were healed by Lu Chengkong's ghost method. That's right, let's go. Lu Chengkong smiled. Indeed, he didn't know if it was a matter of interest, or maybe it was because when he watched the anime Grim Reaper, the skills released by the face were very handsome, especially the use of Virtual Flash. At that time, Lu Chengkong's comprehension and development of Void's abilities were no less than that of Death God, and his enthusiasm and diligence were even higher than those of Death God's skills. After all, there are very few virtual skills, much less than the skills of the God of Death, but each trick contains a variety of magical effects. To maximize these skills, it is enough to deal with any battle. The ability only depends on how the user uses it flexibly, just like Lu Chengkong's flexibility in the use of ghosts. It's just that God may not see Lu Chengkong so relaxed today, and wants to not give him comfortable leisure time before he goes to King Ling and Wang Shu to settle accounts. He and Zhengmu Zhanpachi have just arrived in front of Lu Mansion. The face is a blonde beauty, it is Hikun Kiryu, but at this time, Hikun Kiryu is no longer holy and unattainable, but looks at Lu Chengkong with complicated eyes like a little woman worrying about gains and losses. Hey, it seems that it's hard for you to go drinking with me today. It's the hardest thing to accept the grace of a beauty. As a bystander, Kenpachi can see better sometimes, so he immediately showed a playful smile and looked at Lu Chengkong, then turned around and left, obviously not to disturb the benefits of Lu Chengkong and Hazun Kiryu. What nonsense. Haikashu Kiryu jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stomped on, pointing to the place where Kenpachi had just disappeared. Looking at her posture, if it wasn't for the fact that Kenpachi was walking fast, he would definitely be one in the past. It was very dangerous to face Kiryu Hekifuna with the strength of Zaraki Kenpachi. Although Kiryu Hazun is the youngest member of Team Zero, her strength is that in the entire Team Zero, except for the captain and vice-captain, she can be ranked in the top 3. She has the same strength as Nelia Lu. Rito is high level, and even her level of ghosts is full of praise even for Hanalei. Otherwise, with the vision of Mao Zhawali who has seen countless peerless geniuses, he would not have valued Kiryu Yushu so much, and even regarded her as a confidant. Although some of them were pleasing to the eye, it was also because she was a woman, but it was undeniable. If Hazun Kiryu didn't have the capital to be appreciated by Uno Hanaritsu, she would not be valued by Uno Hanarial at all. What are you doing here, Kiryu? Maybe it's because of her temperament, which is very similar to Khalifa, so Lu Chengkong is very kind to her. Although he has thoughts about her in his heart, he never thought of using any means against her. Therefore, Lu Chengkong was very surprised why Hazun Kiryu would take the initiative to find him. Hazun Kiryu's behavior today is very strange, but Lu Chengkong can be sure that she is definitely not admiring him. Although he thinks that he is strong and has a sense of security, he is very destructive to ordinary women. But it is useless to rely on strength alone for strange women like Hikun Kiryu, and although he found Hikun Kiryu twitching, his eyes were extremely clear when he looked at him. Obviously she didn't like herself, so she was a little shy when facing herself. It was definitely because of some things that she was embarrassed to ask herself in a low voice. After all, she has her own self-esteem, especially for herself. If you have something to say, don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Don't get me wrong, I won't take this opportunity to repay my kindness. I treat you like this because you are very similar to one of my wife. And the one I love the most, just because of this, as long as it doesn't violate my principles and violate my bottom line, I will do everything I can to help you. Chengkong, Khalifa has always been the most important and favorite. Maybe Khalifa can only be ranked in the middle and top of all his beautiful wives because of her beauty, but Lu Chengkong has always remembered clearly that he just after crossing into the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, Khalifa made a little bit for herself, and her life. This point has never been forgotten. Only as time goes on, it becomes more and more profound. He can't let Callie hang up to wake up immediately, but help this is very similar to Khalifa's temperament, and also has a hot blonde body. Yuji Yushu Kiryu also made Lu Chengkong feel a little more comfortable, even a little relaxed. Are you talking about that Khalifa? Hazun Kiryu also saw the sleeping Khalifa through Lu Chengkong when he showed her the ring. To be honest, compared to Matsumoto Ranju, Angelina, Su Fei, who was beside Lu Chengkong, there are also sleeping Shirahoshi, Hancock and many other wives. Khalifa's appearance can only be regarded as an excellent beauty at best compared to these beauties of the calamity level. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, Khalifa is already very beautiful, but in terms of pure appearance, it is relative to the beauty of Hancock's level. Khalifa is really only one of 1,000 beauty. But coupled with Khalifa's body, which is the same as Hazun Kiryu, it is holy, bright, unattainable and inviolable like an angel, which makes Khalifa's beauty jump a few times, and it has a great relationship with myself. Although Kiryu Hikun, a woman with similar temperament, only glanced at it. It can definitely be said that he has a very deep memory, so he immediately said after hearing Lu Chengkong. Yes. Lu Chengkong nodded, and then indicated with his eyes that Kiryu Hazun could speak. This guy, did he keep hitting on me before and didn't use any means against me because I was very similar to her wife? I am Kiryu Hazun, a unique existence, not the shadow of Khalifa. Where do I need it? I'll let you help me because I'm similar to her. I don't need this, Kiryu Hazun. I can do my own things by myself. I don't need anyone's charity at all, and I don't need your charity because I am similar to Khalifa. I am unique and not similar to anyone. I want you to know this. A little. 688, 689 give you a chance to pursue me. Hazun Kiryu didn't know why she felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe it was because her self-esteem was hurt. She didn't expect Lu Chengkong to treat her like this because she was like Khalifa. Hekafuna Kiryu, who has always been very confident in her appearance and body attractiveness, has been hit to a certain extent. This is not the most important thing, but more importantly, it seems that she is now saying that Hekafuna Kiryu is relying on herself and Khalifa. It's like she was helped by grace because of the similarity, and it was precisely because of this that she was very uncomfortable. It can even be said that there is a feeling of being compared. Heroes have to compete with heroes when they meet them. Isn't that the case with beauties, especially in the case of Hazun Kiryu, who not only have similar temperaments, but even heard Lu Chengkong say that he treats him completely. It was because he was like her, which annoyed Hekafuna Kiryu, who had always been proud of himself. Does she need to rely on alms for what she is going to do? Or do you depend on your likeness to others to receive alms? What Lu Chengkong didn't expect was that because of today's encounter, his words gave him an opportunity that he had never been able to do with Kiryu Hazun. I don't need your alms, you remember, I'm Hazun Kiryu, not your wife Khalifa. I don't need you because I'm similar to her, so you treat me like this. You make me feel like you are insulting me, showing mercy to me. I have hands and feet to need you to treat me like this. Remember, I am Kiryu Hazun. No matter how similar I am to Khalifa, I will tell you that I am unique. Yicho Kiryu suddenly raised his head, looked directly at Lu Chengkong like a proud saint of light, and pointed at Lu Chengkong with a finger. At this moment, what she said, the pride she showed, and her sharpness made Lu Chengkong look in the eyes. Yiliang, yes, she is Kiryu Hazun, not Khalifa. She is unique. Maybe doing this is really an insult to her. Okay, what do you think? Lu Chengkong put away the thoughts in his heart, and his eyes changed when he chopped at Hazun Kiryu again. He no longer saw the shadow of a Khalifa, but a different person from Khalifa. The stubborn and proud Hikun Kiryu. I know that you will leave this world after killing King Ling and Wang Shu, and you will leave this world when you have enough strength. Master Ujawali is your wife, she will definitely follow you. I hope you can bring it with you when the time comes. Me. Yujo Kiryu saw the change in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and was very satisfied. At the same time, he secretly said that my charm is really great. I will say, how could I be inferior to that Khalifa? Maybe now Yujo Kiryu doesn't know. Because of Lu Chengkong's words and performance, as well as some coincidences, she unknowingly regarded her as her opponent in the invisible Vice Admiral Khalifa, and wanted to compare her to everything. Also, I said I don't need your charity. I asked you, do you like me? Remember, if you like me or not, it's me, not Khalifa. Don't take me as her shadow. Yujo Kiryu suddenly walked in front of Lu Chengkong. A pair of big shining eyes looked directly at Lu Chengkong. The distance between them was only 2 centimeters, not enough. If Deng said that before, he simply saw your holy aura, just like facing the Khalifa of the past, which made me feel very relaxed, and now I find that I am really attracted to you. Really, this does not belong to love, does not belong to liking, but is attracted by your pride, by your inviolable holiness. Quote. That's right, Lu Chengkong was really attracted to Kiryu Hazun. In fact, she didn't need to do much at all. She could easily do it because of Khalifa after she said it, but it was her pride. She would rather be broken than jade. For Hua Quan's spirit, her dignity cannot be desecrated or offended. She is unique, not the shadow of someone else. Very good, then sooner or later you will fall in love with me. You want to get me, right? I said that I don't need your charity. In my opinion, you and I are at most an acquaintance. I don't think it's an easy thing to leave this world alone, so be it. If you are willing to take me with you after you kill Wang Shu and King Ling, and the Uzumaki-sama when they leave, and then defeat me with the same level of combat power as me, I will give you a chance to pursue me. Sample. Don't think about it, it's just to give you a chance to pursue me. It doesn't mean that I'm your girlfriend. Whether you can make me fall in love with you or not depends on your own ability. Yucho Kiryu said with a smile like a flower. Obviously there is no memory of the past when Lu Chengkong was looking at her, and without the look that reminds her of Khalifa when she sees her, she is in a good mood, as if she is invisibly comparing Khalifa to Khalifa. Go down in general. It's really a sin for me not to fight for such a good opportunity before me. Besides, I just rely on my hands to fight for it. It's not like taking advantage of others' danger. Lu Chengkong nodded, indicating that he agreed. After all, it's so good an opportunity made Lu Chengkong, who had never been able to start, almost stop laughing. Very well, I remember that you had a fight with Kenpachi just now. I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's do it tomorrow. A strong fighting intent suddenly burst out in Kiryu Hazun's eyes. It seemed that she had just gone to zero. When the team was in the squad, it was obvious that after a lot of fighting between dragons and tigers, the brutal battle had resulted in the current cultivation level, and she was indeed a belligerent beauty, and she really couldn't see it at ordinary times. I don't need it, have you forgotten my strength? Just now I was just using the combat power of Skrito's primary peak. How much can I consume? And I am a strong Wangshu level, even if I suppress my strength to Skrito to fight with you at a higher level is to take advantage of you. Even if the purity of my Reiatsu is suppressed to the same level as the high-level Skrito in quantity, it is far superior to the high-level Skrito in terms of quality, so that little dispensable consumption just now should be considered as compensation, although not much, but more or less will make me feel fair. Lu Chengkong didn't expect that he had just played a game from the basement and was going back to the basement. It seemed that God really didn't let him relax, but if such a good thing could be encountered every day, he wouldn't mind coming a few times a day. Anyway, Lu Chengkong also really wanted to see how profound the ghost path of Kiryu Hazun, whom Azuki Hanalei was full of praise for. The ability of one of his wife Zibo Kong is obviously related to the ghost way. The power of increasing the ghost way is amazing, but it is the ability of the Zanpakudo after all. How, is it far better than Jiwei Kong, who also majored in ghosts? 689-690 The greatest happiness. Okay. Hibun Kiryu heard the words, thought for a while, nodded and agreed. Indeed, although this still could not make up the gap, in this case, it made her feel a lot more balanced after listening to it. It was as if she was not facing Lu Chengkong at the Wangshu level, but a powerhouse at the same level as herself. The battle intent disc that had been silent for a long time in her heart radiated out with bursts of sacred aura. It's better not to go to the basement. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, and the space in front of him immediately split open to form a huge black chambered passage. Looking at the environment displayed in the black chambered channel, it turned out to be a broken world. Fighting in the broken world might be a possibility. From the battle to the end, no one knows if a second has passed. Break the realm. It's a good place. I used to work hard in the past, so that my practice can be multiplied with half the effort, and I can surpass all the veteran members of the Zero team in the shortest time. Hibun Kiryu looked at Duanji with a bit of nostalgia. It seems that her fighting and cultivation thinking is also very advanced. It can be seen that Duanji is a training treasure for Shinigami and Shuvu lack time. Wait, I'll go too. Hidden in the space around Lu Chengkong all the time, blending into the space allows her to better appreciate the mystery of the space, allowing her to use the power of the Zanpakudo in her hand even more. Comprehension can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, as soon as her voice came out, the space around Lu Chengkong suddenly rippled in circles, and Nelly Lu walked out of the ripples in the space. At this time, Nellie Lu showed the way she used to face Lu Chengkong in the past. That cute sweet smile. On the contrary, it is a bit like the serious and slightly glamorous look when he looked at Nutra when he changed from a child back to his original state, which made Chongkong think that Nellie L really is a unique beauty in every manner. No wonder it is called the goddess. It's actually the ability of space. The most mysterious space and time, the two types of Zanpakuto that violated the realm of the gods. I thought they were just written by some people, not real. After all, she hadn't seen it for so many years. She didn't expect to see it today, and at the same time, she suddenly realized it. No wonder she gave herself an unspeakable sense of threat when she saw Nellie L. You don't need to worry about me even though you are fighting, I just don't want to sneak up on you when you are fighting. When Nellie Lu encountered serious things, the heartwarming smile on her face came, just like now, showing she looks serious and calm, but it looks different from the usual glamorous, like a female CEO, capable, cold and decisive but noble. Is he really that good? There are so many women around him who fall in love with him, and this Nellie L is so attentive. Kiryu Hibyun thought about it and walked to the broken world. Lu Chengkong didn't speak, but his heart seemed to be drinking heavy candy, extremely sweet, and like being in the arms of his mother. A feeling of being cared and warm formed a river flowing through his heart, nourishing his body and mind. Seeing Lu Chengkong's loving and warm eyes looking at her, Nilyaru flashed a hint of joy in her eyes. At the same time, she returned a loving look to Lu Chengkong. Motioning Lu Chengkong to go, she would hide to the side. Obviously, what Nilyaru said that she was Lu Chengkong's constant guardian female knight was not a joke, and it wasn't to make him happy because she loved Lu Chengkong, but it was true. Once it came to her protection of Lu Chengkong, she, Nilyaru, would take care of Lu Chengkong. Will enter a calm, serious and decisive state. It is my greatest happiness to have you as a wife and a female knight. After I clean up Kiryu, I want you, but you have to be prepared. Lu Chengkong walked in front of Nilyaru, kissed her earlobe lightly, and left an ambiguous sentence, which made Nilyaru's slightly cold face of Vivi turn a little blush, but there was a hint of confusion and shyness in his eyes. Soon the three of them had come to the broken realm through the black voice and left the soul realm. The blurry and shyness in Nellie Elu's eyes was fleeting, and she was pressed in her heart. It can interfere with her mind, and at the same time, there are circles of ripples where she is standing, and Nellie L has already blended into the space. Obviously, she is not simply accompanying Lu Chengkong. She will never miss a major event because of this. She has to fulfill her liking and responsibilities that she is willing and even proud of. Protecting others is a very tiring thing, and she has to fight. Wake up 12 minutes. But in Nellie Lu's view, protecting Lu Chengkong is a very happy thing, because only you can be her only female knight, and as Lu Chengkong's wife, of course you have to be extremely gentle. He greeted Lu Chengkong meticulously and fulfilled his duty. You are really enviable. With so many confidants around you, you can still get someone like Nellie L to be your female knight. It's the first time I've seen someone like you after I've survived for so long. No wonder the motivation to become stronger is so great, the speed of progress is so fast, and there are these confidants around you, they are the biggest motivation for you to become stronger. Hazun Kiryu did not hide his emotions, and said in a slightly envious tone. Yeah, other people's desire to become stronger is to desire strength, desire for power, or to control all beings, but I only have two goals: to become stronger, and it is also my greatest motivation, to be free to live the life I want to live, to defend myself and my wife. They don't allow anyone to be disrespectful to them and to them. Lu Chengkong nodded. Everyone has their own way. There is no so-called high or low, childish or naive, it just depends on what kind of life you want to go, what kind of life you want, and what you want. No wonder they have such beautiful smiles. I have seen your Lu mansion as the warmest and most real family among so many families. Only such a family is worthy of the word user family. Sure enough, you have many shortcomings, but your advantages it can completely cover up your shortcomings. Well, I think your pitch knows what I am best at. From Lord Uno Hanaritsu. Ghost Way. Keep your eyes open to see what is real Ghost Way. not corpse. The inflexible ghosts performed by those stupid death god captains in the soul world can be compared. This is the real ghosts, turning corruption into magical ghosts. Quote. Yujo Kiryu's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the spiritual pressure mixed with a powerful momentum burst out from her body, causing a visible distortion in the use of space, and a deep pit suddenly appeared in the ground under her feet. The uncle was all blown off. A pair of eyes turned golden, full of bright and holy breath, making it difficult for people to have any blasphemous thoughts, and those who stood in front of her could not help but feel inferior. 691 Hikun Kiryu's Amazing Ghost Road. That's right, but I think this battle will reach its climax soon, and I want to end it soon. Lu Chengkong directly released the Zanpakudo to the basic solution state. His eyes turned into demon eyes, full of evil energy, insolent demon energy. Confronting the sacred aura of Kiryu Hikun. Okay, the 9 collapsing wheels that bind the Tao. Hikun Kiryu agrees with this. After all, it is not the land of life and death for the two of them. The extra testing is already a waste of time. It made Lu Chengkong a little strange. In his opinion, the ghost way released by Kiryu Hazun should be earth-shattering. How could it be such a low-level ghost way? Is it weird? Who told you that it can only be effective in advanced ghost fights? Sometimes the simpler the ghost, the greater the effect, just like the basic skills of the plant. The future is to chop, chopping, slashing, and so on. Yuzhou Tongsheng Haobao saw Lu Chengkong's thoughts, and said immediately, at the same time, the 5 jade fingers opened, and the tip of each finger actually used a collapsing wheel, and the 5 rope-shaped spiritual suns hunted towards Lu Chengkong like snakes. Capturing and rising, these 5 spirits seemed to have life and wisdom. No matter how Lu Chengkong flickered, they all followed closely behind him. Can you go? The 31 Scarlet Cannon. Kiryu seemed to have expected this to happen long ago, and he stretched out his other hand with confidence. Rukia needed 2 hands to use the red cannon. Lu Chengkong had only 2 choices. Either he was caught by Beng Lun, or he was eaten by 5 red artillery cannons. The red artillery cannons that Yuzhou Kiryu used were not a joke. Even if they had the same level of strength, it would be unbelievable to eat one. How do you feel that Kiryu Hikifuna, who uses the ghost way to fight, is like a magician in the West, controlling the rhythm of the entire battle, as if performing art? Lu Chengkong thought in his heart, but the movements in his hands were extremely quick. His hands were folded, and 2 huge defensive walls appeared on both sides to block the red artillery and fan wheels on both sides. Obviously, at the critical moment, Lu Chengkong used his left and right hands to break the air at the same time. Blocked. I didn't expect that your ghost cultivation level is not weak, but... Kiryu Hazun was a little surprised, but Lu Chengkong's ghost cultivation level was not weak, although it was far worse than hers, but she saw it. Coming out of Ghost Dao is not Lu Chengkong's major, which is already very remarkable. After all, there is a specialization in art, and it is impossible to be proficient in all aspects at the same time. Even if it is possible, it will take a long time. The mental strength and energy are separated. It is precisely Lu Chengkong who has spent hundreds of years, and even 1,000 years is not enough. Where can there be that? It took time to settle and accumulate, so it was such a surprise to know that Lu Chengkong was actually dragging the boat Kiryu. But what? Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly came from the back of Yuzhou Kiryu, which made Yuzhou Kiryu's pupils shrink. Before she could react, a sharp whistling sound came from behind, accompanied by a strong twisting force and violent force. Her strength seemed to smash her whole body into pieces. Torrential rain and wind. His legs poured like a torrential rain. His legs were as violent as a gust of wind. Lu Chengkong kicked countless feet on the back of Yuzhou Kiryu in an instant, and he didn't have the slightest pity for Shangxiyu. And even if you pity Shangxiyu. In exchange, it was not the favor of Kiryu Hazun, but the disgust of Kiryu Hazun. This beautiful woman with her own dignity and pride, who would rather be broken than tiles, was an insult to her so-called pity for Jade in battle. Therefore, I feel that Lu Chengkong maintains the same high-level Scredo strength as himself and fights with himself, and he does not show any mercy. He fully exerts the strength of Skrito's high level to the extreme, and the ruthless Hikun Kiryu is very heartbroken. Happy, this is the respect for her. Pucci. It's too late to talk about it, and even though I've said so much, the time has passed for even a second, but he said that Hazun Kiryu didn't expect Lu Chengkong's speed to be so fast, and there was not the slightest sound of wind and breath. There was no trace of a trace at all, there was simply no trace to be found, or in other words, the trace of Lu Chengkong's function legs could not be explored with her realm. Therefore, Hikun Kiryu was inevitably hit and vomited blood. However, Hikun Kiryu was very hard-hearted. He didn't say a word. Instead, he showed a wealth of combat experience and a shameful fighting consciousness at the critical moment. I saw that after being kicked, Hazun Kiryu not only did not fly along the strength and then from the attack, but forcibly punched the front, using the rebound force to make his body suddenly stagnate, and at the same time left and right hands backwards at the same time. Broken blue fire pendant, 21 binding Dao, Kai Yan escape. A smoke screen that blocked his vision appeared out of thin air, and at the same time, Kiryu did not know what strange ghost way he used to completely restrain his breath and Reiatsu. If he stood in front of her and closed his eyes, he would not feel her existence at all. At the same time, the 5 blasting flame attacks directly locked Lu Chengkong. Under the blocking of the smoke screen, they had no effect at all, and all of a sudden they exploded on Lu Chengkong's body. My ghost life is not so easy to take. Hazun Kiryu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she was injured, she still smiled so beautifully and confidently. It seems that the rhythm of the battle is hers at this time. In the grasp of Lu Chengkong's injury, she did not escape her expectations, or even if she escaped her expectations, she still has countless ways to regain control. This little girl's ghost path is simply divine. The power of low-level ghost path is so amazing in her hands, and her cunning power is so amazing in her hands, and she is so cunning and flexible, as if there is really life. No wonder she said that her ghost way is to turn corruption into magic. If Shiba Konghei's ghost way is to continuously improve his power, and he is good at descending 10 guilds with 1 force, then Hazun Kiryu's ghost way is 1 force descending 10 guilds. At the same time, she has ingenious and elusive skills. Her ghost way is really amazing. If you are fighting at the Wangshu level, Lu Chengkong will not even say that he has eaten these 5 explosive attacks. Even if he stands in the same place and allows Kiryu to continue to use the strongest attack to fight, he will not frown or even feel pain. But now he is suppressing his strength to the high rank of Skrito. In addition to the fighting style, consciousness, experience, skills and the quality of Reiatsu have not changed. The steel skin, virtual flash, the amount of Reiatsu, speed, strength, etc. have all dropped to the level of Skrito's high level. Apparently, in order to convince Hikifuna Kiryu of justice and to prevent himself from accidentally releasing more than Skrito's high-level strength at a critical moment, he deliberately released some kind of seal-like ability on himself. Of course, this kind of seal only needs one thought would unravel him. 691, 692 The fierce battle between you and me. Therefore, after eating 5 Kanghuo pendants, Lu Chengkong's chest swelled for a while, but in the end he forced the blood that was about to be spit out, and he didn't care too much. As long as the battle is over, with a single thought, he will immediately recover to Wangshu's level of combat power. At that time, with his current injury, no matter how serious it is, with his own strength and resilience to Wangshu's level, he will be able to recover in an instant. It opened my eyes. I thought Konghei's ghost path was already very powerful, especially with her Zanpakudo. The power of ghost path was continuously increased, as well as some strange and powerful abilities of her Zanpakudo. Is really terrifying. But I saw your ghost way today, and fighting with a simple ghost way has benefited me a lot, and it really deserves the reputation of turning corruption into magic. Lu Chengkong clapped his palms and looked at Hazun Kiryu with undisguised praise. Poor mouth. She didn't know how many times she had heard such a compliment for thousands of years, but Lu Chengkong's compliment made her feel happy and proud except when Mao Zihualai complimented her. After all, she also knows that Lu Chengkong has cultivated to the realm of Wangshu in a very short period of time. This man whom she admires and respects, the incomparably respectful Lord Usually, is definitely a monster-level existence. Such a god of death is a ghost to his own. Dao praised her so much, could she not be proud? However, his mouth was angry. Since that's the case, I can't hide my clumsiness anymore, the devil's way is rampant. Lu Chenggong stepped on his feet to catch the wind and catch the shadows, turning into countless afterimages and holding the magic knife. He rushed to the side of Hazun Kiryu, looking at the slashing towards him. The magic sword is really like a magic way. Wherever it goes, there is no life left. Kiryu Hazun knows that if he can't escape, he will be cut in half. What a ruthless swordsmanship, the 30th of binding the Tao, the mouth flashes 3 times. At the same time, Yujo Kiryu was shocked and fearful, but he did not dare to keep his hands in the slightest. This kind of swordsmanship is too ruthless. Again, release 5 shackles at the same time. 15 huge beak-shaped light beams shot towards Lu Chenggong's hands and waist, trying to pin his body. Even if he couldn't, he could stop Lu Chenggong's indomitable momentum that was rolling over everything like a tank. The 39 rounds of the road. After making 3 flashes of the mouth, 5 round protective shields appeared in front of Kiryu Yushu. Even if the 3 flashes of the mouth did not work, these 5 round protective shields appeared. It can also slow down the speed of Lu Chenggong's going BV, and he has enough to organize the next wave of offensive. Open it for me, Lu Chenggong shouted in a cold voice. The magic knife in his hand burst out with a blade that spanned thousands of meters in the sky, and cut the 5-sided circle fan at once. Although it was like cutting tofu, the speed was still imperceptible. It slowed down, as Hazun Kiryu had guessed, this little time was enough. The 61-6 stand light prison. 30 beams of light were locked on Lu Chenggong's body at once, causing Lu Chenggong to be surrounded by the beams of light, and at the same time, Lu Chenggong's indomitable speed suddenly stopped. Stay, even if you want to break free, it will be a second later. Let's take it, the 4th one of breaking the Tao, Bai Lei, the 54th of breaking the Tao, the waste of flames. This is the amazing thing about Yujo Kiryu. First, 5 jade fingers shot 5 white thunders, although the power is not large, but the penetrating power, speed and Bai Lei's unique paralysis power can make Lu Chenggong's speed slow again after hitting Lu Chenggong. Immediately afterward, the probability of hitting the disc-shaped flame was greatly increased. Her computing power is really amazing. During the battle, she can think so much calmly, and all of them are perfect one by one. Realized. Let this battle be extremely fierce. You come and go, and we are constantly intertwined. Even if Nelly Elu, who was hiding on the side, accidentally glanced at her, she secretly said in her heart that if she didn't want to protect Lu Chenggong, she was just a spectator. The audience will definitely watch it carefully so that they can absorb what is helpful to them. You underestimate me too much, and the wind blows the building. Lu Chenggong suddenly put away the magic knife. After all, this style of magic road rampage is to cooperate with chasing the wind and lifting the shadow, and then sprinting in a straight line to perfectly combine speed and strength, and go forward indomitable. The momentum must not be broken, or even stopped, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced. And Hibun Kiryu obviously saw this, so he did everything possible to stop him, and he still let her succeed, and even was given to the anti-general by her. Each of her ghost ways can really play a lot of magical effects, which is really unimaginable. The role of each ghost way is thoroughly studied, and then various ghost ways are combined to complement each other. It makes people feel both amazing and very fresh, but it is more of a fear, and the battle so far has only been used by Kiryu Hikun. Although she is the strongest and best at ghosts, when she is just Bankai, and she doesn't sing Bankai's words, she just sees Kiryu Hikafuna's Zanpakuto turning into a magic wand similar to but longer than the magic wand. The top is a bit like a spearhead, and the spearhead is surrounded by a scepter that is shaped like a sun and is full of holy light. Apparently she is just Bankai now. She has increased her spiritual pressure tenfold, making her stronger, and making the power and speed of ghosts stronger. Her ghosts are really strong. However, Lu Chenggong is not a vegetarian either. He was a little unfamiliar at the beginning and soon became familiar with Hikun Kiryu's fighting style and rhythm. Hazun Kiryu's face sank. Obviously she also found this. This is not a good sign. After all, her strongest is the ghost, although there is a hidden Zanpakuto Benkai's powerful ability, but this is her trump card one. Once he casts it, he can't defeat Lu Chengkong's sword. Her situation would be very troublesome and also very embarrassing. After all, she just said that she would give Lu Chengkong a chance to pursue. As long as she said it sincerely, the promise she gave would definitely not be true, so she fought. Be so serious. Seeing that a high-speed rotating storm appeared around Lu Chengkong's body, the 6-stick light prison on his body was suddenly smashed, and at the same time, Lu Chengkong's body also rotated at a high speed, turning into a huge tornado that shot straight into the sky. Z sucked in the white thunder and waste flame that he released and was crushed. She doesn't know that Lu Chengkong is already familiar with her fighting rhythm and style, and is looking for her flaws at an astonishing speed. It will be even more difficult for him to control the rhythm of the entire battle like the hand of God just now. Or even become impossible over time. This is the defensive trick of my function leg. As long as it gets close to me and is sucked by the storm around me, then this defensive trick will become both offensive and defensive. 692, 693 Who suffers from injury? Lu Chengkong saw that Yujo Kiryu was obviously afraid of his own move and did not make any unnecessary attacks, and his body disappeared immediately in the same place as the wind that melted between heaven and earth, and Yujo Kiryu saw Lu Chengkong's disappearance. Shrink. She knew that Lu Chengkong's counterattack was coming, which made her heart heavy, but also sent out a more fierce fighting spirit and competitive spirit. She really wanted to see how Lu Chengkong counterattacked herself. Magic steps on the 7 stars. Lu Chengkong was really elusive with the speed of Function's legs, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the front of Yujo Kiryu, and a series of legs were displayed, and they landed on Yujo Kiryu like lightning and thunder. The 91 boundaries of the Tao, double stars broke in the sky. Yujo Kiryu's face changed drastically, and a trace of horror flashed in her eyes, but she was not disturbed at the critical moment. At this time, she also began to show her Zanpakuto abilities after Benkai, and it has been hanging behind her back like a spear instead of a spear. Like a stick but not a stick, it is simply a scepter combined with a spear and a staff. Suddenly bursting with dazzling golden light, Hikashu Kiryu suddenly appeared 100 meters behind where he was standing as if he had turned into a ray of light, but she didn't think that she would be able to escape Lu Chengkong's magic tread 7 stars. Because Lu Chengkong followed her at the same time as she stepped back 100 meters, and her speed was no less than that of Kiryu Yushu, who turned into a beam of light. Even compared to Kiryu Yushu's straight movement, Lu Chengkong's movement was more elegant and strange. Knowing this, Hikafuna Kiryu stepped back and used the enhanced version of the Sky Breaker, which can also be said to be an upgraded version. The double star break the sky. The defensive wall of the Sky Breaker had only 1 star pattern, but now it has become 2, not only that. The defensive wall has become larger and thicker, and the defensive power has fallen into several times that of the air. Bang bang bang. Lu Chengkong didn't hesitate to see the appearance of double star Duankong. He mercilessly displayed his chain legs on the double star Duankong. After the 2 feet kicked out, the double star was completely shattered. Middle. Lu Chengkong's last kick was also kicked at the same time, and it was also the kick with the greatest strength and full of skill, kicking fiercely on the lower abdomen of Yujo Kiryu. Don't underestimate me, the 91 way of breaking the path, 1,000 hands in a bright sky. A trace of ruthlessness that was completely different from her beauty flashed in Yujo Kiryu's eyes, making her like a goddess of iron and blood to be purified like all the sins in the world. Even after being kicked out and spitting blood, he still didn't forget to release a full 25 beam attacks at Lu Chengkong, breaking the path of number 91. Not only does it give up singing, but it is also a full power version. The power has not been weakened because of abandoning singing. The power after abandoning singing is exactly the same as that of number 91, which is completely chanted. Not only that, but it also released 5 nines at once. Number 11's Ghost Way. her Ghostway cultivation base is too unfathomable. Boom. 25 ray attacks all hit Lu Chengkong at such a close distance, and 5 number 91's breaches hit an enemy of the same level at the same time, which is enough to kill the opponent in seconds under normal circumstances. Therefore, the attacking Hekafuna Kiryu just now felt that it was worthwhile, and he didn't pay attention to the blood on the corner of his mouth, which made Hekafuna Kiryu look both holy and cold. I'm sorry, I've let you down. Lu Chengkong walked out staggeringly in the thick smoke. Chuan saw that he didn't look like he was hit after being hit by the 5 number 91. He looked in good spirits. Where is it? Appears to be seriously injured. Impossible. It's impossible for you to be hit by the ghosts of the 5 number 91 without being injured. Hikun Kiryu looked at Lu Chengkong in disbelief, his mouth opened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, this time with his injuries, if Lu Chengkong was not injured, wouldn't he suffer a lot? It's very simple. Have you forgotten about the wind-rolled building just now? Lu Chengkong said with a smile, as if he was very happy and had a sense of achievement when he saw Kiryu Hazun's surprise. It's even more impossible. I admit that the defensive ability of your previous move is very good. Even if I use the double star to break the sky, the defense is not as good as yours. The defense is simply not enough to defend against 591 breaches. If it wasn't for Hazun Kiryu knowing that Lu Chengkong had sealed his own power, he would definitely doubt that Lu Chengkong had liberated his own power just now. I think you may have misunderstood what I meant. The wind roll is the most defensive trick in my function legs. The so-called offensive and defensive means that the enemy must get close to me and be pulled by the tornado around me. Or deal with some attacks such as flames, pull these flames in and turn them into fire tornadoes and return them to the opponent. This is considered to be both offensive and defensive, but I have never said that the strongest defensive trick in my function legs is the wind scroll. Lu Chengkong said calmly, not having any influence on Kiryu Hazun's tone. Look at this. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Chengkong's devilish eyes, and suddenly, countless sharp but full of twisting and pulling power storms appeared in the air. These storms did not expand to form tornadoes after they appeared, but instead Lu Chengkong's body was surrounded. A similar circular protective shield was formed. At the same time, the storm that formed this shield seemed to be continuously compressed and concentrated, and the color was getting darker and darker, as if it had become a solid substance that could be touched, and even these had exceeded at the level of the storm. It can be said that the kamikaze actually exudes a kind of anger of nature. Feelings like kamikaze's anger, and these emotions were clearly felt by Kiryu Hazun, which made her feel a little absurd. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and felt it with her own eyes, it would be hard for her to imagine that Kazuki would have feelings. Emotions and 6 desires will be angry. This is. Hazun Kiryu's eyes widened, and his voice was a little choppy, obviously a little dumbfounded. The kamikaze roar in Rokushiki functions legs. This style has 2 forms. When attacking the form, it contains the anger of nature, which can make people feel terrified. If they can't bear it, they can use 70% of their strength. Very good. Maybe this kamikaze howl is not the fastest, most elusive, the strongest and the easiest to hit among Rokushiki's legs when attacking, but its other form is the strongest among Rokushiki's legs when defending. It can even be said that my strongest defensive stunt in Benkai state is the defensive type of kamikaze howl. Lu Chengkong disbanded the surrounding kamikaze, because the kamikaze released when the kamikaze raged and howled was compressed countless times to the extreme. At the same time, he was able to integrate his emotions into the activation and drive the anger of the wind element between heaven and earth. For your own use. 693, 694 The Zanpakuto of Kiryu Hazun. But it is precisely because it is compressed to the state of the kamikaze that its concentration of spirits is too terrifying, so the speed of the kamikaze slows down in the Benkai state. Even though it is powerful, it is much slower and easy to dodge. Lost the meaning of functions legs that the wind has no phase, the speed is extremely fast, and the meaning is extremely fierce. Therefore, the role of the kamikaze's rage is the most outstanding role in the defense in Benkai's state, because as long as it is controlled to form a protective cover around the body, After all, the kamikaze can be said to be disintegrating under certain circumstances. The semi-finished product of Xuanfang in its state. Xuanfang not only has the concentration, defense, and power of the spirits far beyond the kamikaze, but also has the ability of windlass and extremely fast speed that the kamikaze is far from. It is said that the kamikaze is already a very terrifying existence, and even if the kamikaze is a little slower than others, if it protects itself and wants to rampage, it is simply the wrath of the kamikaze, unstoppable. It is simply a mobile ultimate move. Even if the kamikaze doesn't have the slightest attack power, its defensive power is already terrifying. It can be called an absolute defense that is all-pervasive. What's more, the kamikaze doesn't have no attack power, but it is flawed, in terms of speed and flexibility. There are some shortcomings. Compared with the attack, the defense is more brilliant. This trick is really troublesome. Hazun Kiryu's face was extremely heavy at this time. She didn't expect that the blow she was determined to achieve would not succeed, and even Lu Chenggong was not injured. Thinking of this, she found that she could only fully demonstrate her ability to attack and solve. There is no other choice. I have broken down and never used Bankai's ability to fight. Generally speaking, I use Bankai only to increase the ghost with the tenfold increase of Reiatsu after Bankai. I haven't tried Bankai's ability to fight for a long time. Be careful. After Hikun Kiryu made a decision, his face became much more relaxed. After speaking, Hikun Kiryu was surrounded by circles of golden halos, like a saint who was bathed in holy light. Sorry, it's the ability to recover. Lu Chenggong had seen Khalifa's fruit of light before. Of course he was very sensitive to the power of light. At this time, he completely understood that it was no wonder that her and Khalifa's temperaments were so similar. Those who use pure light power to fight are often bathed in light power. Can it be different? In addition to the speed and terrifying penetrating power, the more troublesome thing is to come up with an endless stream of powerful resilience, almost all the time, recovering from your own injuries, and the recovery speed is amazing. It can be said that both sides take a long time. If the strength is not far behind, it is simply invincible. It's too late. This is the name of Zanpakudo after Bankai, the Holy Spirit Scepter of Light. Take it, light shackles. Where would Yizhou Tongsheng give Lu Chenggong a chance to prevent himself from recovering from his injuries? After all, she was very uncomfortable after eating the 7 stars. She held the Holy Spirit Scepter of Light and waved it against Lu Chenggong for a while, and the chains formed by more than 10 holy lights all at once bound on Lu Chenggong's body, preventing Lu Chenggong from rushing towards Yizhou Kiryu. Spread it for me. The demons dance wildly. Lu Chenggong's demonic energy soared, and he actually demonized and assimilated all the chains of holy light on his body at once, and the light shackles were immediately broken. Lu Chenggong turned into the ubiquitous wind and appeared in front of Kiryu Yushu in an instant. His legs were as strong as mountains and seas. The shadows of his legs covered the body of Kiryu Yushu. All attacks are blocked, except for attacking attack. There is only defense to resist. Guardian of Light Wings. Hazun Kiryu's face, which had been relaxed, became heavy again, and it was even heavier than before. She had no idea that the series of attacks just now weren't Lu Chenggong's strongest attack. There are too many unique tricks. One trick is stronger than one trick, and one trick is harder than one trick. I thought that using the ability of Zanpakudo Bankai to hold Lu Chenggong, and then recovering from the injury with amazing resilience, and then using the extremely powerful breaking and attacking ability after Zanpakudo Bankai can defeat in one fell swoop after a series of battles, this disappearance Lu Chenggong, who had consumed too much in the future, seemed obviously impossible now. At the critical moment, a pair of angel-like wings appeared on the back of Yizhou Kiryu, which suddenly surrounded Yizhou Kiryu, blocking the shadow of his legs, but the roar that Lu Chenggong kicked on the light wing guardian broke out in the sky. It resounded continuously, and the sound was as loud as thunder and lightning. I'll see where you go this time. The forbidden art is bound. The space chain. At this time, Hazun Kiryu also hit a real fire. While recovering from his injuries, he began to use his housekeeping skills. The ghost of the forbidden art was in her. It is easy to use in the hands, and it is easy to write, as if there is no difficulty in using the low-level number 4 Ghost Road. The space without the slightest turbulence suddenly wriggled, and 4 space chains appeared to bind Lu Chengkong, and at the same time, the attack of Hikun Kiryu came. Let's show you the forbidden technique that no one can master in the soul world, except for Unahakali-sama. This is what I created by combining my abilities after the Zanpakudo Bankai. Forbidden technique breaks the Tao. The light of extinction. Yujo Kiryu opened his 5 fingers, and suddenly shot a laser-like light of extinction towards Lu Chengkong in front of him, which was full of holiness but also gave people a kind of purifying light of extinction. Lu Chengkong was drowned in the light of extinction. They were all penetrated by such a powerful forbidden technique, and the space chains on Lu Chengkong's body were also destroyed. Where are you hitting? At the same time that Hazun Kiryu breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly came from behind, and the sudden change made her pale. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't even have the time to release the defensive trick. The whole person was lifted from the air like a cannonball, and at the same time, the whole body was filled with the power of rotation, as if the storm that smashed her whole body was wrapped up, constantly destroying Kiryu Hikun's body. Resolute and resolute. Lu Chengkong threw out these 4 words at this time. She is very knowledgeable about the ability of Yushu Kiryu, which is very similar to the Fruit of Light. Injury, it is difficult to beat her at all. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong had a good understanding of this kind of ability and characteristics, so he launched the attack of heavy rain and strong wind from the beginning, not giving Hazun Kiryu a chance to breathe. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to fight a protracted battle. It's a good move, ahem, if I'm not mistaken. This move should be the most subtle and powerful move in your Rokushiki function legs. Not only does it have the speed of chasing the wind and raising the shadows, the intensive offensive of the storm and the wind, the unstoppable howling of the kamikaze, the unstoppable force of the wind to rotate the building, and the huge force of the strong grass in the wind, it is simply a combination. A powerful attack with all the characteristics and advantages of the first 50 function legs. 694, 695 Who has more cards? Hazun Kiryu stood up with a little shaking. Her face had returned to calm. She already knew she was defeated, but Bai was convinced, and she didn't look like she couldn't lose, and she didn't feel lost after losing, but she seemed to be with herself. Nothing to say in general. Lu Chengkong didn't speak, but his heart was overturned for a long time and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He rarely used Rokushiki function legs in a battle, but Hibun Kiryu knew the characteristics and advantages of each of his function legs clearly. No wonder she can master the rhythm of the entire battle at the beginning. In addition to her exquisite calculation and strong control, this is also very important. You don't have to be surprised. As long as you and Ujiwali-sama hadn't united, it could even be said that you didn't have much affection, and when your strength was still weak, when I knew from Ujiwali-sama that you were very popular with Ujiwali, I really want to know what kind of ability you have to make Uno Hana lie, whose eyes are higher than the top, so delighted. Therefore, in many subsequent battles, such as the battle between you and Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni, I have secretly learned that, with the Rokushiki function legs you mentioned before, I guessed that your function legs should have Rokushiki, then add just now my battle with you made me understand everything. Hicho Kiryu knew what Lu Chengkong was thinking, so he explained that the latter nodded knowingly when he heard the words. At first, he was just surprised that someone knew about it in such a detailed way and secretly adjusted him. Even if it was known, it was nothing. In a real life and death battle, knowing doesn't mean you can change something. For example, a traveler, if you don't have enough strength as capital, even if you know more things, you won't have the ability to change. You can only sit on the side and watch it quietly. But if that resolute blow just now was your strongest blow, then I'm sorry, let alone killing me with that blow alone, it won't even make me lose my combat effectiveness. Hazun Kiryu looks weak now, but only seeing her body suddenly burst into golden light, her whole body recovered in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Lu Chengkong stared dumbfounded at the changes of Haikishu Kiryu, and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Although his vigorous and resolute actions did not make her completely lose her combat effectiveness, Serious injuries were absolutely unavoidable. Time can't heal, how can you recover all of a sudden? Maybe you don't know, my Benkai's Zanpakuto Light Holy Spirit Scepter is actually the strongest Zanpakuto of the Light system. One of its abilities is called the Clone of Light. This ability is not summoned like other cloned abilities. A clone, but after I am injured, I can instantly transfer the injury of my whole body to the Clone of Light no matter how heavy it is. But unfortunately, although this ability is very good and powerful, it can only be used once in a battle. The reason why my Zanpakuto is known as the strongest Zanpakuto in the light category is not because of its strong attack power, but because of its strong attack power. It is its terrifying staying power that allows me to conduct group battles without any lack of stamina in a protracted battle. It can be said that it truly maximizes the resilience of the light system, making me invincible. Hikashu Kiryu held the scepter of the Holy Spirit of Light and talked eloquently, obviously very satisfied with his Zanpakuto, not to mention the role of this avatar of light alone is enviable and eager. Sure enough, so, not only am I familiar with your fighting style, skills, abilities, but you are also familiar with my fighting style, skills, abilities, etc. If I guessed correctly, from the very beginning your plan to use the Clone of Light was to force me out as much as possible, and then when I was injured by me and I thought you were powerless to fight again, you would instantly recover and fight with me. To fight, really good intentions. Lu Chengkong couldn't help taking a sigh of relief when he said this. It was really unusual for a beautiful woman to be so praised by his godmother's wife, Mao Zhawali. Such a scheming, such a fighting talent, and consciousness were simply terrifying. No wonder he had the shortest time in Team Zero. He was the youngest member of Team Zero in all dynasties, but his strength had improved so quickly. It was really amazing, even Lu Chengkong himself admired it. Smart, so what are you going to do now? I've seen all your function legs once. Although it can't be cracked, it's easy to resist. You can't fight me with only Skrito's high-level strength now. Beat me, admit defeat. Hideboke Kiryu's eyes flickered, and her heart was very contradictory. She did plan this early in the morning, but at this moment, she was very hesitant. She hopes that she can win against this legendary man and prove to Ujawali that she is the most important person, but she doesn't know why she wants Lu Chengkong not to lose so quickly. Not to mention that a woman's mind is really complicated. The longer she lives, the more complicated and elusive she is. Admit defeat, hee, you know me so well, should you know that I have retreated and admitted defeat in every battle since my debut. In my opinion, admitting defeat is already equivalent to perishing, and you think too well. Do you think I have nothing but is there no other ability other than function's legs? Lu Chengkong said with a bit of amusement, although he admired Hazun Kiryu, this woman is simply a rose with thorns, and those who do not have enough strength to peel off the thorns from her body, but have any bad thoughts towards her will be punished by her. Stabbed to death. Are you talking about the magic knife? Your magic knife is very sharp and ferocious. It is the most powerful sword technique I have ever seen. Although I have not seen all of your magic knives, I know a lot. I think you do too. There are only a few tricks left, but I have not used many abilities except for transforming into light, moving into light, the clone of light, and the shackles of light. I have more cards than you. Do you want to use virtual abilities? Hee, I admit that your strength is very strong. You can practice so much time to the level of Wang Shu, which amazes me, but at the same level of strength, I am absolutely not afraid of you. You have the time to study and use Shu's ability. Long, deep. Even if you have a deep research on the power of the virtual, but you can use the power of the virtual to fight, can't I? In this way your advantage will disappear again, and I always have a higher chance of winning than you. Hazun Kiryu said with a little sarcasm and a little smugness, but she didn't know why she liked Lu Chengkong's ability beyond her expectations at this moment in her heart. Lu Chengkong didn't want Lu Chengkong to only have such great abilities. Maybe you don't know, my talent and liking for Void's ability is actually greater than that of Death, and even my enthusiasm for research and development in Void is much greater than that of Death, but I'm sorry, this time I've misspoken. I didn't plan to use the virtual ability. If I use the virtual ability, I think you will be unwilling to lose, so I am not afraid to tell you that this time I will only use the power of death to fight with you. 696 Unknown Trick. I will be unwilling to lose. Joke, the power of the virtual is also a part of strength. If you use it, I will also use it. How can I be unwilling to defeat me? Is this looking down on me? Use the power of death. Well, I will see you what other cards. Disintegration. But if you play disintegration, it's possible. Hikashu Kiryu's eyes burned with anger. She didn't like the feeling of being despised. Although being despised by others would be of great benefit to her victory in the battle, it would be unexpected, but now this is obviously not a life and death battle, and it was a fair duel. If Lu Chenghong was defeated because he didn't use Shu's ability, it would be like saying that she won a disgrace. You think too much. I said that I will fight you fairly, even if you use the power of the virtual. I will not use it, but I advise you to wait and use the power of the virtual, otherwise you will regret it. Lu Chenghong, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure suddenly shot out and disappeared in place. Okay, I'll see how you make me regret it, and see the super forbidden technique I developed based on the ability of the Zanpakuto swastika and combined with the idea of ghosts, the forbidden art, the holy light. Illuminated. Hazune Kiryu is really a genius. She actually used her Zanpakuto Benkai's unique skills as the cornerstone, combined the advantages of Zanpakuto Benkai's unique skills, and then optimized them, and then integrated her own ghostly insights into it to develop a brand new fusion sword. The forbidden technique of Pakuto Benkai's ability is really powerful. Yujo Kiryu rose from the ground and came directly into the air. The whole person was suddenly surrounded by rays of light, as if it had turned into a golden little sun, and this little sun was 360 degrees from the surface at the moment of formation. Innumerable like holy lights are shot out in all directions. The places where these holy lights pass are like swords that purify all things. Whether it is the earth, the sky, or even the space, they are all pierced by streams without exception. Whether anyone survived is really unknown, and this terrifying attack actually lasted for 10 minutes. The space and the earth in a radius of 100 miles have been destroyed in pieces, as if it will collapse at any time. It really surpasses everything that has been seen in the past. It is worthy of being called by Kiryu Hazune as a super forbidden technique. The light of extinction before it was simply countless times stronger. Husband, do you want to use it? Nellie L is completely integrated into the space, where she wants to go as a matter of thought within the scope of her probing nerves, so although the holy light is powerful, she is an outsider. Hazune Kiryu is not attacking her, nor is she targeting her. Of course she will be fine. Lu Chenghong, are you dead? If you're not dead, just say something. After some attacks, Yujo Kiryu seemed to have a bad anger in his heart, and he regretted it a little bit. He seemed to be too heavy-handed. The holy light is the one with the widest attack range and the most difficult to dodge among the many forbidden techniques of his own. Although it is not the strongest single attack, it is definitely the strongest and the most difficult to dodge group attack. One of the holy light's hits, then the holy light that comes one after another can definitely purify and destroy the target. I'm going to put you in the house. How could I die, and I'm not a good person? If a good person doesn't live for thousands of years, how could I die? Lu Chenghong's voice has been blasted into countless pieces below, forming many uneven, some as high as the Tianshan Mountains and some like a basin of love. Moving clouds. It seems that the strong wind has actually driven the clouds in the sky and the earth. At the same time, the temperature in the vicinity begins to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground begins to freeze, the wind blows, the clouds are scattered, and the sky falls. The three scenes suddenly appeared like the end of the world. There is an inexplicable sense of crisis in my heart. What is this? Change the weather. Or not. What's the use of change, as if it's giving birth to something? Wait, what is this? How could it be? A trace of surprise flashed in Yujo Kiryu's eyes, and a touch of palpitation and shock flashed on her delicate and beautiful face. She actually found that behind the three changes, the wind, the snow, and the dark clouds all had their own forces behind them. In driving, how can one person have three completely different powers at the same time? If different origins exist at the same time, a body will definitely conflict with each other and explode, even if it doesn't explode. How powerful soul power is needed to control three different powers at the same time in a delicate balance to form a stable golden triangle. At least she has seen such a powerful soul power in the past few years. However, there is a Lu Chengkong standing shoulder to shoulder with Mao Zhawali. How could she not be surprised? Are you surprised? Mai Shikai, Snowdrink Crazy Saber, and Aohan Luhue use spiritual pressure to transform into ice energy as the source of all attacks, so manipulating ice aura doesn't count for me. What? My Bankai is not a magic sword. It uses the transformation of spiritual pressure into wind energy as the source of the attack, so it is not difficult to manipulate wind energy and ice energy at the same time. Do you know, I had a crazy idea before, that is to combine the wind energy and the ice energy to form a powerful move, but I have always found that the repelling of the two is too strong. If not for my strong soul with perfect control of both, I might have exploded and died. But then I got inspiration. Since the two can't work, let's just use the three. It happens that the three are mutually restrained but blended together to form a balanced golden triangle, but I have never been able to find this third energy. However, some time ago, I finally thought of it. That is the chi of the clouds. The chi of the clouds is erratic and elusive three, and unexpectedly found that the combination of the three energies in a special formation will form a state of mutual restraint and mutual integration and complementarity. I took the two controlling wind chi in my powerful soul as the elusive and erratic cloud chi that communicates between heaven and earth, and then conducted a series of researches and finally found that wind chi and cloud chi can actually interact with each other under certain mysterious formations. Transform. Lu Chengkong said while controlling the three kinds of energies that made the situation change and the sky mutate. The sudden falling snow, the strong wind, and the dark clouds suddenly shot out a different color of light. The three rays of red, green and blue came to Lu Chengkong's hands, entangled and rotated in the form of a golden triangle, and quickly formed an indistinguishable whole. 696, 3 points return to vitality. Haikashu Kiryu's pupils have shrunk to the extreme. From the moment she saw the dark clouds, falling snow, and the gust of wind shooting out three different colors of light, she knew that it was not good, but at this time it was too late to stop it. She could see that this time Lu Chengkong should be the first time to use this trick to make the situation change, the unique trick of the world shaking, so the speed of using it is a bit slow, but after this time, it is familiar with the experience and the speed is fast countless times. She can stop it once, but she can't stop it many times, so she is not thinking about how to stop it, but how to resist this terrifying trick that shakes her soul. This is to take 1 point from each of the three to form a 3-point fusion into one. I will name it the 3-point return to vitality. That's right, after Lu Chengkong's disintegration, he began to prepare secretly after learning about the mystery of his soul. When he got up, influenced by the series, the hero of the wind and clouds, dominate the world, he had inspiration, and he planned to learn from the heroic tyrant to take one of the three essences and merge them into a powerful 3-point return to vitality. Although he can only use the function legs, the 3 points of returning to the original chi is to take the wind chi of the function legs, the ice chi of Tianshuang fist, and the cloud chi of the cloud dispelling palm. That is to say, what is needed is not this kind of martial arts, but this kind of original energy. Then you can master the strong frost chi with the 6 arts of Aohan that you know, that is, you can use the ice chi, and then you can use the wind chi for the function legs after Bankai, so the last cloud chi is a powerful one. The power of the soul controls the air of the wind to communicate with the heaven and the earth to find the air of the cloud and explore the mystery of the air of the cloud. Then, after exploring the mystery of cloud chi, after decades of research, we finally developed a method of transforming wind chi into cloud chi. It's just that there is a need to control the transformation and use the strengthening of the soul as support, and the transformation method. For Lu Chengkong, who has a lot of time to break the world, it is absolutely not difficult to research and develop it, so in the end he was in a hurry. Under the aura of, finally let him really succeed. This is also the first time that it has been released, and Nellie Liu, who has seen Lu Chengkong's development and use in Broken Realm, will only say her husband, "Do you want to use that one?" Obviously she knows it too. When Lu Chengkong just spoke, the three-color light in his hand had completely merged into one, and at the same time, the three-color light disappeared to form a small fist-sized water polo-like sphere, which looked very ordinary, as if it was just a water polo, but looking at this small water polo flashing from time to time like a glass-colored light, you can see that it is not an ordinary water polo, but it looks like a small water polo. Take it, this is my strongest attack from Bankai. I created a 3-point return to vitality. Lu Chengkong said, and pushed the small water polo with the size of a fist in his hand towards Hikun Kiryu, who suddenly felt that I was completely locked out. The speed at which the water polo is advancing towards itself is clearly visible to the naked eye, but it just gives you a feeling of being slow but fast and elusive. Obviously, the air of the wind is as fast and elegant as the air, and the air of the cloud is elusive and erratic. The indeterminate features are integrated into it and released perfectly. Not only that, Hibun Kiryu found that the place where the small water ball that was spun toward him released a water wave similar to water vapor, which completely froze the space. The advantages of the three energies are perfectly combined and brought into play, and Kiryu Hikun does not know why he feels powerless in the face of this small water polo, which is like a child's play. No, this is the pressure of the soul. I must not be overwhelmed. Since that's the case, then be stronger than anyone else. Take my strongest attack, radiate heaven. Yujo Kiryu burst into golden light, and these golden lights merged into the Holy Spirit scepter of light at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, Yujo Kiryu's Holy Spirit scepter of light was already glittering, full of bright, holy, inviolable momentum. Immediately, Kiryu Hikun waved the Holy Spirit of Light scepter at the 3-point return to vitality that was flying towards him. The tip of the scepter, similar to the spearhead surrounded by the sun-shaped rune, pointed to the 3-point return to vitality, as if to return to the vitality. The 3 points of the trial returned to vitality, and a huge golden light shot out from the scepter in an instant, and this golden light turned into a holy sword the moment it left the scepter. The place where the holy sword passed was immediately slashed in space, and soon collided with the 3-point Guiyuanqi in midair, and a loud noise like an atomic bomb exploded, causing the ground to shake and crack. Woke up. Circles of golden ripples and water-colored ripples continue to ripple out into the space in all directions, and the space starting from the place where the holy sword and the 3-point return to the original energy meet as the starting point continue to spread to the outside. Layers of shattering appeared in the space. The shattering was so big that the space could not be repaired under the destruction of the holy sword and the 3-point return to the vitality. Even outside the space, it was clear that there were meteorites everywhere in the void of the universe. The space was turbulent. 90N Gangfeng is really scary. Once involved, even Lu Chengkong, who is at the level of Wang Shu, will be seriously injured. The two were deadlocked for a short while, and the 3-point Guiyuanqi suddenly scattered, and the holy sword was also smashed to pieces by the 3-point Guiyuanqi. Suddenly, like a wave, it hit Kiryu Hazun's body. Although the 3-point return to vitality after being scattered in 4 directions no longer has much power, there is still about 30% of the salty power, so Hikun Kiryu was severely injured and vomited blood at once. There was a big pit 10 miles in diameter. What a powerful penetrating power. Even the space can be easily cut through. It is like a holy sword that cuts through the sky. Although Lu Chengkong's 3-point return to vitality is better than the strongest blow of Hikaru Kiryu, Radiance Heaven, then like the holy sword that came from heaven through time and space, Lu Chengkong had a deep memory. If Hazun Kiryu's strength can reach Wang Shu's, he can let go of all restraints to fight. The power of this move can definitely be called destroying the world. Even so, it is so terrifying to use her high-level strength in Screto. Between the flick of the finger and the place where the sword is swung, it all vanishes into ashes, as a terrifying trick. Cough cough. Hikun Kiryu half knelt on the ground, coughed, and spit out the blood stasis in her chest. Although her face was still as pale as paper, it really didn't seem that hard. I lost. 697, 698 additional rewards. Hikashu Kiryu graciously admitted that she had lost, and she was convinced that she lost. She did not expect that Liu Chengkong could develop such a super powerful trick that was different from Zanpakuto's ability and did not belong to the category of ghosts. It's the problem of low talent. Therefore, she did not feel dissatisfied at all. In this point, she is very similar to Zanaki Janba. If you lose, you will lose. There is nothing to be convinced. Illness will kill you, but this battle is fair from beginning to end, so even those who refuse to admit defeat will be completely safe in this situation. You are also very powerful. That move just now was supposed to be the strongest attack developed based on the ability of Zanpakuto Bankai. It actually contains the secrets of Kendo and the salty energy of ghosts. I was also surprised. The power of this move said it really surpasses my swiftness and resoluteness. Even the strongest move in my magic sword can only be on par with yours. Quote. Liu Chengkong was not joking, nor did he coax Kiryu-hikun, because he knew that Kiryu-hikun knew and studied his own abilities. Of course, he also knew the power of the Blood Blade magic art, which was the last and strongest in terms of pure destructive power. The magic knife is definitely better than the last style of Function's leg. I haven't lost yet, don't worry, I'm not in such a bad mood that I can't bear to lose once in the competition. I'm not as squeamish as you think. The environment I have experienced since I was a child and the cruelty and harshness encountered in the battle are definitely not inferior to yours, or even worse. Failure is the mother of success, but my famous saying, this defeat is more than victory to me, the gains are even greater. Kiryu lifted the Zanpakuto's Bankai, returned to the original state, and then released the healing ghost on himself. As the only confidant of Uno Hanaritsu, how could her healing ghost be poor? What's more, she is the most powerful ghost. She uses all the abilities of Zanpakuto as the basis to develop more powerful ghosts, and completely combines the abilities of Zanpakuto and ghosts. Even if Liu Chengkong sees it, he will like it. I can't stop talking. I hope you don't get angry when I say this. My wife Khalifa also uses the power of light. Many of them are fighting with light. Although she does not know how to ghost, the strongest trick is not as powerful as your radiant heaven. A flash of light flashed in Liu Chengkong's mind, as if he remembered something. He said slowly, Kiryu Hazun was as calm as water when he heard that Khalifa's strongest trick was not as good as his own, without the slightest fluctuation. But she was very happy in her heart, as if she was better than Khalifa, but when Liu Chengkong's words came out, she was really upset and depressed at first, but then she was shocked, thinking, and finally enlightened. But through the power of light, she has developed a unique technique that can be called a godlike power, which she calls a great prophecy. You may not understand it when I say this, so let's just let you see it. Although Liu Chengkong couldn't use the mirrored fruit to use Khalifa's former abilities, but he had memories in his mind, and these memories were displayed in front of Kiryu-hikun through a special ghost tree style. I saw that a mirror-like existence appeared in front of Liu Chengkong, and then a picture appeared in it, in which a beautiful shadow like a holy angel in heaven appeared, and I saw her muttering these words. It was clearly introduced into Hekafuna Kiryu's ears. God said, there must be light, so there is light. God said, the opposite of light is darkness. So there is black bribery. God said, blasphemers must be punished. The more he looked at Kiryu, the more shocked he felt. From the beginning, he refused to admit defeat, thinking that he was better than Khalifa, to the shock and disbelief, but in the end, it turned into a sincere admiration. This woman who uses very similar or even the same power as himself is this woman. A move called Great Prophecy looks very bland, but it is mysterious and incomprehensible. It doesn't seem to have much power, but the terrifying ability that is like saying a word makes Kiryu Hazun's heart palpitate. Khalifa doesn't say a word, and it will become a reality. Saying that there is light, there will be light in the world, and if there is darkness, there will be darkness in the world. It is too strange. At the same time, it also inspired Kiryu Hazun, as if he had found a brand new path. I really want to meet your wife now and discuss with her for reference. She may not be as powerful as me, but her use of the power of light has simply opened my eyes. It seems that I have seen a brand new path. Now I finally understand what I have been missing for a long time. It is this ability similar to the Great Prophecy. With this ability, my fighting style and ability to control the rhythm of the battle can be improved. Hibun Kiryu said, the body can move freely after the initial healing, and if I go back and let Unokalai come, I believe that I will be able to fully recover tomorrow. I was still unconvinced before, but now it seems that I am really watching the sky. No wonder you regard me as her shadow. Yujo Kiryu's tone is very complicated. There is loss, happiness, enlightenment, and joy. It's just a variety of tastes in my heart, but in the end, it's more than joy. My gain this time is really great. Thinking of here, my eyes are on this man. Thinking of what he said before, that if he defeated him, he would give him a chance to pursue him, and at the same time, he thought of the fragment of the Great Prophecy she showed him just now. Although it is most fearful and fearful for others, it is very difficult for Kiryu Hazun to come. To say it is no less than a person who is lost in the desert and ready to die of thirst suddenly sees an oasis. Haikashu Kiryu, who felt that he had taken a lot of money, also felt a little embarrassed for a while. Thinking of Lu Chengkong's confusion when he looked at him, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Otherwise, she actually did it on condition. Come out. I saw Yujo Kiryu suddenly came to Lu Chengkong, touched Lu Chengkong's lips like a dragonfly, and left instantly. VV's face was a little rosy, and when she saw Lu Chengkong's blank eyes, she appeared like a saint. The emotions of ordinary women, shy. However, although she was very surprised by what she did just now, she found that she was not disgusted, but a little bit coy and shy. But when she saw Lu Chengkong still looking at her like this, it seemed that she could not bear Lu Chengkong's eyes, and she was shy. Open the black cavity and run straight away. You have captured a beautiful woman again, isn't she very happy? Nellie L's voice also came at this time. She hugged Lu Chengkong from behind, a pair of plump and choppy cocks pressed against Lu Chengkong's head superior. The lust that Lu Chengkong was brought up by Hazun Kiryu's kiss immediately met with a burning oil, and he immediately held Nellie Lu, who was deliberately teasing him, in his arms and kissed her pouty mouth. Down. 698-699 Passion Nellie L. Kiss me. Nellie Lu kissed Lu Chengkong back, although her movements were rusty and green, but it made Lu Chengkong have a different taste, plus her innocent eyes that were innocent like a baby without a trace of shyness were staring straight at Lu Chengkong. Let Lu Chengkong have a feeling that what he is facing is not a beauty, but a goddess. Kissing the perfect goddess Nellie L makes Lu Chengkong feel a wonderful pleasure. They kept kissing, entangled with each other, and the temperature of each other's bodies continued to rise, as if they wanted to rub each other into their own bodies and no longer distinguish each other. During this process, the clothes of the two of them kept falling. Falling to the ground, a rectangular barrier has been laid out between Lu Chengkong's waves. In an instant, Lu Chengkong and Nellie Lu had already met each other frankly, looking at Nellie Lu's plump, turbulent, rosy giant peak, among so many women surging in Lu Chengkong, only under Matsumoto Renki and Uno Hana, inhalable, Sefenjin Yaiki, Inoue Orihime are equal to the beauties of the other iron. It can be said that among all the wives of Lu Chengkong, Nellie Lu is the most arrogant big but in the top 3. Lu Chengkong couldn't put it down because of the feeling that he couldn't grasp with one hand at all, that greasy, elastic, and incomparably seductive and wonderful touch. But Nellie Lu only felt that her own seemed to have two differences with Lu Chengkong's constant rubbing. The electric current continued to flow through her body, making her snowy skin and jade skin covered with a tempting blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, making Lu Chengkong more and more in love. My love, the knight who loves you to the fullest, your lover, Nailu will always belong to you. Take Nailu fiercely, and let Nailu become one with you. In the purest love of Nellie Lu, there is a strong dependence mixed with clear eyes, and the eyes that are as clear as water sank into Lu Chengkong's heart. Lu Chengkong couldn't help taking a breath, and when he heard Lu Chengkong's tempting words, he immediately detonated. After the lust in his body, he couldn't hold it any longer and broke into the stream directly, and came a blood-washing silver gun. Amidst a painful gasp and scream, in the yellow enchantment, with the sky as the seat and the ground as the seat, a touch of spring, a fiery performance. The next day, the two of them woke up. They were both powerful and terrifying physical beings. In addition, Nelly Elu tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. In the face of Ilang's Yulu, she didn't care about her broken body, relying on herself. Strong physical fitness and Lu Chengkong came to a tequila battle. It was as if the sun and the moon had no light, and the clouds and rain turned over until Nelly Lu couldn't bear it, fell asleep with extreme pleasure, and Lu Chengkong's second launch before sounding the golden breath drum. Elle, who was a first-time wife, stretched her brows at this time, and there was a hint of coquettishness and mature and seductive charm between her brows, and the amazing charm radiated from her gestures. Her hidden charm is so inspiring that it is even more beautiful and moving. Lu Chengkong, who held her all night, almost couldn't help but have another morning fortune. Fortunately, Lu's willpower is still very good. It is different from the rainstorm and wind-like infatuation of Saifeng Yuan Yaiki and Matsumoto Ranju. Love, Nelly Elu's love for Lu Chengkong is more like a gentle drizzle, moisturizing people's hearts but endlessly making Lu Chengkong enjoy a different taste. The heart is even more fluttering. Of course, the eyes on the attachment and love stolen by Nelly Elu are all accepted. After all, the two have no interests or any means. The liver and intestines are broken, but from acquaintance and love, step by step. The relationship during the period is more than life and death. The love is very plain, the love you love and I want, you are my love, but it is very real, satisfying and warm, like tasting fine wine, and the beauty lasts for a long time. This is a very long time. Really, pure love. People are infected by the warmth and authenticity of it. It turns out that love can be so bland, so simple, yet so deep into the bone marrow. Completely coincidental. After returning to the Lu mansion in the Soul Realm, what came towards him was the mischievous eyes of Saifeng Yuan Yi, clearly saying that he was really powerful. Not only did he knock down the goddess Nelly Lu, but he also kidnapped Kiryu Hikun. The relationship is not deep, not even a definitive relationship. However, with Lu Chengkong's method, I believe that it will not take long to develop from ambiguity to a certain point. As a person who has been Lu Chengkong's pillow for many years, Saifeng Yuan Yaiki does not believe that Haikashu Kiryu can escape at this time. Out of the five-finger mountain of Lu Chengkong. No doubt that if Hikari Kiryu does not give in, and now he no longer looks at Hikari Kiryu in the shadow of Khalifa, Lu Chengkong will definitely keep Hikari Kiryu by his side even if he robs him, and then slowly get Hikun Kiryu. But now it seems that there is no need for this at all. The change in the expression of Kiryu Hazun's return is completely overlooked by Uno Hanari. For Hikari Kiryu, who knows so well, Ujawali still doesn't know what happened between Hikun Kiryu and Lu Chengkong. The first kiss was given to Lu Chengkong. With her explanation, Saifeng Yuan Yei and other girls still don't know very much. Soon they will have another sister. Nilu, let's chat, don't worry about this big pervert. Saifeng Yuan Yei deliberately pretended that I was jealous and dissatisfied, and took Nilu away from the dust. So cute and charming. It seems that the flirtation between husband and wife can be very helpful to enhance the relationship. Yeah, I'm a big pervert. I'll have a good look at you tonight. Of course Lu Chengkong didn't show weakness. He's played this game many times, and he's already perfected it, and it's him who benefits in the end. Where would he know? Mind. In addition to being happy as happy, Saifeng Yuan Yi heard the words and turned around and gave Lu Chengkong a fearful look. The feeling of spring in the depths of his eyes and the blurry eyes made Lu Chengkong's stomach flames almost ignite again, but the clever Saifeng Yuan Yi seemed to have known for a long time that this would be the case. Hey, have all your little lovers taken? When are you going to find King Ling and Wang Shu to settle accounts? Sophie's beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Chengkong, as if she had been an old friend for many years. 3 days later, I'll accompany them properly these 3 days, and I'll accompany you by the way. Lu Chengkong looked at Sophie deliberately after saying that. Who wants you to accompany you? I was just rewarding you before, so I'm not interested in you, a pervert. When Sophie heard the words, she immediately gave Lu Chengkong a roll of eyes, and the amorous feelings between her eyebrows were mature, noble and elegant. The combination of temperament is really touching. 699, 700 Resurrection of Ulquiorra. It's fine if I'm interested in you. Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand towards Sophie, but Sophie is now an independent individual. She has the strength of Wang Shu's level in spiritual pressure, but she has always been a slasher. Pakudo cannot learn the abilities of Reaper and Ku. Therefore, she is sitting on the treasure house now, but she lacks the means to use the contents of the treasure house, so these days Sophie is learning the skills of the god of death with Hana Lai Uno. Learn from the best and the best. She also likes and appreciates Sophie Marson's noble and elegant temperament that can't be imitated from her soul. Therefore, she answers her questions one by one, which makes her skills for the god of death develop rapidly. Progress. After all, she has Wang Shu's strength now, and the only thing she lacks is the skills to use. Of course, the learning speed is amazing. In addition, she is the arrogant girl of the sky. It would be strange if the learning speed is slow. Therefore, although it was only a short period of time, Sophie Marceau, who completely integrated Shunpo into her daily life, had already escaped Lu Chengkong's big hand with a single thought. He didn't give Lu Chengkong another chance to shoot again. He, she is an independent individual now, but I just don't know what her Zanpakudo is. I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Chengkong smiled happily. He found that his recent life was really interesting, but only then did he remember that he would like to resurrect Ulquiorra, although he couldn't restore his strength before using Benyu all at once. It can only be changed back to a side that just formed the lowest level. But this is enough. Ulquiorra has seen through his own spiritual symbol and also mastered the symbol of spiritual power. He is still in the virtual circle, fighting madly, and there is no limit to the realm with enough Reiatsu. And soon rushed to Vashtit again. It can be said that although the power of Benyu destroyed him, for him after the rebirth, Benyu can also be said to have fulfilled him to a certain extent and gave him a chance to practice. Decided to take action immediately, so I immediately used the telekinesis, a combination of Shunpo and Shuangzuan, to brush, as if crossing the barriers of layers of space, and suddenly came to Grimjow and Stark's house. Tucker was not there, so it goes without saying that he must have gone drinking with Jingle Chunchui. As for what Grimjow is doing now, people who know him and know him will definitely be surprised if they see it. Is this still the unruly and arrogant Grimjow? He actually used his spiritual pressure as spiritual power to nourish Ulquiorra's soul that was on the verge of collapse, and he was so careful and gentle that he couldn't tell that he was the Leopard King Grimjow. It didn't prevent the two of you from cultivating your relationship, it's really basic. Lu Chengkong hung down countless black lines on his forehead. When he first saw the first reaction, he thought that the two had developed a super friendly relationship and had a profound relationship. Hearing this, Grimjow had a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. If someone else had already passed the claws of the Leopard King, but this is his own king, what can he do, let alone him? Even Ulquiorra, who has always been paralyzed and expressionless, the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Just kidding, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Lu Chengkong said insincerely, but he quickly put away his hippie smile and looked straight. Grimjow's heart was suddenly happy, and Ulquiorra's eyes there was also a flash of anticipation. Obviously they knew that the main game was coming. I was so busy before that I almost forgot. Fortunately, you used spiritual pressure to nourish his soul that was on the verge of shattering. Otherwise, he might have died. Lu Chengkong didn't look like he should feel guilty for doing something wrong. Light ***, people are very speechless. While talking, Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand and pointed at Ulquiorra. A blue light suddenly disappeared into Ulquiorra's body, and the originally extremely illusory soul of Ulquiorra began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. It becomes more and more solid, more and more clear. In the end, it seems to have turned into a substance, and it is no different from the soul of a normal human being, but the only difference is that the spiritual power of his soul is very powerful with the help of Lu Chengkong, a Wangshu level death god, compared to the original. It was even more powerful when it was just virtual. You have now understood the meaning of the heart, so you should have desires, right? Lu Chengkong looked at Ulquiorra, who nodded immediately, Obviously he had already guessed what Lu Chenghong wanted to do. Very good, this way it will be easier and smoother. Let go of your heart. Don't block, suppress, control. You can even say leave it alone. I will release a ghost, amplify the desire in your heart infinitely, at that time your inner desires will corrode your body, and then you will be transformed into nothingness again. Quote. After Lu Chenghong finished speaking, he didn't give Ulquier Lasifa time to think about it and immediately released a ghost to him. Under Grimjiao's excited gaze, Ulquier Lasifa's soul began to be visible to the naked eye. Speed changes. In Grimjiao's view, Ulquier was his best competitor. With him chasing after him, he believed that he would become stronger and improve faster. 10 minutes later, Ulquier changed from a soul to a human figure again, but the lowest level was lower than Kirian's. The mask appeared on his body. The characteristics of the clearly indicate that Ulquier has once again become a phantom. Not only that, but at this time, he turned into a phantom, which was exactly the same as when he was phantom before. With one experience, he believed that the speed of strength improvement was definitely 1,000 miles. He lacked everything. What he lacked was to keep him evolving, and evolving it's just spiritual power. Haha, Ulquier, I can't wait. You quickly become stronger, and when you arrive at Vastord, I will find you to fight and fight. Grimjiao laughed happily, but the very sincere friendship in his eyes made Ulquier not throw out two words as boring as before, but said softly, I'm looking forward to it. Very well, this is the Ulquier who deserves me to fight you. After Grimjiao finished speaking, he couldn't wait to open his dark voice and took Ulquier to the university. The virtual forest, so that he can keep fighting and devouring to get Vastord as soon as possible. For other ghosts, it may take more than 100 years to reach Wastrode, but for him, who has no realm and no spiritual power symbol, it is like revisiting the old place, and he is familiar with the road. As for Grimjiao, of course, it's hidden on the side, and you don't make a move until life and death. But he basically won't shoot. In his opinion, if Ulquier wants to shoot by himself, it will not be worth his expectation. He just follows to prevent Ulquier from encountering a high level. The big virtual, accidentally died. One Piece The Legend of Creation Chapter 701 to 720. 701 8,000 streams of good intentions. Alright, everyone has their own predestined relationship, and the matter of going to the Spirit King realm later is not a part of Grimjiao's current strength, and they don't even have the qualifications to watch it. Instead, going to the Great Void Forest in the Void Circle is the safest. Lu Chenghong returned to Lu Mansion and pondered for a while, then put all his thoughts down, and accompanied his wives in the Soul Realm and played crazy for 3 days and 3 nights, during which even Yicho Kiryu and Sophie even it was Kurosaki Natsumi and Kurosaki Yuko who joined Calais. After all, they are all still young, with so many big sisters to accompany them, as well as the guidance and care of their dead mother, although the sadness brought by the loss of their relatives in their hearts has not completely disappeared. But in the Bachenliu this led by the little Loli, the 2 girls also began to smile occasionally. Bachenliu was obviously satisfied with his 2 playmates, and even in order not to want them to grow up so fast, he even turned them into gods of death. The growth cycle of gods of death is very long compared to humans. There is no 100 years that it is impossible to completely grow from a little Loli to a girl. Of course, there are certain parts such as Bachenliu who are strong and do not want to grow up. Their body will not grow again, unless Bachenliu himself if she wants to decide to grow her body will start to grow again. From this, it seems that Bachenliu is really, good intentions, for her 2 things. Have you decided? Will this be too risky? Although you can fight the world laws of this plane with all your strength now, this is really a bit. Today is the night of the 3rd day. Lu Chenghong, Mao Zhawali, and Sophie Marceau's 3 daughters were negotiating in an office in Lu Mansion. I don't know which one is better. In the long run, you are doing very well in the sky. If you succeed, you will definitely be able to kill multiple birds with 1 stone and accomplish multiple goals in an instant, but it's just too difficult. Sophie frowned. She actually agreed with Lu Chengkong's plan in her heart, but it was too risky. After all, the situation on their side is good now, and there are as many as 3 Wangshu-level powerhouses. Although Sophie has just become a god of death, it has not been long since she awakened Zanpakuto to learn the skills of the god of death, and she has not even learned the abilities of disintegration and emptiness. Therefore, she is currently ranked among the 5 of Lu Chengkong, Mao Zhawali, and Wang Zuling. In the end, even so, Lu Chengkong still had an overwhelming advantage. Steady work, although it will take a little longer and there may be more variables, but even if the probability of success is definitely more than 80%, she is hesitant. Although we have a huge advantage, which one of Wangshu and King Ling is not a peerless hero who has existed for countless years, if they can't be solved at once, they will definitely be killed instead of being killed. Who knows what will happen? If there is any change, if you want to make it die, you must first make it crazy, and I have great confidence. Quote. Lu Chengkong's eyes were bright, and his adventurous spirit never disappeared, because his strength was actually earned through hard work. In his opinion, he could lose everything, even his strength, but that the spirit of being brave to fight and to be adventurous must not be forgotten. Otherwise, your own achievements will definitely be difficult for the card owner to make progress in his entire life. Chengkong, you are right, I have fought with them for so many years. I never believe that they will still have reservations between life and death, and the hidden cards will definitely be revealed. That being the case, it might be better to follow the method you said, but the first thing to determine is what kind of moves you will regain after fighting against the laws of the world, since you have the confidence to do such a risky thing. A hint of curiosity flashed in Mao Jihuli's eyes. Obviously, she agreed with Lu Chengkong's decision in disguise, but before that, Lu Chengkong must show her ability to convince her completely, otherwise Mao Jihuli would never allow Lu Chengkong. The sky is so adventurous. After I reached the level of King Shu before and found myself having the power to fight against the laws of the world on this plane, I found that the ability on the plane of One Piece, King of Pirates, has begun to be possessed again. But maybe I don't have the strength to completely break the laws of this plane world, so I only have a part, but this part just has this trick that gives me the confidence to fight. Lu Chengkong said with a chuckle, his eyebrows were full of ecstasy and confidence that could not be concealed, as if he was very satisfied with the ability he had recovered. Could it be? Sophie Marceau thought that when she and Lu Chengkong came to this opportunity, she should have led her to become the god of death and Lu Chengkong to become Zanpakuto, but later, because of Lu Chengkong's transformation skills, Lu Chengkong's strength surpassed that of Sophie Marceau in a short period of time. So in the end, Lu Chengkong became a god of death with great luck, and she became a Zanpakuto. Thinking of that ability, coupled with Lu Chengkong's confident appearance, she could definitely lead to that. What? Mao Zhawali, who had been calm all this time, was suddenly aroused by curiosity. After all, this was about Lu Chengkong, and she would only look like an ordinary person when she faced Lu Chengkong. His wife and mother, of course, want to see what support his godson has as her husband. It's hard for you to believe what I said, so let your godmother see it for yourself. Lu Chengkong smiled proudly, and only he can make Mao Zhawali act like an ordinary woman, expressing joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Of course, this is only the case when they are alone. Usually, even in the face of Lu Chengkong's other wives or Wallai, he will maintain a loving, generous, and graceful bearing. After speaking, Lu Chengkong immediately released the powerful ability that let him walk sideways in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, after a long absence. 5 minutes later, the closed door creaked open, and Lu Chengkong took the lead and walked out, followed by the 2 girls, Wu Zhawali and Sophie. You can see that the 3 of them were all relaxed and confident smiles. The ability Lu Chengkong showed to the 2 girls in there just now made them very relieved. Otherwise, it will not be the case. After all, this time is different from usual, facing the Spirit King and Wang Shu. Even if they have a great advantage, if they are not careful, they are still very likely to capsize in the gutter. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful ability in the sky. Hee hee, you must study it for me after this. Wu Zhawali was very happy, and the smile made people feel warm in body and mind, as if the whole person had been washed. No problem. Lu Chengkong might have reservations about other people, but of course he wouldn't mind his wife and godmother, Mao Zhawali, who helped him a lot and made him trust him wholeheartedly. I also know that Zhawali likes to study all kinds of peculiar tricks. Lu Chengkong not only did not have any reservations about this, but hoped that after some research, Mao Zhawali would also be able to develop a trick similar to his own. The stronger Mao Zhawali was, the stronger Lu Chengkong would be. 701-702 Knife pointing to the Spirit King realm. After the Aizen incident, the Soul World, which had been calm for a period of time, ushered in the day of chilling again today, and it was countless times stronger than the chilling atmosphere at the time of Aizen. Almost the entire Soul World was quiet. Many the gods of death are all ready to go, ready to enter the battle at any time. Because today the most powerful legendary death god Lu Chengkong, the most powerful god of death in the Soul Realm in the past dynasties, actually pointed to the Spirit King realm where the Spirit King lived, just like a challenge to the legendary Spirit King style. The powerful Reiatsu made the Shinigami of the entire Siraiti feel their determination. Husband brought me, I also want to see what the Spirit King realm is like. Zibo Kong said coquettishly, hugging Lu Chengkong's arm. I also want to bring you, but this time I'm not going to play, and I don't have full confidence. It's too dangerous. With your strength, you haven't even reached the peak of Captain Reaper, peak of Vastord. You don't have the strength to protect yourself. How can you tell me to take you there? The weakest members of Team Zero are all the juniors of Screto. If you go and get injured, your husband won't be distressed to death. Lu Chengkong politely rejected Zibo Konghei's request, and joked that he would take her to distract her to protect her. A little spillover would be enough to kill her, how dare you take it? Okay, I have already discussed with Zhang Sky about the candidates in the past, because I want to leave some powerful people here to guard against accidents, so there are only a few candidates to go in the end. Yi Yi, Nailu, me, Sophie. There are also Chengkong and Bachinliu. There are only so many, too much is inconvenient. Maoji Walai showed the majesty of the harem administrator, and she kept a gentle smile, but as soon as her words came out, even Zibo Kong calmed down, so Lu Chengkong couldn't help but give Mao a smile behind her back. Zhawali gave a thumbs up. Tongsheng, you stay here to help Luanju. Landau will open the murderous stone and all the defense systems and barriers. These barriers are set up by me, Zongkong and Sophie, even if it is Wangshu and Spirit King. The powerhouses of the rank cannot break through after a few days. Quote. Mao Zihua said eloquently, that all the details were arranged so that no mistakes could be found at all. After this period of time, Luanju got along with her and taught her, and it is obviously the best when she is away. The decision maker, so she kept her and chose to bring Saifeng Yuan Yi, who was weaker than Luanju. Although Halibal and the other women who didn't have the chance to go, didn't demand it, they could only blame herself for not being strong enough, and Luanju obviously knew why Zhawali made such an arrangement. Not only was she not discouraged, but she was very happy. Because only she can get this, and only she can make Lu Chengkong feel at ease. The frustrated Halibal, Zibo Kong and other girls also knew that this time was not going to play, but it was very dangerous, and they also had their own tasks, so they would protect the base camp, so they quickly packed up their emotions and nodded in response. Hey, don't miss me on such a fun thing. Zanaki Kenpachi stood outside the door at some point, leaning against the door and holding a bottle of ice wine, said very casually, the madness and fighting intent in his eyes sparkled. Obviously, he is full of desire for the Spirit King realm, which has gathered many talents and powerful death gods in the Soul realm for countless years. Anyone in it can satisfy his desire to fight. How could he miss this opportunity? He knows very well that his path is to fight and kill. Only in this way can his strength improve faster. Kenpachi's Shinshing is definitely much lower than others, because his Zanpakudo ability determines his cultivation path. Only fighting, fight frantically, use the blood of the enemy to pave a path to become stronger, and make yourself stronger by stepping on it. I can't do without you. Lu Chengkong knew for a long time that Kenpachi Zhengmu would come. If he didn't come, it wouldn't be Kenpachi Zhengmu. Seeing that he was all ready, Lu Chengkong took a breath, his eyes in front of him. The girls swept over them one by one, and finally only 4 words gathered. Wait for me to come back. You're back, I'll be your girlfriend. I don't know why, but Kiryu Hazun probably doesn't want to leave any regrets. If it was in normal times, she would never say such a thing. Without the pursuit of hundreds of years and getting along with her, he would not say this to Lu Chengkong. But now she doesn't dare to say that Lu Chengkong will come back safe and sound. In order to motivate Lu Chengkong, she completely ignored Zibo Kong and other women's coaxing, and came to Lu Chengkong with a teasing look. Just relying on your words, I will definitely come back safe and sound. Lu Chengkong felt the love of the beautiful woman, and he also understood the thoughts of Yuzhou Kiryu. Seeing the worried look of the girls, he felt warm in his heart, and secretly waited for me in his heart. I will never lose. Open the passage. Lu Chengkong closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes after a while, he was no longer sentimental. Some of them were just Ji Yujing Bubo's eyes, which flickered with cold light from time to time. The visible speed brush turned into a magic knife, directly entering the Benkai state, ready for battle. Maoji Huoli didn't speak, and took a step gently. The jade hand stretched out to the sky and waved as if writing. The jade finger burst into a ray of light. Following the wave of Maoji Huoli, countless tadpole texts were formed. General. Although the Spirit King closed the Spirit King realm, Maojiwali had lived in the Spirit King realm for a while, so how could he not leave behind, and soon a black passage had appeared. Bankai. Maojiwali let out a low voice. The Zanpakuto didn't change in the slightest, it didn't even pull it out, and the Reiatsu didn't spill out at all. Followed Bankai when he saw it. His eyes had turned scarlet into blood, and Saifeng Yuan Yaiki didn't know where he made up the dagger-like Zanpakuto, and it had turned into a sword that looked very similar to Long Yuan's sword. The heavenly demon sword of darkness was held in his hand. I also want Bankai, Bankai. All things are in my hands, the Queen of Dreams. Seeing everyone's liberation of Zanpakuto and entering Bankai's state, Bachianryu seemed to find it very interesting, and it was the first time he was in front of everyone. Showing off her Zanpakuto Bankai. Shikai and Kaji's Yakanryu don't seem to have any difference. It should be said that there is no difference between Zanpakuto, because after Shikai and Bankai, Yakanryu does not have Zanpakuto. Mom, I'll show you my Bankai later. It's very powerful. It will definitely beat up those bad guys from the Zero team. Bachanliu waved his pink fist, and he looked like I was very powerful. The look of you guys watching carefully later made the serious atmosphere liven up, and it also made the sadness in the hearts of the girls lessened a lot. It's really a pistachio in Lu Chengkong's harem team. 702-703 Surprising Wanderer. Big Brother. Just as Lu Chengkong and the others were about to step into the passage, a timid voice came from behind. Lu Chengkong turned his head and found that the Kurosaki wanderer who was following Kurosaki Masaki didn't know anything. When he came to Lu Chengkong, he stared at Lu Chengkong with watery and timid eyes. What's wrong? Yuko Kurosaki, Lu Chengkong, was very fond of Kurosaki Yuko, who was more likely to evoke Isha when he was simply cute. So he squatted down and asked Kurosaki Yuko. I know that it was you who avenged your father and brother and killed that big bad guy. I heard from my mother that it was very dangerous for you to go this time. The Wanderer doesn't want you to die, and he doesn't want your mother to be unhappy. As long as you come back, the Wanderer will marry you and become a new beetle. Okay, Kurosaki Yuko said as if he really didn't understand anything, but he said surprisingly innocently. Hee, my brother will definitely come back safely, just for the sake of having this little beauty, a wanderer, marry me. I will be able to rush through and come back to marry this beautiful little beauty. Lu Chengkong didn't seem to know what it meant at this moment, as if he was simply making an agreement with a little loli, causing Kiryu Hazun and the other girls to give Lu Chengkong a big white eye. Even Kurosaki Masaki, a mother, doesn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. She can see that Lu Chengkong's eyes are clear as water when looking at Kurosaki Yuko, but she really loves Kurosaki Yuko, which should be very high. Shinkai is right, but what the two of them said was so ambiguous, and it was Kurosaki Yuko himself who proposed it, which really made Kurosaki Masaki both angry and laughing. Uncle, I don't want my mother to be unhappy, and I hope you come back alive. Kurosaki Natsumi is more rational than Kurosaki Yuko, but after getting along with her for a while, she has also integrated into the Lufu family. Therefore, in addition to the name that made Lu Chengkong feel ashamed, her concern still warmed Lu Chengkong's heart. Although she said that she didn't want her mother to be unhappy, the hope in her eyes was not an idiot. The last correction, don't call me uncle, although my age can be your grandfather's grandfather, but don't you see that I still look 20 years old? Lu Chengkong's forehead was covered with black lines, and Kurosaki Natsumi's words suddenly made all the girls burst into laughter, and the laughter of the girls in Lu's mansion made the world pale, but unfortunately no one except Lu Chengkong appreciated it. Arrive. I'll consider calling you that when you come back alive. Kurosaki Natsumi hesitated for a moment, and then said, obviously she also implicitly expressed that she hoped you would come back safely, but this was never so easily expressed in front of others. Kurosaki Natsuri, who had her true emotions, didn't say it directly, but Lu Chengkong could still feel her feelings. Don't worry, I'll be back. Lu Chengkong only felt that he was full of energy, as if he had infinite power in his body. After speaking, he stepped directly into the passage. He didn't want to turn around again, Maojawali, etc. The women glanced at each other and walked in as well. As for Zaraki Kenpachi, he couldn't wait to rush in as soon as the passage was opened. Husband and the others have gone to the Spirit King realm. We must not let them worry about the future. Everyone is ready to do their part. Although there is no chance that someone will attack, we still have to be vigilant until the husband and the others come back. The weak, such as Rukia, Feijun and other girls, followed Ninmeng in the laboratory of Lan Island, which is one of the safest places in Lu Mansion, and it is not so easy to break in. With many secret magic weapons prepared by Lan Dao. As for Kunanbai and other women whose strength surpassed Vastord and reached Skrito, they gathered together under the leadership of Matsumoto Renku to discuss how to distribute and join forces if they encountered a battle. Did you go? Time flies so fast. How long has it been? He is now a god of death who can fight the existence of the Spirit King level. Although the old man knew that his achievements were limitless, he didn't expect it to be so high. Unattainable. Of the old man Yamamoto and Vivi suddenly opened, and he said with a sigh, Kuchiki Shanghai, Hirako Mako and other captains who were standing beside him also sighed, and Hirako Mako and Kuchiki, who were most familiar to Lu Chengkong Shanghai blessed Lu Chengkong in his heart. They didn't go because they could resist when someone from the Soul Society came to attack, and they were just a burden to go. They might as well stay in Saranje, and if someone came here to attack, they could resist and help. It is also one of the arrangements of Ujawali. Obviously, Ujawali knew that Lu Chengkong was very precious to his wife. In addition to letting Matsumoto Ranju organize the girls to protect themselves, he also prepared a lot of backups. Captain Hirako Mako and other captains were one of them. King Ling and Wang Zuzai after himself and others went to the Spirit King realm. Basically the top masters stayed in the Spirit King realm to meet the enemy. Come here to sneak attack on Lu Chengkong's base camp and catch some of Lu Chengkong's wives to threaten Lu Chengkong's death, or there is a limit to how strong he is. Just relying on women such as Matsumoto Ranju and Hikun Kiryu is enough to deal with it, but it's better to prepare more for everything. Is it better and safer? Don't be afraid even if you encounter a gang fight. Is this the Spirit King realm? Lu Chengkong and the others passed through the passage, but what they entered was an island like a sky island standing in the sky. Inside was simply another searing palace, in addition to the powerful death god of Team Zero. There are many ordinary death gods, and of course there are many captain-level death gods, but most of them are at the level of 3 or 4 seats. It's actually an island that stands in the sky. It's really eye-opening. Zaragi Kenpachi exclaimed in amazement, but he wouldn't be so amazed if he had seen the Sky Island in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Xiaokong, let's make an island like this in the future, okay. Ba Chenliu tugged at Lu Chengkong's big hand, then pointed at the island above and said pretty. Okay, as long as Ba Chenliu likes it, let's make an island that's bigger, more beautiful, more solid and flying higher than this one. Of course Lu Chengkong agreed to this, saying that he suddenly released a powerful force. Reiatsu crushed the countless gods of death on the island into serious injuries at once. Fortunately, the members of Team Zero gathered together to release the spiritual pressure to resist, and the Spirit King also released his spiritual pressure within this second. Otherwise, not all the gods of death in the Spirit King realm would be seriously injured, but almost all of them died. But even so, the gods of death below the strength of Skrito lost their combat effectiveness one after another. Even many members of the Zero team vomited blood, but fortunately, they combined the spiritual pressure of all the Zero team members in a special battle to form a single force. A more powerful spiritual pressure to resist. Otherwise, even if they were in a coma with serious injuries, they would not be lucky enough to vomit blood. Of course, the most important thing was the reason why the King Spirit blocked them in time. 703-704 The Battle of the Spirit King Realm begins. Okay, I'm not going to look for you, but you dare to come to me, it seems that you really think I'm easy to bully. The figure of the King of Spirits suddenly came out of the sky, and appeared in front of Lu Chengkong with a swipe. His eyes swept over when Lu Chengkong, Mao Zhawali and Sophie's three daughters changed their expressions slightly. The three of them gave him the feeling of strong pressure, but this pressure was divided into strong and weak. Obviously, even Sophie, who put the least pressure on him, was obviously a powerhouse on the same level as himself. Now it's troublesome. It's no wonder that the Spirit King is at the same level. If the distance between them is not very close, it is difficult for the other party to deliberately hide their own strength. It is difficult to feel the pressure directly from the soul, so even in the Spirit King realm. The Spirit King who was separated by a distance could not feel the strength of Sophie and Lu Chengkong. Previously, when Kurosaki Ichilong fought against Lu Chengkong, they were separated by a certain distance. Although they saw Lu Chengkong's powerful strength, at most they thought that Lu Chengkong was the peak of the Void King at most, and some special abilities made him. He burst out with powerful combat power. After all, when Lu Chengkong was the Void King, he was able to burst out the strength after he and Wang Void merged. This is the first time in thousands of years that someone has actually knocked on the door. Even a scheming Spirit King is very proud. Therefore, he came out directly in anger. In his opinion, after he made a breakthrough, even if he couldn't defeat Ujawali wouldn't even think about cleaning him up in a few strokes like before, so I never thought that I would not be able to get out of my body, so I came out so swaggeringly. Growled loudly. The result was a big surprise to him. Not only did Lu Chengkong, the little pervert that he secretly listed as a must-kill target before, reach the Wangshu level, but even the woman he met for the first time reached the Wangshu level. So that he couldn't help but have a depressing thought in his heart. When did Wangshu, the powerhouse of the Spirit King level, become a commonplace? The breakthrough you said is a breakthrough. However, this idea was suppressed by him at the same time as it appeared. Now he is already thinking about how to escape. In a thousandth of a second, he has already made a decision, that is to immediately go to Wangshu and drag Wangshu into the water. He is sure that if Wangshu sees himself being besieged by three Wangshu and Spirit King level powerhouses, he will definitely hide and watch himself be beaten to death before jumping out, risking being seriously injured in an instant. Take away the dying self, and swallow it. He had a feeling that not only did he reach the peak of the Spirit King, but Wangshu also did the same. If he swallowed himself, he could definitely reach the Spirit Void level at once. This breakthrough was not comparable to the strength he brought when he merged with him. The difference is simply incomparable. That's why he was so anxious to find Wangshu. Before, the two of them had been together and secretly discussed many times in order to prevent Mao Zhawali and Lu Chengkong's revenge. Of course, the two sides could easily find each other. King Ling thought of this at once. Lu Chengkong, Mao Zhawali, and Sophie were all thoughtful people, especially Mao Zhawali, who was as meticulous as dust and discerned. She was so obvious. How can not see? Before they were arguing, just arguing a little. In the end, after Lu Chengkong was able to fight against the laws of the world, he showed some of the abilities that the One Piece King of Pirates world brought back to the world before he completely convinced Usually to agree with Lu Chengkong's method. What they want is to force the King of Spirit into a desperate situation, and then seriously injure him, wait for Wang Shu to come out, and then seriously injure him, and then let the seriously injured Wang Shu devour the King of Spirit. Wang Shu, who has a wild personality, was unstable when he just broke through. With a strong strength, he will never think of any idea of running away, and he will become even more arrogant. If he wants to kill him, he must first make him mad. Lu Chengkong, who understands this truth, certainly knows what to do, and then he will devour Wang Shu after the Spirit King. Beat. What Lu Chengkong wants is to devour the strongest Wang Shu, instead of letting them fuse or devour them separately. Lu Chengkong doesn't want to wait any longer. He wants to surpass Wang Shu's level at the fastest speed, then swallowing a spirit can already break through. The existence of the law of the world is undoubtedly the fastest. What he wants is to quickly break the law of the world, release his wives, and at the same time meet the requirements of Usually for plane travel. Of course, Hulimao and Sophie knew how dangerous this was, so the two girls tried their best to stop them. But in the end they were told by Lu Chengkong that everything I did was earned through hard work, and the spirit of hard work must never be forgotten. Of course, the most important thing is to agree to see the ability that Lu Chengkong showed. I want to go. Lu Chengkong has always wanted to see how strong he is after breaking through to Wang Shu level. Although he has Sophie and Mao Zhiwali by his side, how can he let go of everything wholeheartedly in the face of the two women go to fight? And the Spirit King in front of him is obviously a good experimental subject. Anyway, the Spirit King is going to die. Of course, it is a waste. He dares to guarantee that Wang Shu is definitely nearby now. Because he guessed that the King of Ling did not know when he knew that he and others had come to the King of Spirit Realm, and he had already notified Wang Shu in Wang Shu Realm in advance when he was facing 3 Spirit Kings and Wang Shu level powerhouses. Where did he think that the mutual notification that he had negotiated with Wang Shu before the launch of his conditions would become his own reminder? Seeing where King Ling's eyes are rolling, he still doesn't know where he is resigned and wants to escape. He wants to find Wang Shu and drag him into the water. Where would Lu Chengkong give him this opportunity? The storm came very fast in front of the Spirit King. Lu Chengkong's strongest speed when he was at the peak of Skrito was barely comparable to Wang Shu, not to mention that he has reached the level of Wang Shu now. Wouldn't the speed of Pakuto's Spirit King be too fast? Lu Chengkong is also better than a lot, so what is the possibility of escaping? This kid was so fast when he was still weak. I knew that he would be a threat sooner or later if he didn't get rid of it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. King Ling glanced at the still-moving Usually and Sophie, and then glanced at Lu Chengkong who was constantly attacking him. He didn't know how he wanted to use him to see how far his strength was, if that was the case. He was also relieved. There is only one person, and he is absolutely not afraid of Lu Chengkong, who has not broken through for a long time. After all, he has now reached the peak of the Spirit King. Could it be that he can't beat Lu Chengkong alone? It was absolutely easy for him to break through his defense and escape, but he soon became depressed. 704-705 versus Spirit King. Fantasy is beautiful, but the truth is often cruel and unacceptable. At this moment, the Spirit King deeply understands the meaning of this sentence. He thought that Lu Chengkong would definitely be injured in a head-on confrontation with himself. After this pervert cut off contact with Sophie, he devoured all the power of Zanpakuto, and his strength soared again. It is not much weaker than him at all. His violent thunder and lightning are often crushed by Lu Chengkong's whirling storm, and they are resolved one by one. Moreover, he found that he was entangled by Lu Chengkong and wanted to retreat. It seemed really unusual, easy. Disintegration, endless sky thunder, stand on my body, sky thunder light slash. Lu Chengkong, who found this, didn't want to waste time. He planned to enter disintegration at once, and use the instant of disintegration strength to frantically improve Lu Chengkong forced back. When Lu Chengkong then entered the disintegration and came to pursue him, he believed that he had already retreated. But what made him depressed again was that when he shouted the disintegration word spirit, there was not the slightest difference in time. Lu Chengkong, as if he could read minds, actually entered disintegration at the same time, and his thoughts were shattered again. Disintegration. Divine wind moves, heaven and earth change, 10 directions kill, mysterious wind emerges. Lu Chengkong coldly issued to the Spirit King, as long as the two bastards, Spirit King and Wang Shu, were looking for someone to sneak attack on him and his own. When he was with the family, he had already issued a must-kill order for the two of them. In order to understand the habitual fighting style of the Spirit King, he was looking for the Spirit King, and Wang Shu, who had been fighting for many years, had a detailed understanding of the habit of the two, fighting style, etc., so it was so accurate in the when the Spirit King disintegrates, he disintegrates at the same time. This is not good luck, but experience. Wind and rain, rivers and lakes. Lu Chengkong uses his legs to generate wind, and the mysterious wind that fills the sky, more advanced than the divine wind, will only break down, and move violently, using the wind to drive the water, fire, and thunder between the heavens and the earth, and kick it with incomparably powerful legs. Spirit King. Tian Lei. The King Ling hurriedly retreated. This move was no trivial matter. At the same time, the incomparably violent Tian Lei immediately shot out from the blade of his Tian Lei Guangzan, hitting Lu Chengkong's leg all at once. Bang! The loud noise that shook the sky and the earth kept blasting in the Spirit King realm. The sound was so loud that there were ripples visible to the naked eye nearby. An extremely huge space crack has already appeared in the Spirit King realm. I believe it will not be used much. In human battles, the Spirit King realm will be crushed and destroyed alive. Death explosion. The Spirit King, who knew that he couldn't do anything better, even woke up to fight, otherwise it would be very dangerous, full of the breath of death, as if it was about to blow up, and the explosion that destroyed everything was like countless electric snakes facing Lu Chengkong. It shot away and hit Lu Chengkong all at once. These thunderbolts were different from the previous thunderbolts. They all exploded the moment they touched Lu Chengkong. The spiritual power fluctuations that bloomed at the time of the explosion caused most of the islands in the Spirit King realm to be destroyed at once. The 10 directions are all killed. Keep the move. Lu Chengkong let out a murderous voice in the thick smoke. Suddenly, the violent Reiatsu blew away all the thick smoke wrapped around him, and Lu Chengkong was hit. He wasn't injured, but the King Spirit didn't dare, because he had already turned around and was about to burst out, obviously preparing to escape again. He didn't even have the will to fight. On the contrary, Lu Chengxi was full of fighting spirit. When comparing the two, the King Spirit was of course inferior, but King Ling had been thinking about how to escape from the very beginning, while Lu Chengkong had been thinking about how from the very beginning. Defeat the Spirit King. Moving the situation. Lu Chengkong sneered, his smile full of irony. If the Spirit King was as full of fighting spirit as himself, it would be really difficult to tell the winner, but now the Spirit King is all about how to escape. 10% the strength can also play a few percent. Lu Chengkong mobilized the power of the world and turned into a black tornado, ignoring the distance of the space, and suddenly came to the Spirit King. The black tornado was full of the power to destroy the sky and the earth and swept the Spirit King into it. Ah, damn, since that's the case, I'll kill you first, roared the earth, the Lion King, the arrow of thunder. Being caught in the black tornado, the Spirit King was immediately traumatized to a certain extent, and he also understood. Knowing that if I run away like this, I will definitely drag myself to death. In this case, it is better to fight the backwater. Maybe I can break the boat and find an opportunity to retreat at a critical moment. The black tornado pierced through the hole, shot and split, and then retreated from the black tornado. Returning to the blade, I will too. Lu Chengkong is very confident in his ability of emptiness. Perhaps many people will think that the use and comprehension of emptiness skills after breaking through the limit of the God of Death to cultivate is absolutely incomparable. The God of Death is strong. After all, the time immersed in the god of death is much longer than that of the god of death, and it is based on the god of death as a starting point for cultivation. Of course, the ability of the god of death is weaker than that of god of death. Generally, after returning to the blade, their strength has been improved, and they continue to use the skills of the god of death to fight. Unless they have survived for countless years, such as King Spirit, Ujawali, and some other members of Team Zero who have survived for a long time, etc. It takes a long time to fully grasp all the abilities of the Void and Death God, and then the horror of the Void ability will be brought into full play and applied to the battle. However, Lu Chengkong's comprehension in virtual skills is no less than that of death, and the same is true for his research enthusiasm. Therefore, when he broke the world, he has been developing and using his virtual abilities to maximize the virtual abilities. Therefore, there is no shortage of time, and at the same time, he is very clear that Void's skills are much less than that of death. Many virtuals use Virtual Flash as the strongest combat skill, and Virtual Flash is the strongest attack method for many virtuals, so even the God of Death admits to fighting in a situation where the strength of the virtual and the God of Death is the same level. The destructive power of Shu's use of Void Flash is definitely much better than that of the Death God, because Shu's ability is too small compared to the Death God, but absolutely every one of them is super concentrated and its power is amazing. It's too late to say that it's too soon. After the Spirit King used the Return Blade to turn into a lion-headed human body, Lu Chengkong also entered the Return Blade state and turned into a human-shaped ink unicorn. The strength also soared again, so the two fought again. Speed, it's so terrifying, it's hard to tell with the naked eye. Wherever they passed, either the violent thunder and lightning blasted the earth apart and tore the sky, or the mysterious wind full of rotating power cut the earth into countless pieces and was involved in it to completely destroy it, or the sky was smashed into pieces. Countless pieces of space debris. Not long after, the Spirit King realm suddenly made a huge vibration, and it was completely shattered and returned to nothing. 705, 706 8,000 streams show their might. My Spirit King realm, damn bastard. The Spirit King realm really hit a real fire this time. You must know that the Spirit King realm is not the only island standing in the sky. There is a large land under the island, and many gods of death are among them. Life, this is one of the capitals for him and Wang Shu to compete for hegemony. Now that the Spirit King realm has been destroyed, the gods of death who have not reached the level of Skrito will absolutely all fall. Not only that, the Spirit King realm was developed by him with many years of time and energy. Although the scope is far less than that of the Soul and Soul realm, it is not comparable to the Void Circle, but it is definitely the last blessed land. Could he not be angry if he lost it? Very angry. Don't be afraid, since the Spirit King realm is destroyed, then you, the Spirit King, go with you. Heaven and earth are in the same heart, breaking the divine state. The Spirit King realm was destroyed, and of course fell into the broken realm composed of many spaces. And it is just right here to let Lu Chengkong let go of his hands and feet. The Spirit King realm can only be a small space at most. Where can you withstand the battle between them? You must know that Wang Shu, Spirit King level Shu and Death God both have the strength to fight against the laws of this plane world, but it depends on how strong your strength is. Therefore, the most suitable place for them to fight, apart from the virtual circle, is to break the world. As for the wives of Lu Chengkong in the soul world, they are all there. Xiao Lingting, he is also a little worried, and now it is just right. I saw Lu Chengkong's whole body spinning at a very high speed, and then it turned into the atmosphere and flowed into the sky and the earth, concentrating all the power between the heaven and the earth on the right foot, and suddenly appeared behind the King of the Spirit, and kicked it directly. The place directly kicks the nearby space into countless pieces of space. The law of the world wants to repair it automatically, but it cannot be repaired at all under the oppression of the violent power of the world. This piece of space that has been kicked has remained smashed. Oops. After all, the King Spirit is the King of the Spirit. After the initial anger passed, he immediately calmed down. At the same time, he also thought of his own situation, knowing that he would really die if he went on like this, even compared to life. There are countless Spirit King realms that can't compare. After all, there is nothing left. As long as his life is still alive, how many Spirit King realms have been destroyed can be opened up again. The moment Lu Chengkong's right foot is about to kick himself, countless thoughts flashed in the Spirit King's mind, and finally he gritted his teeth fiercely. As if he had made some crazy decision, his whole body exploded with thunder and lightning, and instead of fleeing, he met Lu Chengkong. Bachinliu, Yaiki, Nailu, except for the Shinigami who is fighting with Zaraki Kenpachi, all the Shinigami of the Zero Division will be killed, and the Shinigami Yachi, the Shinigami mid-level and below, all of you. Swallow them up. You can devour all of the high-ranked Nailu, and you can help the two of them to speed up. Quote. Mao Zhawali glanced at Lu Chengkong who was fighting, and then said to Bachinliu and Siphon Yuan Yi, although Nailu doesn't like to swallow, but it depends on the object, generally not the enemy's illusion, even if she is at the same level or stronger than herself, she will not have the idea of swallowing it. But these were all Lu Chengkong's enemies, and Yi even recognized that some of them were members of the Zero Division who had come to the Soul Society to sneak attack on Lu's residence. Of course, Nelieru didn't feel uncomfortable at all. I was disgusted, and Nailu knew from Sophie that the King Ling almost killed Lu Chengkong by sneak attack when Lu Chengkong was still powerful. Thinking of this, Nellie Lu's eyes flashed with a faint killing intent, and her movements were extremely quick and agile. She knew that only by becoming stronger could she help Lu Chengkong, and these were all damned. As long as you wanted to treat Lu Chengkong, the sky is not good, and it should be damned if it is not good for the people you want to protect. Very well, it's not impossible for Nailu to reach the peak of Skrito or even the Void King now. As for Yi, she can also reach the high level of Skrito. Ujawali knew that Lu Chengkong asked Siphon Yuan Yaiki and Nelialu to come to make all the gods of death in Team Zero become a stepping stone for his wife to improve her strength. Originally, it was the best to let Matsumoto Ranju come, but she had to stay. Next, let Matsumoto Ranku, who is most at ease, preside over the overall situation there. In addition, the Reaper of the Zero Squad who has reached the high level of Skrito is only enough for Nelialu alone. If there is one more, it will not work, but I think of Wang Shu's guards in Wangzuji, and I think that they will attack Lu Mansion. Only after that, did Ujawali completely determine the candidate to come to the Spirit King realm. Those Wang Shu guards who went to Lufu will definitely become Matsumoto Ranju's tonic, a tonic for breaking through in strength. Then there is no reason for Matsumoto Ranju to come. And the death gods who did not get the high rank of Skrito just give them all the weaker strength only SK Rito's primary peak. The combat power is comparable to or even devoured by the Sefenjin Yei who can kill the middle level Skrito. Look at me. Bachinliu smiled sweetly, with a sweet smile, and flew over like a dream elf, wrapped in a pink protective cover, Idea Wave Missile. The center of each one is flashing with pink electric light, and the blue light balls are continuously shot out from the hands of Bachinliu. The size of these Idea Wave missiles is almost the same as Lu Chengkong's 3-point return to vitality, and they are like pieces of energy. Like a ball, it was shot out by an Idea Wave missile, and immediately a member of Team Zero fell. This is still under the condition that Bachinliu deliberately suppresses the power. Otherwise, with her strength, none of the Zero team members present can eat a thought wave missile and save their body. Without their body, they would devour one fart, directly return to nothing. Therefore, Bachinliu deliberately suppressed the power, and at the same time killed the Zero team members. He would not blow up their bodies. Nailu, I just came here and we were all superfluous. Bachinliu solved it all at once. Siphon Yuan Yi pressed his forehead and said with a headache. Yes. It turned out that as soon as he was invisible, Bachinliu had already shown great power, and the launch of the Mind Wave missile suddenly brought down the death gods of the Zero team. Ha ha. Nellie L nodded in agreement, but she also knew that this time was not the time to be distracted and chatting. It was better to finish it quickly, so she opened her lips lightly, as if she was using a flickering ensemble, and suddenly took a breath. All the bodies of the gods of death who had reached the high level of Skrito and died were smashed directly, and then formed a blue light that was sucked into the mouth by Nellie L. Nellie L's body began to burn with a golden pink reiatsu like a flame. This reiki burst out like a storm, and the space where she passed seemed to be completely still, and was covered by this reiki. The place was extremely quiet, and at the same time, the spiritual pressure on Nellie Lu began to rise at an astonishing speed. 706, 707 There are 8,000 streams at critical moments. Not only Nellie Lu, but Saifeng Yuan Yi, who stood not far from her and stood above the void, also had the same change. It seems to be a little bit short. It is an ironclad fact that Saifeng Yuan Yi has reached the high-level Skrito from the initial peak of Skrito. After all, Team Zero was built by the Spirit King for countless years, and many of them are the existences below the high-level Skrito. Now all these have become the nourishment for the Knight of the Saifeng Yuan. Can we not be promoted to the high level of Skrito? You must know that there are as many as 12 members of Team Zero swallowed by Saifeng Yuan Yi, and the 7 Skrito elementary levels make Saifeng Yuan Yi go from the peak of Skrito's primary level to the Skrito intermediate level completely stabilized. The next 3 Skrito intermediates and 2 Skrito intermediate peaks allowed Saifeng Yuan Yi to climb directly to the Skrito advanced and completely stabilized. On the contrary, Nellie Lu's side is slightly inferior. Although the strength of the Zero team members she swallowed is much more than that of Saifeng Yuan Yi, the number is too small. If it was so easy to reach the Void King rank, then Ikiryu Kurosaki would not be the only one in the Zero division under the Spirit King for so many years to reach the Void King rank. This is also because Ikiryu Kurosaki has the secret help of Wang Shu, plus the apparent help of the Spirit King, and she devoured Masaki Kurosaki's father, plus she has practiced for countless years and experienced countless battles. Only after reaching the level of the Virtual King, in addition to aptitude and heavenly shout, realm and luck are all indispensable. Now Nellie L has swallowed 17 members, 4 of them are high-level Skrito like her, and 3 are high-level peaks of Shrito, but even with Nellie L's talent, and her far beyond her peers, she is as stable as Taishan. It can be said that the only thing missing is the spiritual pressure that allows her to advance to break the shackles. Under such circumstances, Nellie Lu still cannot completely break the shackles, but it is only one step away from reaching the peak of Skrito. Can break. Obviously, the stamina is insufficient. After all, the spiritual power is all swallowed up. Although the spiritual power of the God of Death is extremely pure, it is not as good as the way Nellie Lu has practiced. After being compressed countless times by herself, now she is constantly absorbing it. With continuous compression, the quality of the absorbed spiritual power is constantly increasing, but the amount is constantly decreasing. Therefore, the difficulty of breaking through in the required Reiki is of course greater, especially the purity of Nellie's own Reiki is far beyond the same level of Ku and Shinigami. It can be said that Nellie's savings are very powerful. It can be said that the stronger the savings, the stronger the strength after the breakthrough, even if the strength gap of the same level is still to a certain extent. This is also why some Shinigami and the Invincible Hand can sweep the same level, and some Shinigami and Shu can only survive for a while and then be killed against the powerhouse of the same level. The stronger the breakthrough savings, the better the improvement after breakthrough. However, for the same amount of savings, the more difficult it is to break through the God of Death and the Virtual, and the smaller the savings, the easier it is to break through. This is why many Shinigami and Shu do not choose to accumulate strong spiritual pressure and keep compressing it, and it is precisely because Nellie Lu's savings are too strong, so it is very difficult for her to break through, otherwise she would have reached the virtual level long ago Wang level, because her foundation is too solid. Her Reiatsu is too pure and powerful. It can be said that Nellie Lu is a genius, and has always been a powerhouse at the same level, but at the moment of breakthrough, she has become a genius who is successful and who is defeated. It is too difficult. The bigger it is, the more spiritual power it needs. Hey, at the beginning, Chang Kong was completely fused with her strength, and at the same time, through Wang Shu's pressure, he realized the disintegration at the moment when the soul collapsed, and the soul reorganized at the moment of collapse, so as to be able to break through to the Virtual King level. This shackle has stymied too many talents, and made too many death gods at the peak of Skrito die of old age. Quote. Although the God of Death has a long life, it is not immortal. It is just that the stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. Unless you reach the level of Wangshu and the Spirit King, you will not be bound by the exhaustion of life essence. If you die, if you are killed, you can't count it, it's just a simple statement of how long you can live. In the face of Nellie L's current situation, even Sophie sighed, and now she is powerless. Although she is powerful, there is no way she can help Nellie L replenish her spiritual power at this time, unless she catches her. A few strong men from the peak of Skrito were swallowed by Nellie Alu, but the powerful Zero team members here are all dead. How can she catch them? Fortunately, there are 8,000 streams at critical moments. Nilu, I have a way to transfer all of my strength to you, but I can't guarantee your soul, whether your body can withstand my strength. If you can't bear it, you will explode. Do you dare to try? Bachenliu didn't know when he flew to Nellie L's side, and a pair of pink eyes stared at Nellie L and said old-fashioned, Bachenliu has always been very serious when it comes to major events, and it also makes people feel I feel very reliable, and I don't have the usual childishness at all. I heard from my husband that disintegration is actually the moment when one's soul collapses and disintegrates. With the will beyond life and death, the will of Zanpakuto's spirit and his own perfectly overlap, and at the same time Zanpakuto's power and his own strength. Perfectly fused together, then shattered at the same time, and then reassembled. Although I have not faced a strong enemy, accepting your strength will also break my soul. Although the methods are different, the final result is the same. My husband said that his life achievements are not only a little luck, but he dares to fight. He dares to dance on the tip of the knife. I am the female knight who guards her, not the princess who is guarded by her. Come on. Nellie Elu showed a faint smile. Her voice was ethereal with a hint of firmness and determination, and a hint of madness. That's right, madness. Like a goddess, she also let go of it like Lu Chengkong at this moment. No matter what kind of cultivation method or practice method, the cultivation ability, the cultivation path of the strong in the world, and the path to becoming stronger are all against the sky. Only by being brave and diligent, and daring to work hard, can you achieve success. What we do is constantly surpassing ourselves. Giggle, I knew you would do this. Look at me, and remember, at a critical moment, there are 8,000 Lu, and there is absolutely no problem with 8,000 Lu. Yachin Liu laughed and joked, but he was not affected by the serious atmosphere at all, making Nellie Lu, Hanaritsu Uno and Sophie both laughing and laughing. I saw that Bachenliu was talking and a shadowy figure like a dreamy queen appeared behind him, but it was blurry. Aside from seeing a slender body and a plump and bumpy figure, it is impossible to see her appearance at all, but it is undeniable that this indistinct Liying who appears behind Bachenliu is definitely a peerless beauty. Transfer your thoughts. After Bachenliu finished speaking, the pink light all over his body rose, and the shadow of the dream queen behind you suddenly merged into your body, Nellie L. Obviously, this dreamy queen-like beauty should be owned by Bachenliu. The name is the body of the Zanpakuto of the Queen of Dreams. 708 strength comes from guardianship. At this time, all the strength of the Dream Queen carrier Bachenliu was transferred to Nellieru, before Nellieru's body did not burst, or Bachenliu did not take the initiative to withdraw it. Although Bachenliu is not like a little girl with no fighting strength, she has lost her spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto ability and virtual ability. The only thing that remains is her constant use of spirit for thousands of years. Press quenching improves physical fitness, physical strength and steel skin. In other words, Bachenliu can only be regarded as a terrifyingly high physical quality at this time. The physical strength is astonishing, and the little girl who is invulnerable by swords and guns cannot be regarded as a god of death or a void. Yeah, Nellie's face was very serious. She only felt that there was an incomparably surging spiritual pressure pouring directly into her heavenly spiritual cover. The degree of expansion was completely beyond her expectations. I tried my best to control my Reiatsu to reduce my aggression, but when I entered Nellie L's body, the control power of 8,000 flow has been weakened by 80%. After all, she is now transferring the spiritual pressure to Nellie Lu, instead of putting the spiritual pressure into Nellie L's body to destroy her. The former is almost uncontrollable in two different situations. Fortunately, 8000 flow soul power is strong to deal with one or two, different from the latter. If it is the latter, of course, it can be perfectly controlled. It's a bit of a joke now. Sophie's face sank, and a little sweat appeared on her forehead. She had stayed in Lu Chengkong's spiritual world for so many years. Of course she knew Lu Chengkong's temperament, and it was easy to talk about it, but if it had something to do with her wife, if so, it would be miserable. She knows very well how much Lu Chengkong loves the female knight Nellie L. If there is anything wrong with Nellie L, if Lu Chengkong takes time to pay attention after he cleans up the Spirit King, he will look at it and understand. God knows this guy Watt will go crazy. Thinking of this, Sophie had no choice but to look at Maujawali with a pleading look for help, but unfortunately, she has always responded to every request. There is a way, she has so many abilities, none of the skills can help Nellie L at this time. Rather than interfering too much, it is better to wait and see. She also admires Nellie L, especially after knowing Nellie L's growth history. Of course she doesn't want Nellie L to have anything to do with it. You must know that Nellie L is also one of the characters that Uno Hanalai admires. It can be ranked in the top 5, but she knows that the interference of external forces will be more troublesome at this time. For Nellie Lu, this is not a test and an opportunity, it just depends on whether she can survive. Liu Longmen has a bright future. If she fails, she will die. There is no free lunch in the world. The more you want, the more you will pay. Of course, the risk is also greater. If the virtual king is so easy to break through, the streets will be full of virtual kings. Fight. Nellie L never knew what it meant to be afraid, and she was never afraid. She was a person who moved forward and never retreated. Even if she knew there was a dead end, as long as she made up her mind, and her philosophy, what she wanted when it comes to the things she protects, she will never regret it, and she will rush over to fight even if she knows she will die. Bankai Time shoots the gun. Nellie Lu shouted tenderly, and she no longer had any reservations about the Ki. As soon as an astonishing scene appeared, even Sophie didn't expect that Nellie Lu's Zanpakuto was actually it is a dual-type Zanpakuto, which is a Zanpakuto with two different origin powers. Like Lu Chengkong's Zanpakuto, when Shikai was a Snowdrink Mad Sword, after Bankai not only has a magic sword, but also function legs, all of which are powers of different origins. Now Nellie Lu is simply blessed with a Zanpakuto that combines the two terrifying powers of time and space. No wonder she has never used it. It turns out that her Zanpakuto is not just a space-type Zanpakuto. Simple, but a space-time Zanpakuto that mixes time and space. Someone can master this kind of Zanpakuto. It's not as simple as being blessed by nature. Afterwards, I will master this Zanpakuto, and it would be strange if it was easy to obtain without many disasters. It's actually a space-time Zanpakuto, it's hidden really deep. Ujawali said in amazement. Her heart that was at odds and ends was completely stabilized. In her opinion Nellie Lu Neng has survived the layers of catastrophe and now has the time-space Zanpakuto in his hands. If he were to die, he would die before he broke the limit. Then it is still possible to get to the point where it is now. Maybe other people's luck is absolutely illusory, but at the level of Ujawali, of course, I know that luck is not illusory, but uncontrollable. However, Maujawali really did not guess wrong. Nellie Lu was indeed jealous in the original history and suffered many disasters. Not to mention that she had cultivated to this point, and it was not long before she arrived at Vastord. Nellie L is kind and innocent, but she was kind when she didn't reach Vastor, but she would not be soft on the enemy who dared to hurt her, but it was a pity that she got Vastor. After Germany, she is kind in her own right, and she is also influenced by the symbol of spiritual power. It's a bit stupid to become kind-hearted. She is no longer in control of her kind heart, but is influenced by kindness. It's just that Lu Chengkong's variable interferes with her. I knew that I almost fell into catastrophe and could not escape. Especially after reaching Skrito and mastering the Zanpakuto Shikai and Bankai, she understands why she has suffered many disasters since she was a child, and the danger she has encountered far exceeds that of others. God is jealous. With such a unique talent in Zanpakuto, it would be too strange to say that there is no catastrophe and no need to go through a lot of catastrophe. Therefore, after understanding everything, Nelialu is not only not discouraged, but also passionate about her resilience and firmness. She will never admit defeat, even if the sky stops her. She will pierce through the sky and stay by Lu Chengkong's side. What Chengkong can do, I can do it as well as Nailu, and I will do better than her. Otherwise I will not be the female knight who protects him, but the princess who is protected by him. My strength comes from protecting the person I want to protect, the person I want to protect, the thing I want to protect. Quote. A silver light flashed in Nellie L's eyes, and a resolute color flashed past, as if she understood something. Nellie L, who has never gone astray and knows what her path is what it is. At this moment, the Zanpakuto in his hand roared loudly, as if responding to Nellier's heart. If Nellie L hadn't been shrewd in her heart just now, and had always kept in mind why she fought, became stronger for what, and controlled her power for what, she would have died. At this moment, not only was she completely convinced his own Zanpakuto made Zanpakuto willingly hand over all his power to her and integrate it into her power. 708-709 The Disguise of the Spirit King. Whereas the time-space Zanpakuto so easy to be completely convinced and mastered, although Nellier can also Bankai, but it does not mean that her Zanpakuto is completely convinced of her, let alone handing all her power to Nellier do. But at the juncture of life and death, Nelialu has always insisted that she became stronger for the sake of protection, mastered the power for the sake of protection, fought for the sake of protection, and adhered to the belief in her heart, without flinching or changing her mind. Even if she died, Dao Shao did not degenerate. This situation completely convinced her Zanpakuto. Okay, Xiaokui, you finally admitted me completely. Nellie L said with a hook on the corner of her mouth, looking at the time with the mysterious pattern in her hand shooting the gun. Nellie L said. I said, don't call me Xiaokui, call me the spirit of time and space. An ethereal and pleasant voice sounded suddenly, and the weapon in her hand when Nellie Lu was in Worsted was called Kui's gun, so even if it was awakened she met Shikai and Bankai of Zanpakuto, and she has always called her Xiaokui after Zanpakuto's name. She was very dissatisfied with her Zanpakuto, but she was only dissatisfied with her mouth. There was no dissatisfaction on the face of her Zanpakuto body. Instead, she seemed to be showing a happy smile because of Nelialu's performance at this moment. Are you willing to fight side by side with me now? Nellie L turned her head and looked at her side. She didn't know when there was a girl named Xiao Xiao who was wearing the same clothes as her, and even looked 80% similar to her. The beauty of Kui said, needless to say, she is Nellie L's Zanpakuto body, the spirit of time and space, but she is called Xiaokui by Nellie L. You are very good, you didn't let me down, your power comes from protection, not only false, but even the god of death, you must use me to make her the strongest. Will not be able to use my power, now that you have passed the test, your heart has not changed between life and death. The beauty named Xiaokui said with relief, and at the same time, she and Nelliero's bodies began to glow with green light, and the two rays of light actually merged into one. And at the same time Nelliero's soul body unable to bear the huge spiritual pressure of Bachinliu anymore, it collapsed with a bang. I'm back, Nailu, there's only so much I can help you. Don't die, or no one will play with me in the future. Although your body is bigger than mine, I play with you very well. Very happy. Although the originally weak Yakian Ryu disintegrated and disappeared, she was in good spirits, and it was obvious that all the power she had passed on to Nellie was back. It's a big deal, Sister Wa, you're still laughing. When that little bastard knows that Ni reveals that he's not crazy, you should also know how much he loves his female knight. After Sophie saw that Nellie L's body actually exploded and disappeared after a burst of light, she immediately looked at Uzuki Hanali, but found that Uzuru Hanari was smiling. If it was someone else, Sophie would have punched him already. But she knew that there was definitely a reason for her to be so abnormal. After all, her knowledge and experience were definitely much higher than hers. You haven't even mastered Bankai yet, of course you don't know what happened to Nailu just now. Uzuki Hanalei didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he picked out the thing that Sophie Marceau was most concerned about, and immediately asked Sophie Marceau to do so. Suo's face was embarrassed, and her teeth were rattling. It wasn't that she was stupid. On the contrary, she had an innate aptitude that was superior to others. With the strength of Wang Shu, would it be unpleasant to become a god of death? That would be really weird. On the contrary, Sophie Marceau is very good. Even if it is, usually, Lu Chengkong and others are full of praise, but Sophie Marceau is not the kind of person who only knows how to be strong and desperate for a while. She is very clear about the importance of a solid foundation, not to mention how long has Sophie Marceau become a god of death. 3 days, 3 days, she has mastered Shikai and completely mastered it. At the same time, all the ghosts below number 50 have learned and used them skillfully in battle, and Shunbu has improved by leaps and bounds. As for the white fight, she used to be a master of hockey in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Her physical skills will it be bad. The speed of Bai Da's improvement is only above the Ghost Road, and it is exactly the same as that of Shunpo. For a person who has just become a god of death to achieve such an achievement in 3 days is simply to make countless gods of death secretly ashamed and feel extremely ashamed, but no matter what, Sophie became a god of death for too short a time, plus she has to lay a solid foundation. How can I make myself enter the country too fast? So where is Sophie's ability to develop and understand Zanpakuto, who has become the god of death for 3 days? It would be even more impossible for Benkai to understand the change in Nellie L just now, but she is the proud woman of the sky. Of course, it is time to be strong. Now that she is told by Yunoka Lai, she can't say how angry she is, especially when she saw Usuali's half-smile, as if a dark-bellied devil's face was looking at her behind her. It made her even more depressed and angry. If you want to kill me, then let's die together, the thunder that destroys all living beings. King Ling saw that Lu Chengkong's terrifying kick containing the power of heaven and earth was about to kick him. The ruthless and decisive, not retreat but advance. There was a lot of thunder on his body, and the entire sky that broke the world actually fell countless thunder and lightning, so that Maojawali and Sophie, who was still depressed and still wanted to find Maojawali to settle accounts, had to let go Maojawali quickly to Saifeng. Yuan Yei and Bachinliu were protected, otherwise it would be bad if they were affected. For a while, the endless thunder and lightning seemed to contain the wrath of God, falling continuously. The nearby space was destroyed in a mess, and Datu was even shattered. I saw Spirit King's whole body turned into a thick terrifying lightning that could destroy the world and collided directly with Lu Chengkong. Click. A crisp shattering sound was clearly heard in the ears of Sophie and the other women in such a noisy environment. When they looked around, they saw that multiple overlapping spaces within 100 miles of the boundary shattered. Leaving a dark void in the universe, even the space was shattered, not to mention the earth and sky, all of which were smashed into powder by the violent spiritual pressure. Haha, you can't kill me, even if you are a genius. You have advanced to Wang Shu, and the time for the Spirit King level is still short, although I don't know what method I used to increase my strength to such a level that it has no less than my strength, but your background is not comparable to mine after all. The King Ling laughed like a madman, and his voice was full of pride and arrogance, but no one noticed that there was a gleam in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, his wild laughter was his disguise, and he was definitely playing something. It's a pity that the scene is so chaotic now, and he deliberately pretends to be like this. He is good at forbearance and disguise, and he is even more hidden from everyone. 709, 710 roundabout. Really, don't get too complacent. 3 points return to your vitality. Lu Chengkong sneered. His hands were rotated and pressed together and then folded in front of his chest. His left hand was slightly bent with 5 fingers down on the center of the upper palm, and again with 5 fingers up on the center of the lower palm, separated by about 20 centimeters of space. I saw a crackling electric light flashing out between the two hands. The chaotic sound of the water waves sounded, and a small water ball rotating at a high speed was formed in an instant, and then pushed towards the Spirit King. Even if the Spirit King had some idea in his heart, he was still stunned by the sudden 3-point return. The Spirit King only felt that at this moment there was only one in his eyes who wanted to push forward with boundless pressure and terror. A water polo called Sanfin Guiyuanchi. It was too late and the king didn't expect it. He thought that the move just now was not Lu Chengkong's strongest trick, but in that situation just now, Lu Chengkong should have mustered all his strength, and after a momentary confrontation more or less, they lacked stamina, and they couldn't attack in an instant, or they didn't feel relieved. It's a pity that he didn't expect Lu Chengkong to hide his hand. After releasing such a powerful attack, he could use both hands to release this terrifying stunt at the same time. With his 3-point return to life energy in the state of disintegrating and returning to the edge, it is not just Benkai when he fought with Zhao Zhoutong to death, but he can still be compared with the high-level strength of Skrito, but now he is Wang Shu's. The strength is fully released. A 3-point return like a water polo slammed into the Spirit King's chest. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide, but he couldn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but that his old power had just gone and his new power had not yet been born. Sanfin Guiyuanchi's unique ability to freeze the space seems to contain infinite suction to suck his body, and the distance is so fast. In such an embarrassing state between the lightning and flint, the Spirit King can only be hit by 3 points of Guiyuanchi and fly up like a hit toy. The place where the chest was hit was directly crushed into powder, and blood splashed shooting out. The situation of the Spirit King looks extremely dangerous and miserable. Ah! A trace of remorse flashed in the King's Spirit's eyes, but it turned into firmness. The change in this moment was noticed by Usually. It might have been confusing before and she couldn't see it, but this time how could she not see it, and she could see it clearly. With her understanding of the Spirit King, she could describe it like this, sinister and despicable, and she could do anything to the extreme. Especially when King Ling chose to confront Lu Chengkong so decisively just now. This is not like King Ling's usual style, but Mao Jihuli is not a saint after all. How can he just count on his fingers, and he will know the world with a single thought? She has the ability to do things, so now even if she knows what the Spirit King must be paying attention to, she can't guess, she can only strengthen her vigilance. But no matter what, the Spirit King ate a 3-point return and his chest was blown into powder. He felt the pain in his body, and he couldn't help screaming. His face looked extremely sinister and resentful. I shudder to see it. For many years, he has never been hurt to this extent or faced such a situation, and all this was caused by this little devil in front of him. Revealing the color of hatred and hatred. Although he had a certain idea in his heart to make him suddenly fight with Lu Chengkong abnormally, but now he was seriously injured by Lu Chengkong, and it was still more serious than he thought. Let her know that this time he was really serious danger. However, he doesn't try not to fight. He knows that he will win if he dares to fight, and Lu Chengkong is not the only one who has gained. On the contrary, any being who cultivates and becomes stronger understands this principle, but knowing it does not mean that he can do it, and he still does it. Arrived, hard work succeeded. Just like the old and modern famous sayings about information inflation in the 21st century, as long as you can access the internet, even if you don't go out, the otaku who has to go out knows a lot, but what if he knows? How many of these principles can be used well? There is no way. At this time I can only fight. Keep moving forward. As long as I succeed, I will definitely blow you guys to ashes. Life is better than death. Spirit King roared frantically in his heart, his eyes resentful and resentful. Glancing at Lu Chengkong, Mao Zhiwali, Sophie and others. I hope I guessed right. Wang Shu, don't let me down. King Ling was very anxious when he saw Lu Chengkong's 3-point return to his vitality again. From this, it could be seen that the purpose of his fight was obviously related to Wang Shu. Not that he wanted to gamble with his own life. He does not have the kind of struggle Lu Chengkong that he never gave up at the moment he was forced to by external pressure when he was in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Heart. Of course, he wouldn't be so crazy about finding trouble. The reason why he was so forced was that one Lu Chengkong would be enough to hurt him. With Mao Zhiwali and Sophie, if the 3 of them played together, he might be in for 10 rounds. Was killed. Although he was very surprised why Lu Chengkong didn't go up with the three of them to destroy him first and then destroy Shu, it's just that he can figure out a way back for himself between life and death. Where there is still time to think about these things, it can only be summed up in Lu Chengkong had just broken through to the level of Wang Shu, and he was arrogant, and he had sneaked up on him before, wanting to take revenge or heroism with his own hands. It's a pity that he knew that Lu Chengkong never liked being a hero, because he knew that even a hero with great strength would basically end up dying early or not dying. Although he thinks that his strength is very strong, even in the world of death, he has climbed from weak to almost the strongest level of existence, but he knows how many void planes in the infinite universe, and there are countless strong people in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and in the world of death, he may be able to reign supreme, but what about the outside? He is still very self-aware and doesn't think highly of himself as a hero. Disintegrate, return to the blade. Just when Siphon Yuan Yi thought that the Spirit King was sure to die, and showed a happy smile, a mutation protruded, the space near the Spirit King suddenly cracked, and a figure rushed out at an astonishing speed. After completing the disintegration and returning to the blade, who else could this person be if not Wang Shu? Thousands of slaughtering blades formed a sword net that blocked the world and shot at Lu Chengkong, forcing Lu Chengkong to turn the 3-point return of vitality into a defensive form. Only the 3-point return of vitality the size of a strong man's fist suddenly changed. The existence of a colorless and transparent square circle similar to the body protection chi surrounded Lu Chengkong's entire province from top to bottom. He knew very well how terrifying the mental attack of Wang Shu's Zanpakudo was. At the beginning, he shared with Sophie that it was simply suffering from being injured. Although the reason for this was entirely because Wang Shu and the Spirit King had already reached the level of Spirit Void when they merged, they were not genuine existences, but their strength was definitely far better than that of Mao Ji Walai. Although it would not be so troublesome if you were hit with equal strength, if the strength is at the same level, Azuki can definitely fight or even eliminate it. Where will he be suppressed by Uzuru for so many years? But even so, only the terrifying power of being hit by a knife is still fresh in Lu Chengkong's memory. 710-711 Has the Spirit King's calculation succeeded? Haha, come, although I don't know what Lu Chengkong and Mao Zhiwali are thinking about, but you have given me such a good opportunity. If you don't make good use of it, it won't be a waste of your kindness. King Ling saw Wang Shu's appearance and let Lu Chengkong take the lead, and then rushed to himself. His eyes were full of greed and excitement, but he did not know that the same was true in King Ling's heart. But now he was indeed seriously injured, and he pretended to have no resistance for it, with a look of grief and anger, watching Wang Shu rush towards him in fear. Ling Wang, you can go in peace. The final winner is still me. When I devour you and become a real beyond Wang Shu, after the existence of the Spirit King level, I will avenge you and give you a glorious funeral. It's not that Wang Shu is stupid, nor is Wang Shu an idiot, but Wang Shu devours the Spirit King, and the Spirit King devours Wang Shu. This is the natural instinct of both parties. They all know that as long as they devour each other, the benefits they get are definitely not comparable to other phantoms devouring the god of death or devouring the same kind. Think of the first phantom devouring the first god of death in the world of the god of death. If there is no great benefit, will the two sides try to calculate each other so desperately? In addition to being temporarily blinded by the greed in his heart, Wang Shu also judged that the Spirit King was indeed severely injured, and it was a very serious one. As long as you grab the Spirit King by yourself, even if you are besieged by Mao Zhiwali, Lu Chengkong, and Sophie at most, you will be seriously injured. They can't kill themselves in an instant. Just a little time is enough to swallow Wang Shu. At that time, none of the 10 Lu Chengkong would be his opponents. It is precisely because of this that even if Wang Shu knew that there was a great danger, she would have to fight. Otherwise, when the King of Spirit died, he would definitely be the next one. Even if Shu knew that there was likely to be a trap in front of him, he had to jump into it. Shoot! Mao Zhiwali had already raised his vigilance after seeing the abnormality of King Ling. Seeing Wang Shu rushing over, thinking about the abnormality before King Ling and the arrangement that Lu Chengkong had discussed with them before, The intelligent Maojawali immediately figured it out, but she didn't stop her. Whether it was Wang Shu devouring the Spirit King or the Spirit King devouring Wang Shu, there was no conflict with Lu Chengkong's plan. Since Wang Shu rushed over, then only can blame Wang Shu for being unlucky. Wheel of Fortune. Sophie now has a formidable strength but can't fully exert it. Facing opponents below Wang Shu, of course, she was instantly killed, but facing opponents of the same level, she had only become a god of death for 3 days, and she did not have any powerful stunts. Fortunately, both she and Lu Chengkong came from the One Piece King of Pirates world, and all the strengths that belonged to the One Piece King of Pirates world were taken away, but now that she has the power of Wang Shu, she can fight against the laws of the world, and she is also with Lu Chengkong. It also took back some of his abilities in the world of One Piece King of Pirates. What she got back was not the Emperor's color, nor any subtle physical skills, but the fruit ability, the fruit of fate. She used her powerful spiritual pressure to use the ability to use the fruit of fate to attack. It is obviously the strongest of Sophie at present. From now on, it is much more powerful to use the Death God skills that I am not familiar with and not very powerful at present. Is this the devil fruit ability of the One Piece King of Pirates world that Lu Chengkong said? Very outstanding ability. Is it fate? Maybe it's bound by the world laws of the One Piece King of Pirates plane, or it may be in that world. At that time, Sophie was not strong enough. But now she has the power of Wang Shu to drive this devil fruit in the world of death. The power is of course powerful. It seems that she will not be able to live in the plane of One Piece King of Pirates in the future. Too boring. At least there are a lot of devil fruits for me to study. Quote. Ujawali glanced at Sophie with interest, as if the ability to judge the fate of all beings was released, and she wanted to travel more and more quickly. However, she also knew that in order to travel quickly on the plane, she had to kill Wang Shu and King Ling in front of her. Thinking of this, Maojawali's attack was even more ruthless. Haiyuan Ice Dragon King, the world is frozen, absolutely 0. 3 points return to vitality. When Wang Shu appeared, in order to snatch the Spirit King, he had already released his own trick to force Lu Chengkong to switch from attacking to defending, but at this time he had to go all out to deal with a Lu Chengkong, and now he is facing a stronger than himself. Lai, who was 1 or 2 steps weaker than himself, but with absolute strength of the same level. Sophie Marceau's attack immediately made Wang Shu passive, and at the same time, he was immediately blown up and wounded. It's just that the matter is obviously not over yet. When Wang Shu thought he could breathe a sigh of relief and devour the Spirit King immediately, Lu Chengkong turned his 3-point return from defense to attack, and a spinning water ball slammed into him. On the body, you must know that the Spirit King was also directly hit by 3 points of Gui Yuan Qi to have such an injury. Now when Wang Shu is attacking himself, he has no way to defend himself. He had already vomited blood and was seriously injured by the attacks of Maojawali and Sophie, and Lu Chengkong also sees this opportunity to protect his body like a protective shield. The 3-point return of vitality turned into an attack, which made Wang Shu's injury even more serious. Want to devour me, idiot, I was the one who won in the end. Wang Shu, who had eaten another 3-point Guiyuan Qi, already knew that it was not good. Although the 3-point Guiyuan Qi was powerful, even if he was hit in the front, it was only a serious injury. Will never look like the King of Spirit is about to die. It's a pity that it was too late for Wang Shu to wake up and want to kill or throw the King of Spirits out. He and the King of Spirits were only half a pound in strength. Now he has been injured more than the King of Spirits, and the King of Spirits was caught by him. At such a close distance, there is no intention to calculate, and the King of the Spirits suddenly burst into a thunder dragon and opened its largest mouth to swallow Wang Shu. Damn, you sinister guy, are you trying to kill me and devour me? Don't even think about it. Even if I blow myself up, I won't make you a bastard. To show weakness to the enemy, it is a calculation to dig a hole and wait for yourself to step on it. It's just that this calculation is obviously crazy. If he doesn't come out, the Spirit King will definitely die, but can Wang Shu stand the temptation? Even if he knows the danger, he will go, because the temptation is too great, plus Wang Shu knows that he will not go. The king of spirit hangs up, and the next one will come to him, so he has to go. Middle count. HMPH, I paid so much to wait for you to come, do you think I'll give you this chance? After being attacked by Usually, Lu Chenggong, and that woman, how much resistance do you have? Die, Wang Shu, be a stepping stone for me to embark on the road to the spiritual world. Since you just said to give me a grand burial, you can rest assured, I will avenge you and give you a grand burial. 711-712 Who counts whom? Wang Shu heard that no matter how angry and resentful his heart was, he couldn't help choking, his face was suffocated and he almost fainted. After a while, he became the Spirit King and said such words to himself. It's a pity that this is Wang Shu's last sentence and last thought. He just wanted to blow himself up, but tragically found himself numb, not only his body but even his soul was paralyzed. He was lost for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he only felt that the severe pain came from all over the body, so he could only let out a scream, and his consciousness had become more and more blurred. He lost consciousness. It should be said that he was already dead, and the generation of Wang Shu actually died like this. Haha, Lu Chenggong, Mao Zhawali, and that woman, it will be with you soon. After killing Wang Shu, the Spirit King who transformed into a giant thunder dragon was like a villain, and immediately Thunder Dragon a death gray light burst out from all over his body and surrounded his entire huge body. It didn't take long for the surface of the Thunder Dragon to form an oval-shaped death gray egg-shaped sphere that occasionally flashed with thunder, surrounding him. Satisfied. Now everything is going according to your plan. Oops, my life is really hard. After a few days of freedom, you are a lunatic who will come here and work hard. If you win, I will not benefit. If you lose, I'll be buried with you. Sophie Marceau shook her head and kept sighing. Siphon Yuan Yi and Bachin Liu both laughed as they watched. I believe that Chenggong can win. Suddenly a very familiar voice sounded. Siphon Yuan Yi and Bachin Liu suddenly looked at the owner of this voice with shock, surprise, disbelief and joy. Nellie L. who disappeared. Just seeing that she was in good spirits and exuding a confident and capable air, she knew that she should have succeeded. Only Sophie, who saw the real situation early in the morning and knew a little bit about her bickering with Usually, was calm and did not change in the slightest. They knew it early on, so is there any need to be surprised? It's still my little baby who treats me the best. Lu Chenggong smiled and pulled Nellie L over and hugged her in his arms. It was a burst of kisses against her small mouth. His own sister, but still made Nellie Lu's eyes flash a hint of shyness. Her trust in you is already blind. Sophie curled her lips and said in a sour tone, as if seeing Lu Chenggong with such a blind Nellie Lu who trusts her is very uncomfortable. Yes, but looking at its smart and cunning eyes, she knew that she was just pretending. Then you can also trust me blindly, so you don't have to worry so much. Lu Chenggong immediately retorted, not knowing that Sophie Marceau did not pretend to be on purpose. Sophie Marceau was speechless for a moment, so she made herself blindly believe in him. Do you want to pretend it yourself? I really admire you. You can still talk and laugh so calmly when you are about to die. Should I say you are stupid or do you have other sources of support? King Ling didn't know when he had broken out of the egg, like a new life. Such a powerful pressure makes it difficult to breathe. It seems that you are not stupid enough. Don't you think things are going too smoothly in your head, as if there is an invisible big hand promoting the devouring battle between you and Wang Shu? Lu Chenggong sneered, his eyes closed. A sneer flashed in the middle, and this sneer was caught by the Spirit King, and he would remember all the previous things. He felt a strange feeling early in the morning. Lu Chenggong didn't understand him, but with his understanding, Mao Zhawali's shrewdness would never give him this opportunity. And seeing that the three of them were all confident from beginning to end smile, as if they devoured Wang Shu or Wang Shu devoured themselves as if they had expected it early in the morning. You deliberately let me devour Wang Shu. You are really stupid, no matter what plans or arrangements you have, but letting me devour Wang Shu is the stupidest thing you have done in your life. Mao Zhawali, aren't you very shrewd? Why did you make such a stupid decision after following this brat? Is this the so-called magic of love? Although I don't know how to feel a little uncomfortable in my heart, as if I have a feeling of being calculated, the king's spirit doesn't care at all. After all, his current strength is far superior to the 3 Lu Chengkong in front of him, and he has reached the spiritual level. The level of emptiness, and it is a genuine spiritual emptiness. It is not comparable to the spiritual emptiness that was briefly improved after the fusion with Wang Shu. The gap between the two is too great. Say a few more words before you die, or you won't have a chance. Mao Zhawali gently stroked the braid on her chest, without even looking at the King of Spirit, as if King of the Spirit was now in her eyes as a dead-like. Okay, I'll see how you kill me. Although I'm already in the void now, devouring the 3 of you should make my strength stronger and my realm completely stabilized. There was a flash of desire in the eyes of the King of Spirit, and he immediately turned into a thunderbolt and slammed into Lu Chengkong's chest like a poisonous dragon, as if he wanted to penetrate Lu Chengkong's body directly. The speed was like a teleportation. Generally too fast. 3-point return to vitality. Lu Chengkong folded his hands together and immediately shot a 3-point return to vitality, but the 3-point return to vitality that was enough to severely wound both the Spirit King and Wang Shu was easily given to the Spirit King's thunder and lightning. Broken down. This trick is very powerful. It is actually the fusion of 3 different source powers. It's just that the gap between us is too big. Die. The Spirit King roared loudly, and his right hand wrapped in thunder and lightning shot towards Lu Chengkong's heart, and as soon as he shot it, the thunder struck Lu Chengkong's heart without giving Lu Chengkong any chance to turn over. Boom. When King Ling's right hand was about to run through Lu Chengkong's heart, King Ling couldn't help showing a smug smile. A strong and powerful hand suddenly squeezed King Ling's palm and let his hand never stop. Unable to advance half an inch, at the same time, the collision of the 2 forces caused layers of cracks to appear directly in the space near the 2, and the dazzling lightning cracks were released, and they continued to wreak havoc in the sky. How could this happen? Actually. King Ling's smile had frozen, his eyes widened, and he stared at Lu Chengkong's face with a trembling voice. Even Mao Zhawali's current quasi-linguistic strength is not enough, but Lu Chengkong, who was only an advanced Wang Shu not long ago, actually blocked his attack lightly. How could he not be surprised? I've been plotting against you from the beginning to the end. Do you really think I'm so idiot and don't have enough strength? Do you think I'll swallow Wang Shu for you? You don't understand such a simple truth. The power is very confident. Quote. 712-713 Reappearance of the Devil's Change. Ling Shu abruptly opened Lu Chengkong's big hand that was bound to his right hand like a curse, and with a flash of lightning, he pulled the distance between the 2 with a squeak, pointing at Lu Chengkong, who looked like a human-shaped unicorn, and said no for a long time. Say a word. Are you surprised? Then I'm doing it once. This time you can see it clearly. Lu Chengkong tickled the corner of his mouth hidden under the mask, and Ujawali and Sophie looked at each other isho. Obviously they had long been knowing that Lu Chengkong would attack the Spirit King like this. I saw Lu Chengkong slowly raised his right hand and pressed it on his face. Suddenly a burst of light flashed, and the unicorn mask covering his face disappeared in a flash, revealing Lu Chengkong's face. Demon changes. That's right. Lu Chengkong's return against the laws of the world is part of the power of the One Piece King of Pirates world is the demon bloodline. This powerful bloodline that has changed his very ordinary aptitude makes him in the One Piece King of Pirates world across the world. Even in the face of the Void Demon, it can be defeated. It is precisely because of the return of this bloodline that Lu Chengkong has the capital to take such an adventure. Let the Spirit King swallow Wang Shu, become the strongest, kill him at that time, swallow him again, and reach the Spirit King's present in one fell swoop. This level. At that time, with the strength of your own spirit and the power of your own demon blood, the demon transformation and the demon emperor transformation are too far away, or the planes whose level is too much higher than your own level may not be able to travel temporarily, but you can get from the plane of One Piece King of Pirates came to the plane of death, and the 2 planes should be not far apart in time and space. With their own strength and the improvement of the demon transformation and the demon emperor transformation, it is absolutely impossible to go back to the One Piece King of Pirates plane. Problem, and very easy. What's more important is that after reaching the phantom level, I have been freed from the shackles of the world law of the plane of death. All the abilities of my One Piece King of Pirates world include Rokushiki, life return, and all devil fruits will come back. One Piece King of the Enel and the new pleasure on the plane of pirates have their own spatial coordinates. With this spatial coordinate as the leader, it is very easy to go back, but Liu Chengkong has prepared so much, and he has the ability to transform into a demon emperor, and a mirror fruit. When traveling, I encountered an accidental space storm when I was traveling to the plane of One Piece King of Pirates with the Void Great Demon and fell into the sea, losing shelter from water droplets. Although such an accident is minimal, it is better to be careful. If the strength is strong enough, it can also withstand the space storms that appear on these weak planes, instead of being passive and running away. Puff! The sound of shredding rags suddenly sounded, and Liu Chengkong's black and white pupils suddenly turned black as ink, without a trace of luster, like two small black holes inlaid in his eyes. The souls of people were sucked in, and at the same time, a pair of demon wings appeared on Liu Chengkong's back, which had not appeared in a long time. A negative energy that ravages, destroys, and destroys everything spreads out from his body in all directions. The potential of the devil's bloodline becomes stronger with Liu Chengkong's strength, and the deeper the excavation, the stronger the power. Now Liu Chengkong's strength is more than 100 times stronger than when he was on the plane of One Piece King of Pirates, so the failure brought by the demon bloodline is stronger. The stronger the same strength, the increase in using the demon becomes also bigger. It's such a strong negative energy. What is Chengkong like? It can't be affected by this negative energy. Liu Chengkong didn't tell anyone about the devil's blood, so even if he is from the One Piece King of Pirates, Sophie Marceau, who is in front of her, could only be confused and said that she didn't know. When I saw him for the first time, I found that there seemed to be an unusual energy that was constantly changing his body and improving his aptitude. It was unbelievable. The surprise is bigger and bigger every time we meet, and his life experience is more complicated. Quote. Sophie Marceau said that Liu Chengkong was not an aboriginal resident of the One Piece King of Pirates plane and told Maojawali, which made Maojawali very interesting, and stared at Liu Chengkong with a twinkle in her eyes. It looks like a scientist sees something that can make him sleepless to study. Don't forget that Uno Hanali's favorite is to study various abilities, or blood and the like. It's heavier than that guy's negative energy. What is this? King Ling was extremely shocked. In this respect, he obviously found that Liu Chengkong gave him a sense of threat when he squeezed his hand just now. Obviously only the same level can bring it to yourself. But the moment Liu Chengkong took off his mask, that feeling disappeared again, but when Liu Chengkong threw out the word, devil, he began to faintly feel an uncontrollable but very light threat, but still can't compare to the beginning. Also, the second stage of demon transformation. Liu Chengkong said in a deep voice. His whole body was covered with black energy as if he was on duty, and these energies kept pouring towards the pair of demon wings on Liu Chengkong's back. Not long after, there was only one pair of demon wings suddenly flickered. Like a phantom clone, it was divided into 4, from a pair of demon wings to 2 pairs of 4. I thought that he was the last beneficiary, but now it seems that Liu Chengkong has been calculating himself from the beginning, and he is completely at the mercy of him like a headless fly, so that he has always been aloof, and no one has ever rebelled against him. Ling Wang felt very uncomfortable. Don't be complacent, at best you can only compete with me when I entered the Benkai state. Don't forget that I am now a ghost at the level of death. I can still disintegrate and return to the blade. The final winner is still me. The King of Spirit took a deep breath. He would not lose. He did not believe he would lose. He was the strongest god of death, always been, and of course he thought so. Then go back to the blade and disintegrate. Liu Chengkong waved his hand indifferently, and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that the Spirit King doesn't need to take care of himself at all, and he can take action with all his strength. Return to the blade. I don't believe that you can become stronger. I will not give you any chance to fight back this time, leaving you dead without a corpse. I see what cards you have. The blue veins on the king's forehead were exposed, and he roared loudly. The loud sound made the air rippling. Immediately, a surge of spiritual pressure burst out from the king's body. It was stronger. Obviously, the Spirit King did not want to be stimulated anymore to kill Lu Chengkong with absolute power, and he actually used the disintegration and return blade in one go. 714 Virtual Ability. Let's die, Rebel Thunder. The Spirit King, who seemed to have turned into a lion-faced man, exuded a strong kingly air, as if he was really the king of beasts, and the thick thunder and lightning seemed to shuttle between the past and the future. Usually, it directly penetrated the void and slammed into Lu Chengkong's body, which was already beyond the limit that words could describe. After Lu Chengkong exploded, a large space where Lu Chengkong was located has been fragmented. Obviously, after reaching the spirit void level, it has exceeded the limit that the Death God plane can bear. If you continue to fight the entire plane, it will not take long. It will be destroyed, and even the powerhouses who cannot be bound by the laws of the world can't bear their battles on the plane of death. Don't be too happy for too long. An enlarged version of the 3-point Guiyuan wrapped Lu Chengkong's whole body like a protective cover and was airtight. Even if the space of this world was blown up, the gas cover on Lu Chengkong's body was not destroyed. Breaking, it really is a trick of both offense and defense. However, if you take a serious look, you will find that this air hood is already on the verge of its limit, and it can only withstand one blow. After all, the current gap is still too large, and the second stage of demon transformation can only make Lu Chengkong's strength comparable to the spiritual level. The Spirit King fought in Bankai state, but the Spirit King is now disintegrating, and the increase in an instant is too great, and it is great to be able to defend against an attack. Hey, the mayfly shakes the tree, you can only resist it for a while at most. I will use a more powerful attack next time. You still can't change the fate of your death. Death explodes. The Spirit King said disdainfully. The movement on his hand did not fall at all. Compared with the previous thunder and lightning, this thunder and lightning was full of tyranny. It seemed that a very unstable atomic bomb would explode at any time, but the only thing that was certain was the power of this thunder and lightning. It is definitely stronger than the previous betrayal thunder. Idiot, I've been plotting against you all the time, how can I give you a chance to turn over, and I won't put myself in danger and have no resistance, the light of the devil, the transformation of the devil. The corners of Lu Chengkong's mouth twitched, his hands clenched into fists, and he roared, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and the muscles in his body swelled, and then instantly contracted back to their original shape. Roar. A sound resembling a tiger and an elephant, with an infinite anger resounding in a radius of tens of miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, or even the entire boundary can be clearly heard, like a monstrous devil who has just been born. The world unleashes the roar of its arrival. In an instant, Lu Chengkong's appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes. The demon scale armor, demon wings, and the human-shaped unicorn-like changes brought by the second stage of the demon transformation have all disappeared and returned to the original one. Common man state. It's just that the black hair turned into long silver black hair. The hair growth stopped when it reached the waist. At the same time, a symbol appeared on Lu Chengkong's forehead. It should be a spell. The imprint is more suitable. The ancient, violent and destructive aura is obviously the mark of the devil, and of course the pair of slender but beautiful devil fangs in the mouth that look like hockey, incomparable. No, I don't believe it. You are just a god of death at the level of Wang Shu, how can you possibly be comparable to me? King Ling only felt that his head was about to explode, he couldn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it. The only thought now is to destroy this Lu Chengkong that he cannot accept. HMPH, the 3-point return to vitality. Lu Chengkong poured the demon power brought by the Demon Emperor transformation into it, making the 3-point return to vitality even more powerful, and the originally transparent water polo had turned into a high-speed rotation like a black hole. Black energy ball. Electrical light and thunder is urgent. Feeling the horror of the 3-point return to the original demonic energy, even the Spirit King, who had only one thought left, his head immediately awake. The sky suddenly flickered with thunder and lightning, and the thunder and lightning flashed. Like a god, all the thunder and lightning between the heavens and the earth are under his control, and waves of electric light continue to slash on the 3-point return to the original demonic energy that is advancing towards him, and a series of explosions continue to sound. Sophie, Maujawali and other women pushed them far, far away, and even pushed them to the edge of the broken world. The destructive power of a powerhouse who has reached the level of Lingwu is too great, and it is a real destruction. The existence of the world, the entire death god plane, will completely return to the universe if it continues to fight like this. It's useless. I haven't shown my special ability as a virtual all the time. I'll let you see it today. Overlap. Lu Chengkong's body was suddenly in a trance. When Lu Chengkong's body moved, he was surprised to find that there were several phantom-like beings on Lu Chengkong's body, but when Lu Chengkong stood still, these phantoms seemed to merge into one another. It seemed that Lu Chengkong no longer came out of his body. HMPH. Nothing special, it's not a powerful attacking ability, and whether you have increased strength, it seems that you are not as good as I imagined. Although King Ling said that he was very disdainful, he was relieved in his heart. He was really a little afraid that this guy with endless trump cards would have another surge in strength. At that time, he would not have to fight, and he would blow himself up. He devoured and made him complete. It's just that the Spirit King soon became tragic, and he didn't even have the time or opportunity to speak, because Lu Chengkong moved, and instead of bringing his hands together, a 3-point return to the original devil energy appeared in each of his left and right hands. After the lacing, the space where he passed was frozen without exception, and there was no escape at all, but the Spirit King never thought of escaping. It's useless, I've already figured out this kind of attack. Crazy thunder is falling from the sky. The 10 fingers of the Spirit King shot out countless thunderbolts at the 3-point return magic energy that was advancing towards him at the same time. It's nothing at all in terms of returning to the original demonic energy, but the 10 fingers of the Spirit King are like an AK with endless bullets. Disperse. Lu Chengkong's cold voice seemed to be blown by the cold wind over a person's body, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and 2 3-points returning to the original demonic energy appeared behind him just like when Lu Chengkong moved just now. A phantom that was so tightly adhered that it was almost inseparable. Originally, the Spirit King thought that the 2 3-point Guiyuan demonic chi would definitely be wiped out under his repeated bombardment, but soon he was stunned, because the 2 3-point Guiyuan demonic chi revealed their own after the smoke had dissipated. The figure, without incident, slammed directly on him. 715 shatter the boundary. PFF'd. The Spirit King only felt that his chest was constantly being eroded by a series of violent spinning forces, causing him to spew several liters of blood up to the sky. Let Lu Chengkong shout waste in his heart. He wants to spray blood at the time of the Red Cross Society in this world. This place can buy a lot of money. If the Spirit King in the blood spray knows Lu Chengkong's thoughts at this time, it may be possible it is not as little as vomiting a few liters of blood. What is this? Although King Ling was not surprised, after suffering a big loss, he went to his chest and was blasted with 2 big holes, but King Ling was not worried because the 2 holes in his chest were unexpectedly large. Lightning flashed, and after the electric light disappeared, the wound disappeared, and the violent energy in the body was also cleared by him. It's the same as what you released just now. You should be able to recover from your injuries so quickly, right? That's not the level that super speed regeneration can achieve. Lu Chengkong is also a little curious. He knows that not all the abilities of the virtual are that Yachukas comprehends 1 skill, and Vastad comprehends 2. Looking at the 5 forms like Ju Nanbai, he knows that some virtual abilities have only 1 kind. Ability, and the Spirit King is this. After I acquired the virtual ability, there is only 1 special skill so far, which is the limit regeneration just now. King Ling didn't hide it. After all, it was just a name. This ability he didn't use before facing Lu Chengkong was just to pit Wang Shu. Now that he has swallowed Wang Shu, there is no need to conceal it, and concealment is superfluous. Cheng Kong's eyes can see what it is. Very powerful regeneration ability. As long as your soul body does not collapse once and cannot be regenerated, it will not kill you. That is to say, you need to reach a destructive power beyond your limit regeneration to be able to regenerate to kill you. Sure enough, Lu Qingkong did not disappoint the Spirit King, and immediately saw the mystery of his limit regeneration, but seeing that does not mean that it can be cracked, because sometimes the more complex the ability, the easier it is to crack, and the more difficult it is after cracking. On the contrary, the simpler and easier to understand and simple ability, the more difficult to crack, because everyone knows the method, but it depends on whether you can do it. What about yours? Just now there were only 2 3-point return magic energy, but when it attacked me, I clearly felt that it turned into 4 and continuously destroyed me. Is this your ability? It doesn't seem to be anything special, a little let down. I am disappointed. King Ling nodded indifferently. It was completely within his expectation that Lu Qingkong could say it. If he couldn't say it, he would really doubt whether Lu Qingkong in front of him was mentally retarded. I hope you will be able to say something like this later. Lu Qingkong's abilities are similar to those of the Spirit King. They are both very simple and easy to understand, but this is not the only way to use them. Lu Qingkong's figure flashed, and he directly crossed the obstacles of space and came to the Spirit King's body. His speed had already surpassed the Spirit King's. However, although the Spirit King's speed was not as fast as Lu Qingkong's, his response was not slow. When Lu Qingkong moved, he already knew that it was not good, and suddenly the thunder light all over his body was generous, as if electric discharges erupted into any space around him. Up and down his body, such a dense thunder and lightning bombard Lu Qingkong absolutely can't get close to him. Even if he gets close to him, he will immediately was shown. Sure enough, Lu Qingkong, who was wearing the protective cover that he hated the most, appeared in the upper left corner of himself. After the formation of the 3-point Guiyuan Qi, there are 2 forms, one is the same protection as now. The other form, of course, is to attack. I saw that the pitch-black sphere that wrapped Lu Qingkong suddenly shot out a 3-point return to vitality, and at the same time carried a phantom. How could the Spirit King who suffered a loss will suffer again, and immediately raised his hands high, forming a huge radius of 500 meters. The electric ball threw it towards the fist-sized 3-point return to the original demonic energy in front of him. The boundary is going to be destroyed. Go away. Mao Zhawali understands that the power that bursts out at the moment when the electric ball and the 3-point return magic energy collide can definitely radiate the entire boundary, and then the boundary will definitely be destroyed. If you destroy it, will you fall into the void of the universe if you don't leave? Where there are space storms everywhere, courting death is not like this. When Sophie heard the words, she opened the black cavity without saying a word, and jumped in immediately. But what surprised and speechless was that she was the fastest to open the black cavity, but the speed of entering was slower than that of others. This little guy jumped in as if he had opened the transmission. It's not that they ran away, but that fighting at this level would only be a burden to stay, and instead distracted Lu Qingkong to protect them. That's why they walked so fast. Reason stays here like a fool or rushes over to help. Their reason is analyzed and they leave here. It is the best help to let Lu Qingkong feel at ease and fight without any scruples. Boom. Sure enough, as soon as they walked on their front feet, the energy fluctuations from the collision of the 2 energy balls, one large and one small, immediately radiated the entire boundary, and the whole boundary began to shake and vibrate, and a click sounded not long afterward. Immediately, with a loud bang, the entire space of the broken boundary shattered and exploded at a speed visible to the inner eye. It's just that Lu Qingkong and King Ling didn't care at all, because they knew that either you died or I died today, and any retreat in their hearts before they moved forward would kill them. Otherwise, with the character of King Ling, how could he be so desperate, and the king still has his own ideas. He doesn't believe that Lu Qingkong's demon transformation into a demon emperor has no time limit. Idea Spirit King is desperate to attack and fight. Ha ha. Lu Qingkong twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a free and easy smile. It's useless, my destruction thunderball is compressed. Even if you can overlap 3 or even 4 of the 3-point return magic energy into one, I will be divided into 4 and attack me at a critical moment. It's useless. My weight lies in quality, your weight lies in quantity, how could it be mine? The sarcastic voice of the Spirit King stopped before he could speak, because his huge shattering lightning ball had been dispelled by Lu Chengkong's fist-sized 3-point Guiyuan demonic chi. In this way, Lu Chengkong's 3-point return to the primordial demonic energy after dispelling the shattering thunderball slammed into the Spirit King's body, suddenly turning into a huge black energy storm. No matter the strength or the way of attacking, there is a big gap between his own 3-point Guiyuan chi, and the Spirit King can only be locked in the black energy storm of 3-point Guiyuan chi with hatred. The power of the rotation will completely crush his body in a short time. 715, 716 You can die. Impossible, what you have is only the number. Even if there are 10 3-point return, it is impossible to shatter my thunderball. How did you do it? While releasing the spiritual pressure in his body, the Spirit King turned into lightning and wrapped himself around him to resist the erosion of the surrounding energy storm, roaring continuously while raging. Who told you that my ability to overlap can only overlap multiple 3-point return magic energy into one, and then turn into a few at a critical moment and then carry out a series of sudden and powerful attacks that are hard to resist? I told me that this ability is not simple as overlapping, and overlapping is only half of this ability. In addition to the number overlapping into one and then dispersing into several with my control when needed, there is another half. This is the half of what you are facing now, compression. All my abilities are the overlapping of quantity and the compression of quality. The continuous overlapping and compression of quality and quantity at the same time is the complete state of my ability. Do you really think I am an idiot? Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Do you think I don't know the importance of quality? Faced with this 3-point return to vitality magic energy and the appearance just now, there is no change in the appearance, but the energy destructive power contained in a small 3-point return magic energy is 100 times 1000 times more than before, because there are 919 3-points of the energy of returning to the original chi were forcibly overlapped and formed through 99 compressions. I think you should know that the compression of energy is very dangerous. After the compression is successful, it is more dangerous to control it to attack without exploding and backlashing against yourself. The more the number of compressions, the greater the danger and backlash. But my ability to overlap and compress is able to overlap any kind of tricks, such as the 3-point return magic energy, and then compress the energy quality of each 3-point return magic energy that is reconnected. I'll be in no danger. Of course, if I exceed the number of overlaps and compressions I can, then I will be attacked, but as long as it doesn't exceed me, nothing will happen, and my current strength can only perform 99 times regardless of the number of overlaps and compressions. That is to say, the stunt of the 3-point return to the original magic energy has 999 overlaps in quantity, and the number of compressions is also 99 times. The overlap and compression performed within these 99 times there will be no danger. The combination of overlapping and compression is Lu Chengkong's ability to comprehend, and it is precisely because of this ability that Lu Chengkong is so energetic and motivated to study the ability of Shu. Although his only skill is this one, he doesn't have the 5 form changes of Ju Nanbai, nor does he have 3 skills like Grimjiao Ulquioracipher, but he is satisfied with this move alone. When he comprehended this move, he already knew how great the potential of this move was. He could overlap and compress so many times, and he was still safe without exceeding the limit. This kind of ability is simply leapfrog killing, a must-have super killer for home travel. The first move just now was just used a few times and the number of overlapping is just to confuse the Spirit King, so that the next time will be completed to the limit. The overlapping and compression of the two killed the Spirit King once and for all, without giving the Spirit King a chance to self-destruct or counterattack. Now it seems that he has succeeded. Haha, okay. I didn't expect that my Spirit King Yingming the First would be tricked by you. From beginning to end, Wang Shu and I were nothing but fools, 2 fools who made you stronger. The King Ling was desolate and bitter and laughed like a madman, but his eyes flashed with resentment and madness. Lu Chengkong knew that this guy was definitely not one to sit still. Even Wang Shu would rather blow himself up than give it to the King of Souls. The opportunity to devour, let alone a spirit king who is more harmful to others than Wang Shu. Give me, explode. The King of Spirit roared resentfully, his whole body swelled like a balloon, and he was about to explode himself. How powerful is the self-destruction of a spirit void level powerhouse? Hee, all fools know it. The two of them can instantly destroy the range of their unique skills when they touch it. Not to mention that a powerhouse at the level of spirit void self-destructs, and a powerhouse at the level of spirit void self-destructs. If the opponent is unlucky and dodging in time, it can completely kill three powerhouses of the same level. If the King of Spirit is successful, don't say if the world is broken, even if it is the soul world, the virtual circle and the three broken worlds add up, and even 10 death planes can be completely destroyed. Therefore, Lu Chengkong had figured this out early in the morning, prepared secretly, and absolutely could not give him a successful self-destruction. Otherwise, even if he escaped into the void of the universe by relying on his speed, his wife and friends would surely die. Idiot, do you think I'll give you a chance to self-destruct and pull me into the water? You can die, Spirit King, take the trick. 3 points to return to the devil is my self-control ability, but my disintegration brings the most strong ability is this trick, Function Fury. Quote. Electric light flickered in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and behind him appeared a phantom composed entirely of mysterious winds. This phantom was like the wind god above the 9 heavens, but this wind god was angry under the leadership of Lu Chengkong. The anger of the gods, how much terrible, even if this is not a real god. It is just a phantom that destroys the world. I saw the phantom of the function behind Lu Chengkong merged into Lu Chengkong's body. Following Lu Chengkong's rise from the ground, his whole body revolved at an extremely high speed, forming a white tornado exuding the wrath of the gods, which swept over at once, and the black tornadoes on Ling Wang's body were intertwined with each other, and then the two tornadoes actually merged to form a black and white tornado that looked like a Tai Chi pattern. Godlike anger penetrated deep into the Spirit King's soul. This emotion of God's anger caused the Spirit King's original thought of self-destruction to suddenly sink, and a trace of fear appeared in his mind. It was the fear of facing the wrath of God, and it was precisely because of the influence of this anger that the Spirit King felt fear in his heart. VV's unshakable and self-destructed heart paused for a while, and at this moment Lu Chengkong's attack came at once. The severe pain from all over the body made the heart fall, and the lost mind was clear. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time and only had time to let out a scream, and was swayed by an energy that made the Spirit King irresistible. The only thing Su will have left after destroying his soul is a shattered body that has recovered at an astonishing speed. This black and white tornado obviously not only attacked the body, but also attacked the soul, and it hit the Spirit King's soul violently at once. His consciousness, sanity, and even soul were directly destroyed. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong did not destroy his body at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would destroy Lu Chengkong's body and soul at the same time and devour a fart. Isn't the reason he fought so hard just to devour the Spirit King or Wang Shu in his strongest state? Since the Spirit King devoured Wang Shu, Lu Chengkong would of course have to look at the Spirit King in the strongest state. Otherwise he had so many plans and fought so hard. 717 Devouring the Spirit King, the strongest god of death. Hey, Lu Chengkong sighed lightly, the broken realm has been completely destroyed, and it may not be possible for a few decades or even 100 years to fully recover. After all, this is different from ordinary space cracks and the like. But one of the largest spaces in the plane of death, the entire space was destroyed, and the boundary was more complicated. Different from the soul realm, the void circle, and the present world, it is a pure space. The boundary realm is a space where several layers of cut-off spaces overlap. It is a space surrounded by the torrent of time, and it is very special. Now it is completely shattered. Returning to nothingness, the world's law to regrow a broken boundary is not done in the blink of an eye like mending space. Forget it. Anyway, Apart from the fact that the time ratio is different from that of the outside world, there is nothing worth saving about the broken world. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Lu Chengkong picked up the Spirit King's body and swiped his foot in a flash, and he disappeared in place, and swept toward the Soul realm at an amazing speed beyond the limit. The entire space here was destroyed. Running. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong's speed was astonishing, and he soon arrived at the junction of Duanji and Soul realm. After sensing the spiritual pressure of Maojawali and the others, he opened the black cavity at the edge of Soul realm and came directly to him. Uno Hana is by their side. Solved. Maojawali looked at the cracked space around him, and Lu Chengkong walked out from it. Although he had already guessed it in his heart, he couldn't help but ask. Of course, how could the two of them escape from my palm? Lu Chengkong nodded, and he was relieved. After all, this is a huge risk. The strength of the complete spirit void, and then roughly deduce to what extent the real spirit void has reached. Then compare his demon transformation and the demon emperor transformation. With the comparison, in the end Lu Chengkong dared to take such a risk, otherwise he would really clean up one to the other, as Ujawali said. Less stinky farts. Sophie Marceau said angrily, but the tight string in her heart slowly loosened, but of course she wouldn't show it. This time he is also worth a stinky fart, annihilating Wang Shu and Ling Wang in one fell swoop, and capturing them in one net. Such a slashing and stinking fart is not a problem. You are already the strongest death god, but you don't be proud. Maojawali is always so kind and considerate. As soon as her words came out, they were immediately recognized by Lu Chengkong. Seeing Lu Chengkong's smug look made Sophie Marceau not know why she wanted to punch him. I'll tell you later. Let's finish the last step first. Lu Chengkong was actually quite clueless. To be honest, he was just a god of death who had just reached the level of Wang Shu. After the knife was swallowed up, the strength soared to Wang Shu's high level close to the peak, but after all, it has not reached the peak. He is still uncertain whether he can reach the spirit void level at once after swallowing the Spirit King. After all, he advances a bit quickly. Fortunately, his foundation is very solid, and his soul is very pure without any impurities, and there is no problem with his realm. He is just worried. When he was about to break through, his stamina was insufficient, and he couldn't keep up. This was what Lu Chengkongjing was worried about. Sophie, Yi, Bachenliu, Nilu, you all go back first. All the gods of death in the Spirit King realm have been taken away by us, but the Wangshu guards in the virtual realm haven't yet. I think Wangshu guards should be returned now. We're attacking Jinglingting. Lu Chengkong only remembered something at this time, and immediately gave instructions to the Bachenliu girls. Okay, come back soon. Bachenliu also knew that things were slow, so she didn't lose her temper as usual and refused to separate from Lu Chengkong, and even took the lead in opening her black voice and jumped in. Feng Yuan Yi or two girls jumped in after taking a look at Lu Chengkong. Don't worry about breaking through. This moment can only reflect the mind of the flower. This is a body of the spiritual level. If you swallow it with the strength of the quasi-spiritual virtual reality, you can reach the level of the spiritual virtual 100%. The strength is definitely far beyond the Spirit King who just broke through to the Spirit Void level, but she doesn't look like she wants to swallow it. Instead, he walked to the side and signaled that Lu Chengkong could start. She would give Lu Chengkong the appearance of protecting the law, and it was not unreasonable to blame her for always being able to suppress Wang Shu and King Ling. Okay, Lu Chengkong is not hypocritical. Compared with this, it was negotiated from the beginning. If you swallow it yourself, it doesn't matter if you don't reach the quasi-spiritual emptiness level. The strength is greatly improved, and it is safer when the plane is pierced. And Maojawali seems to prefer self-awareness or breakthroughs in life and death battles, and seems to have not been much interested in swallowing the Spirit King or Wang Shu. Not only that, but Lu Chengkong knew that Maojihualir was more powerful than Nelia Lu, and that Nelio had devoured other gods of emptiness or death after reaching Skrido, but Maojawali went from being a human to becoming a human being. The god of death, she has never devoured any god of death or emptiness until she finally reached the level of quasi-spiritual emptiness. In her words, her path of cultivation does not lie in swallowing. For her, swallowing may advance quickly in a short period of time, but it is obviously not a good thing for her future development. Especially when Maojawali knew that there are more powerful existences in other planes and that Lingshu is not the end, he strengthened this idea and determination. Every life's path to become stronger is different. Maojawali's path to become stronger is a little bit of Taoist Zhongjung and peace, one step at a time, accumulating a small amount of hair, never impatient, very stable at all times, never appearing insufficient stamina. Of course Lu Changkong could see that Maojawali didn't deliberately give him such a reason to make up such a reason, so he was not hypocritical. Devouring, Lu Changkong thought, and the Spirit King's body immediately turned into a ray of light, violent, and directly sank into his mouth. Immediately, Lu Changkong only felt an explosive force surged up in his body, preventing his body from being affected. Controlled expansion. A rising terrifying aura and spiritual pressure erupted from his body, causing Ujawali on one side to immediately release an isolation barrier in the space near Lu Changkong. Changkong, I hope you can succeed. Maojawali looked at Lu Changkong with burning eyes, but she kept her spirits in her heart. Although she knew that no one would disturb her, she was very attentive by nature. Let yourself reveal any flaws, and will not allow any possible accidents to appear, and completely eliminate these accidents. 717 Breakthrough Spirit Void completed today. Paralysis. Why is it so easy for the Spirit King to break through after swallowing Wang Shu, and it's so painful when I swallow the Spirit King? Lu Changkong only felt that his body, including his soul, seemed to be swelled up, and the constant expansion would be unbearable and explode at any time. How did he know that the Spirit King and Wang Shu, as the first god of death, the first virtual life corresponds to each other, and there is no pressure to swallow each other? There is no situation where the force is too large to absorb and it will explode. Absorb it for me. At the critical moment, Lu Changkong thought of the situation where he killed the Spirit King just now, and immediately concentrated all the spiritual pressure in his body into his dantian, which was continuously compressed to form a high-speed rotating small vortex. There are plenty of places to accommodate this sudden surge of violence. However, this kind of violence is really no trivial matter. No matter how Lu Changkong controls the spiritual pressure in his body into his dantian and merges it into the vortex, new violence will immediately fill the whole body, and the kind that fills up all at once, makes Lu Changkong the small whirlpool in the dantian in the sky is getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, this violence is not endless, and with this violence as a blessing, Lu Changkong found that he is now a bit like a cultivator condensing the mana in his body into a golden core, but he is not a golden core. Not mana, but a small whirlpool, a whirlpool spinning at high speed all the time. Click. Just when Lu Changkong thought that his whole body was saturated with spiritual pressure, he didn't notice any changes in himself, and he didn't seem to have made a breakthrough and was ready to give up, when he suddenly heard that his body was not healthy. There was a cracking sound. At the same time, Lu Changkong only felt that his body and soul had something unsealed. A huge spiritual pressure burst out from his body, forming a spiritual pressure storm that wrapped Lu Changkong's whole body. At this moment, Lu Changkong finally understood the mystery of breaking through the void. He also guessed that Maojawali should also know the mystery of breaking through the spiritual void, that is, to accumulate a huge spiritual pressure, and then compress it to the lower abdomen dantian, so that the spiritual pressure can be transformed from gas to liquid and then solid, forming a similar gold a little like Dan. Ultra-concentrated spiritual pressure, and Ujawali also knows that she is lacking in everything now, and it is very simple to break through, that is, to continuously accumulate spiritual pressure. After a certain period of accumulation, it is a natural breakthrough. Even if Maojawali's road to becoming stronger is to swallow, she does not need to swallow Spirit King or Wang Shu at all, not to mention that her cultivation path is not swallowing. Rather, it is stable and peaceful, and the most important thing is stability and balance. Maujawali doesn't need to be swallowed at all, it only needs time, and the most important thing Maujawali lacks is time. Since sooner or later, he will be able to break through to the spiritual level, so why should he fight Lu Chengkong? What Lu Chengkong needs to swallow, and Lu Chengkong is obviously taking a riskier road to become stronger. If Maujawali's road to becoming stronger is like Taoism, then Lu Chengkong's road to becoming stronger is very similar to that of the Devil's Way. He uses the spirit of capturing thousands of souls for his own use. Although the improvement is rapid, it also comes with it. On the other hand, it is an extremely huge risk. It will be controlled by power and control in minutes, and it is very normal to become a monster. Of course, if it was Lu Chengkong, of course he wouldn't become a monster, but it was normal for him to explode with uncontrollable power within his body, so Lu Chengkong always struggled to become stronger. This is not because he likes adventures or because he fights hard, but because he has discovered the way he can become stronger early on. This is the way he takes. Only this way is the most suitable for him, and it also allows him to go further. Road. Closer to home, the terrifying spiritual pressure storm covering Lu Chengkong came and went quickly, and disappeared in less than 10 seconds. Lu Chengkong's figure was also revealed, his eyes twinkled, and it was incomparably deep, like a black hole, making people uncomfortable. Looking at it autonomously, the mind will be sucked in, and the breath of the whole body is restrained, almost no different from an ordinary person, and the power of the terror structure is all restrained. Did you succeed? Devouring you is really the best choice, but your path is a double-edged sword. The speed of cultivation is fast, but it means dancing on the tip of the knife all the time. It's too dangerous, and will die at any moment. Maujawali looked at Lu Chengkong with a bit of distress. Maybe all this was forced out. In the dangerous environment of the One Piece King of Pirates world, his potential was bursting all the time, and finally let him go. On such a dangerous road. Don't look at Lu Chengkong's current beauty, but one day if he relaxes, it will be the moment of his fall. It can be said that he must wake up 12 points at all times. Not to let his heart relax, not to let himself have no courage, the determination to fight, the determination to face danger, and the determination not to be afraid of all crises. Therefore, Maujawali, who knows the most and knows the most, is very distressed to Lu Chengkong. Except for her, he has no idea about the scenery. How much risk, how much hardship, and how much Lu Chengkong, who is surrounded by beautiful women, how much pressure. Let's go. Everything is over, and you will be able to travel through plains soon. Lu Chengkong took a deep look at Maujawali, but he was shocked, but he quickly recovered. He didn't expect that he had never told anyone in his heart that Khalifa and Hancock had never told them, lest they be worried, unhappy, and sad things were actually noticed by the flaming-eyed Hanalei, but it's no wonder, it's normal for her to see who is dying. I'll keep it a secret for you. If you bear it alone, no matter how firm your heart is, you're still tired. I'll help you share the burden. Maujawali's smile is as warm as the spring rain that nourishes all things in the wind and drizzle, nourishing Lu Chengkong's heart, making Lu Chengkong's heart under tremendous pressure almost all the time at that moment, as if he has lost a warmth and a sense of security that can make him feel at ease. Come down and rest inside the arms. With you here, I won't be tired. Lu Chengkong's slightly wrinkled brows also loosened, as if being smoothed out by Maujawali, but he said stubbornly. Maujawali smiled nonchalantly, threw himself directly into Lu Chengkong's arms, buried Jen's head in Lu Chengkong's arms, and for a moment let the edge of the soul realm exude a warm atmosphere. No one said a word, but each hugged each other. It can be said that silence is better than sound at this time. 719 destroys 6 girls and returns to One Piece, King of Pirates Part 1. When Lu Chengkong returned to Xiao Lingting, he found that there were traces of sabotage everywhere in Xiao Lingting. Zakagi Kenpachi was covered in blood, but his eyes were sparkling, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes from time to time. It seems to have gone through a very satisfying battle. When he was in the Spirit King realm, Zaraki Kenpachi solved his opponent and found that there was no opponent he could kill with him, and it seemed that he could not help much by staying here, but would become a burden, so he returned to the Soul realm. And what made him extremely happy was that he had just returned to the Soul realm and found that all Wang Shu's guards in Wangzuji had come here. Immediately, as if the dry land meets nectar, he rushed over excitedly and directly grabbed a high-level Wang Shu guard from Skrito to fight. After paying a certain price, he finally killed the Wang Shu guard and swallowed Wang Shu. After the guard, he directly reached the peak of Skrito's mid-level. Originally, before he returned to the Soul realm, he defeated and devoured the Zero team member he met in the Spirit King realm, and then let him go from the initial peak of Skrito to the intermediate level, and now he has devoured another Skrito high. The rank Wang Shu guard made him suddenly reach the peak of Skrito's middle level, and he was only one step away from reaching the high-level Skrito. As for the other Wang Shu guards, they were originally deadlocked. After all, many Wang Shu guards came. The overall strength of Wang Shu guards was comparable to that of Team Zero. Now they are all here, with Matsumoto Ranju and other women. The strength can be tied with so many Wang Shu's guards, and no one can take advantage of the other, and the stalemate is already very great. Later, after the return of the 8,000 girls, they immediately got the help of the new force, and killed all the Wang Shu guards, and those high-level Wang Shu guards of Skrito were all swallowed up by Matsumoto Ranju, although Matsumoto Ranju did not finally make peace with them. Nellie L reached the level of a virtual king like that. Because Nellie Lu was originally a high-level Skrito, and Matsumoto Ranju was only a mid-level peak of Skrito, even if there were 8,000 Ryu who passed on the spiritual pressure to the past, they only realized the disintegration and reached the quasi-virtual level. The king's level is not a real virtual. After all, Bachanliu's spiritual pressure is only to help her break through when she is insufficient in stamina when she is attacking the virtual king level. After breaking through, it will be recovered. Lito's middle-level peak to the quasi-virtual king is already very defiant, but after all, he lacks stamina, and he has crossed so many levels at once. Fortunately, she is extremely talented. If it was replaced by other people, she might directly explode, let alone comprehend the disintegration and get the Void King level. If Matsumoto Ranju's original strength is as high as Nellie Lu, she can reach the Void King level. There is absolutely no problem. But in the end it was only a chess move, but Matsumoto Ranju was not unhappy or discouraged at all, but smiled and looked very happy. Victory! Our Saraiti has won. Now Saraiti's death god is so lively, even the old man Yamamoto is full of tears. Although he didn't defeat Team Zero, but as a god of death who loves the Soul Society, he can kill the legendary Wang Zhu guard who can fight against Team Zero, and it's all done in one go, so that Soul Society will never be seen again in the future. Can Kai be unhappy without facing the threat of Wang Shu's guards? When will you go back? Sophie Marceau's sense of belonging to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates is obviously very big, at least much larger than the Plane of Death. Maybe she was originally from the plane of One Piece, King of Pirates human, maybe because she once shared Lu Chengkong's memory. She also didn't care much about this plane that had many places similar to the country that Lu Chengkong disliked in her previous life. Although the two were not much related, they were simply similar, but Sophie Marceau still didn't care much. Now all the abilities and strengths of my One Piece, King of Pirates plane have come back. It will take a while to sort out. In addition, my strength has just broken through, so I need to consolidate and stabilize it, but it will be soon. Although Lu Chengkong's answer could not satisfy Sophie Marceau, she also knew that traveling through a plane was not a trivial matter, and even traveling back to a plane that was weaker than here would be a certain risk. In the case of so many people, of course, you must be fully prepared before going. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed since the Battle of the Spirit King. After returning to Sarange, Lu Chengkong, Nellie Lu, Matsumoto Ranju, Sifenjin Yaiki and others all had it. Great gains, all made breakthroughs, so they all stayed in Lu Mansion to completely stabilize their strength. Especially Lu Chengkong has made such a big leap and regained all the abilities of the One Piece King of Pirates plane. Of course, he has to sort out the abilities of both his planes. Don't get rid of everything that is not needed. Therefore, for more than 10 years, everyone in Lu Mansion was busy with their own affairs and did not pay attention to the passage of time. This night, it was time for Lu Chengkong to leave the customs. After he came out, he dragged all the beauties and wives in Lu Mansion except Sophie into it without a word. All burst out at once, from the beginning of Matsumoto Ranju to the end of Usually, feeding all the wives around him. He handed over all the food that he had saved for more than 10 years at one time. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong was strong in combat. Otherwise, he would really not be able to withstand this group of wives who were even crazier than him. "Mom, it hurts so much." "Ah," Kurosaki Yuko cried out in pain, tears flowing out, and Kurosaki was busy beside her and kept distracting her by asking for help. Kurosaki Natsumi, Hikun Kiryu, and Toru Yuyan all had expressions of pain and happiness on their faces, and their lower bodies were still bloodshot, so they knew that Lu Chengkong was going to kill them all tonight. "It doesn't hurt or doesn't hurt, just look at Charlie, see Charlie's bravery." Kurosaki really blushed when she said this. She could handle Lu Chengkong's various tricks, but saying such things in front of my daughter is a bit of that, even she can't stand it. Maybe it was because he didn't want to lose to his sister, maybe it was because of his mother's encouragement, or maybe it was after a period of relaxation. Kurosaki Yuko reluctantly took over the pain. As the girls like Fel Ben Ranju and the others twisted their waists without any teacher before, the movements were cute and attractive. However, Yuko Kurosaki is still young. Although more than 10 years have passed, her body has not changed in the slightest, and she still maintains the appearance of a little lowly, not to mention compared with women such as Matsumoto Ranju, even He-Gen can't compare. An hour is not enough, and he screamed, and Kurosaki Natsuri, who was relieved, was hugged by Kurosaki and fell asleep in his arms. Bachanliu on one side seemed to finally be in a hurry, and jumped over as if relieved. When she moved, the princess dress wrapped around her immediately shattered, and her pink and tender body fell into Lu Chengkong's arms. The dragon that Lu Chengkong was not satisfied with was hugged by her at once, and at the same time, Lu Chengkong couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "What's wrong, Bachanliu? Can't help it." Lu Chengkong stared at Bachanliu. He never realized that Bachanliu had developed super affectionate feelings for him early in the morning. Maybe Bachanliu was covering it up. That's great. He has always maintained the innocent side, or even if he is discovered, he is subconsciously ignored. 719 Chapter 720 Destroy the 6 Women and return to the finale of One Piece, King of Pirates Part 2. But today, when she just left the customs, Bachanliu seemed to be more impatient than herself and pulled herself over directly, but after that she did nothing, instead asked herself to bring other women over, and then she sat down obediently. Looking at Lu Chengkong's battle with wide round eyes on the side, he just jumped over. Until now, I really don't know what the hell she's up to. HMPH, I can't help it, but I just want to see how they do it and give myself a perfect sex. Bachanliu wrinkled her lovely Chong nose and pretended to be very experienced, but with her constant change for 10,000 years, her appearance that she has never grown up is too cute, charming and a bit funny. Lu Chengkong took a breath, looked down at Bachanliu, and found that her cheeks were already bulging. She actually learned how to play a jade person like the first-class girl of Sifengyuan. That compact, slippery, and looking down at Bachanliu, the impact made Lu Chengkong feel extremely comfortable. "Well, I'm doing well." Bachanliu raised his head after a while. There was still ambiguous liquid left in the corners of his mouth, but he looked at Lu Chengkong as if he wanted to reward Xiaofan, with a hopeful expression. It looks like she wants Lu Chengkong to praise her. It's very powerful. It was the first time that they were even more powerful than Yi Yi and the others. Of course Lu Chengkong would not let her down, and Lu Chengkong didn't lie. Bachanliu watched it for so long today, and he still concentrated on stealing the teacher. In addition, I used to stay in the room for a long time. When I was bored and looked at myself, I watched a lot even if I didn't intend to. Apart from being a little rusty at the beginning, it was already working in a few seconds. Comfortable, just like a master in general. Of course, I'm Bachanliu, how can they compare to me? Bachanliu laughed happily, the two blushes on her pretty face made Bachanliu look charming. Lu Chengkong really liked the charm that her little fan-like body didn't have now. I'll come by myself, don't move. Bachanliu sat astride Lu Chengkong's body, looking indifferent, but the depths of her eyes were still a little timid and shy, but of course she was not on the surface. It will be exposed. After straightening the dragon, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth and sat down. The intense pain caused her to cry out. A trace of delicate blood had already slipped on the sheets. Not long after Lu Chengkong cooperated with Bachanliu's twisting, the creaking sound of the bed was extremely alluring. The groans and low gasps have been mixed into the sound of nature. The next day, Lu Chengkong directly removed the power of the seal on the ring, and Khalifa and other women inside also slowly opened their eyes, but Lu Chengkong did not let them out, because if they came out, there were only two ends. Ordinary people who become the plane of death or be obliterated. You must know that he and Sophie were almost wiped out at the beginning. He didn't want his wife to take this risk, and he was planning to go back to the One Piece King of Pirates plane. Lu Chengkong reached the level of spiritual void and knew that by fighting against the laws of the world learned a lot of untold secrets. From high-level planes to low-level planes, such as the One Piece King of Pirates plane from the Death God plane, the strength is strong enough to be able to travel between planes. Of course, coming to a low-level plane can resist the laws of that world. Passports, regular entrance so absolutely nothing. But if the women from the lower planes like Khalifa in the ring come out, they will not belong to the life of the plane of death. Without the imprint of life on this plane, there will only be two fates, either they will become ordinary people in this world, or they will be obliterated. Because they did not come directly against the world law of the plane of death, it can be said that they do not have passports. They can only be regarded as stowaways. Once they come out, they will be caught. If they are caught, there is a 50-50 chance, or good. Yun joins the plane of death to become an ordinary person and start over, or directly obliterate. Lu Chengkong can protect them and fight against the laws of the world, so that they will only become ordinary people and will not be obliterated. Might as well be safe inside the ring. If the power is erased, unless they leave the plane of death or Khalifa and other women to cultivate to the level of Lu Chengkong, otherwise, if Lu Chengkong helps them to forcibly break the power of the seal on their bodies, they will be immediately obliterated, so Lu Chengkong is just over the years. The matter of the Death God plane has directly entered their minds so that they don't have to worry and know that other women in the Death God world will not be so good at that time. Goodbye Kenpachi, if you reach my level one day, come and visit me. Of course, if you have time, I will come back to visit you. Lu Chengkong said to Kenpachi Zengeki in front of him. Behind him was Kuchiki Shanghai, Hepingzi Mako and other members of the Masked Corps. Lu Chengkong's best friend in this world was Kenpachi, followed by Kuchiki Hibiki. He and Hepingzi Mako, in the end, are the people of the masked army, and the others are dispensable. Hey, don't make it seem like the atmosphere is so serious. You guys seem to be able to come back at any time. Don't make it look like you are parting from life or death. Hiriko Mako's words immediately dispelled the atmosphere of parting, and there is a banquet in the world that does not end. This they still understand the truth. That's right, hehe, when I reach your level, I will fight with you. Zaragi Kenpachi grinned Isho, but his eyes flashed a trace of reluctance, but he put it away in a flash. He's not a bitch, not so indecisive. Okay, I hope you won't be defeated by me in a few more strokes. Lu Chengkong accepted it with a smile, but he was disrespectful to such a challenge. Okay, everyone, there is a feast in the world that doesn't go away. Goodbye. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, but the women such as Mao Zhawali went into the ring and chatted with Khalifa and the others. Obviously, Khalifa and the other women had nothing to do with the women such as Mao Zhawali. The world is also curious. Even with the memory of Lu Chengkong's intrusion into their heads, they couldn't help but keep asking questions to Wu Zhawali and the other women. And the stiff face that Chirping had expected didn't appear at all, instead they seemed very active. Click. Lu Chengkong flew into the sky, and punched the space to pieces, forming a passage. After the basic solution, He used a kamikaze howl to protect his body from top to bottom, and then jumped in directly. He's gone, let's go back to the bar. Hiriko Mako glanced at the restored space and took the lead. Okay, Mako treats the guest. Kuchiki Shanghai rarely showed Ice Block's face, and hurried up. The others looked at each other, and hurriedly followed after hearing Mako's treat. Hiriko Mako, who was walking in the front, kept bleeding in his heart. He regretted it. If he knew that if he didn't say this, he would bleed again. His money was all in charge of Hajiri, and now he managed to save it. Private house money is definitely gone. On the plane of One Piece, King of Pirates, a relatively large plum pirate ship docked near Laugh Tale is having a banquet, surrounded by a group of pirates, one of whom has a very young body with a white beard. After drinking a glass of wine, the very tall man laughed and said, "Refreshing, this kid is indeed a monster." After entering the black hole, he not only survived, but after he went to another world, he made that world turbulent, and now the horror that has become stronger has returned to this world. You're right, but it's not that you don't know that he is a person who specializes in creating legends, and also exists to attack people. The red-haired Shanks said to the self-bearded beard beside him, and others, such as sitting here drinking Sengoku, Kuzan, Garp, etc. nodded in agreement. Not to mention that these old immortals drink and live happily here every day, but on the other side, what Liu Chengkong is talking about is, of course, enjoying his wonderful life, 2 large beds, and One Piece King of Pirates on the other side. The wife of the face, and the wife of the death plane on the other. But without exception, they are all full body, revealing snowy skin and jade skin and lying on the bed, each with a satisfied smile, blushing and blurred faces, as if they have experienced a very comfortable thing just now. At this time, the only 2 people who didn't sleep were, of course, Liu Chengkong and Sophie, who was lying on top of him and being pressed by her. Don't be so hard, this is the first time. Ah, it hurts. I won't squeeze you dry. Suddenly, Sophie cried out in pain, and she was very dissatisfied with Liu Chengkong for a while, but the latter didn't care at all, but smiled smugly, which made Sophie gasp. It's just that the pain of breaking her body for the first time made her not in the mood to think about how to revenge. She could only endure the pain and twist her waist with a coquettish look that would drain Liu Chengkong. Chengkong's production site couldn't help but spray it out. Fortunately, Liu Chengkong took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to spray. Although he had defeated so many wives at one time, he wanted to come with a beginning and an end. So many wives came together and it happened every time. Can have fun. Come on, I hope you have this ability. Liu Chengkong laughed happily. It was a bombardment of her waist facing Sophie, and Sophie was not to be outdone and continued to cooperate with Liu Chengkong. Once it started, the man who created countless legends started his happiness again, and envied the lives of others.